Prologue. Tonight, I care not for humanity. I only think of you. Chapter 1 begins. His eyes snapped open. For a moment, everything was wrong. The light, the stillness, the way his own breath felt foreign in his lungs. Chu Zhi's soul lurched like it had been ripped from one plane of existence and shoved violently into another, as if flung onto a boat mid-storm with no warning. A nauseating dizziness gripped him. The world around him tilted and spun, his thoughts fragmenting in the chaos. He felt like throwing up. It wasn't just disorientation. It was a collapse of self, a shattering of everything familiar. A dozen long seconds crawled by before his awareness started to reassemble itself. When it did, it brought with it a flood of memories, not his own. Foreign, vivid, and far too real. The truth settled in like cold lead in his gut. He had crossed over, not into a completely alien world, but one where history had marched to a similar rhythm, only for culture and the arts to branch off wildly. A parallel version of reality. Familiar structures with strange interiors. What was I doing before this happened? Chu Zhi murmured, voice hoarse and unfamiliar in his throat. He forced himself to dig through the fog. Late night. A project deadline. He'd been polishing a proposal for investors, eyes aching from the screen glow. Founder of a small startup, he'd been pushing through sleepless nights in preparation for their IPO. He remembered the silence of the office, the buzz of the air conditioning, the taste of coffee gone stale. At 3 a.m., he'd taken a sip of iced coffee to celebrate the final draft. Then, nothing. Did I actually die from overwork? His lips twisted with self-mockery. Seriously? Worked myself to death even as the boss. I'm probably an insult to capitalists everywhere. He laughed faintly, then grimaced. His stomach turned violently, nausea surging up again. This time, it wouldn't be ignored. He lurched forward and vomited onto the floor. The acid burned his throat. His body shook. It wasn't just physical sickness. It was a visceral rejection of the reality around him. God, my stomach. Stumbling past the dining table, Chu Zhi half collapsed over the kitchen sink. He cupped water into his mouth, swishing and swallowing desperately. One hand gripped the cold marble counter for balance. The other pressed to his abdomen, massaging the cramping muscles beneath his shirt. He didn't know whose body this was, but it wasn't in good shape. The pain dulled to a throb, and with shaking legs, he dragged himself back to a chair. He slumped into it, breathing hard, sweat dampening his temples. The marble was black gold, its surface cool against his palm. His right hand, still clutching his stomach, radiated warmth. That contrast, icy stone and burning skin, mirrored his mental state. Two realities, violently colliding. Bit by bit, the inherited memories organized themselves. Elementary school, middle school, high school, then a leap into the entertainment industry during university. Trainee years. Rising stardom. Chu Zhi's brows slowly drew together. The original owner. He was a top-tier idol. He lifted the phone clutched in his hand. It unlocked with facial recognition, and the Weibo interface popped up. At Eating a Big Orange. Verified singer representative works. My dream. Gorgeous radiance. 11.54 m followers, 54 following, 710 m interactions. The most recent post read frowny face, good morning, world. Photo. The image. A washed-out sunrise. Nothing special. Framing, lighting, colors, all average at best. Yet the post had 180,000 comments. He blinked. Screeching like a groundhog, I missed you. Husband energy exploding. Baby sunrise pics are better than my wedding photos. I'm waiting for you at Huanghua Airport. Bought a ticket just to breathe your air. When an orange grows south of the Huai, it reigns supreme. North of the Huai, it's bitter. My heart follows only you. Why no selfie, Gigi? I'm dying, and only your face can save me. In his past life, Chu Zhi had despised fan culture, especially obsessive stans. The mindless GIE chants and lack of critical thinking had disgusted him. But if those rabid fans were his rabid fans, well, that was a different story. Imagine having a crowd of people who'd blindly support you no matter what. Who wouldn't want that? Scrolling further, he noticed that whenever the original owner posted a selfie, comments would skyrocket past 200,000, flooded with praise about his flawless skin, god-tier visuals, and declarations of love. Some even went as far as saying they'd bear his children. Professionally, A single song of his could sell 5 million digital copies in 24 hours. When he endorsed a certain brand of milk, fans mass-ordered from e-commerce platforms until both Taobao and Pinduoduo's official stores sold out. But all of that glory, it was from 2 months ago. The most recent comments told a different story. Former fan turned anti. Sugar baby? Secret marriage? What a joke. How can trash like him still be a celebrity? The entertainment industry is way too lenient. He shouldn't even qualify as a human. How's the steel wool treating you, huh? Enjoy being scrubbed by your sugar mommy? Doghead of the steel wool? More like taking the dry route from a male sugar daddy. Let's all spit on this scumbag's grave before we go. It's away. In fandom terms, this was called the house collapsing. And when a top-tier idol's house collapsed, it was catastrophic. From June to August, his name had trended on Weibo 31 times. Accusations piled up: diva behavior, song plagiarism, being a kept man, marriage fraud. From the original owner's memories, Chu Zhi knew he'd been framed. 2 months ago, at a business dinner, the original owner and his manager had taken a close photo with a female sponsor. The next day, rumors of him being a sugar baby exploded online. Weibo turned into a deep fryer, instantly boiling over. Before his agency could issue a statement, a second bombshell dropped. A woman claiming to be his girlfriend of 5 years came forward with exposés. Over the next week, more black material flooded the internet. Like lighting a fuse in an armory, the chain reaction was a series of explosions. Amid the chaos, only 2 accusations held any truth. Plagiarism of his title track. His company had bought the song without proper vetting. Diva antics. After skyrocketing to fame, the original owner had let it get to his head, mistreating staff and making unreasonable demands. When the media accuses you of being a sugar baby, you'd better actually be one, Chu Zhi muttered. Then you could use your sugar mommy's connections to shut it down. But alas, he wasn't. For an idol with no real talent, image and looks were everything. Wife fans were his lifeblood. You could get away with being a diva. You could have parents who were deadbeats. You could even make unpatriotic remarks. There'd always be brainless fans ready to defend you. But the one thing you could never do? Get into a relationship and shatter your persona. Because then you'd learn the true meaning of love turned to hatred. And Chu Zhi? He'd been accused of both secret marriage and being a sugar baby. It was like Mount Everest, instantly avalanching. Of course, the rumors needed to be refuted. But his agency, Conquest Entertainment, had fumbled the response. Their legal approach backfired spectacularly. There's a saying, justice may be delayed, but it won't be denied. But rumors and public opinion could delay justice indefinitely. Influencers, self-media, and tabloids began fabricating even more scandals. A whale's death could nourish an ecosystem. A fallen idol could feed an army of clickbait accounts. Some even claimed he was gay. After 2 months of enduring this hell, Conquest Entertainment delivered the final blow. Due to limited company resources, we will be suspending further legal support. Translation: they were cutting him loose. Surrounded by nothing but malice, the original owner saw no way out. He swallowed an entire bottle of sleeping pills, a dose that would have killed him twice over. His resolve to die had been absolute. Even in his final moments, he hadn't understood why this was happening to him. While there's no shortage of baseless malice and envy in this world, the way these rumors and smear campaigns unfolded, it was too organized, too calculated. Someone spent at least millions orchestrating this. This wasn't random. Only substantial interests could justify such an attack. Chu Zhi, with his analytical mind, quickly pinpointed the prime suspect, Dahua Entertainment, the original owner's former agency. As one of the big 3 in the industry, Dahua had a rigorous trainee system. The original owner had joined at 16 but refused sexual advances from a department head. As punishment, 5 years of 0 opportunities. When his contract expired, he left for Conquest Entertainment. Dahua hadn't cared, until he blew up overnight as a contestant on Future Star. How big was his rise? The show was supposed to crown the best singer-songwriter, but despite his mediocre skills, fans voted him to victory by a landslide. His votes exceeded the 2nd and 3rd place contestants combined. Endorsements and gigs poured in. He became an overnight sensation. Seeing their former trainee rake in millions, Dahua was livid. They sued him for breaching a priority clause, but the court only ordered a 1 million renminbi penalty. You think Dahua would just let it go after that? Hell no. When legal means failed, they resorted to dirty tactics. And now, their plan had succeeded. The entertainment industry might be a lost cause for me now. Chu Zhi assessed the damage. The hardwood chair was uncomfortable. He shifted to the sofa, propping a cushion behind his back. His frown deepened. The situation was dire. During his 2-year peak, he'd earned millions. But with the scandals, brands like L'Oreal, Givenchy, and HR had terminated contracts and demanded compensation. Capitalism's golden rule? Lend umbrellas on sunny days. Take them back when it rains. Every cent he'd made was gone. Now, he was in debt. 1. Perfect Harmony. 2. Breach penalty for 0.7 million renminbi. 2. Yum China Holdings, McDonald's endorsement reputation damages, 5.09 million renminbi. 3. Back to Nature Season 3, breach penalty, 1.97 million renminbi. Chu Zhi pulled up a spreadsheet on his phone. Total debt, 47 million renminbi, after deducting the agency's share. A throbbing headache set in. Endorsement fees were high, but breach penalties were astronomical. This is a hellish starting point. He massaged his temples. Even as a calm, scheming person, the pressure was crushing. Then, click. A crisp, keyboard-like sound echoed in his mind. The idle personality system has awakened. Binding in progress. 3, 2, 1. Binding complete. Your system assistant is at your service. Number 5. There might be hope. System. Even though Chu Zhi hadn't been much of a novel reader in his past life, he was familiar enough with the concept. After a moment of contemplation, he tentatively tried communicating with it mentally. System, could you explain your functions? It worked. A cold, mechanical voice immediately echoed in his mind. This system originates from the M79 Nebula and serves as an auxiliary program for crafting unique celebrities. Main function. The host achieves specific objectives to earn personality coins. 5 coins can be exchanged for an entertainment blind box. Current personality coins. 3. System. Are these 3 coins a starting gift, or were they accumulated from the original owner's diva behavior? Chu Zhi asked cautiously. Starting gift. The system arrived with the host's soul during the crossing. Relief washed over him. The system wasn't tied to the original owner, meaning no risk of the original soul resurfacing to reclaim the body. Then I have a small question. Did my crossing have anything to do with you? Chu Zhi pressed. Let's be honest here. Chinese don't lie to Chinese. This system is not Chinese, not of Earth, not even from the Milky Way. It is also not human. So, was my sudden death and crossing your doing? Though phrased as a question, his tone was accusatory. The system went silent. Can you send me back? The host crossing was caused by space-time turbulence during system binding. Original space-time coordinates are still being located. The 2 worlds were nearly identical in technology and history, except for cultural developments post-19th century. Some things were missing, others had been added. I'm not a petty person, but before crossing, my company was about to go public. I was on the verge of cashing out, living the high life. Now, I'm 47 million in debt. This isn't just falling from heaven to hell. It's a nosedive into the abyss. Don't you think that's a bit unfair? Behind his complaints, Chu Zhi was already scheming. The past couldn't be changed, but the future was still his to manipulate. After 2 minutes of silence, the electronic voice finally responded. Congratulations, host. Newcomer privilege unlocked. Entertainment blind box, *1. Securing a tangible benefit. Chu Zhi's aggrieved expression lightened slightly. Well, regardless, I'll be counting on you for cheats in this second life. With that, he began dissecting the system's functions. Idle personality system. Its goal was to create an unconventional star. Next, he noticed a largely darkened achievement list, with only 2 entries illuminated. Drunken immortal. The saints are all lonely. Only the drinkers leave their names. Hangover *1, 1 personality coin. Hangover *3, 2 coins. Hangover *5, 3 coins. Hangover *10, 5 coins. Click to expand. Ruthless Spice Butcher, Sichuanese fear no spice. Gizuese fear no spice. Hunanese fear spiceless. Eat spicy food *3, 1 coin. Eat spicy food *5, 2 coins. Eat spicy food asterisk 10, 3 coins. Click to expand. Asterisk asterisk. The rest were shadowed, requiring unlocking. Currently, only alcohol and spicy food could earn him coins, almost like a gourmet system. If the rest are hidden, are there hints? He clung to a sliver of hope. Host must explore independently. As expected, Chu Zhi's mind raced, quickly piecing together 2 key points. The starred tasks were likely completed, meaning the 3 starting coins were from his past life system binding. Idol encompassed actors, singers, dancers, hosts, any profession with influence in entertainment. Singers avoid spicy food to protect their vocal cords. Some strict ones cut it out entirely. Hangovers ruin facial control and coordination, bad for actors, worse for public figures. This system wants me to defy expectations, to do what stars shouldn't. He'd need to strategize carefully. Publicly, idols had to project positivity or risk government backlash. But there were workarounds. A saying described Chu Zhi well. A pig's face, a fox's mind. Outwardly harmless, inwardly scheming. Anyone who could drag a startup to an IPO wasn't a pushover. Can I open the blind box now? Proceed. Then let's roll. 6 prizes flashed before him. Perfect vocals, non-lyrical. Perfect body, vase edition. Oddity, alcohol immunity pills. In the Name of the Father song pack. Elope to the Moon song pack. Grand prize, Frédéric Chopin's piano mastery. The options vanished into 6 identical boxes, shuffling at blinding speed. Pure luck now. Chu Zhi suddenly stood, rushing to the bathroom. The left held a toilet, the right a shower, fully separated. The sink between them was out of soap, long unreplenished. He scrubbed his hands fiercely, washing away bad luck. Time to prove his gotcha divinity. Only one target, the grand prize. Who was Chopin? The creator of nocturnes, nicknamed the Canon Amid Flowers, Poland's greatest pianist, bar none. With Chopin's skills, Chu Zhi could ditch entertainment for classical music, follow in Lang Lang's footsteps, and clear his debts with ease. Pianists had prestige. It's you. He mentally selected the box fate tied to him. As it opened, intricate patterns gleamed. He could hear his own breath. Then, golden light. Reward. Perfect vocals, non-lyrical. Well, after a brief disappointment, he adjusted. This was compensation, after all. This time, fine. Next time, the grand prize. The reward dissolved into a white light, merging into him. His throat tingled, changed, yet unchanged. Perfect vocals is clear, but what's non-lyrical? He had the fine print. Host must explore independently. Mysterious as hell. After 30 minutes of testing, he grasped it. The original owner's voice had been average, nothing memorable. Now, transformed. Non-lyrical referred to non-lexical vocables, sounds without complete lyrical meaning. Think the dee-dee-da-da hook in the You I Once Knew, or Mao Bai's whistling interludes. An interesting definition. Whether it makes sense or not, the system's rules are absolute. What's the melody of Anxiety again? That song has no lyrics. I could go full angelic voice. Though he'd enjoyed music in his past life, he couldn't recall entire songs on demand. Even favorites were just fragments. Even a hellish start has hope. Chu Zhi exhaled in relief. Number 6. Seeking opportunities. Finally finding a moment to breathe, Chu Zhi glanced around his spacious 200-square-meter house in Shanghai. The Nordic-style decor was topped with a constellation crystal chandelier, and the sloped ceiling was supported by exposed wooden beams. His gaze drifted downward, the paintings on the walls, the display cabinets filled with curios, and the exhibits in the corners were all high-end. From memory, the coffee table in front of him, a geometric combination of triangles and irregular rectangles, had a steep 90-degree surface, barely functional beyond holding a teacup. More symbolic than practical, it cost 118,000 yuan. The sofa is from Germany's Rebirth, with its black and white gray linear aesthetic. I made a lot of money at my peak, but even I couldn't bring myself to buy something like this in my past life. Behind the artistic coffee table was where the TV wall should have been, but it had been hollowed out into a display cabinet for trophies and certificates. 2018 Aichi Scream Night Rookie of the Year, 2019 Douyin Star Movement Night, Hot List Star, 2019 Weibo Night Most Influential Artist, and more, all awards only within reach of a top-tier star. To the left of the living room was a professional vocal studio, barely used. After his rise to fame, his schedule had been divided into 30-minute blocks, with airplanes and company vans becoming his real home. It was a great place, but it was about to be sold off. Chu Zhi had sorted it out. This house was already slated for bank auction to pay off his debts. He fetched a broom and mop from the storage room to clean up the vomit from earlier. He couldn't help but admire the original owner. Even in the depths of despair, on the verge of suicide, he had kept the place tidy. Takeout containers and trash were neatly packed. As he familiarized himself with everything, Chu Zhi found a brief suicide note in his phone's memos. "I'm sorry. I don't think I can hold on any longer. I'm sorry. I wasn't kept by a sugar mommy, and I'm not secretly married. Please believe me. I beg you." It was addressed to his main agent, Sister Feng. The original Chu Zhi's parents had been civil servants who died in an operation when he was 10. Raised by his grandfather, he lost him last year to liver cancer. His suicide wasn't just due to his agency abandoning him. It was also the crushing loneliness of having no family left. Capital destroys people without shedding blood, making it hard to hold anyone legally accountable. Chu Zhi muttered to himself. He began formulating a rough plan. On one hand, he'd report the slander to the police. On the other, he'd take back everything he'd lost. First, he needed to earn 2 personality coins and draw another reward as his trump card. From the system's list, eating spicy food and getting drunk were achievable tasks. Second, he needed a public appearance, not an interview, since his current speechless state meant no media outlet would give him a platform. He had to return to the public eye, or none of this would matter. Lastly, if you don't kill the tiger, it'll come back to bite you. I also need to watch out for Dehua Entertainment. If I were the mastermind behind this smear campaign, I'd keep pressing until the original Chu Zhi was buried for good. His situation was dire, stuck in quicksand, with wolves ahead and tigers behind. Staying still meant death, but moving might hasten it. Sorry, bro. Can't help with this one. Let's talk next time. Don't drag me into this. I'm just a program director trying to feed my family. The station head would kill me. Lay low for a while. The internet has no memory. You can make a comeback later. Chu Zhi scrolled through the WeChat messages and call logs. Most went unanswered or were outright rejected. The original Chu Zhi had tried calling in favors, but his so-called friends had all fled. A few genuinely wanted to help, but lacked the means. One message, pinned at the top of his WeChat, stood out. The sender's nickname was Disciple of the Great Cat. Ninth brother, I looked into it. The sugar mommy, exposed online, is just a director at a listed company. She doesn't have the connections or money to keep a top star. As for this secret marriage scandal, I couldn't find any info on the woman involved, but I believe you were framed. June 14th. Why isn't the company issuing a statement? June 19th. The agency's acting shady. If possible, you should address this publicly. I know it takes courage, but letting these rumors fester will make people believe them. June 22nd. And so on. The disciple sent messages every few days, first analyzing rationally, then shifting to comfort as the situation worsened. The most recent message read, "If you want, you can visit my hometown. Shashi town is quiet, with great scenery. It might help you relax." The original Chu Zhi hadn't replied, but he'd pinned the chat to remind himself that someone still believed in him. From his memories, Chu Zhi knew that the disciple wasn't a close friend, just a good acquaintance. Yet, amid the online witch hunt, he'd been the most supportive. Adversity reveals true friends, Chu Zhi mused. The second part of his plan, securing a public appearance, seemed nearly impossible under current circumstances. But there's a trump card the original Chu Zhi overlooked. He pulled up Sister Feng's number in his contacts. The first call went unanswered. After waiting over 10 minutes with no callback, he tried again. Just as the automated, "The number you dialed is unavailable." Message was about to play, the call connected. "Sorry, I was in a meeting earlier," Sister Feng apologized up front. "No worries," Chu Zhi cut to the chase. "Sister Feng, can the agency arrange an appearance for me? Preferably a singing gig. It's not that I won't help, but in your current state, what program would take you?" She sighed before adopting a brighter tone. "We already agreed. Once things calm down, the company will arrange something. Pushing me won't change anything. I'm willing to terminate my contract voluntarily, on the condition that the agency arranges an appearance for me, Chu Zhi said. Under standard contracts, if an artist's personal conduct damages the company's reputation or finances, the agency can terminate the agreement and even sue for losses. But when Kangfei Entertainment had signed Chu Zhi at the peak of his future idol fame, they'd offered generous terms to secure a rising star. One clause stood out. Unless Chu Zhi initiated termination, Kangfei couldn't cancel the contract. Now, with his reputation in tatters, Chu Zhi was a liability. That ironclad contract had become a burden. Using it as leverage to secure an appearance was his best shot. Sister Feng fell silent, her words dying in her throat. Only her breathing came through the line. "I'll ask Director Zhang," she finally said. "Thanks, Sister Feng." The call ended. Chu Zhi opened a food delivery app. This world had its own versions of Meituan and Ali.me. He ordered 2 bottles of red wine and a spread of Zhigung-style dishes. Zhigung cuisine, a branch of Sichuan fare, was famous for its salty, spicy flavors. Beer hangovers brought headaches, but wine was gentler, perfect for earning those personality coins. Half an hour later, the food arrived. Still no callback from the agency. A flicker of anxiety rose in Chu Zhi, but he quickly steadied himself. Negotiations took time. The delivery guy, out of habit, left the order at the door. For 2 months, the original Chu Zhi had been too afraid to face anyone, even takeout workers. He'd wait until the coast was clear before retrieving his food. Before drinking, Chu Zhi downed a glass of milk and some congee to cushion his stomach. Then he dug into the spicy rabbit and frog dishes, the heat searing his senses. As expected, Kangfei Entertainment had called an emergency meeting. Executives argued loudly, each pushing their own agenda. "Terminate the contract ASAP. He's dragging down our other artists." "What's the talent department doing?" A cash cow turned into a liability overnight. "Talent department? Don't pin this on us." Where was PR's risk management plan? The shouting match lasted an hour, with teacups being refilled multiple times. Finally, Director Zhang slammed the table. "I was the one who pushed to sign him. We've made plenty off him these past 2 years, no losses yet. I'll handle the termination. Find a suitable resource for him." The room fell silent. With someone taking responsibility, the blame game stopped. Director Zhang maintained his composure, but inwardly scoffed. These old foxes just didn't want to make the call. The resource team moved fast. Sister Feng called back as soon as she got the green light. "The company secured you a spot as a replacement guest on I Am a Singer. I'll come in tomorrow to sign the termination papers," Chu Zhi replied promptly. "Make it tomorrow. You can sign the singer contract then too," Sister Feng said. The company wanted this over with. If not for the late hour, they'd have rushed it today. "Deal." After agreeing, Chu Zhi deliberately softened his voice, injecting a hint of vulnerability. "Sister Feng, was there an issue with the company's crisis management? Our PR protocols are professional. Nothing was mishandled," Sister Feng said defensively. "You were the company's flagship artist. Of course we wanted you to succeed. This scandal came out of nowhere. The backlash was beyond anyone's predictions." Okay. She wasn't about to let the company, or herself, take the blame. The court of public opinion was fickle and uncontrollable. If anyone was at fault, it was fate. Sister Feng had a whole speech ready about how the company had done nothing wrong, but she held back. Falling from heaven to hell was punishment enough. At 21, barely out of college, he was pitiable. After a pause, her tone gentled. "I've been your agent for 2 years. I'll do one last thing for you. Pull some strings to ensure Mango TV treats you fairly. At the very least, no malicious editing." "Thank you." Chu Zhi let his voice tremble, as if on the verge of tears. "You're the only one who's helped me since this started. Get some rest. Don't be late to Mango TV. Things aren't like before. And don't piss off the music director." After hanging up, the words "the only one" lingered in Sister Feng's ears. Against her better judgment, she called a producer she knew at the show. Over a decade in the industry had its perks. Once done, she muttered to herself, Chu Zhi's singing was always mediocre, and he never showed much creativity. His looks were his meal ticket. Now that his reputation's ruined, even his face is a liability. At this point, no show can save him. An artist's team typically included a main agent, executive agents, film/TV agents, and commercial agents. At his peak, Chu Zhi had 3 commercial agents. Unbeknownst to him, his team had disbanded the moment the scandal broke. But that was a story for another time. Currently, for music shows dominated China's entertainment scene. I Am a Singer, Masked Singer, Future Idol, The Voice of China. Kang Fei had first tried Masked Singer. The show's production director at Lychee TV had laughed. Chu Zhi, you're joking. We don't want our show canceled. Cut your losses and move on. So they'd settled for I Am a Singer on Mango TV, already midway through its season, by trading more resources. Number 7. The Complete Package, Part 1. Jazz Dance Mastery. Mesmerizing Electric Eyes. Rare Item. The world's greatest stomach medicine. The Wind Blows Through the Wheat, Gift Pack. Kiss Everywhere Gift Pack. Special Grand Prize. Violin virtuoso Niccolò Paganini's violin talent. Over the next 2 days, Chu Zhi smoothly terminated his contract with Kang Fei Entertainment without any complications. When he signed the termination papers, he had already secured his appearance contract for I Am a Singer. Mango TV offered 200,000 yuan for his participation, a sum he had no leverage to negotiate at this point. He didn't waste the waiting period. By completing the personality list challenge of eating spicy food 5 times, Chu Zhi earned 2 personality coins. Once he accumulated 5 coins, he immediately spun the gacha. The prize pool this time was as shown above. Kiss Everywhere was a song Chu Zhi recognized from Douyin, often used as background music in short videos. It was originally by Miriam Young. The Wind Blows Through the Wheat was one of Li Jian's signature works. While Jazz Dance Mastery was a good prize, it wouldn't help much on the I Am a Singer stage. What he needed was a prize that would give him an edge in the competition. This opportunity was too rare to waste. But what truly caught his eye was the special grand prize. Winning this wouldn't just be turning a bicycle into a motorcycle. It'd be an overnight fortune. Paganini was in a league of his own. In the world of violinists, there were only 2 categories, Paganini and everyone else. In Western vocabulary, Paganini wasn't just a name. It was an adjective denoting supreme mastery in an artistic field. Paganini of the piano referred to the virtuoso Franz Liszt. Paganini of the guitar pointed to the legendary Augustin Barrios. Paganini of the huqin described the Eru master Huang Anyuan. This time for sure. Chu Zhi spun the gacha. Spin. Prize obtained. The Wind Blows Through the Wheat, gift pack. So much for being the luckiest man alive. Still good. At least I have a solid song for the competition, Chu Zhi muttered. Open the gift pack. Congratulations. You have obtained the sheet music, lyrics, and arrangement materials for The Wind Blows Through the Wheat. Congratulations. You have gained the creative memory of composing The Wind Blows Through the Wheat. The song has been automatically registered with the China Music Copyright Association, MusicNet, UNESCO's International Music Council, and the Asian Copyright Protection Alliance. No wonder it was called a gift pack. It was comprehensive. The wind blows through the wheat. Not a bad weapon for my comeback. Its gentle, soothing vibe could soften some of the public's hostility. So for the show, I'll need to adjust my image. My old agency branded me as the untouchable flower, but maintaining that aloofness now would backfire. With the current bias against me, even my breathing would be criticized, let alone a cold expression. I need to appear more approachable and introspective. My looks are still a weapon. I should use them wisely. But I can't change too drastically overnight. After some analysis, Chu Zhi settled on his performance strategy. What he'd really wanted was Jackie Chung's Having You Along the Way. Originally a love song, it later became an anthem between Chung and his fans during concerts. Walking down the hallway, Chu Zhi entered the study next to the master bedroom. The shelves were lined with unread music theory books, but the desk now held a pile of lyric drafts and revisions. All part of the creative process the system had fabricated. The copyright registrations were airtight. The China Music Copyright Association was a quasi-governmental body under the China Federation of Literary and Art Circles. MusicNet was run by UNESCO's International Music Council, and the Asian Copyright Alliance was backed by major music labels. With all 3 covered, the song was legally bulletproof, saving Chu Zhi a mountain of hassle. Your thorough system, Chu Zhi praised. As he sifted through the original Chu Zhi's memories, his phone rang. An unknown number from Changsha, Hunan. A deep male voice spoke. Hello, contestant Chu Zhi. I'm Wang Ku, producer of Mango TV's I Am a Singer. The contract's settled. You'll be the third surprise guest. Recording is on the 27th. Please arrive by 10 a.m. on the 25th for rehearsal at Studio 14, Golden Eagle Film and TV Cultural Center, Keifu District, Changsha. An access code for the studio will be texted to you shortly. The delivery was smooth, devoid of emotion. Producer Wang, I'd like to perform an original song, Chu Zhi said. I'd prefer to come earlier to work out the arrangement with the music director. Wonka frowned. What was this fading pretty boy scheming now? His displeasure leaked into his tone. What original song? His irritation wasn't due to some anti-idol bias. As a producer, Wang liked working with idols. But artists with terrible reputations risked audience backlash, and Wang would never have allowed Chu Zhi on his show if not for the network's resource trade. Still, Chu Zhi's polite tone gave him pause. After a beat, Wang replied stiffly, fine. Come on the 24th. Click. The line went dead before Chu Zhi could finish. Such was the entertainment industry. Fame commanded respect. Obscurity earned nothing. Everyone knew it was wise to leave room for future encounters. But who believed Chu Zhi could stage a comeback? Wang's attitude mirrored Kong Fei's executives and most insiders' views. Don't get mad. You don't get to be mad right now. Chu Zhi reminded himself, smothering the flicker of anger. We'll bide our time. He headed to the vocal studio to practice The Wind Blows Through the Wheat. Written and composed by Li Jian, the song had won Best Lyrics at the Beijing Pop Music Awards. Its lyrics were poetic, almost prose-like. In his past life, Li Jian had performed it at the 2013 Spring Festival Gala, back when the event still had standards. That alone spoke volumes about the song's caliber. Using it for a surprise attack on a singing show was like nuking a mosquito. Under the distant azure sky, golden wheat fields sway, where you and I once walked. Chu Zhi had heard the song a few times before, but didn't know it well. With only 3 days until the 24th, he had little time to prepare. Rome. Breath controls off. Enunciate clearer. The emotion's not right either. Again, problems keep popping up. Don't rush. The feeling's there, but the technique's lacking. That line was off-key. One more time. 3 days vanished in the blur of practice, like ripples disappearing into water. His focus on training left no room for chasing more personality coins. Aside from occasional check-ins from the disciple of the Great Cat, his phone stayed silent. No calls, no messages. The solitude suited him. The intensive training gave Chu Zhi a deeper understanding of his voice. While lacking distinctiveness, its range was impressive, spanning B1 to C6, wider than Li Jian's natural range. Li Jian's innate range was narrow, straining past B4. But technique-wise, the gap was vast. In the realm of mixed voice control, Li Jian ranked among China's top 10, world-class, really. Combined with his classical training, his vocal prowess was monstrous. Chu Zhi wasn't comparing himself to Li Jian. He was using him as a benchmark. For now, he could manage the song competently. It's enough, Chu Zhi thought, confidence growing. System, even after just a few days, we're friends. I recorded myself drunk yesterday and realized I babble nonsense. Alone at home, it's fine, but around others, it could expose you. To keep you safe, could you make me pass out when I'm drunk? Rare item, God of Wine pill. Effect. With this pill, you reign supreme at any banquet, sober or drunk, your choice. Price, 3 personality coins. System, aren't we past this? We're life and death partners. Must everything cost coins? No matter how he prodded, the system stayed silent. Great. Stingy and stubborn. Chu Zhi shelved the idea. For now, he'd just avoid drinking in public. Number 8. The Complete Package, Part 2. On the night of the 23rd, under a sky full of stars, Chu Zhi flew from Shanghai to Changsha ahead of schedule. The first time he had left his neighborhood since the cyberbullying storm began. He checked into a hotel and slept soundly, without dreams. Well, actually, Chu Zhi did have nightmares. Not bad enough to wake him in a cold sweat, but unsettling enough to leave him uneasy upon waking. It showed that despite his calm and calculated planning since transmigrating, his nerves were still wound tight. He was just good at hiding it. The next morning, the sky was edged with gold, beautiful but ignored by everyone below, too busy surviving or struggling. Chu Zhi was firmly in the former camp. To avoid unnecessary trouble, He wore a baseball cap pulled low over his face as he left the hotel and headed to Golden Eagle Film and TV Cultural City. The person assigned to receive him was Wei Tongzi, a 25-year-old Mango TV host. She had short, efficient hair and wore a semi-formal hibiscus-colored blazer with light-colored slacks rolled up at the ankles, a touch of professional charm. "Hello, Teacher Chu. I'm Wei Tongzi, your music partner for the show. You can call me Tong Tong." She introduced herself while discreetly sizing up the disgraced celebrity in front of her. "Hello, Tong Tong. I'm Chu Zhi." The I Am a Singer music partner system was designed to act as a rhythm keeper for the contestants. Since the show invited either veteran artists or A-list stars, some of whom might be too reserved for variety show dynamics, a host was assigned to keep things lively. These partners were all Mango TV's in-house hosts, using the opportunity to boost their own visibility. Wei Tongzi had initially been resentful about being assigned to Chu Zhi. She had once been a fan of his looks, but after the scandal broke, she'd stumbled upon posts like, "People actually like Chu Zhi? Let me tell you what I know. He slept his way up, got plastic surgery abroad, and was passed around by old men. How do people not know this?" She didn't know if it was true, but when everyone said it, she figured there had to be some truth. She'd felt disgusted with herself for ever liking him. But now, face to face, she was struck by one thought. He looks even better in person than in his edited photos. How is this even possible with plastic surgery? In the entertainment industry, everyone knew that celebrities' online photos were heavily retouched, making reality a downgrade. But Chu Zhi was the opposite. "It's so hot out. Thanks for coming all the way to meet me." Chu Zhi pulled a tissue from his bag and handed it to her. Without an assistant or manager, he had to prepare everything himself, even carrying foundation. His skin was naturally flawless, enough to make women jealous. But after days of spicy food and alcohol, he wasn't taking chances. Wei Tongzi, a self-professed face connoisseur, took the tissue unconsciously, dabbing at the sweat on her forehead. "Damn, this bastard smile is lethal. It's like he was designed in a lab to match my preferences." Her resistance was crumbling. -1, -1, -1. With looks like his, her previous, fan-turned-hater mentality softened. Well, he's just a one-round elimination anyway. Might as well enjoy the view while it lasts. She cleared her throat. "No problem. I just had some Chunqing organic milk before coming out." "Oh, does organic milk help with fatigue?" Chu Zhi teased. Sorry, I've been reciting ad scripts too much lately." She laughed, more at ease now. "Is this your first time in Changsha, Teacher Chu?" "I've been a few times, but only for work. Never had the chance to explore." "You have to try the local food sometime," she said enthusiastically. "I'll make sure to. First, we'll meet the producer, then head to the stage for rehearsal. Does that work for you?" "Lead the way." Chu Zhi smiled, picture perfect, like a well-behaved cat meme. Wei Tongzi, still clutching the crumpled tissue in her hand, didn't even notice as she guided him inside. The building was full of TV station staff, long accustomed to celebrities coming and going. They first met Wang Ku, the show's producer, a stern 47-year-old currently locked in negotiations with sponsors, leaving no time for small talk. Next was the I Am a Singer set, Studio 3, capable of seating 800 audience members. The stage was outfitted with top-tier equipment, cold fireworks, digital lighting rigs, top-notch audio processors. Mango TV spared no expense for their flagship music competition. On stage, Chu Zhi met the band and the show's music director, Liang Pingbo. After greetings, he laid out his arrangement ideas for The Wind Blows Through the Wheat. Arrangement and composition were two different things. The latter was the melody, the skeleton of the song. The former was the instrumentation, the flesh and blood. Chu Zhi's proposed arrangement was unexpected. 15 minutes later, after his explanation, the room fell silent. The band members exchanged uneasy glances. Liang Pingbo was the first to speak. "It's simple enough for us to execute. But this classical arrangement, piano, harp, violin, cello quintet, it feels like something from the last century. It won't be competitive. I know classical isn't the usual choice for competitions," Chu Zhi said calmly. "But I believe in this song. I want to share it with the audience as it deserves." Liang Pingbo hesitated, but ultimately nodded. "If you're set on it, we'll make it work." Wei Tongzi, who had been too busy staring at Chu Zhi's face to follow the discussion, jumped in. That's why our show is the best. A dedicated music director and artists who care about their craft. Sponsored by Chunqing Organic Milk. Liang Pingbo chuckled. Wei Tongzi's habit of name-dropping sponsors had become an inside joke at the station. The mood lightened as they fine-tuned the details. I think an Irish harp would suit this section better, Chu Zhi suggested. Unlike standard harps, Irish harps were smaller, pedal-less, with a lighter tone. And for the chorus, swap the clarinet for a cor anglais. Let's run it again, please. This was Chu Zhi's first real performance since Transmigrating. Mistakes happened, but the original Chu Zhi's stage instincts, honed from dozens of concerts in his short career, carried him through. Facing an empty auditorium still made his pulse quicken. The only solution was repetition. The advantage of arriving early? No other artists waiting to rehearse. Just the band's patience, and Liang Pingbo's, being tested. True to her word, Wei Tongzi took him to a hole-in-the-wall eatery, Yihua Home Cuisine, tucked inside a residential complex on Lujing Street. Sandwiched between a hardware store and a nail salon, the restaurant was accessed via a dim stairwell with handrails polished smooth by time, rust creeping at the edges. Inside, the decor was nostalgic, yellow window frames, white-tiled walls. Whether it had a business license was questionable, but the food was fantastic. Chu Zhi especially loved the stir-fried frog, a fiery Hunan dish that seared his tongue. Bonus, it counted toward his heartless spicy butcher challenge. Teacher Chu, do you like it? Wei Tongzi asked eagerly. It's amazing. Just missing some Chunqing organic milk, he teased. Gotta promote the sponsors. She grinned, shoveling more food onto his plate. Eat up. When in Changsha, you have to leave with a happy stomach. During downtime, Wei Tongzi sneakily refollowed Chu Zhi on a burner account. His follower count had dropped from 11.54 million to 8.29 million, but the real damage was in the comments. The vitriol was vicious. Personal attacks, family insults, nothing was off limits. What looked like a small drop was actually massive. Most celebrity Weibo accounts were inflated with bots. Having even 1% real engagement was considered high. The original Chu Zhi had been a true top-tier star, with millions of real fans actively supporting him. A dark thought flickered through Wei Tongzi's mind. If he hadn't been cancelled, I'd never have gotten to eat with him like this. She shook it off, horrified at herself. To compensate, she ordered another plate of his favorite frog dish. On the way back, Chu Zhi bought milk tea for the band and Liang Pingbo. Wei Tongzi watched, bemused. He's so considerate. How could anyone call him difficult? The power of bias. Before meeting him, she'd assumed his scandal had humbled him. Now, she was rewriting history in her head. For 2 straight days, 24th to 25th, Chu Zhi rehearsed relentlessly. And then, recording day arrived. Number 9. Who is the challenger? The 7 main singers and their music partners arrived at the recording site together. For the sake of the show's authenticity and smooth production, none of them knew who the surprise guest was. After all, not all singers were good actors. Pretending to be surprised when they already knew would look ridiculous. You could treat the audience as fans, but never as fools. The singers chatted casually in the lounge while their music partners went to draw lots for their performance order. The lounge had been temporarily set up inside the TV station for I Am a Singer, decorated in a minimalist blue and silver black metal theme. On the left, pyramid-shaped stacks of Chunqing organic milk cartons, empty, for display only, stood beneath the show's giant logo. Among the contestants, the eldest was Ho Yubin, a 53-year-old veteran who had debuted as the runner-up in a national singing competition at 20. With 33 years of stage experience, he had contributed countless iconic songs, especially with his deep, powerful voice, perfect for historical drama soundtracks. Now an associate professor at a prestigious music academy, Ho was a respected figure and a strong competitor, having already won the audience's top vote twice in the season. Uncle Ho, last time we at least had rumors about the challenger. Any insider info today? Asked Lin Xia, lounging on a 2-seater sofa. At 29, Lin Xia was the current popularity king among the contestants. He had debuted at 18 through Superboy, and after 5 years of steady album sales, his fame skyrocketed at 24. Whether his vocals were outstanding or not, his sales justified his stardom, though fans lovingly called him Lin the Trash or Trashy as a joke. Last time's challenger was my student, So I happen to know. Ho Yubin chuckled. This time, no clues at all. If even Uncle Ho doesn't know, then we're all in the dark. Lin Xia shrugged. Sigh. Zheng Yingying groaned. Don't be so down, Yingying. We all believe in you. Lin Xia encouraged. So you have our full support. After half a season of recordings, the contestants had grown familiar with each other, and with Lin Xia's habit of spouting nonsense. But I don't believe in myself. Zheng Yingying whined. Last time I was second to last. If a strong challenger comes, I'm done for. As one of only 2 female contestants, Zheng Yingying had started in an idol girl group before going solo with mediocre success. Now, with a chance to revive her career, she was desperate not to be eliminated. Yingying, think of it this way. If the show invites a strong challenger, they'll probably target the strongest, like Uncle Ho or Lin Xia. Guanxi said bluntly. Feel better now? Actually, yeah. Zheng Yingying nodded, not realizing the backhanded nature of the comfort. The seating arrangement in the lounge, 3-seaters, 4-seaters, and 2-seaters, subtly reflected the contestant's status. It wasn't enforced, just an unspoken rule. I hope the challenger is a female singer, Guanxi mused. So many talented women lack exposure and end up quitting the industry. Indeed, our nation has no shortage of outstanding female vocalists, jewels among jade, exceptional talents. It would be wonderful for the audience to discover them. Ho Yubin, when not singing, resembled a retired grandpa out for a stroll, except for his habit of spouting poetic idioms. How is he not a regular on Chinese poetry competition? A travesty. Guanxi, a few years older than Zheng Yingying, was a Hong Kong-Taiwan singer who had long since moved to the mainland. Despite her flawless Mandarin, the cameras occasionally caught glimpses of crow's feet and necklines beneath her meticulous makeup. Koguchi-san, are you worried? Lin Xia asked in Japanese. If you're worried, then you're worried. To add an international flair, I am a singer always invited foreign contestants. This season's pick was Koguchi Yoshihiro, a 37-year-old Japanese artist under Sony Music. His last album had sold 570,000 copies on release, a double platinum certification by RIAJ. Known for singing popular anime openings, he had considerable fame in China too. I am indeed concerned. Your country has many formidable singers, and teacher host skills alone make my jaw drop. Koguchi replied via translation app, his actual partner absent at the moment. At your age, your vocal technique is already top tier. Just enjoy the music. Ho Yubin encouraged. Thank you for your kind words, Teacher Ho. I feel energized. Koguchi bowed slightly after hearing the stiff machine translation. Conversations flowed. Judging by past challengers, we shouldn't underestimate them. The crew guards the secret like thieves. I tried peeking earlier, and 2 staffers stopped me, nervous but excited. Then the music partners returned with the performance order, and the chatter died down as everyone checked their slots. 200 meters away, in a separate blue-themed room, Chu Zhi waited. To maintain the surprise, he couldn't leave, not even to use the restroom. Do male idols not pee? But he kept the thought to himself, maintaining a calm, almost poetic demeanor for the cameras. Teacher Chu, who do you plan to challenge later? Wei Tongzi prompted, knowing they needed dialogue for the recording. No one, Chu Zhi replied. I'll perform last. Huh? Wei Tongzi's face twisted in shock. But if you don't challenge anyone, you'll only stay if the audience votes you into the top 3. Wouldn't it be smarter to pick an easy target, like Zheng Yingying, or maybe Zheng Yingying? Going for the top 3 straight away against monsters like Lin Xia, Ho Yubin, and Koguchi was practically suicide. Teacher Chuyu. She almost blurted out. Do you still think you have your old popularity? But that was too cruel, so she swallowed it. What is it, Tong Tong? Chu Zhi looked up. Quick on her feet, Wei Tongzi pivoted. Are you hungry? If so, we have the amazing Chunxing organic milk. If you recommend it so strongly, I must try it. Chu Zhi grabbed a carton, took a sip, and nodded. Not bad. So this is the legendary Chunxing organic milk? The delicious Chunxing organic milk? Did I say Chunxing organic milk enough times for the sponsors? 3 times. A natural-born advertiser. Wei Tongzi laughed. At least he's good at variety shows. As they chatted, the show began. Through a monitor, Chu Zhi watched the live broadcast. First up, Lin Xia. The moment he stepped on stage, the 800-strong audience erupted. His popularity was undeniable. Lin Xia had chosen a high-energy rock song, perfect for hyping up a live crowd. Though he wasn't known for rock, his stage presence was electric. He'd even brought his own band, the Explosive Legends, instead of using the show's house musicians. The performance was a showstopper. For minutes later, the audience voted via handheld remotes. Result: 679 votes. Number 10. Unless I can't hold back. Such a high vote count. Wei Tongzi exclaimed in surprise. Chu Zhi asked knowingly, is this vote count considered high? In truth, before coming, he had studied the season's data inside out. The highest vote count last episode was Teacher Ho's 704 votes. With 679 votes, you'd either be the champion or at least in the top 3, Wei Tongzi explained. One by one, the contestants took the stage, receiving 594, 611, and 647 votes respectively. Whether by luck or misfortune, this round's performers all delivered strong performances, and even the audience votes were higher than the previous episode. Zhang Yingying, often seen as an easy target, lucked out with a sweet love song that suited her style. With minor rearrangements to the melody, she delivered a stable yet standout performance, earning 635 votes. In the waiting room, Wei Tongzi's gaze flickered between Chu Zhi and the button on the table, lingering on him but hesitating when it came to the button. The show's setup allowed the challenger to press a red button, triggering a sudden alarm on stage and flashing red warning lights. But in the end, Chu Zhi didn't reach for it. A flicker of disappointment crossed Wei Tongzi's eyes. The only advantage of being a surprise challenger was the freedom to choose a song, while the other contestants had to rely on luck to draw their songs after the previous episode, giving them a week to rearrange them. This time, all the songs were well known, severely weakening Chu Zhi's edge. I was so scared. Thankfully, no one challenged me. Zhang Yingying patted her flat chest in relief after finishing her performance without being targeted. With a smile, she returned to the gathering hall, where Lin Xia, Hunko Yi, and others stood up from the sofa, applauding. You sang with such passion today. Amazing, you're such a skilled singer. Yingying, your performance today was radiant and effortless, praised Ho Yubin, the elder statesman of the group, who remained seated but clapped along. Uncle Ho, there's more, right? Zhang Yingying looked at him expectantly. You usually praise with 3 idioms in a row. Radiant and effortless are only 2. Really, Ho Yubin hadn't noticed but played along. Yingying's talent stands out among her peers. How about exceptional and outstanding to complete the trio? Uncle Ho complimented me. That's a performance worth bragging about. Zhang Yingying grinned. She had undergone minor cosmetic procedures in her youth, and when she smiled, her crescent moon eyes curved upward, radiating youthful energy. After all, what kind of idol doesn't tweak their face a little? The important thing is to compete with skill and style. Ho Yubin carried himself with the demeanor of a veteran artist. No social media, rarely giving interviews, unaware that netizens had dubbed him the walking idiom dictionary. His popularity was surprisingly high. Who was the surprise challenger targeting? Zhang Yingying, now that she was safe, grew curious. The unannounced contender loomed like the sword of Damocles, hanging ominously overhead. Maybe they planned to challenge all of us, Lin Xia declared firmly. If my guess is correct, then that's exactly what's happening. Ho Yubin nodded. I share the same thought. The challenger must have remarkable courage, given how well everyone has performed so far. The singers in the hall grew even more intrigued. The previous 2 surprise guests had been skilled, yet both failed. Was the new one really that bold? I admire the challenger's courage to take on everyone at once, Koguchi Yoshihiro said, standing up but not sitting back down. He was next to perform. On stage, the lights shimmered, creating an aura of stardom. No wonder so many young people were desperate to become celebrities. This next singer is hailed as a voice of the new era, with a mesmerizing low tone that's earned him the nickname, the melody of the bullet train. Please welcome Koguchi Yoshihiro, Gunanchi announced. I Am a Singer had a unique format. The show's host also served as a musical partner, while contestants took turns as MCs. Gunanchi was this season's host, and in this round, she had earned 647 votes, a high score. Koguchi Yoshihiro had rearranged the Chinese song, Deserted Island, into a bilingual Chinese-Japanese version. Though he didn't speak Chinese, that didn't hinder his performance. On Earth, the legendary diva Teresa Tong, honored by Japan's TBS as one of the 5 great singers of the Showa era, had initially memorized Japanese lyrics phonetically, leaving behind timeless classics despite not understanding the language, as confirmed by lyricist Toyohisa Araki. Of course, Tung later mastered Japanese effortlessly, proving herself a linguistic prodigy. For foreign stars working long-term in another country, failing to learn the local language within a year or two was a clear sign of zero sincerity, even in money-making. The Japanese singer's vote count, 699, even surpassing Lin Xia's score. Foreigners singing Chinese songs was a surefire crowd-pleaser, and Koguchi Yoshihiro's rendition truly conveyed the sorrow of love lost on a deserted island. Finally, the veteran Ho Yubin took the stage. Last round, he had drawn a viral TikTok hit, catchy but shallow. Yet after his team rearranged it, the song transformed into an epic tale of life and death on the battlefield, infused with the grandeur of a general's voice. The audience was stunned. After being brainwashed by these cheesy tunes, I never expected to be moved like this, one viewer remarked. The applause was the most thunderous of the night. As expected, his vote count was the highest of the round, 716. Back in the gathering hall, the other singers rose to their feet. Uncle Ho, your high notes left me speechless. When will I ever reach this level of skill? The arrangement was so unique. What was that instrument the band member on the far left was playing? That's a yugu. Some call it a bamboo zither. It's a traditional Han Chinese instrument dating back to the Tang Dynasty's Taoist storytelling, where priests played the yugu and sang Taoist songs. Ho Yubin enthusiastically explained. In myths, the immortal Lan Caihe used it to sing the stomping song while begging. Nowadays, it's mostly used in children's songs. Wang Xian and I debated for a long time before deciding to incorporate it. Uncle Ho's knowledge is truly vast, Lin Xia said. I still have so much to learn about traditional culture. I must keep working hard to keep working hard. Though Lin Xia was the king of circular statements, his questions always hit Ho Yubin's sweet spot, delighting the elder. Meanwhile, Zheng Yingying's attention snagged on the name Wang Xian, a top-tier producer she had once tried, and failed, to commission for her own album. Lyricists and music producers might not be household names, but their influence in the industry was immense. The gathering hall buzzed with camaraderie, the surprise challenger momentarily forgotten, until the screen dimmed and Gu Nanshi began her introduction. This next singer is hard to define. Reading the name on her cue card, Gu Nanshi was baffled. Wasn't Chu Zhi cancelled? How is he on this show? But confusion stayed in her head. Her mouth kept moving. His digital album sales topped the charts in both 2018 and 2019. Fans have hailed his voice as divine. Let's welcome our surprise guest. Gu Nanshi dragged out the suspense. The stage went black. Then a spotlight blazed at the entrance, its white light so dazzling it seemed like a celestial path. A slender figure slowly emerged. The contestants backstage watched the screen, the glare initially obscuring the newcomer. But the live audience in the front rows saw him immediately. Whispers spread like wildfire through the crowd of 800. Is that Chu Zhi? It really is him. What was the show thinking? He's a disgrace. Divine voice? Please. I used to love his looks, but his character is trash. Former fan here. Now I hate him. Let me tell you a joke. Chu Zhi has a divine voice. I'm trained to stay professional. No matter how funny, I won't laugh. Sorry, I couldn't help it. Number 11. What is a heavenly voice? The challenger wore a blue suit, a pale, dreamy shade reminiscent of the moment when clouds part after rain and crows take flight as the window brightens at dawn. In ancient China, this color was called Dongfang Ji Bai, the east brightens. Under the stage lights, the light-colored fabric made his frame appear slender, yet his broad shoulders and long legs made him a natural clothes hanger. His face looked as if it had been meticulously carved by a master artisan. Sharp eyebrows, starry eyes, and jade-like features. His thin lips were pressed together, giving him the fragile beauty of a priceless painting. If this face were in Japan, he'd undoubtedly top Hiranandisu's annual ranking of male celebrities you'd want to date in a yukata. remarked Koguchi Yoshihiro. His looks appeal to everyone, men and women alike. Japanese dramas often featured male leads in yukata, strolling hand-in-hand with their love interests at summer festivals, a romantic cliché. The variety show Hiranandesu capitalized on this fantasy with its yearly poll. Despite his fame, Koguchi Yoshihiro had never made the list, a tragic fact that brought tears to those who knew. "What a handsome young man," Ho Yubin commented, reeling off classical compliments. "Elegant as a jade tree, as fair as Lord Su of the North City, rivaling Pan and in beauty." The other contestants also noticed his striking looks, but they were more preoccupied with Chu Zhi's tarnished reputation. Their expressions twisted in silent bewilderment. What was the production team thinking? Trying to stir controversy. But even that was a lost cause. Chu Zhi had no controversy left, only public disdain. Chu Zhi? The name rings a bell, but I don't know his work, Ho Yubin asked Zheng Yingying. "Yingying, how's his skill?" Zheng Yingying hesitated. Industry insiders saw things differently. Scandals like being a kept man weren't unheard of, but the online vitriol had soured everyone's perception. Still, she couldn't outright trash him on camera. "He's decent," she said diplomatically. "Decent? If he's decent, then the world has no such thing as noise pollution," Lin Xia thought, recalling Chu Zhi's bizarre, psychedelic arrangements, slurred enunciation, and breathy vocals. Music only fans, and maybe not even dogs, could endure. His sentiment was shared by the others. Though none of them were A-listers, some were even riding the coattails of a single hit. They all looked down on Chu Zhi. One particularly plain-faced singer muttered under his breath, "This isn't a Mr. World pageant. What good are looks here? This is a music competition. We should focus on the songs," Ho Yubin said tactfully. At his age, he knew how to read between the lines. Phrases like decent were just polite euphemisms for not good. Modern youngsters, for instance, could be described with words like hard-working or ambitious, but string them together into burning the midnight oil, and suddenly it had nothing to do with today's trendsetters. On stage, Chu Zhi took a deep breath and introduced his song. "Hello everyone, I'm Chu Zhi. The song I'll be performing today is an original piece called The Wind Blows Through the Wheat. If only I were nearsighted and couldn't see the audience's expressions," he mused ruefully. But his vision was sharp. He could clearly make out the disdain on the face of a woman in the front row. "If I choke now, there's no future. Treat them like employees at a year-end review. Even if I die of nerves, I'll die after finishing the song." His mind raced with self-pep talks. His fists clenched unconsciously. Even with his socially fearless persona, performing live for hundreds for the first time was nerve-wracking. Thankfully, though his heart pounded like a stormy sea, his face remained calm. He signaled the band, and the prelude began, a light-hearted blend of piano and Irish harp, pulling the audience into a gentle, babbling brook melody. I Am a Singer had a controversial nickname. I Am a Loudmouth. The show was notorious for favoring high notes. Slow, lyrical ballads, no matter how well performed, usually scored lower. Based on the intro, this sounded like something you'd hear at a gala. Under the distant azure sky, golden wheat fields ripple and sway. That's where you and I once loved, where our memories stay. When the breeze carries harvest scent, brushing softly against my face. Chu Zhi poured every technique he'd practiced into the delivery, starting soft on distant, swelling on ripple, and stretching sway to mimic the undulating wheat. The system's gift package included Li Jian's rendition of this song, and Chu Zhi had rehearsed it relentlessly. This is a quiet, beautiful piece. An original, too. According to the credits, he wrote and composed it himself. Quite talented, Ho Yubin remarked. Quite talented was high praise for The Wind Blows Through the Wheat. The live audience seemed to agree. Their murmurs and jeers gradually faded as they listened. The man might be rotten, but the song's innocent. That seemed to be the prevailing mood. But this alone wouldn't be enough to turn the tide. Chu Zhi had a trump card, one he hadn't even revealed during band rehearsals. "Your tender words come back to me, dampening my eyes with tears. La 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 la." Remember the reward from his beginner's gift pack? Perfect vocals, non-lyrical. Under the right conditions, it allowed him to produce a heavenly voice. And what was a heavenly voice? A sound so divine, It belongs in the heavens, rarely heard in the mortal world. The humming in the wind blows through the wheat perfectly fit the non-lyrical condition. It was Chu Zhi's ace. His voice seemed to evolve instantly into its ultimate form, warm, tender, and intoxicating. The audience was transported to golden wheat fields, where a gentle breeze carried the scent of ripe grain. Country cats and dogs chased each other through the stalks. It was idyllic, soul-stirring, the kind of song that made you never want to leave. One of music's highest callings was to let listeners luxuriate in sound. The wind blows through the wheat achieved this effortlessly. Both the audience and the contestants backstage were spellbound. We once sang in the fields, dreaming of winter's yield, yet never saw the autumn sun. Light up this golden shield. Let our old vows take flight. On the west wind's embrace, like your soft flowing hair, that perfumed my dream space. Even Chu Zhi was mesmerized by his own humming in the earpiece. The perfect vocals lived up to their name. Like eating a mythical Renshingguo fruit, it elevated the song's essence to new heights. A cool summer morning breeze, crystal clear forest springs, the misty clouds of Mount Hua, the crimson glow of dusk, all were serene, beautiful, and utterly irresistible. Mm, la 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 la. The song featured 4 rounds of humming. Even by the 4th repetition, not a single soul grew tired of it. Each note still struck deep, resonating with something primal. As the 4-minute performance ended, the venue remained silent. No applause, just lingering in the afterglow. It felt like the door is low, but the sun is bright. Grass seeds form in silence. Leaves tremble in the wind. We stand here, wordless, and that alone is beautiful. After a long pause, "Thank you to the band for your accompaniment," Chu Zhi said, acknowledging each musician by name, pianist, harpist, violinist, as a sign of respect. Then, facing the audience, "Thank you for listening quietly. Truly, thank you." Only after this second thanks did the spell break. Since surprise guest votes were tallied last, Chu Zhi exited the stage first. Then came the applause, a roaring wave, the instinctive response to something extraordinary. Number 12. The shocked contestants. It felt like a massage for my ears. "Thank you for listening quietly." Why did that line make my heart ache a little? I swore I hated this scumbag. Same. I even made burner accounts to spam hate comments. But his voice was so gentle. Can someone that tender really be as terrible as the internet claims? Cheating, sugar dating, diva behavior. Don't fall for it, sis. The receipts are all online. I know, but that humming was angelic. The whole song was beautiful. Might secretly add it to my playlist later. Whispers rippled through the audience. But on stage, silence. A heavy, metallic silence. Back in the contestants' lounge, the atmosphere was equally muted. Lin Xia, Zheng Yingying, Gu Nanxi, and the others wore expressions of pure bewilderment. Since when could Chu Zhi sing like this? And compose originals? This wasn't just surprising, it was downright unnatural. Did humanity evolve without me? Zheng Yingying had heard Chu Zhi's past works. Her verdict back then, he'd sound better if he never opened his mouth. This was the same guy who'd built his career on being a pretty face. None of this makes sense. The wind blows through the wheat had just shattered her worldview. A voice like rounded pearls, Ho Yubin murmured, awed. Lingering melodies, ethereal resonance. His timbre is exquisite. Then the veteran's brow furrowed. But why does the lyrical section lack the same polish? The pauses aren't crisp, the decrescendos feel muddy. His technique needs work. Ho Yubin, the show's resident, encouraging dad, rarely critiqued so bluntly. But that humming, it was transcendent. In his 30-year career, he'd only heard a handful of voices that sublime. And even those were tinted by nostalgia's rose-colored glasses. This is what the melody of the bullet train should sound like. No, even that's disrespectful. The melody of Osaka Castle fits better. Koguchi Yoshihiro's praise trailed into existential dread. They say God closes a window when he opens a door. I got musical talent, but average looks and early baldness. So why does this man have both? Turning to his music partner, Zhang Yu, the Japanese singer asked, "How do you write his name in Chinese?" Chu Zhi, Zhang enunciated. Koguchi Yoshihiro butchered the pronunciation twice before muttering, "Why haven't I heard of Chu-san in Tokyo?" Tokyo might as well be synonymous with Japan, but Lin Xia sidestepped the question. Few idol types broke international barriers. Most global fame was just overseas Chinese fans inflating stats. Lin Xia's contribution to the praise fest? Good voice. Very voice-like. Peak eloquence. When Chu Zhi entered the lounge, the contestants rose to applaud, Ho Yubin included. The elder respected talent. I'm Chu Zhi. It's an honor, he introduced himself. Our second meeting. Last time we met was the last time, Lin Xia said. Guanxi added, people say you're more stunning off camera. I doubted it. Online edits usually add 30% glamour. But turns out it's true. Zheng Yingying. China has too many great singers. I'd never noticed you before. Koguchi Yoshihiro, meanwhile, bowed deeply. My deepest apologies for not knowing your music until today. Via translator Zhang Yu. Chu Zhi, whose empathy reserves were low but cunning levels high, played along. Better late than never. If possible, Chu-san must hold a concert in Tokyo. Sure, and maybe pigs will fly. Chu Zhi's bank account couldn't even afford the plane ticket. But he smiled and exchanged pleasantries. Next, he approached Ho Yubin. I still study your songs, Teacher Ho. A learning spirit is rare in young artists. Your voice is a gift. Hone your technique, and you'll become a true master. Only Koguchi Yoshihiro and Ho Yubin engaged further. The others kept their distance, wary of guilt by association. Soon, director Meng Fan arrived to announce Chu Zhi's votes. First, the current rankings. Ho Yubin, 716. Koguchi Yoshihiro, 699. Lin Xia, 679. Guanxi, 647. Zheng Yingying, 635. Yang Guiyun, 611. Wu Shi, 594. To succeed, Chu Zhi needed 680 plus in a divided audience of 800, a tall order even without his infamy. Why didn't you challenge anyone? Director Meng probed. Everyone was too strong to choose, Chu Zhi deflected. In truth, closing the show maximized emotional impact. Do you think you'll succeed? I am a singer's other gimmick? A director who loved suspense more than answers. I drank 2 cartons of Chunxing organic milk. Double the confidence. Then let's reveal. Meng paused. Wait. Any regrets if you fail? Director, has anyone told you blueballing an audience is unethical? Chu Zhi's pulse spiked. His perfect vocals were one thing. But what if his reputation was that toxic? Rock veteran Wu Shi, currently last place, sweated harder. Elimination loomed. Morality debates later, Meng said. Regrets. Chu Zhi recognized the game. I refuse to regret choices. That'd mean doubting my past self. Meng nodded. Good answer. Your score is number 13. Challenge succeeded. 700 votes. Exactly 700 votes, announced program director Meng Fan loudly. Ranking second in this round's competition. Congratulations to surprise challenger Chu Zhi for a successful challenge. As soon as he finished speaking, applause erupted in the contestants' lounge, initiated eagerly by Koguchi Yoshihiro, who seemed too impatient to consider the feelings of the eliminated contestant. The others joined in a few seconds later, offering their congratulations. The only one with a grim expression was Wu Shi, the one-hit wonder rocker. With the surprise challenger's success, his journey on I Am a Singer had come to an abrupt end. The world moved on. Only Wu Shi was left wounded. Chu Zhi finally relaxed his clenched fists, his breathing steadying. Step 1 of the plan, success. Even better news? The audience merely disliked him, not despised him. They could still be swayed by performance. That meant there was room to maneuver. Wu Shi, in his 40s, could only be properly consoled by someone of Ho Yubin's seniority. Wu Shi, the song you chose today leaned heavily into lower registers, which didn't showcase your strengths, Ho Yubin said, offering both an excuse and comfort. But your talent was still evident. I doubt your agency will let such a gem go unnoticed now. Senior's generosity? Bullshit. If he could, Wu Shi would have jumped up and punched the surprise challenger twice. All this comfort just sounded like empty talk from someone untouched by loss. But with 3 cameras pointed at him, one straight ahead, one to the right, and another angled from above, Wu Shi plastered on a smile, radiating contentment and grace. I only ever had a few tricks up my sleeve, he said magnanimously. When I got the invite, I figured I'd sing 3 songs and bow out. Turns out I even got 2 extra performances. No regrets. Chu Zhi is a talented young artist with plenty of room to grow. I look forward to seeing his progress. Then, with the air of a seasoned mentor, he added, focus on singing and your craft. That's the right path. No more strange endeavors. I believe you can become an outstanding singer. Old Fox. The veiled jab was obvious. Both were veterans at this game. But Chu Zhi played dumb, nodding earnestly as if absorbing wisdom. The exchange wrapped up, leaving the lounge bathed in artificial harmony. Brother Wu's voice is a national treasure, Lin Xia chimed in. Losing him would be like losing a piece of our cultural heritage. I'll miss you, Brother Wu, Zheng Yingying added. At worst, it's just the end of a show. At best, it's just a small chapter in life. We'll meet again in the music scene, Gunachi said, her trademark bluntness softening into something resembling warmth, before she undercut it with, Yingying, don't phrase it like that. You make it sound like Brother Wu's about to meet some tragic fate. That's not what I meant, Zheng Yingying floundered, then sighed. I just wish the show didn't have eliminations. My Chinese isn't great. Words fail me sometimes. Gunachi's sharp tongue was polarizing. Fans called it tough love. Critics called it tactless. Says the one who claims to suck at Chinese, but writes flawless lyrics, Lin Xia teased. If modesty were an art, some people would be Picasso. Original singer-songwriters were rare in the industry. Among the 7 contestants, excluding Chu Zhi, only 2 had composing credits. Zheng Yingying, after leaving her girl group, had written over half the lyrics on her solo albums, a fact her middling popularity couldn't overshadow. Or maybe her songs just weren't that good. It's not like I want to write. Good songs are hard to come by these days. Zheng Yingying laughed weakly. Her music partner jumped in, addressing the camera. Attention, lyricists and composers at home. This is your cue. Send your best tracks her way. Even with money, good songs are scarce, Gunachi agreed. Once, Taiwan's music scene led Mandarin pop. Now, most artists flock to the mainland for work. Money's only a problem if you spend it, Lin Xia quipped. Gunachi shot him a withering look. Her partner smoothly pivoted. Yingying's hinting. Nachi's begging. Good songs, come to mama. The wind blows through the wheat is what I call a good song. Zheng Yingying suddenly redirected. Did you see the credits? Lyrics, composition, arrangement, all by Chu Zhi. At his peak, fans called Chu Zhi ninth brother. Now, just Chu Zhi, orange. In my current state, even money can't buy me songs, Chu Zhi said lightly. So I'm forced to write my own. Wow, you're the real humble bragger here, Gunachi snorted. Forced to write bangers. What a tragedy. Next time you're forced, send a couple my way. Unlike the other contestants' lively partners, Wei Tongzi stood stiffly, offering only awkward smiles. Fortunately, Chu Zhi held his own in conversations, mostly by listening intently, a quiet but disarming presence. Director Meng Fan announced the next round's rules, song selection details, before wrapping the day's recording. As contestants paired off for dinner plans, Chu Zhi left first with Wei Tongzi, a preemptive move to spare everyone the discomfort of excluding him. Not that they were being cold. Chu Zhi was radioactive. In an era where online mobs treated association like a capital crime, who'd risk it? Would you? Exiting the lounge, Chu Zhi finally exhaled, fishing a button from his pocket and tossing it into the trash. His palms still bore faint indentations, a nervous habit, a tiny prop for awkward moments. Teacher Chu, this episode airs October 4th, mainly on Mango TV and their app. Wei Tongzi said, more talkative now that they were alone. The next recording's on the 5th, please plan accordingly. Today was the 27th, just a week until broadcast. Most variety shows filmed weeks or even a month in advance. I Am a Singer's rapid turnaround was unusual, likely tied to its interactive format, where fans voted for challengers via social media. If the next recording was on the 5th, rehearsals would fall on the 2nd or 3rd. Returning to Shanghai seemed pointless. It wasn't like he had other gigs. Might as well stay in Changsha. Wei Tongzi was called away for work, leaving Chu Zhi to collect his bag from the dressing room. As he headed out of Elite Tower, a voice called after him. Chu-san. Chu-san, wait. Turning, he saw Koguchi Yoshihiro jogging toward him, his sparse, permed curls bouncing comically in the wind. The perm was a desperate ploy to mask thinning hair. Koguchi Yoshihiro rattled off an excited stream of Japanese, punctuated by sumimasen, sorry/excuse me. Realizing the language barrier, he fumbled with his phone, then proudly displayed a translated message. Mr. Chu Zhi, can we exchange contacts? I wish to be good friends. Ah, the sweet agony of machine translation. Chu Zhi obliged with his number, WeChat being a lost cause. Arigatou gozaimasu. Koguchi Yoshihiro beamed. Why the sudden friendliness? Spending time with handsome people makes you handsomer, Koguchi Yoshihiro would have explained, if asked. A true aesthete, all his friends, regardless of character, were visually gifted. Time for dinner, he muttered as his stomach growled. Elsewhere, a trio's meal was already being served. Over dishes, Lin Xia, Zheng Yingying, and Gu Nanqi chatted. The show credited Chu Zhi for lyrics, composition, and arrangement, so it's legit, Gu Nanqi mused. But do you really think he wrote The Wind Blows Through the Wheat himself? The style's a complete 180. Number 14. The Unexpected Blind Box. Probably not. The Wind Blows Through the Wheat is a polished gem. If he could find someone to ghostwrite at that level, he would have released it back when he still had money and fame, not after his downfall, Lin Xia reasoned. Thinking about it, none of his past albums had original songs. Maybe his company wouldn't let him write, Zheng Yingying offered. Kongfei Entertainment isn't stupid, Gu Nanqi countered. From what I recall, Chu Zhi dropped out of college to chase his dreams. Maybe he got desperate and pulled out a miracle. You know what they say, corner anyone but a mathematician, and they'll surprise you. She added, personally, that face of his is a crime. I caught myself staring in the lounge multiple times. I need to know his skincare routine. Stay calm, Sister Gu. Elegance, remember? Zheng Yingying paused. Forget right or wrong. Just talking looks. When Chu Zhi sits there quietly with that faint smile. Straight out of a shoujo manga. No wonder he had so many fans. What girl could resist? Yingying, your jokes are as much of a joke as jokes get, Lin Xia deadpanned. As if us guys fare any better. Those eyes, exactly two, no more no less. Perfection. And so it began, Lin Xia's signature nonsense. Unfiltered, even off camera. His nose? Masterpiece. Centered flawlessly. Mouth. Only one. And his head? Miraculously attached to his neck. Listening to you makes me regret 10 years of schooling, Gu Nanqi groaned, her eye rolls now etching permanent creases. Will the show revive his career? Zheng Yingying finally voiced the question, gnawing at her for hours. Impossible. His reputation's radioactive. Not even a hit song or variety show can fix that, Lin Xia said bluntly. At best, he'll gain a small fan base. That humming today? Career-defining. With that face, he'll land on his feet anywhere. Translation, anywhere but entertainment. Zheng Yingying exhaled, inexplicably relieved. Perhaps subconsciously, after meeting Chu Zhi in person, she couldn't bear to see something beautiful break. Elsewhere, the eliminated Wu Shi ranted to his buddies. Beat me with some plagiarized original? Cheap shot. Next round's themed, watch him crash and burn. He conveniently ignored the heavenly humming. His cronies rallied. Pretty boys know nothing about real music. Probably rigged. We'll trash him online after the episode airs. Typical pack mentality, loyalty over logic. To Chu Zhi? Just noise. Unaware of the chatter, Chu Zhi holed up in his Changsha hotel, studying the system's achievement list. Meanwhile, the production team teased the upcoming episode. At Mango TV, Rock Never Dies. Lin Xia brings the Fire hashtag Isinger premieres October 4th, 8 p.m. on Mango TV. Despite ranking outside the top 3, Lin Xia remained the promo centerpiece. Traffic was traffic. Fans noted the absence of any surprise guest, hype, a staple in past campaigns. But Masked Singer had just launched, hogging the novelty and budget. At 2 to 3 a.m., as dawn barely tinged the sky, Chu Zhi stubbed out another cigarette in the hotel's smoking zone. His 2 days in Changsha had expanded his vices beyond hangovers and spice. Smoke King. If the Jade Emperor lights up, so can you. 1 cigarette, 1 personality coin. 5 cigarettes, 2 coins. 10 cigarettes, 3 coins. A former social smoker, Chu Zhi had now burned through 2.5 packs, netting 10 coins. His lungs protested. Smoking, drinking, future bad habits incoming. Not exactly coarse socialist values idle behavior. But his blackened reputation was a weapon. The suicide attempt, the sleeping pills, was there a depression diagnosis? He rifled through memories. Once, the original Chu Zhi had ventured out, disguised, to buy sleeping pills. The doctor diagnosed severe depression and prescribed meds. Evidence. Exploitable. Wouldn't smoking, drinking, and worse be justified for someone with severe depression? Even Ganges water couldn't wash away this logic. If I rebound, I'll preach against these vices. As for me, blame the injustice, cyberbullying, and depression. The system's inventory included oddities like world's best stomach medicine, necessary safeguards. Otherwise, achievements would outpace the host's lifespan. Unacceptable. System, I'm cashing in for a blind box. Back in his room, 6 virtual boxes materialized. The prize pool. World's most beautiful hands. Voice of despair. Poetry collection, Stray Birds. Against the Light song pack. Faith song pack. Grand prize, Vita's vocal talent. A poetry collection? Chu Zhi frowned. Tagore's Stray Birds? This world has no Tagore. Oh, plagiarism potential. The timeline had diverged post-19th century, erasing the poet. But, I'm a singer. Publishing poetry seems off-brand. Songwriters pen lyrics. Is dabbling in modern poetry so strange? Fair. Chu Zhi mentally scrolled through music history. Lyricists like Huang Zhan or Vincent Fong could have easily published verse. But poetry, modern or classical, wasn't just copy-paste. Many works bore their creators' scars and eras. Stray Birds, though, could be a slow burn. Number 15. Plan B. The system's words opened up a whole new continent of flexing for Chu Zhi. Imagine being a top-tier idol and a world-class poet. He'd instantly outclass every other pretty boy in the industry. Even the internet's hatred for traffic stars would melt away. Better yet, in the entertainment circle, few could rival him. Culturally, poets inherently stood above singers and actors. Bro, you've got impeccable taste. No wonder you picked me as your host. Chu Zhi praised the system. Flattery won't increase your odds of drawing the grand prize. The system remained unmoved. Am I that kind of person? Chu Zhi retorted. Apologies, but system judgment confirms, yes. The reply was polite, yet merciless. Good, system bro. Once again, you've proven your impeccable discernment. Chu Zhi ended the conversation and refocused on his new ambition. Poetry, especially post-millennium, had withered globally. Both his original world and this one shared this drought. Take Earth, for example. Chu Zhi wasn't some literary hipster, but the only modern poem he knew from the internet era was. Actually, sleeping with you or being slept by you amounts to the same. Just the collision of two bodies, the force blooming into flowers. Just those flowers painting a false spring, fooling us into thinking life has reopened. Titled Crossing Half of China to Sleep With You, its fame stemmed more from the poet's bold public confession to Li Jian than its content. Was it the era lacking worthy readers, or the era failing to produce worthy poets? The latter half of that poem held depth. Across half of China, everything is happening. Volcanoes erupt, rivers run dry. Political prisoners and drifters ignored. Elk and red-crowned geese staring down gun barrels. Yet online, only the opening lines went viral. Chu Zhi knew poetry was a desert. But even so, with Tagore, Frost, Whitman, Gu Cheng, Hai Zi, and more stacked together, couldn't he become a world-renowned poet? Just imagining it is thrilling. But now's not the time for daydreams. Chu Zhi snapped back to reality, relieved no drool had escaped during his reverie. The poet path is a floral one, but I'd still prefer Vita's talent to dominate the next round. After all, the pinnacle of dolphin vocals is Vita's. Chu Zhi mentally filed, world poet, under Plan B. System, you have to bless me with the grand prize this time, he muttered. Ignored when idle, worshipped when needed. Classic host behavior. The system's tone dripped sarcasm. Realizing he did only remember the system during draws, Chu Zhi backpedaled. It's just that I know you're busy. Didn't want to disturb you. But if you help me land the grand prize this time, I'll chat daily, $5 worth. Silence. Undeterred, Chu Zhi initiated the draw. 6 mystery boxes appeared. He picked one. Stray Birds. Prayers unanswered. Third time missing the grand prize. Resigned, he claimed the reward. At least it was a firm step toward poetic greatness. Whoosh. A prismatic flash later, the reward wasn't a physical book, but memories and insights fused into his mind. Skimming through, Chu Zhi marveled at Tagore's perspective, a true gift. Where ordinary people saw crowded streets and felt loneliness, Tagore wrote, "The road is crowded, yet lonely, for it is unloved." Half an hour later, fully assimilated, Chu Zhi sighed in relief. Thank God it's stray birds, not fruit gathering. The latter, Tagore's later work focusing on India's lower classes, would have been irrelevant. Stray birds comprised micropoems, 1 or 2 lines each. In his past life, they've been QQ signature staples. You might not know Tagore, but you'd seen his words. If you shed tears when you missed the sun, you also missed the stars. The world has kissed my soul with its pain, asking for its return in songs. Let life be beautiful like summer flowers and death like autumn leaves. Useless for the next competition, though. No short-term power boost. Chu Zhi initiated a second draw. Normally, he'd hoard coins for emergencies, but the show's pressure and his own inadequacy left no room for savings. This round's prizes: Voice of Despair, Oddity, Divine Throat Lozenges, Plain Beauty Song Pack, Light Years Away Song Pack, Cultivate Love Song Pack. Grand prize: Beethoven's composing talent. The lozenges likely countered smoking damage. A wild thought struck. If I reverse-engineered these, even at 50% efficacy, could I monopolize the market? He picked a box. White light flashed. Voice of Despair. Exhausted. Just end me. The grand prize is clearly a myth, like those when the latest iPhone lottery scams. Joke's on us. Nobody wins, Chu Zhi groaned. If grand prizes came easily, would they still be grand? The system countered. Things gained without effort aren't treasured or surprising. I'm different. Easily won grand prizes would still shock me. Paganini, Beethoven, Liszt, Vitas, with their talents, I'd be the sun. I'd be the night. Treasuring didn't matter, power did. Power did. The system went silent at key points, but Chu Zhi gleaned useful intel. The grand prize was possible, just astronomically rare. Now, Voice of Despair. Researching it sparked elation. Stronger than perfect vocals, it allowed him to channel utter despair when fully immersed. Heartbreak, anguish, these paled next to true despair. A cinematic example, The Mist's ending. Trapped in a car with monsters closing in, the group chooses suicide for dignity. Young Billy is too scared, so David shoots his own son. With one bullet left, David steps out to find another way. Only for the military to arrive moments later, monsters vanquished. His guttural wail? That was despair. This skill doesn't just convey sorrow. It makes listeners live the despair. Since music's essence is emotional transmission, this is practically a grand prize. A silver lining. With this, he stood a chance next round, even if challenged. 2 days until recording. Time to master this new weapon. His phone buzzed, a pinned WeChat message from Disciple of Big Cat. Ninth brother, try to eat 3 meals a day. Don't let your body fail before the truth comes out. To reply or not. Leaving concern unanswered felt cruel. The original Chu Zhi was too withdrawn or ashamed to face outsiders. Hence the radio silence. After a pause, he typed, "Okay." Their exchanges had always been terse. An instant reply. "Take care. More fame means more attacks. Try to ignore the hate online." The concern was palpable, but tragically late. The original Chu Zhi's final online glimpse before suicide had been. This trash is disgusting. Why not just die? Wasting air and land. Ah, the luxury of anonymous cruelty. Back to practice. Dinner was takeout, mild this time. Even a spice lover had to spare his stomach and more delicate regions. One more spicy meal would complete. Eat spicy food times 10, 3 coins. No rush. Stay elegant. The goal was within reach. Number 16. Another rehearsal. Chu Zhi's second appearance on I Am a Singer followed the show's song selection rule. Perform a song that has already been sung on stage by another contestant, not your own. In other words, he had to cover a song performed by one of the other competitors. This was brutal. With a stellar performance already delivered on the same stage, comparisons were inevitable. The song Chu Zhi chose was Deserted Island, performed by Koguchi Yoshihiro in the previous episode. His reasoning mirrored the Japanese singers. Deserted Island was simple to sing, requiring little technical skill. For the arrangement, I'd like the piano to sound brighter, Chu Zhi requested. After a moment's thought, Liang Pingbo, the music director, began working on a basic arrangement. Deserted Island was a melancholic love song. Though its main melody wasn't the typical G major triad, 5-7-2, or D major 7th chord, 2-4-6-1, it was still bound by the conventions of love songs. Anyone who had seen the Deserted Island music video would know it told the story of a couple reuniting in a foreign country after a breakup. At Chu Zhi's request, Liang Pingbo altered the chord progression to the classic Pachelbel sequence: C, G, AM, M, F, C, F/DM, G, derived from canon in D by the 17th century German composer Johann Pachelbel. This world had diverged from Earth's timeline starting in the 19th century, but before that, history remained largely the same. Earth songs like Goodbye My Love and King of Karaoke also used this chord progression, a universal formula for love songs. The resulting melody wasn't overwhelmingly sorrowful. Once the arrangement was finalized, Chu Zhi began his first rehearsal. Round and round, we meet and part. Everyone knows, you in the south, me in the north. Looking back, only I still cling to the past. I shouldn't hope that your future still holds me. Chu Zhi had practiced the song during breaks at the hotel, at least memorizing the lyrics so he wouldn't forget them on stage. Liang Pingbo listened closely through his headphones and applauded after the performance. Though Chu Zhi didn't employ complex techniques, his delivery was deeply emotional, perfectly capturing the heartache of lost love. Your voice is rich and full, Teacher Chu, but the slow, drawn-out melody might swallow some of the emotion, Liang Pingbo said. We could enhance the mood with violins and electric guitars. I believe the final result would be more impactful. It was a good suggestion. Based on Chu Zhi's current musical knowledge, the music director's advice was spot on and would undoubtedly improve the piece. But Chu Zhi declined. I think the melody is fine as it is. Thank you for your hard work, Director Liang, Chu Zhi said. And thank you to all the band members as well. If you insist. Liang Pingbo noted that this was the second time his suggestion had been rejected. After another rehearsal, the emotional delivery remained just as powerful. On I Am a Singer, where big voices dominated, singing a soft, lyrical love song usually led to disastrous results. The Wind Blows the Wheat Fields had earned second place thanks to its originality and beautiful tone, a rare exception. Deserted Island, however, faced an uphill battle. This wasn't arrogance on Chu Zhi's part. He was deliberately holding back. In just 2 days, he had mastered the core technique of the voice of despair and could adjust its intensity at will. During the rehearsal, he had only used 10% of its power, yet the music director had already praised his emotional delivery. What would happen if he used 50%? Despair was different from heartbreak or wistful longing, but at their core, they were all forms of sorrow. Close enough. Why not go all out? Chu Zhi had tested it at home. At 80% intensity, his voice could move listeners to tears, drowning them in overwhelming despair. For a song about lost love, 50% was already overkill. The reason he kept the melody slow and subdued was to highlight the emotional weight of his voice, a small trick. After rehearsing, Chu Zhi didn't leave immediately. Instead, he wandered around the audience seating, running his hands over the chairs. This wasn't random. He wanted to familiarize himself with the studio environment to ease his nerves before the competition. Whether it worked or not, it was worth a try. To Wei Tongzi, Chu Zhi seemed sentimental. As the saying goes, when a man stops loving a woman, everything she does is wrong, whether she cries, stays silent, lives, or even dies. Similarly, when a woman views a man through rose-tinted glasses, everything he does seems admirable. Teacher Chu must know his song won't score well, so he's reluctant to leave the stage, Wei Tongzi imagined, her heart aching for the slender figure lingering in the spotlight. About half an hour later, the last of the original contestants arrived for rehearsal, Lin Xia. Contrary to what one might think, the order of rehearsals wasn't determined by seniority. The biggest stars had their schedules accommodated by the production team. Lin Xia, busy with other commitments, had pushed his rehearsal to the latest slot. Ho Yubin and Koguchi Yoshihiro had rehearsed much earlier. Chu Zhi, with no leverage, had to wait for the program's scheduling. Lin Xia worked closely with his usual arrangement team, discussing the direction and details of the song's adaptation. Liang Pingbo, as music director, provided minor suggestions. Most artists had dedicated arrangers sent by their agencies. Someone like Chu Zhi, working alone, was a rarity. After all, a great vocal performance was never just the work of one person. Someone's over there. Is that Chu Zhi? Lin Xia's gaze landed on the figure still wandering the audience seats. Before his rehearsal, he decided to greet him. His manager, Brother Xian, frowned. Chu Zhi's online reputation isn't great. Be careful not to get dragged into any drama. It's just a greeting. Filming hasn't started yet. No drama to worry about, Lin Xia said before walking over to exchange a few words with Chu Zhi. The interaction was awkward. After the initial greeting, neither knew what to say next. They weren't familiar with each other. Their fan bases had overlapped significantly in the past, but there wasn't much to talk about. Maybe discuss music? Lin Xia, ever the awkward conversationalist, asked. How's your practice with Deserted Island going? I can sing it through smoothly. Should be decent, Chu Zhi replied stiffly. This wasn't his usual demeanor. His body still struggled with sudden social interactions. I've been learning to write lyrics lately. The lyrics for The Wind Blows the Wheat Fields are beautiful. We should exchange ideas sometime, Lin Xia said. I'll go rehearse now. I really like Glass Flowers, Chu Zhi responded. Hope we meet again, next time, Lin Xia said. Their brief exchange ended there. Chu Zhi didn't stay to watch Lin Xia's rehearsal. It might seem like he was scouting the competition, so he left with his music partner, Wei Tongzi. Glass Flowers was a classic 90s hit in this world. Zheng Yingying had covered it in the third episode, earning her third place, her best result so far. Lin Xia had mastered the art of stage performance. The original arrangement of Glass Flowers leaned toward folk music, while Zheng's version was more pop-oriented. Lin's adaptation, however, was clever, structured like a Neapolitan opera, fast, slow, fast, with a choir accompaniment. It had high notes, bold rearrangements, and was a familiar song to the audience, a combination that easily scored high. As long as his performance was stable, Lin Xia's goal was to secure second place and aim for first. After 2 rehearsals, Liang Pingbo praised, a stunning rendition. Your vocals keep improving, Teacher Lin. Without director Liang and the band's hard work, my version would lose half its charm, Lin Xia said humbly. Looking forward to your results. You'll do great, Liang Pingbo said. I'll do great. Unless I don't, Lin Xia declared firmly. The music director found the statement oddly phrased. Director Liang, if I may ask, how were Teacher Ho and Teacher Chu's rehearsals? Lin Xia inquired. Teacher Ho's skills are as strong as ever. As for Teacher Chu, Liang Pingbo hesitated. His singing was good, but a soft, lyrical song like Deserted Island isn't the wisest choice. For some reason, Lin Xia felt inexplicably relieved. Maybe Teacher Chu has his own interpretation of the arrangement. Liang Pingbo recalled the last rehearsal, where Chu Zhi had suggested replacing the Irish harp with a mezzo oboe, an improvement. The man did have ideas. They'd see how it played out. Lin Xia's assistants and manager, Brother Xian, quickly packed up to leave. Typically, an artist was accompanied by an on-the-go manager and a primary manager. The latter was determined by seniority, while the former was a stepping stone for newcomers in the industry. After all, only by shadowing artists could one build connections. Handling commercial deals and ads back at the office? That was the company's job. Brother Xian, Lin Xia's primary manager, asked, why the interest in Chu Zhi? Asking about Ho Yubin made sense. The veteran singer was a major obstacle on the path to victory. But Chu Zhi? He wasn't even infamous anymore, just notorious. All handsome men have high standards. He's one of the few Asians whose looks could rival mine, Lin Xia joked shamelessly. Then, turning serious, he added, I just have this feeling that Chu Zhi might make a comeback. Not even if the sky falls. Brother Xian retorted as they headed to the underground parking lot. Outside the Golden Eagle building, fans, tipped off by fan club leaders, had gathered, hoping to catch a glimpse of their idol. But Lin Xia's van drove off without stopping. When you were this popular, you could afford to be capricious. Number 17. The first step toward becoming a poet. Chu Zhi sorted through his small treasury. The night before, after finishing his spicy late-night takeout, He had completed the Ruthless Butcher achievement, eating spicy food 10 times, and earned 3 more personality coins. The Smoke Emperor achievement, smoking 100 cigarettes, was still 20+ cigarettes short, while the Drunken Immortal achievement, getting blackout drunk twice more, remained incomplete. The original owner of this body didn't smoke, so suddenly chain-smoking a pack a day had left Chu Zhi's throat feeling phlegmy. He adjusted his pace to half a pack daily. As for getting blackout drunk twice, he had already decided against it. Getting drunk risked him spilling secrets, so he avoided alcohol in public. If smoking and eating spicy food both damaged the vocal cords, would eating something icy and irritating count too? He decided to test it out. After eating 2 ice creams, nothing happened. My mistake. The system is, at its core, an idle personality system. The criteria aren't about harming the body. If a celebrity loved eating ice cream, it wouldn't seem bizarre. It might even become an endearing quirk. The afternoon was spent researching achievements, but unfortunately, he didn't unlock any new ones. As night fell and the sun retreated from the sky, Chu Zhi turned his attention to his next venture, poetry. He couldn't let Stray Birds, the collection he had drawn from the system, go to waste. It was, without exaggeration, the most famous collection of short poems in the world, unrivaled both domestically and internationally. Even the notoriously arrogantly AO, who criticized everyone under the sun, held Stray Birds in high regard. Posting it on Weibo? The platform had massive traffic, but copyright awareness was weak. Even if it gained traction, it wouldn't bring him fame. He needed a more professional platform. After some research, he discovered China PoetryNet. This wasn't some shady website. It was hosted by the China Publishing Group and was a key national cultural project. The homepage boasted that it was the platform with the highest average daily royalties for poets. Yet, a glance at the weekly hot list revealed how pitifully poetry had declined. The top-ranked poem had only 33 applauses, a form of virtual tipping. I knew poetry was niche, but I didn't expect it to be this dead. You could chill beer with how cold the scene is. Chu Zhi frowned. The era of good wine needs no bush was long gone. Relying solely on the website wouldn't cut it. He couldn't find the site's exact daily active users, but keyword search data was available. China PoetryNet averaged 200 to 300 daily searches on PC and around 1,000 on mobile. The traffic was too limited. Even if every visitor read his poems, it wouldn't be enough to make them go viral. We need to break out of this circle. The original Stray Birds was published in English, and I have the full text memorized. I'll post it on foreign platforms first, attract readers overseas, maybe even win an award. Then let the reputation rebound back home. With a plan in place, he registered an account. What username should he use? Scanning the poets on the rankings, he noticed many used names like So-and-so Hermit, Mountain Recluse, or Cave Dweller. Using his real name was out of the question. His comeback plan was only in its infancy, and Chu Zhi still carried too much baggage. Imagine the reaction. A disgraced celebrity with terrible public image suddenly starts writing poetry? People would dismiss it without even reading. First impressions were everything. Hence, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. He settled on Huainan, south of the Huai River. The name was a nod to the proverb, oranges grown south of the Huai River become tangerines. North of the Huai, they turn into bitter trifoliate oranges, Zhi. It's subtly connected to his Weibo handle, eating a big orange, without being overt. After registering, he explored the site. Despite its low traffic, the layout was sleek, befitting a national cultural project. The top navigation bar included sections like daily featured poems, new works by masters, classical poetry, e-collections, rankings, poetry weekly, editors' picks, Chinese to English translations. The Masters section showcased renowned poets from this world, winners of the Lu Xun Literary Award or contributors to prestigious journals like The Stars and October. Wait, Lu Xun exists here. Chu Zhi was surprised. Given that this world's cultural divergence began in the 19th century, figures like Lu Xun shouldn't exist. Had the system erased certain poets to make his plagiarism easier? Nah. The system can't be that overpowered. He rationalized it as this world's modern poetry scene simply developing differently. Next, he checked the ongoing poetry contests. 2019 Cross-Strait Poetry Festival, Writing for Hainan, a promotional event for Hainan's free trade zone. High-speed rail poetry contest, not a fit. Voices of Nature, sponsored by Poetry Journal. The third contest was perfect. It called for works celebrating nature, flowers, stars, landscapes, or stories about the natural world. The rules stated: original, plagiarism-free submissions only. 1 to 4 poems per person, each no longer than 30 lines. Multiple submissions invalid. 30 lines max. That's restrictive, even for modern poetry. Famous poems like Dai Wangshu's Rain Alley exceeded 40 lines. But Chu Zhi stopped himself from overanalyzing. He had a habit of getting lost in details. Time for action. He selected a few suitable poems from Stray Birds. Theme: short poems. 1. Passion. The fish in the water is silent. The beast on the earth is noisy. The bird in the air is singing. But man has in him the silence of the sea, the noise of the earth, and the music of the air. 2. Tempering. Only through the grind of hell can one forge the strength to create heaven. Only through bleeding fingers can one pluck the world's most haunting melodies. 3. Untitled. Plucking its petals, you do not gather the beauty of the flower. 3 should be enough. The original Stray Birds poems were untitled. Chu Zhi added the names himself. He used Zheng Jindua's Chinese translation, the most famous version on earth, which had sparked a short poem craze in its time. Works like bingeing's The Stars and Spring Water, recommended middle school readings, were direct descendants of that trend. After submitting the poems to the Voices of Nature contest, he closed the site. He knew better than to expect instant fame. Even Tagore needed time to ferment. Short poems, especially those just 2 to 3 lines long, were often dismissed as low effort, akin to the 3-line love poems popular online. High hopes, but patience is key. Besides, I haven't even translated them for foreign audiences yet. He washed up and went to bed early. Before 2 a.m. was early for him. Tomorrow at 8 p.m., I Am Indeed a Singer would air. The first test of his comeback plan was coming. Good night, Maka Paka, he said to the empty air. Maybe it was the loneliness of crossing worlds that made him blurt out the random in the night garden line. Good night, Migo Piga. The system responded. Chu Zhi hadn't expected a reply. Did the system think Maka Paka was its nickname? Or was it just humoring his loneliness? Either way, he drifted off, dreaming of not just a successful comeback, but becoming an Asian superstar, touring the world, and making money effortlessly. The next day, the weather was gloomy. A light drizzle pattered outside. But not even hail could stop a variety show from airing. I Am a Singer's current season held a 1.4% average rating, peaking near 2% at launch. While it couldn't match the 3% plus ratings of its golden age, it still lived up to its reputation as one of the big 4 music shows. The audience fell into 2 main groups. Working adults in their 20s, coming home exhausted, ordering takeout, and unwinding with the show on their tablets or phones. Teenagers, watching either to follow their idols or simply because it was trendy. The episode began with the host's cheerful announcement. Welcome to I Am Indeed a Singer, sponsored by Chunqing Organic Milk. I'm your host, singer Gu Nanshi. Number 18. Shocking the Internet. QQ Group, Baboon Call Center, Group 16. At first glance, it looked like a silly meme group, but it was actually a hardcore fan group dedicated to supporting Lin Xia, specifically, a data brigade group. These were the flower-laying workers for their idol, the backbone behind those millions of comments and reposts. In fandom terms, if you haven't done data work, you're not a real fan. Despite being a 1,000-member group, there were weekly performance reviews. Fail to meet the quota, and you'd be kicked out. Most members were middle and high schoolers, juggling schoolwork while scrambling to complete their tasks. Xingyuan app got banned, and there's no replacement. So annoying. UXIN, a high school freshman, swiftly switched between accounts. Every data worker maintained 7 to 8 backup accounts, their ammunition in the fandom wars. Xingyuan was an app that allowed bulk likes and reposts, but it got shut down in the recent crackdown. Similar apps like Yingyuan Bayo, Edu, Super Inyuan, and Mafansheng charged 1 to 2 renminbi per account binding. No wonder people said, fandom girls' money is the easiest to earn. UXIN was relatively new to the fandom, so her workflow was still clumsy, signing in on super topics, posting templated updates. It wasn't just copy-pasting. Too much repetition would trigger account bans. 2 hours later, her data shift was done. The show's starting. Time to hear Fei Fei sing. She opened Mango TV. At home, the TV was occupied by her grandpa, so she had to wait for the 10 p.m. exclusive stream. The moment the episode began, UXIN reflexively sent a bullet comment. Here for Fei Fei. Why was Lin Xia the show's traffic magnet? Just look at the screen. 80% of the bullet comments were about him, with the remaining 10% split between Koguchi Yoshihiro, Zheng Yingying, and Gunanchi. It wasn't that 80% of viewers were Lin Xia fans. It's just that casual viewers or fans of other singers rarely commented. In the era of traffic wars, silence equaled disinterest. The more disciplined fans held back, but the unrestrained ones flooded every performance with Lin Xia spam, breeding resentment among neutral viewers. Comments like, "Who's this challenger? Bold move. If Ho Yubin wasn't the finale, I'd leave after Fei Fei's song." Fei Fei delivered another masterpiece. And, like clockwork, fans and haters started arguing in the comments. Most viewers simply turned off bullet comments. UXIN, of course, joined the fray to defend her idol. Koguchi Yoshihiro and Ho Yubin took the stage with solid performances, but suddenly, the comments shifted. Warning, high energy ahead. Beware, trap incoming. Nuclear level alert. UXIN was confused. High energy or trap? Then, host Gunanchi introduced Chu Zhi. Mango TV's cinematography was professional, especially for variety shows. The moment Chu Zhi stepped into the light, the comments exploded. WTF? Why is this trash here? LMAO, since when can Chu Zhi sing? Is this a singing competition or a joke? Ugh, seeing him ruins my mood. Okay, this is high energy. If bullet comments had colors, these would be pitch black, the kind that made you want to disappear. The producers are trolling us. UXIN's first thought upon seeing Chu Zhi was, damn, he looks good in that suit. But the barrage of hate instantly reminded her of his scandals, as if the internet was screaming, liking him is a crime. So she muttered, ugh, disgusting. Then, the wind blows the wheat fields began. Chu Zhi had been right. Without perfect voice, his performance wouldn't have been this shocking. Early comments were still negative. Sounds weak and off-key. The lyrics are worse than my little brother's homework. Song's okay, but his singing sucks. But then, la la la. Like a siren's song luring sailors, or a barbarian king's ultimate ability, his voice shattered the hate into stunned silence. People often praise singers with phrases like voice of an angel or singing with soul, but perfect voice was a tier above. UXIN was instantly hooked. Even the bullet comments thinned out. By the song's end, her earlier frustration over missing Lin Xia's concert due to exams had melted away. Music really could heal. Being a multi-stan is totally valid, right? The screen erupted. Holy SH. Now I get the high-energy warning. Goosebumps. That was beautiful. I thought I could sing this. Turns out, I'm the clown. Mind blown. No wonder he was once a top idol. That voice is a gift from heaven. She added, if Fei Fei had this talent, he'd be unstoppable. When the results were announced, UXIN barely paid attention. Instead, she mused. Chu Zhi's visuals might actually rival Fei Fei's. For a hardcore fan to admit that even under thick bias goggles, it meant Chu Zhi's looks were undeniable. She opened QQ Space, where her fellow fans were losing their minds. Normally, post-episode buzz centered on Lin Xia, but this time, Chu Zhi dominated the conversation. Netizens were divided. Group 1, the shocked. Like user Cosmic Sky, who posted, my jaw dropped and still hasn't been found. As a former half-hearted fan who bought Chu Zhi's albums, let me be real. Back then, fans hyped his angelic voice, but we all knew it was just praising his face. Sure, some deluded themselves into believing it, but let's be honest. Ho Yubin's critique, the pauses aren't clean, weak notes are muddy, needs more technique, was too polite. Truth is, Chu Zhi's skills were barely above a KTV regular, and he often went off-key. I could outsing him, but that performance? Earth-shattering. How shocked was I? Let's just say my sanitary pad almost exploded. Those 4 segments numb me like a sparrow pecking at power lines, literally. Here's the question, why did nobody, Not even fans noticed this talent before the scandals? Were we all blinded by his looks, eyes smaller than our bras? After much thought, I've concluded, maybe the heavy auto-tune in his old songs buried his real voice? P.S. Don't watch this while on the toilet. You might clench too hard and snap your business off. Asterisk. The post went viral, with replies like, "Sis, do you have no shame left? LMAO, she's not wrong." His old songs were so auto-tuned, you couldn't even hear his real voice. Sparrow versus Bull's ass. Damn right it's impressive. But damn, Chu Zhi's visuals are still top tier. Number 19. Former fans turned haters. Hashtag the seal of electronic music hashtag. A bizarrely trending topic caught the attention of the indeed a singer production team, who further fueled the discussion. Aside from the shocked reactions, another portion of the discourse was pure hate, anger. As mentioned before, when you dislike someone, everything they do is wrong. Especially when the person you dislike starts gaining traction, it's downright unbearable. Comments like, "The domestic entertainment industry is truly doomed if this kind of artist can still get screen time. Mango TV has no shame, cashing in on any garbage. I used to doubt the rumors about him being a sugar baby, but now it's obvious. Even after being dragged online, he still lands this kind of opportunity. What else could it be?" Chu Zhi's current nicknames online range from the slightly restrained Chu the Scum to the more hostile Chu the Mole or Steel Wool, a derogatory term implying he was used up. The keyboard warriors in the entertainment industry were just hurling personal attacks, nothing new. Which idol hadn't had their family insulted at some point? When the entire environment was filthy, no one cared about throwing more trash into the mix. The real terror came from former fans turned haters. Because they had once been fans, they knew their idol best, and their criticisms were precise and well-founded. One comment read, "He was off-key during his Shanghai concert. That a cappella bit on Run Brothers sounded decent, but in reality, he couldn't even find the right pitch. Fan recordings clearly showed he was completely tone-deaf." Has the internet forgotten? Even an outdoor variety show needed heavy post-production editing. And now you're telling me he ranked second on I Am a Singer on his own? What a joke. Just another sound card warrior, someone who relies on auto-tune. From the details, this person had clearly bought tickets to his concert and even attended outdoor variety show recordings to support him. Another wrote, "Songwriting? Uft. As a former fan, I know his skills were bottom tier even among idols. He lacked basic knowledge, couldn't even answer simple history questions correctly on shows. No way he wrote those songs himself. Must have hired a ghostwriter. The lyrics are polished, but it's all fake. Anyone who's ever stand him knows." This one had been a hardcore fan, rewatching every show Chu Zhi appeared in and memorizing his interviews. They even dug up old screenshots as proof. Others expressed disappointment in the show itself for polluting the program with trash. These varied comments formed the heated online discussion, pushing I Am a Singer's popularity to rival the newly aired Masked Singer. The buzz even alarmed two companies, Kongfei Entertainment and Dahua Entertainment. First, Kongfei Entertainment. The conference room was as cold as the untouched tea in front of everyone, silent and stiff. They were late to the party. Both the CEO, Zhang, and Chu's former manager, Sister Foam, had assumed Chu Zhi would be eliminated in the first round. No one expected him to advance, let alone in such a defiant manner. Lyrics, composition, arrangement, all done by himself? Since when did Chu Zhi have this talent? Zhang asked Sister Foam. The head of the artist department chimed in. "I checked the copyright registry. It's all under his name. Unless you're telling me he's still hiring ghostwriters, which would mean my IQ has officially left the chat." All eyes in the room turned to Sister Foam. Even if Chu Zhi had only shown a sliver of songwriting talent before, they could have marketed him as a creative genius. But he displayed nothing. Sister Feng's mind raced. Writing takes time. Maybe he really had the talent, but he never had the chance to develop it before. Zhang somewhat bought this explanation. Before his downfall, Chu Zhi had been juggling 2 or 3 schedules a day, constantly flying between cities, with barely any rest. "Then let's drop it," Zhang said after a pause. The meeting hadn't yielded any real conclusions, so he wrapped it up with some generic corporate speak. "Don't put too much pressure on our artists. Focus on discovering their strengths. Our company has a solid artist development system. His words were directed at both Sister Feng and the artist department head. The irony was thick. The company had always prioritized squeezing every drop of commercial value from their artists, which had set the tone for the entire team. Now, suddenly, they were supposed to discover strengths? With what time? And let's be real. Everyone knew the company's training system was just code for pick pretty faces, ignore everything else. As if talent grows on trees, Sister Feng sneered internally, though outwardly she replied, I'll pay more attention to nurturing their talents. Skills do help longevity in this industry. Satisfied, Zhang ended the meeting. Back at her desk, Sister Feng rewatched the latest episode of I Am a Singer. Chu Zhi's performance of Wind Blows the Wheat Fields was good. Before, she'd pitted him for being relentlessly attacked. But now that he was no longer under her management, he was suddenly showcasing previously unseen talent. Instead of feeling proud, she felt a twinge of irritation, even hostility. She didn't know where this hostility came from. She called an acquaintance at Mango TV and, amidst small talk, learned a crucial piece of information. The surprise guest had been changed again. Originally, it was supposed to be a faded Hong Kong singer, nostalgic for 90s kids, but now, it was Li Xingwei. With Lin Xia already on the show, why would they invite Li Xingwei? Sister Feng couldn't believe it. In the entertainment industry, there was a saying, 6 kings of traffic: Wu, Chu, Yi, Xing, Yun, Fei. Wu referred to Wu Tang, the perennial #1 on Weibo's celebrity charts, with millions of interactions per post. Chu was Chu Zhi before his downfall. The others were all top-tier influencers in their own right. Chu Zhi's fans had been known for their purchasing power. Any magazine or photo book he appeared in would break sales records. For example, Bazaar Men Electronic Issues solo subscription ranking. Second place had 490,000, while Chu Zhi had 1.36 million, not just a record, but a landslide. In variety shows, kings don't meet kings. Lin Xia is trying to break into the top tier by leveraging I Am a Singer's prestige. If Li Xingwei joins, how will they handle it? Sister Feng mused. Think about it. What show would invite 2 massive traffic magnets at once? Even if the artists themselves got along, their fans would go to war. Her contact replied, no idea, but all 3 parties agreed. They 3 parties being the TV station, the artist's team, and the originally scheduled guest who got replaced. After some more industry gossip, they hung up. Li Xingwei was the Xing in the 6 Kings. His popularity surpassed even Lin Xia's. For him to join mid-season as a surprise guest was beneath his status, unless his agency had arranged it. Dahua Entertainment. Li Xingwei is their top star. Sister Feng realized this wasn't just a random switch. Having clawed her way through the industry's mud for over 20 years, she knew that when an artist suddenly got massively blacklisted, there was always a bigger game at play. She'd even suspected internal sabotage from Kang Fei's own executives, given how sluggishly the company had responded. Is this another move against Chu Zhi? She wondered. Number 20. When morality follows appearance. Is it necessary to go for the kill? Sister Feng felt her thoughts were a bit naive. In the entertainment industry, going for the kill was inevitable. Dahua Entertainment was a giant in the industry, capable of both underhanded tricks and overt schemes. Given the current number of Li Xingwei's fans, if he were to go up against Chu Zhi, losing would mean the end of the game, while winning would result in an onslaught from Li's fans. The choice before Sister Feng now was whether to inform Chu Zhi himself. Seeing how Chu Zhi had improved significantly after leaving her management, Sister Feng felt somewhat resentful. There was no need to help him. After thinking it over for a while, Sister Feng still didn't want to intervene. She called a friend at the TV station to ensure the editing wouldn't be malicious, settling the debt of their 2-year relationship. It worked. The post-production editing of I Am a Singer didn't twist the narrative. To be more precise, Chu Zhi barely had any screen time. Compared to the previous 2 guest performers, his footage was reduced by 2/3. After hanging up, Sister Feng arranged schedules for the artists under her management. Without a standout star, her most prominent artist now was Wang Aiyuan, a rising actress who had gained fame through web dramas and was barely considered a rising star. To climb higher, she needed more and better projects. Sister Feng took charge of her acting career, burying herself in work. For some reason, A phrase suddenly popped into her mind. After I was wronged, Sister Phone was the only one who helped me. The word only inexplicably stirred a faint sense of responsibility in her. Why the hell did I think of that? Sister Phone rubbed her temples. It must be the radiation from staring at the computer for too long, messing with her brain. Whatever, it's just a small favor. Last act of kindness. Last act of kindness. Sister Phone muttered as she dialed Chu Zhi's number. She told him that the new guest performer was Li Xingwei, but didn't mention Dahua Entertainment's overt schemes. In her view, telling him wouldn't solve anything, so there was no point. Time, October 5th. Location, Golden Eagle Building. Participants, many contestants. The new episode was being recorded. Chu Zhi speculated that arriving late might unlock some achievement, but he wasn't in a position to test that theory yet, so he obediently arrived first in the assembly hall, his music partner by his side. During the pre-recording lull, Wei Tongzi was scrolling through Weibo, mostly reading reactions to last night's episode. She had long since switched from a hater to a fan of Chu Zhi and was looking for like-minded opinions. What do I do? I feel like Chu, whether it's his looks or his voice, he's exactly my type. But the solid evidence of him being trash is really hard to ignore. I used to think the saying morality follows appearance was a joke, but now I'm not so sure myself. I was a neutral-turned hater, but after watching I Am a Singer, he's so gentle. Seriously, it's the first time I've been mesmerized by a man's moans. Those hums hit me right in the heart. Stop. I can't take it anymore. Let's not conflate character with artistry. Putting aside morals, Wind Blows Through the Wheat Fields is pretty good. Wei Tongzi kept scrolling. There was no solid evidence, but with enough rumors and gossip accounts, it started to feel real. As for describing his humming as moans, that was certainly bold phrasing. Teacher Chu, is it true that you're secretly married? Wei Tongzi suddenly asked, putting her phone down. Since filming hadn't started yet, she could ask casually. Do you think it's true or false? Chu Zhi deflected. I believe it's definitely false. Wei Tongzi blurted out, her tone hopeful. It is false, Chu Zhi confirmed. Then why? Wei Tongzi wanted to ask why he didn't clarify, but a production assistant arrived to announce the start of filming. The cameras rolled, cutting off any off-topic chatter. The two stood up, pretending they had just arrived by shuttle before walking into the assembly hall. Wei Tongzi's question stemmed from the fact that disproving a secret marriage was straightforward. Just show a certificate from the Civil Affairs Office or a household register proving his marital status was single. But proving innocence was only one step. The bigger challenge was convincing the public. Otherwise, even if a court ruled in his favor, would it matter in the court of public opinion? Some naively believed that the gossip accounts feasting on scandal would report XXX is innocent or XXX didn't do it once evidence emerged. Would they? No. They'd just pretend it never happened. Chu Zhi knew his situation all too well. If he wanted to clear his name, he should have done it when the accusations first surfaced, when the public was still paying attention and waiting for a twist. Now it was too late. The priority was treating his aphonia, not to mention the additional rumor about him being a kept man. A few minutes later, the second contestant arrived, Japanese singer Koguchi Yoshihiro, chatting amiably with his music partner, Zhang Yu. It's been a week. I've missed seeing you, Chu-san, Koguchi greeted with a bow, his black beret firmly in place, hiding his thinning hairline. I'm also looking forward to your cover performance, Chu Zhi replied warmly. He was happy to interact with contestants. Interaction meant screen time. His music partner only spoke during ad reads and never prompted him otherwise. I went back and watched some of your past performances. You have the steadiness of a castle tower, Koguchi said earnestly, making an okay gesture. The stage presence was incredible. Past performances? Chu Zhi studied the Japanese singer's sincere smile, unsure whether it was praise or sarcasm. Koguchi had indeed gone back to watch. As a devoted admirer of looks, he'd focused solely on Chu Zhi's appearance, barely registering the singing, let alone the endless stream of online scandals. His comment about the steadiness of a castle tower referred solely to Chu Zhi's consistently striking visuals. But you seem a bit pale today. Are you feeling unwell? Zhang Yu translated Koguchi's words as the latter looked on with concern. It's nothing serious, Chu Zhi replied. His sickly pallor and bloodless lips were part of his preparation for his desert island performance, a calculated move to evoke sympathy. A handsome man playing up his illness might not be as effective as a beautiful woman doing the same, but combined with his voice of despair, Chu Zhi was confident. He had to do everything in his power before leaving the rest to fate. He'd known Dahua Entertainment would strike if he showed signs of a comeback. He just hadn't expected it so soon. The executives weren't fools. They acted decisively. "Take care of yourself," Koguchi said. "I know a good doctor. Would you like a referral?" "What kind of doctor?" Chu Zhi seized the opening. "Traditional Chinese medicine. A very skilled one," Koguchi said. "My condition can't be treated by TCM," Chu Zhi replied before steering the conversation elsewhere. During their chat, Koguchi encouraged Chu Zhi to try the Japanese entertainment scene. While idols weren't highly regarded there, someone with Chu Zhi's looks would undoubtedly be popular. The third and fourth contestants arrived together, Lin Xia and Gu Nanqi. They exchanged greetings as they entered the hall. "Where have you been these past few days?" "You look tanner," Gu Nanqi said to Lin Xia, immediately touching on a sore subject. Lin Xia had been a guest on Run, Brothers for 2 days of filming under the sun. Lin Xia retorted, "You do realize that as long as I'm not as pale as Chu Zhi, I'm technically not tanned, right?" "That's the most meaningless thing you've ever said," Gu Nanqi shot back with a dose of nonsense logic. "We ran into each other during rehearsals," Lin Xia said, first addressing Chu Zhi in Chinese before switching to Japanese for Koguchi. "Koguchi-san, it's been a week. Good to see you again." He was showing off his multilingual skills. As the group chatted, the other contestants trickled in. Once all the main performers had gathered, the music partners drew lots to determine the night's performance order. Number 21. An unexpected challenge. "Nanqi, did you watch this week's Red Mansion Dream?" "It was amazing," Zhang Yingying chimed in. "Hard to believe teacher Dai Yang is so pink in private," Gu Nanqi remarked. "This is the definition of two-faced, totally different on and off stage. I was invited to Red Mansion Dream too. If my place wasn't such a mess, I would have agreed." Lin Xia joined the conversation. Teacher Dai Yang from the General Political Department Opera Troupe, Ho Yubin, catching a familiar name, asked, "What does this show have to do with the classic novel?" "If there aren't any other soprano singers named Dai Yang, then yes, that's the one," Lin Xia said. "Uncle Ho, Red Mansion Dream is a popular reality show where they film celebrities 24/7 in their homes. They even assign tasks for entertainment value." Zhang Yingying freely discussed other shows because Red Mansion Dream was also produced by Mango TV. Ho Yubin frowned. "People who enjoy this show probably have a voyeuristic streak. Human nature, I suppose. But why name it after Dream of the Red Chamber?" He didn't dislike the show itself, but he hated the appropriation of a literary classic. Every show needed a theme, just like how the romance site JJWXC forced pretentious themes onto its stories. Even a show capitalizing on voyeurism needed a noble facade. Before each episode, a couplet was displayed. "The jade in the box seeks a worthy price. The hairpin in the case awaits its time to shine." The lines, borrowed from Dream of the Red Chamber, originally described the ambitions of the impoverished scholar Jia Yutsuan. The show twisted the metaphor. Male guests were the jade, female guests the hairpins, and the program framed itself as an observation of rising stars rather than pure voyeurism. The title Red Mansion Dream was a dual reference. The red alluded to the classic, while Mansion came from the surname of the show's producer, Pei Lugua. After Lin Xia's explanation, Ho Yubin's frown eased, though he remained puzzled. Why would Dai Yang, one of China's top 5 tenors, renowned across Asia, participate in such a show? "Nanqi, you misused the term two-faced," Ho Yubin corrected. "It's a negative phrase. Teacher Dai Yang has given us incredible performances." "Then I'll put it in quotation marks. That makes it okay," Gu Nanqi said. "Using a negative term positively does work with quotes," Ho Yubin conceded seriously. "I wonder what Red Mansion Dream's casting criteria are," Zhang Yingying mused. "They've got opera singers and young actors. Let me guess, you want in too?" Lin Xia teased. Zhang Yingying shot him a look. "Wow, not a useless observation for once. Of course I'd want to be on that show. It's huge right now." After dissecting the latest reality TV drama, conversation circled back to the usual topic, tonight's challenger. The entertainment industry truly was a vanity fair. Discussion revolved around Lin Xia, Ho Yubin, and a few others, leaving the rest sidelined. Chu Zhi sat quietly, reviewing lyrics in his mind. Soon, the music partners returned with the performance order. Wei Tongxi's luck was mixed. Fifth slot was decent, but following Lin Xia meant competing for votes right after a crowd favorite. Why fifth? Third or sixth would have been better, Wei Tongxi grumbled. No one wanted to go first. Nerves aside, it usually meant lower votes. So who drew the short straw this time? Koguchi Yoshihiro. His partner Zhang Yu hadn't pulled a favorable slot. After greeting the group, Koguchi headed backstage to change into his performance outfit, black leather with clinking metal chains, full-on heavy metal vibes. I wanted to go after Chu-san. Zhang-chan, next time you must make that happen, Koguchi declared, removing his beret. The hallway's warm air ruffled his thinning hair as he mentally prepped for battle. Wait, hadn't he previously wanted to follow Lin Xia? When did this change? Zhang Yu hesitated before cautiously mentioning Chu Zhi's scandals, rumors of being kept, secret marriage, plagiarism, etc. He held no personal grudge, but worried Koguchi's enthusiasm might backfire. Impossible. Koguchi snapped instantly. All lies. Chu-san could never be that kind of person. Zhang Yu blinked. How could a Japanese singer be so certain? Appearance reflects the soul. Just look at Chu-san. He's clearly a good man, Koguchi insisted. Zhang Yu was speechless. Koguchi's expression radiated absolute conviction, proof that for some, beauty was morality. Zhang-chan, don't believe those rumors. Someone must envy Chu-san, Koguchi advised solemnly. Okay, Zhang Yu realized, to a true believer, no logic could shake their faith. On stage, the host's introduction concluded. Koguchi launched into MT Everest is Liquid, a rhythmic dance track originally by Gunanshi. His remix added drum beats and shamisen, transforming it into a battle shonen OP. Liquid Everest. Melting with time's flow. Gaseous love. Expands, vanishes. The original lyrics used the mountain as a metaphor for fading love, but Koguchi's version sounded ready to punch Everest into submission. Audience votes, 666. A fun number, but a drop from his previous 699, one short of Chu Zhi's last score. Whether I Am a Singer used planted audience members was unclear. Officially, voters were selected from public applicants. This week's crowd seemed harsher. The next two performers also scored lower than usual. Then came the fourth act. Next up, the first Chinese artist to win the AMA's International Artist of the Year. His talent is undeniable. Please welcome Lin Xia, performing Glass Flowers. Gunanshi announced. The show loved flexing contestants' achievements, always rotating for maximum prestige. Before he even began, Lin Xia had already won via costume. His outfit was stunning, a medieval-style armor recreated in transparent plastic, refracting stage lights like actual glass. If life were a race, Lin Xia had sprinted past the starting line in designer gear while others were still lacing their shoes. Skill-wise, Lin Xia couldn't touch Ho Yubin, but against typical idol group pretty boys, total annihilation. His operatic rendition of Glass Flowers was a career best. High notes effortless, emotions seamless. Even he felt the magic. The 4-minute performance earned roaring applause and 725 votes, surpassing Ho Yubin's last episode win, 716. A triumph. Then, beep beep beep. Red lights flashed. The shrill alarm signaled. A challenger approaches. Number 22. The expected outcome. The entire audience was stunned. Lin Xia, who was about to return backstage to remove his cumbersome costume, froze in place. He hadn't expected that after delivering an exceptional performance with 725 votes, the surprise guest would still dare to challenge him. Chu Zhi challenged everyone, and now this new guest is challenging me? Are all challengers this bold? Who is it? Brother Lin. Who is it? His music partner asked beside him. To my knowledge, I know nothing about this, Lin Xia replied, his expression still filled with bewilderment. The challenger causing this upheaval was Li Xingwei, who was waiting in a separate room with his music partner. Among the 6 members of Wu Tu Chu Wei, Yixing Yunfei, if Chu Zhi was the best-looking, then Li Xingwei was undoubtedly the most skilled. A graduate of Waseda University's sports medicine program, he was scouted in Japan for his striking looks and underwent rigorous training under Johnny and Associates. With 3 years of experience performing on countless stages in Japan, Li Xingwei was the main vocalist and secondary dancer. His skills were undeniable. Li Xingwei had been sent by Dahua Entertainment to target Chu Zhi. The original plan was to challenge Chu under the guise of former label mates, setting up a narrative for trending hot searches like eliminating a public menace. But Li Xingwei had other plans. Even though Dahua Entertainment was an industry giant, Li Xingwei, as one of their top moneymakers, had his own agency. If he refused to come, they couldn't force him. The reason he agreed to be a surprise guest? Lin Xia. Both were singer-dancers in the same niche. Li Xingwei's real target was Lin Xia. Watching from the green room as Lin Xia delivered a flawless performance, he immediately hit the challenge button without hesitation. As for Chu Zhi, a talentless hack, unworthy of my challenge. Even back when they were grouped together, Li Xingwei had looked down on him, considering Chu Zhi a drag on his own reputation. Now that Chu Zhi was washed up, even less reason to acknowledge him. Welcome back to I Am a Singer, sponsored by Chunxing Organic Milk. The information I just received about our surprise guest. Wow, when gods fight, mere mortals suffer, Gu Nanqi announced. He is the first post-90s male Mandarin singer to hold a solo concert at Hong Kong's Red Star Arena, a two-time winner of Net Asian Music Awards Best Global Artist. Please welcome surprise guest Li Xingwei. The applause was thunderous. The audience hadn't expected such an exciting twist. Li Xingwei performed Blue Sky, the hit that won him Song of the Year in 2018. His stage presence was breathtaking. His hair temporarily dyed a striking azure, dressed in a dark tailcoat with a matching shirt and a vivid blue tie, like a dark prince at a grand ball. The applause grew even louder. His physique is more toned than Chu San's, but his looks lose by a mile. Tsunuchi muttered to himself in the waiting room. No one paid him any attention, partly because he was speaking Japanese, but mostly because everyone was still reeling from the shock. Challenging Lin Xia? Chu Zhi pondered. The bullet veered off target. Lin Xia maintained a calm facade for the cameras, but internally, he was anything but composed. If it weren't for propriety, he'd have immediately pulled his manager aside to ask, "Why is Li Xingwei here?" Two tigers cannot share one mountain, unless one is half dead. Lin Xia wasn't the only one panicking. The production team was in chaos. If Li Xingwei succeeded, Lin Xia would be eliminated. If he failed, Li Xingwei, a marquee name, would be out in his debut episode. Either outcome would enrage fans. Blue Sky also received 725 votes from the audience. Whether there was any manipulation behind the scenes was left to speculation. What an incredible coincidence. 800 audience members somehow produced identical scores, Gu Nanqi remarked in mock amazement. If I said this wasn't miraculous, I'd probably get scolded. But since the votes came from you, our esteemed audience, and as a host who's never seen this before, I'll need to consult with the director. After about 10 minutes, Director Meng Fan reached a decision. Gu Nanqi announced to the crowd, since the challenger and the original contestant have tied, and both Lin Xia and Li Xingwei delivered outstanding performances, the production team has decided that Li Xingwei will return as the surprise guest next episode. Moreover, he must challenge all contestants and secure a top 3 finish to be deemed successful, she added. To the audience, this seemed like a fair compromise. But behind the scenes, no one knew what negotiations had transpired between the production team and Dahua Entertainment. Glass Flowers is the most unique arrangement I've ever heard, Li Xingwei thought as he amiably hugged Lin Xia. Seeing a master at work made me hit the button without thinking. Honestly, I kind of regretted it afterward. Li Xingwei's smile was disarmingly bright, giving the impression of a straightforward, sunny young man. I've sung this at fan meets. It's an incredible song, Lin Xia replied. The moment you stepped on stage, Teacher Li, I knew anyone who could perform Blue Sky would definitely be able to perform Blue Sky. I was a bit nervous on stage, Li Xingwei said, unaccustomed to such circular compliments. On camera, their exchange was full of mutual admiration. What were they really thinking? Li Xingwei, humph, probably had some clause in his contract guaranteeing he wouldn't be eliminated. No way our votes were actually tied. They must have suppressed mine. Lin Xia. The production team was too scared of his fanbase to eliminate him right away. They definitely padded his score by dozens of votes. How else could it be a tie? The two returned to the waiting room, all smiles. After witnessing two high-caliber performances, the audience's enthusiasm had dimmed slightly. Thank goodness he didn't pick me. I'd have lost for sure, Zheng Yingying thought privately. The other contestants felt even more uneasy. I Am a Singer was supposed to be about vocal skill, but everyone knew votes were swayed by popularity. Unless they delivered a god-tier performance, those with solid skills but smaller fan bases were at a clear disadvantage. Hou Yubin gave Li Xingwei's Blue Sky a moderately positive review, praising his mature technique, but suggesting he find a more comfortable vocal range to develop a distinctive style. The atmosphere in the room remained cordial. Now it was Chu Zhi's turn. Unlike the others, he simply stood and walked straight to the preparation area. Teacher Chu, are you performing in that outfit? Wei Tongzi asked, following him. For his trip to Star City, Chu Zhi had only brought 2 sets of clothes. Tonight's choice was a dark brown trench coat with subtle patterns over a striped knit sweater. While it was true that handsome people could make anything look good, stage costumes were fundamentally different from everyday wear. This wasn't some gimmick reserved for untalented singers. Just look at Eason Chan's flamboyant concert outfits. Chu Zhi's attire was far too plain. I prepared this myself. No one helped me. Chu Zhi said. Your agency? There's no way they wouldn't provide performance outfits. Wei Tongzi pressed. I terminated my contract. It's just me now, Chu Zhi replied. Kongfei Entertainment had been eager to drop him, but surprisingly, they hadn't announced it yet. If Chu Zhi were in their shoes, he'd have done the same. Squeeze every last drop of value from a declining artist. Once this episode aired, history suggested Chu Zhi would face another wave of online hate. Then the company would reveal the termination, earning public goodwill with statements like, "We do not tolerate artists with flawed morals." But Chu Zhi's unexpectedly strong performance had delayed those plans, leaving the public in the dark. It's just me now. The words painted a picture in Wei Tongzi's mind, a lone figure standing against an overwhelming tide of darkness. Her heart ached faintly. Next up, the artist who set the record for fastest solo concert after debut, performing to a crowd of 80,000. Please welcome Chu Zhi, singing Deserted Island. Gu Nanqi announced. Number 23. All about emotion. Were the singers in the waiting room looking forward to Chu Zhi's performance? Not particularly. This wasn't personal. After the last round, Hou Yubin had looked up Chu Zhi's background. While he agreed that virtue precedes artistry, character precedes performance, he couldn't deny the young man's talent. The problem was, this round wasn't about original songs, it was Deserted Island. The simpler a song, the more it relied on technique. And Chu Zhi's technical skills, Lin Xia, Li Xingwei, and Zheng Yingying all thought the same. The only one burning with anticipation was Koguchi Yoshihiro. He was even a little excited. Chu Zhi was singing the same song as him. Standing before hundreds of listeners again, Chu Zhi realized one thing. Rehearsing in front of an empty audience did nothing to curb his nerves. He was still tense, but noticeably less than last time. Because now he had a cheat code. Confidence. As Deserted Island began, its light prelude felt like an outsider narrating someone else's emotions. Despair's voice activated, 50% intensity. The moment Chu Zhi sang his first line, it was drenched in story, or more accurately, disaster. His soft, confessional tone dragged every listener, audience and contestants alike, into the song's world. At just 10% intensity, music director Liang Pingbo had praised his emotional richness. Multiply that by 5. Deserted Island was originally about the melancholy of reuniting with an ex-lover abroad. Koguchi's rendition had leaned into White Album-style romantic angst. But Chu Zhi's version? It sounded like his ex had died. The sorrow was Shakespearean. Romeo and Juliet meets butterfly lovers. A fusion of tragedies. A smart man doesn't flaunt his weaknesses. Chu Zhi's vocal habits, placement, resonance, enunciation, and transitions were all flawed. His strengths, his face, and his cheat. So he abandoned technique entirely. By the chorus, his voice cracked. Round and round, we meet just to part. Everyone knows, you're south, I'm north. Looking back, only I still cling. I shouldn't hope that your future holds me. The crack on still cling didn't ruin the song. It enhanced it, a raw, desperate scream in the void. The bass and guitar melodies stood no chance. They were drowned by a voice that sounded like it was weeping. The spotlight captured every detail: his plain clothes, bloodless face, and ashen lips. Several women in the audience teared up. When the 3-minute song ended, the stage went dark. Silence. Last time, wind blows through the wheat fields, left everyone in peaceful quiet. This time, the silence was a storm cloud of grief pressing down on the crowd. Then, sniffles. Thank you to music director Liang Pingbo for the arrangement, and to the band for their accompaniment, Chu Zhi said briskly before exiting. Even his departure couldn't lift the gloom. Host Gu Nanshi took an extra 30 seconds to compose herself before walking on stage. I'm not shallow. I just can't stand watching beautiful people suffer. What kind of heartbreak did Chu Zhi go through? She wondered, before remembering her job. Let's thank contestant Chu Zhi for Deserted Island, a version unlike any we've heard before. Her words finally broke the spell. The audience erupted like Hiroshima. I was laughing at first. Had no idea what was coming. You need to get dumped 100 times to sing like that. Not 99. No hospital on earth could cure Chu Zhi's breakup. Feel like my soul got hollowed out. Wait, isn't Chu Zhi supposed to be a player? How's he this devoted? Whiplash. One buzzed-cut guy elbowed his teary friend. Dude, crying? You look like a paid actor. Shut up. This song just murdered my first love all over again, the friend muttered, wiping his face. Most tears came from personal memories. The highest praise a song can get isn't defeating rivals, but moving someone. Backstage, music director Liang Pingbo struggled for words before conceding. I underestimated him. Chu Zhi truly understands music. In the waiting room, Yang Guiyun, another marginal contestant like the eliminated Wu Shi, exchanged stunned glances with his partner. A pretty boy delivered that. Objectively speaking, that level of emotional intensity was rare even in his own 10 to 20-year career. Lin Xia snapped out of it first, turning to the most technically skilled singer present. Uncle Ho, thoughts? Ho Yubin's face was a portrait of shock. All emotion. No need to elaborate. Lin Xia knew the unspoken second half, zero technique. Chu Zhi had even cracked his voice, yet the sorrow was real. After collecting himself, Ho Yubin added, abandoning technique for pure emotion is amateurish. But tonight, it gave us something extraordinary. Lin Xia's mind wandered to gaming. How he loved playing jungler, waiting for teammates to die before swooping in for kills. Dead allies equals higher DPS. Turns out Chu Zhi was the same. Too famous equals worse performances. Now that he's flopping? Masterpieces. Ho Yubin cautioned. Even acknowledging diverse artistic approaches, I can't recommend this method. Who the hell would try? Without Chu Zhi's bottomless grief, this approach was a car crash. A 10-car pileup. Did he channel all that online hate into the song? Regardless, it was impressive. Li Xingwei knew he couldn't fuse emotions into singing like that. Did this make him regret dismissing Chu Zhi earlier? Of course not. Admitting others are strong is hard. Admitting you're wrong is harder. Unless you're supremely rational, which Li Xingwei wasn't, you'll always find excuses. The votes came in, 741, the night's highest score so far. Li Xingwei clapped cheerfully. Chu Zhi's Deserted Island was legendary. That depth of feeling? 741 is well-deserved. He wasn't worried. You think he can pull this emotional dump every time? Technically, Chu Zhi was bad. Worse than a cafeteria lunch special. This only confirmed Li Xingwei's stance. Next time, he'd crush him by 100 votes. Isn't 741 the season's best score yet? Zheng Yingying mused. The emotional pull was insane. If we felt it back here, imagine the live audience. Veteran host Zhang Yu, a 4-season I Am a Singer staple, added. In all 4 seasons, Teacher Chu's score would rank 3rd overall. He then translated for Koguchi, who pumped his fist. Amazing. Chu San's version surpasses mine in expressiveness and stage impact. 3rd highest in 4 seasons? Absolutely deserved. His delayed reaction, courtesy of translation lag, landed like a post-credits scene. Number 24. What is Happy Planet? Zheng Yingying didn't understand why the Japanese singer in front of her was so excited, more so than if he'd performed successfully himself. Lin San and Li San also delivered brilliant performances tonight. The stage is truly dazzling with stars. Koguchi concluded his praise. though his thoughts drifted to Chu Zhi's sickly appearance. His concern, however, was minimal. The pale, fragile look paired with heart-wrenching vocals had created an arresting stage presence. Koguchi even felt Chu Zhi's illness enhanced his beauty. His admiration wasn't rooted in friendship. It was purely aesthetic appreciation. "Welcome back, tonight's saddest man," Zheng Yingying called out, spotting Chu Zhi entering the lounge first. Koguchi stood to greet him with a torrent of Japanese praise, leaving his music partner Zhang Yu struggling to keep up with translations. "Have some milk." "Singing with that much emotion takes a toll," Ho Yubin said, casually grabbing a sponsor's milk carton from the table. "It really was exhausting." "Thank you, Teacher Ho." Chu Zhi accepted the milk gratefully. "All right, let's all drink Chunxing organic milk." Wei Tongzi, less observant than her senior, grabbed 2 more cartons upon the reminder. "Teacher Chu, you seem really unwell, drink more." "I'll try, but I'm not a dairy cow," Chu Zhi replied, sipping the milk despite its mediocre taste. Even sponsors couldn't mask that. "Teacher Chu, you're born to sing love songs. When you sing them, it's like you're singing love songs," Zheng Yingying remarked, this time avoiding her usual orange nickname for him. "Wait, did you just steal my bit?" Lin Xia cut in. "That's the kind of meaningless wordplay I specialize in." Had Gu Nanqi been present, she'd have rolled her eyes. Zheng Yingying clarified. "Fine, I admit it was nonsense. What I meant was, when Teacher Chu sings love songs, it feels like he just got his heart broken, but still can't let go. Crying over someone else's relationship drama." Chu Zhi offered lightly, though her comment sparked an idea. With Despair's voice and a couple of iconic love ballads, he could dominate. Deserted Island was decent, but imagine pulling Zhou Chuanxiong or Jeff Chang's hits, Love Like Tide, Faith, Lonely Sandbar Cold, Dusk. Pair those with Despair's voice, and Ballad Prince would be an understatement. The show marched on regardless of backstage chatter. The final 2 performers, Ho Yubin and Yang Guiyun, the latter's name as forgettable as his career, scored 633 and 577 votes respectively. Ho delivered his usual excellence with a rock cover of eliminated contestant Wu Shi's signature song, a veteran's gesture of respect. His lower-than-average votes stemmed from following Chu Zhi's emotional tsunami. Audiences still steeped in sorrow struggled to shift gears to his martial anthem. Yang Guiyun, China's pioneer of soul music, maintained his stable 500-range votes. Soul, a blend of R&B and gospel, remained niche domestically. Even in this parallel world, Yang stood alone in the genre, his pretentious labeling of it as soul, failing to mask its lack of appeal. Ugly people sure love making trouble. Koguchi side-eyed Yang's interruption of his halting conversation with Chu Zhi. "What are your thoughts on soul?" Yang asked abruptly, having posed this question to every contestant to bask in their obligatory praise. Online, he styled himself father of Chinese soul, the musical form that best expresses the heart. "It's meaningful," Chu Zhi offered diplomatically. Yang's bulldog face lit up with smug satisfaction. Each artist here had distinct musical philosophies. Ho championed folk traditions. Lin Xia oscillated between pop and progressive metal. Gu Nanhyun's jazz roots in Hong Kong had given way to mainland funk, think Michael Jackson's Thriller. As for me, Chu Zhi mused, no grand artistic vision, just fame, money, and harvesting loyal fans. When host Gu Nanqi finally returned, her gaze lingered on Chu Zhi with newfound calculation. If last week's Wind Blows Through the Wheat Fields tweaked public perception, tonight's Deserted Island could reclaim fans despite the scandals, she assessed. As a woman who dated her share of younger men, she recognized the nuclear appeal of a heartbroken idol. That trembling kitten vulnerability triggered primal protective instincts. Beauty is weaponized, she thought, recalling how even notorious mistresses like the most beautiful Miss Hong Kong could sway public opinion with visuals alone. It wasn't about morality. Biology wired humans to respond to aesthetics. Could Chu Zhi actually stage a comeback through a singing show? The outlandish hypothesis took root. If he maintains this trajectory, her decision was made. Cultivating this rising star might prove advantageous. After 20 minutes of idle chatter with no sign of director Meng Fan, Lin Xia grew antsy. Until he arrives, we're stuck not knowing next week's theme. When Meng finally appeared 5 minutes later, the group ribbed him. Took you long enough. A staffer said you fell in the bathroom, true? We've aged waiting. Unfazed, Meng announced with a grin. Next episode is our semi-final. The theme? No theme at all. Number 25. I want it all. No requirements, as the requirement. Good grief. Are you just messing around here? Lin Xia felt director Meng was spouting too much nonsense and not getting straight to the point. With the competition format upgraded, after discussions with our entire production team, we've decided that for the upcoming semifinals, all 8 contestants will be given full freedom to perform at their best, no more restrictions, announced Meng Fan, the show's director. So, for this round, there will be no song draws. Each contestant can keep their performance choice a secret until next week. Our music team will fully support everyone in preparing their secret weapons to amaze the audience. The theme for the semifinals is a performance that surpasses even the best. Meng Fan suddenly raised his voice, startling Wei Tongzi, who had zoned out. With the rules announced, the recording for this episode neared its end. Meng Fan stood up and said, "Now, for the classic moment sponsored by Tide Laundry Detergent. Before leaving, please write down your expectations for the semifinals or a message to yourselves on these cards." Another classic moment segment, I Am a Singer, was already nearing its finale, yet they could still pull out a new sponsor out of thin air, proof of the show's soaring ratings. Then, Meng Fan pulled out a plastic box about the size of an iPhone box. Why emphasize iPhone? Not because of ad revenue, but because Apple's packaging without a charger is just that compact. The box was painted with a rust effect finish, but the cheap texture made it look like something from a dollar store. The director opened it and took out 8 palm-sized cards. The front was blank, while the back displayed Tide slogans. With Tide, no stains. With Tide in winter, hotpot every day. It had to be said, foreign brands really spared no expense in advertising to capture the Chinese market. Familiar brands like Safeguard, Head & Shoulders, and Rejoice were all products of the American company Procter & Gamble. Bring out your secret weapons. This meant original songs were allowed. Chu Zhi once again felt his personality coins weren't enough. Wei Tongzi quickly distributed the cards and markers. Ho Yubin casually wrote, "Compete with skill and style." Zhang Jiang, "Can you teach me how to write? I hope to sing more great songs in Chinese." Koguchi asked his music partner. Japanese already used many Chinese characters, and Koguchi was a fast learner, even if some characters looked a bit wobbly. Thank you to the audience who still listens to my music quietly. Chu Zhi didn't overthink it. Neither did Lin Xia, Li Xingwei, Yang Guiyun, or Gu Nanqi. The most hesitant was Zheng Yingying, pin hovering in the air. It's just an expectation, not your life story. No need to overcomplicate it, Gu Nanqi said. I have too many expectations for next week's recording, Zheng Yingying argued. I want a great performance. I don't want to rank last again. I want more fans to like my music. And since we can't erase anything on the card, of course I have to think carefully. Her logic was flawless. Gu Nanqi found herself speechless. But as someone who always had to steer conversations, she quipped, "Then just write. I want it all." Adults have to make choices. Only kids can say I want it all. I'm past the age of being spoiled, Zheng Yingying said, finally settling on her wish. Don't rank last. This round, Zheng Yingying was in last place. If Li Xingwei, like Chu Zhi, challenged everyone next time, she'd be eliminated. By the time recording wrapped up, it was already 8:30 p.m. The contestants looked exhausted. Gu Nanqi wanted to rush to the dressing room and remove her makeup, but she resisted. For a celebrity, taking off makeup mid-schedule was like discarding your weapon in battle. As the part-time host, she had more screen time, but also the most lines. No wonder she was drained. The post-show networking began, with small groups making plans. As the saying goes, life is a net, and socializing is jumping in it. The more you jump, the tighter it wraps around you, until leaving feels like walking naked. Chu Zhi got 741 votes, first place. My real score was 725, second place. The new guy, Li Xingwei, is third. I used to think Uncle Ho was my only rival for the title, but Chu Zhi is too, Lin Xia mused. He was still confident in his own skills. With that in mind, he invited Chu Zhi, who was about to leave, to dinner. Koguchi hurriedly cut in. I also want to invite Chu San to dinner. He hadn't understood Lin Xia's Chinese, and with recording over, his music partner Zhang Yu wasn't translating anymore. But judging by the context, he could guess. Lin San, please convey my invitation to Chu San, Kayaguchi said. Zhang Yu sighed inwardly. Before Chu Zhi joined, this guy was always inviting Lin Xia to dinner. Now these Japanese really are unreliable. Even though she got along fine with Koguchi, the ingrained discrimination against islanders, like how old-stock Americans viewed black people, was hard to shake. Sorry, I'm not feeling well today, Chu Zhi declined. Next time, it's on me. As he refused, a soft, harp-like chime sounded in his mind, just like when he unlocked the Smoke King achievement after his first cigarette. A new achievement must have been triggered, meaning more personality coins. Just what I needed. Teacher Chu, you do look pale. Make sure to rest well. Health is important. Koguchi and Lin Xia couldn't argue. Chu Zhi really did look unwell, so they just expressed concern. Wait, I remember you still owe me a meal, Zhang Yingying suddenly said. Last time I paid. Next time, definitely next time, Lin Xia said sheepishly. That's what you said last time, and the time before that. Zhang Yingying wasn't buying it. When I don't know what to say, I really don't know what to say, Lin Xia admitted. Despite his near top-tier fame and hefty income, his childhood habit of mooching meals was hard to break. The spotlight now shifted between Li Xingwei and Lin Xia. No matter how niche soul music was, or how senior some contestants were, none could match their star power. Teacher Ho, any plans tonight? I'd love to learn from you, Li Xingwei said. He wasn't interested in mingling with everyone. Only Ho Yubin, as a respected senior, and Lin Xia, as a rival, mattered to him. I have a 10 p.m. flight back to Shanghai. Ho Yubin politely declined. Flying so late. That's exhausting, Li Xingwei said. It's not too bad, just tight on time. Hopefully, there's no traffic to Huanghua Airport at this hour, Ho Yubin replied. Everyone went their separate ways. That night, the skies over Changsha held no stars, just a light drizzle. Without delay, Chu Zhi avoided the crowds of fans waiting for Lin Xia and Li Xingwei at the exit and returned to his hotel. Opening his Achievements tab, he saw a new entry. Born on Earth, but aspiring to be immortal. I am an ethereal celestial being. Mortals aren't worthy of my company. Reject an industry invitation times 1 personality coin. Reject an industry invitation times 3 personality coins. Number 26. Woohoo, takeoff. Bro, I've always had a question. Mind clearing it up for me? Chu Zhi asked. We won't even talk about the achievement system, but were you the one who wrote those notes? Little celestial being, ruthless butcher, Smoke King. Yes. The system admitted to being the source of the labels. Seemed like the system was relatively young and a bit Shinibu in its thinking. Chu Zhi praised. A true genius at naming. If you're not the one announcing the names at this year's Spring Festival Gala, I'm not watching. Current balance. 5 personality coins. Just enough for a blind box draw. The other 4 coins came from eating spicy food 20 times. The progress for smoking 100 cigarettes was almost complete, just a couple more days. First, the blind box. The prize pool was as follows. Deep Voice of a God. Title, Cigarettes, Come. Poetry Collection. This is my name. Yukiage Hanabi, Fireworks, Package. You Are Not Alone Package. Album, Against the Light Package. Such a rich selection. Chu Zhi's heart raced as he scanned the prize descriptions. Cigarettes, Come. Legendary title. If heaven does not birth a smoker like me, the path of smoke shall remain in eternal darkness. Shouts Cigarettes, Come, with conviction. Effect, immune to all negative effects of smoking. When smoking, personal charm increases by 20%. A legendary title really is something else. Just being immune to all smoking-related health damage is already God tier. Chu Zhi had guessed correctly. Some achievements in the personality star system harmed the body, but the system also provided ways to nullify those effects. Deep Voice of a God needed no explanation. No one could resist the magnetism of a deep voice. On Earth, the bass singer Wang Shi, with his soulful low tones, was hailed as ear candy by fans. This Is My Name was a poetry collection by Syrian poet Adonis, another case of an obscure name but widely circulated verses. Lines like, Night sleeps on my pillow, but I remain sleepless. My loneliness is a garden with but a single tree. I crown myself king of the winds. And the more famous one. The world left me scarred, but from my wounds grew wings. Yukiage Hanabi is a Japanese song, and You Are Not Alone is in English. If possible, I'd rather not get these right now. I know the packages include songwriting experience, but I don't speak Japanese or English at all. This isn't like poetry. Even though the original body didn't go to college and was criticized online for his poor cultural foundation, poetry relies more on accumulated knowledge and talent. I can selectively borrow works without diving too deep into a poet's full repertoire. No problem. Chu Zhi was muttering to himself, but also discussing with his system bro. But releasing a Japanese or English song would be pushing it. Especially You Are Not Alone, Michael Jackson's magnum opus, an R&B masterpiece, and the first song in U.S. history to debut directly at #1 on the Billboard Hot 100. Against the Light, the 10th studio album by Singaporean singer Stephanie Sun, released on March 22, 2007, containing 12 tracks. An album by the niche singer Stephanie Sun? Absolutely nice. Speaking of which, why isn't there a special grand prize anymore? Now I don't even have the right to drool over it. Chu Zhi suddenly realized. The system replied. The prize pool is dynamic. The refresh rate for special grand prizes is low. Album rewards are already high tier. This was starting to feel more and more like a gacha game. Not only were special prizes hard to pull, they were barely even in rotation. The blind boxes began shuffling rapidly. Now it was all up to fate. Please, not the poetry collection. 1 stray birds is enough. With this prayer in mind, Chu Zhi picked the box slightly left of center. For some reason, he always preferred the middle when drawing lots. Box opened. Album, Against the Light package. Woohoo takeoff. This outcome completely surprised Chu Zhi. Based on previous draws, the order of prizes in the pool seemed to reflect their rarity. Past rewards like Voice of Despair, Perfect Singing, Non-Lyrical Version, and The Wind Blows the Wheat supported this theory. Now, he had full access to the album's knowledge, including arrangements. Skimming through the tracks, Chu Zhi realized how perfectly this fit. For hits, there was I Miss and Against the Light. For sophistication, Serene and Floating. The latter even featured humming, perfectly aligned with his skills. The rain outside hadn't stopped, but Chu Zhi felt invincible again. Thanks for this one, system bro. He suspected some behind-the-scenes rigging. Otherwise, how could the coincidence be this perfect? The host's own luck is excellent. I had no involvement. Sure. Whether it's the blessing of the gacha gods or your help, as long as the result's good, I'm happy. Chu Zhi pondered. For the semifinals, I Miss with a touch of Voice of Despair. Wasn't that basically a royal flush? He got so engrossed in planning that he skipped dinner entirely. But he wasn't the only one missing meals. Over at the Golden Eagle Building's conference room, I Am a Singer's producer Wang Ku, director Meng Fan, and the core staff were holding an emergency meeting. The agenda? Defending their ratings and stealing viewers from Masked Singer. Publicly, they all looked down on the rival show. Wang Ku had even openly remarked, I don't understand what kind of low standards you'd need to enjoy that show, sparking minor controversy. Luckily, Hunan TV's PR team suppressed the trending hot search before it blew up. But while they strategically despised the enemy, tactically, they took them very seriously. Should we still push the Zheng Yingying Lin Xia CP angle? A planner asked. Keep it low-key. Lin Xiao's company has been protesting, Wang Ku replied after some thought. The duo didn't have many shippers, but the drama attracted massive attention, most of it hate targeting Zheng Yingying. Not that her side could do much about it. The show would milk this self-destruct narrative regardless. Lin Xia versus Li Xingwei is explosive potential, the advertising team suggested. Fan wars between the two could rocket the show's heat. But we can't use Lin-Li rivalry in pre-release promos, Wang Ku said. That clash would be a post-broadcast marketing focus. Wasting it in previews would be a shame. Plus, the surprise guest mystery was part of the appeal. Director Meng Fan spoke up. I have an unorthodox idea. Go on, Wang Ku urged. We could use Chu Zhi for hype. Chu Zhi? The guy whose reputation was blacker than a crow's feathers? What hype could even be milked from that? The room was baffled. But he did rank first this round, above Ho Yubin and Lin Xia, Meng Fan pointed out. That was all Wang Ke needed to grasp the plan. The more he thought about it, the more viable it seemed. The meeting concluded with two key promotional angles: the Zhonglin CP and weaponizing Chu Zhi's infamy. Just tweak the framing. Don't make it too obvious, Wang Ke warned. The advertising team flashed a trust us look. If there was one thing they excelled at, it was malicious editing, a basic skill for any production crew. Of course, Lin Xia's team would be consulted before the promos dropped. Zheng Yingying, a mere heads-up would suffice. As for Chu Zhi, no notice needed. His contract included a clause: the artist must cooperate with promotional activities, including but not limited to Weibo, Twitter, and Instagram posts. The production team reserves the right to use the artist's name and likeness for promotional purposes. Harsh, of course, but in entertainment, power dictated terms. No backing, no leverage. Fans were the lifeline of traffic stars, yet some stars still loved biting the hand that fed them. Number 27. The death of Chinese entertainment. A Weibo user with the ID Anti-Simp Bureau Director uploaded a covertly filmed clip titled "The Death of Chinese Entertainment. How low is the bar for singers now?" Got selected as an audience member for the latest episode of I Am a Singer. Honestly, Fei Fei's vocals were decent, Dictionary Uncle's skills were YYDS, and Ing Ying's tone was lovely, but someone was clearly there as a joke. This level isn't even KTV King material. My teenage nephew sings better. Whatever, I won't elaborate. See for yourselves. Hashtag entertainment industry standards. Hashtag someone's vocals. What defines emotional singing? A voice that tells a story, draws listeners in, and carries texture, all of which require coherence. Otherwise, it's just noise. Unsurprisingly, Anti-Simp Bureau Director was a sock puppet account operated by Mango TV. The leaked footage was meticulously edited to stitch together only Chu Zhi's off-key and cracked notes, deliberately omitting any complete lines. The result? A hilariously disastrous performance. With the help of paid trolls, the hashtags hashtag entertainment industry standards and hashtag someone's vocals rocketed to trending status by afternoon. Classic Weibo. Half the news you see is just what someone wants you to see. Comments section. Silly Goose 666. Holy Pangu, Dongwang Tai, and Yamcha. I knew Steel Wool Ball's singing was bad, but this bad? Silent Momo. As a 3-year fan of Trash Chu, this is his real level. His Wind Blows the Wheat was a fluke. Qin Han Ting Song Yuan. At Anti-Simp Bureau Director, who's the surprise guest? Betting with a friend. If it's Yao One, she'll be my GF. Spill. Reply. Can't reveal before broadcast. Golden Palace. Relax, Mango TV's $1 million editing will fix it. What we see versus here are two different things. Drunk Dream Scholar. This needs a $1 billion tuner. Reminds me of a joke. A fish restaurant owner said their signature dishes were decent, except the Liu cod. Why? Because Liu Wan Lu. The cod's done/entertainment's doomed. The replies were a mix of mockery and puns, all roasting the tone-deaf, cracked, amateur hour vocals. Clickbait articles join in. Foreigners stunned, locals weeping. Is this what passes for a singer now? I am a singer? More like I am a celebrity. Finally understand why modern music sucks. The outrage spread from Weibo, T0 Speed, to Dubon/Shihu, T1, then to Bilibili, T2. Though slower on B Station, several ups hopped on the trend, including STEM Overlord Wannabe, whose video A Rational Analysis of X-Top Star Chu Zhi's vocal skills stood out. The STEM Overlord Breakdown. Vocal Techniques 101. Strong mixed voice, chest-dominant 4 power notes, e.g., Dictionary Uncle's piercing highs. Weak mixed voice, head-dominant 4 emotive ballads, subtle but textured. Balanced mixed voice, the standard. Adds depth, separates pros from flat, white noise amateurs. Chu Zhi's track record. 2020 variety show, no proper resonance placement. Wide range, but zero control. 2021 concert, regressed. Muddy tail notes, forced faux bass, like cringe fake deep TikTok voices, and breathlessness. Sloppy pitch. Wind Blows the Wheat. Attempted head mix, awkward but improved. Breath support better, less artifice. Still not pro level. The leaked clip. Too fragmented to judge fairly. But given his history, same old issues. Unstable breath, no resonance, hence dry tone. Throat screaming, cracks inevitable. Verdict: not a singer. Can't even clear the technical bar, let alone emotional delivery. But the humming and wind blows the wheat? God tier. No, auto-tune can't fake that. Pure talent. The video hit Bilibili's front page. Memes/edit-ups sharpened their knives. Chu Zhi was prime material for ridicule. Gen Z and millennials expressed disdain or love through memes. Here, the choice was obvious. No one questioned the anti-simp bureau account's legitimacy. Why bother? The real focus was Chu Zhi as the symbol of China's entertainment decay, the unskilled little fresh meat plaguing music and film. With no fandom to defend him, the internet unleashed years of pent-up frustration. Thankfully, Chu Zhi's Weibo comments were disabled, or his ancestors would have been dug up and cursed 10 generations back. Number 28. The evidence for a comeback. If I weren't the one involved, I'd actually applaud this marketing strategy. Chu Zhi mused the next afternoon as he pieced together the situation over lunch. The hype had successfully drawn more attention to the upcoming episode. On one hand, people wanted to see just how badly Chu Zhi would crash and burn, because schadenfreude was a universal pastime, and the spectacle of how bad can it get was irresistible. On the other hand, thanks to Mango TV's deliberate framing, audiences were now curious about two things: how much backing Chu Zhi really had, and what this legendary million-dollar vocal tuner supposedly working for him looked like. To be clear, Mango TV wasn't targeting Chu Zhi, they were just milking his controversy for ratings. Or, to put it bluntly, he still had exploitation value. Ironically, Chu Zhi stood to benefit. At 50% potency, Voice of Despair was more than enough to captivate listeners. Otherwise, he wouldn't have secured the third highest votes in the show's 4-season history. I thought I was just an emotionless singing machine, but seeing these comments still stings. Chu Zhi skimmed through the barrage of insults. Every generation of his ancestors, plus hypothetical future children, had been cursed out with astonishing creativity. The sheer density of "Yo Mama" jokes was impressive. No wonder the original body killed himself. And here I am, a jaded old soul with the emotional detachment of a transmigrator. Even I can't handle this. The terror of online violence wasn't something you could just ignore. Only those who'd experienced it knew how suffocating it was. I'm gonna puke. Your existence is an insult to singers. You call this singing? Just die already. Why do you cockroaches keep crawling out? I beg for ears that haven't heard steel wool balls howling. He needed a distraction. Just then, his WeChat rang. Disciple of the Big Cat was calling. Chu Zhi adjusted his tone before answering. Xiaobai. Disciple of the Big Cat was Su Shangbai in real life. After 2 months of support, calling him Xiaobai, Little Bai, felt natural, though it did sound like a pet name. Ninth brother, you're in Changsha, right? Got time. I've compiled evidence about the smear campaign against you, Su Shangbai said. Of course. Where should I pick it up? Chu Zhi replied without hesitation. This was his ticket to redemption. I'll deliver it. You should stay indoors as much as possible right now. Su Shangbai's voice was firm. Just send me your location. Thorough. Efficient. Chu Zhi mentally cataloged Su Shangbai as a meticulous ally, the kind who'd advised the original host to clarify the rumors early, which had been the right move. Yet, in the original host's memories, Su Shangbai barely registered. After sending his hotel details, Su Shangbai hung up with a crisp, "See you in half an hour." Su Shangbai sounds more like a protagonist's name. Jade City in the heavens, 12 towers, and 5 walls. Chu Zhi mused, then searched online for Su Shangbai's career updates. Su Shangbai had also competed on Future Idol, where he'd met the original body and finished 6th. Wait, why was there no recent info? The only results were about Su Shangbai terminating his contract with his agency. No new music, no performances. His last Weibo post was 2 years ago. Had he quit the industry? Guess the original body really didn't consider Xiao by a close friend. Zero memories of his singing skills. Chu Zhi sighed, refocusing on the evidence. It likely pertained to the sugar baby rumors. The 2 nuclear bombs that had destroyed the original host's reputation were being a kept man, secretly married plus cheating. The homosexuality and plastic surgery rumors were just bonus toppings. Once people decided someone was trash, they wanted to believe every bad thing about them. The secret marriage part was easily debunked, Chu Zhi was only 23 now, and China's legal marriage age was 22. 5 years ago, he'd have been 17. How do you marry at 17? With a fake ID and a time machine? Do people just turn off their brains online? Chu Zhi took a sip of water to cool down. While waiting, he logged into China Poetry Network. A notification icon blinked, a site message. Let's see if all 3 poems made the cut. Only one had been selected for the anthology. Only through hell's trials can one gain the strength to create heaven. Only fingers that have bled can pluck the world's most haunting chords. The judges loved its stubborn intensity. Untitled and passion were rejected, acceptable losses. Short poems weren't like epics. Their power lay in fleeting emotions. Anyone could write a great short poem by capturing a momentary feeling. Hence the saying, everyone is a poet. 3 site messages. Trial selection notice. Bank account linking instructions for the 270 yen prize. Combined contest plus publication fee. An invitation from October magazine for submissions. Not bad for poetry's current market rates. Long poems paid a few yuan per line. Short poems, a bit more. Without the contest boost, he'd have earned peanuts. Trying to make a living off poetry? You'd starve. The most viewed poem had 33 reads and 0 comments. Depressing. Chu Zhi sighed. After I am a singer, I'll focus on breaking overseas. With no suitable contests, he submitted 2 more poems to the daily Good Poem event, a government-backed initiative so desperate for engagement that it paid 300 yen for the best reader comment each week. Proof that skilled literary critics were rare alchemists. They could turn words into gold or poets into legends. New submissions. Wish. Let life be beautiful like summer flowers, and death like autumn leaves. Untitled. Power believes. The sufferer's pain is ingratitude. He closed the tab just as the doorbell chimed, exactly 30 minutes later. Punctual. Su Shangbai stood at the door, every inch the corporate elite. Black-framed glasses, tailored attire, hair neatly trimmed. He radiated the aura of a Wall Street trader or a top-tier financial analyst. This guy competed on a singing show? Ninth brother, long time no see. You've lost weight, Su Shangbai said. Number 29. It's settled. Logically speaking, eating late-night snacks every day should lead to weight gain, Chu Zhi pondered inwardly. But since the topic had come up, he responded, I don't have much of an appetite. Given his current circumstances, it was normal to lack an appetite. Su Shangbai didn't press further on the matter and instead said, over the past half-month, I've gathered some information that might be useful to you, Brother Jiu. Chu Zhi invited Su Shangbai inside, and they sat down to discuss in detail. Brother Jiu, no need to trouble yourself with pouring hot water for me. I'm not thirsty, Su Shangbai said as he placed a folder on the round table, opening it to reveal stacks of documents, photos and charts included. First, about the secret marriage for 5 years claim. I've thoroughly examined the essay posted by that girl, Li Tingyu. She claimed to be a high school classmate. Su Shangbai pointed to the Chongqing number 37 high school class registry and continued, I checked with the school's administration office. In the years surrounding your time there, number 37 high had no female student named Li Tingyu, including transfers and dropouts. So her claim of dating you during school is outright fabricated. Several details in her story also fall apart under scrutiny. For example, she mentioned checking into the Ritz-Carlton in Nanjing last August. Based on information from fan accounts and Kangfei Entertainment, you didn't even have time to visit Nanjing that month. There are multiple other points in her essay that can be debunked, and I've collected evidence for all of them. Su Shangbai added, with this evidence, we can not only expose Li Tingyu but also sue her for defamation. I was worried she might argue that the 5-year secret marriage was because she was underage and couldn't legally register, but they were living together as a couple. So I made sure to preemptively block that line of defense. His thoroughness was impressive, even preparing for potential nonsense rebuttals. Chu Zhi examined the documents, all obtained through legal channels and admissible as court evidence. They could easily send the secret wife who posted that essay to prison. Next is the sugar baby allegation. This is the hardest to disprove. Even though I've investigated and found that the woman in question is just a director at a listed company, going public now would make people think it's just a cover-up. Su Shangbai pulled out publicly available information about the female director. The sugar baby claim could be challenged on two fronts. First, her position couldn't possibly provide the level of industry resources alleged, and second, her assets were far less than what Chu Zhi used to earn from a single major brand endorsement. I approached the director, but she refused to cooperate in any way. Su Shangbai then shifted gears. Actually, we've been conditioned wrong. When facing accusations, the burden of proof shouldn't be on the defendant to prove innocence. It should be on the accuser to prove guilt. The media outlet that broke the sugar baby story was Bellgate Gossip, a notorious paparazzi group. Their post relied on two key pieces of evidence: a photo of you hugging the director and another of you escorting her to a hotel. But I obtained surveillance footage proving you never entered the hotel. Su Shangbai continued. I'll be blunt, letting photos of private dinners leak, allowing an artist to escort a client of the opposite sex to a hotel, and then staying silent without explanation. Any one of these is incredibly unprofessional. I always assume the worst in situations like this, so I won't even comment on whether someone at Kongfei Entertainment sabotaged you. His resourcefulness was astounding. Hotel surveillance footage is typically retained for only 15 days before being overwritten. Yet here he was, presenting footage from over 2 months ago. And as for the director's information being publicly available, who was he trying to fool? Bellgate Gossip published unsubstantiated rumors, causing you significant reputational and financial damage. With the evidence we have, we can file a lawsuit and win. We'll force them to apologize and restore your reputation, Su Shangbai stated. Finally, I conducted a thorough investigation. From the stack of documents, Su Shangbai pulled out a few pages, a survey commissioned from a data research firm targeting Gen Z, millennials, and Gen X internet users. The questions were, why do you believe top celebrity Chu Zhi was a sugar baby? Under what circumstances would you believe Chu Zhi was framed? The answers were brutally honest. Obviously, you think he got this famous just with his looks? No way. I don't know about sugar baby stuff, but he's definitely been taken advantage of. With his looks and how messy the industry is, no way he's clean. Only fans would believe otherwise. The sugar baby thing is basically confirmed. Why wouldn't I believe it? Can you prove he wasn't a sugar baby? For the second question, if he had a couple of hit songs, maybe I'd believe he wasn't kept. Court ruling. Or if he actually had talent. I filtered out the more polite responses. Over 70% were like this, Su Shangbai explained, wanting Chu Zhi to understand the full picture. Chu Zhi studied the answers carefully. It aligned with his own thoughts. Once someone was smeared, the damage was done and irreversible. This was why he had gone all in on I am a singer instead of immediately gathering evidence to clear his name. He himself was the type to believe only what he wanted to believe. I am a singer wouldn't crown him champion. So he used his original song, What I Miss, to advance to the finals. Even if he was eliminated afterward, he'd still have 2 or 3 recognizable tracks. Plus, the next episode in 4 days could win him more fans. During the finals, he'd then release irrefutable evidence and sue both the secret wife and the tabloids. Only then would his comeback make a resounding impact. If he was returning, the skies had to shake. Thank you, Xiaobai. This must have taken a lot of effort, Chu Zhi said, looking at the thick stack of documents with a deep sense of security. Su Shangbai replied, if you really want to thank me, then promise me one thing. He won't ask for something outrageous, will he? The thought flashed through Chu Zhi's mind, but even if he did, this evidence was worth it. After a moment's consideration, he said, name it. If it's within my power. Eat more. You're too thin, Su Shangbai said. The request caught Chu Zhi off guard. Why was this polished, elite-type guy so good to him? Even close friends wouldn't go this far. My metabolism makes it hard to gain weight. No matter how much I eat, it doesn't help, Chu Zhi explained. Just eat 3 proper meals a day. That's the payment I want. Is that too much to ask? Su Shangbai said seriously. Not at all. Barring any surprises, I promise, Chu Zhi agreed earnestly. That evening, Chu Zhi treated Su Shangbai to dinner at the same hole-in-the-wall restaurant Wei Tongzi had taken him to before. The food was excellent, and Chu Zhi had remembered it. Number 30. About to take off. During the meal, Chu Zhi noticed something about Su Shangbai. He seemed completely uninterested in food. His brows furrowed the entire time. When Chu Zhi asked if the dishes didn't suit his taste, Su Shangbai replied, it's delicious. "This is the best small restaurant I've ever eaten at." Yet his expression while eating was as serious as if he were solving advanced math problems. Chu Zhi didn't have the heart to ask whether Su Shangbai had continued pursuing a career in the entertainment industry. It wasn't until after dinner that Su Shangbai brought up another topic. "Brother Gio, while investigating, I stumbled upon some news. You've terminated your contract with Kongfei Entertainment." "I traded it for a spot on I Am a Singer," Chu Zhi admitted. "A wise decision. If you plan to sign with another agency in the future, I can offer some advice," Su Shangbai said. "Got it. I'll let you know if that happens," Chu Zhi replied. Only then did Su Shangbai's stern face break into a faint smile, though it vanished quickly when his phone buzzed in his pocket. A reminder notification had gone off. "Brother Gio, I have business to attend to in Hong Kong. My flight's at 9, so I should get going," Su Shangbai said. "Business in Hong Kong? So he's gone from actor to boss." Chu Zhi couldn't help but feel envious of such a career shift. He, too, wanted to level up from actor to capitalist, but the road was long and treacherous. The only one he could recall making that transition successfully in his past life was Yangmi. "Business comes first. Can't afford delays," Chu Zhi responded. "If anything happens, you can always message me on WeChat. I'm no good at singing or composing, but scheming and strategizing? That's a skill I've had since childhood," Su Shangbai said before leaving. Back at the hotel, Chu Zhi organized and stored all the documents. The following days were uneventful. He ignored the online vitriol about his trash singing skills, letting the storm pass. Gossip never stops, but if you don't listen, it doesn't exist. Chu Zhi wasn't quite at that level of enlightenment. He noted every insult in a little black book for future reference. The backlash against Chu Zhi had even overshadowed the news of Lin Zheng and Zheng Yingying's manufactured CP scandal. Mango TV's publicity strategy was clearly working. 2 days later, he returned to Mango TV for rehearsals. What I Miss had been a massive hit across mainland China, Hong Kong, Taiwan, and even overseas in Singapore and Canada. If nothing else, it held the record for the longest charting song on Singapore's Golden Melody billboard. There was no question about its quality. It was a bona fide golden hit. Music director Liang Pingbo knew his stuff, and after Chu Zhi's rearrangements of Desert Island and The Wind Blows the Wheat, even if he had reservations, he kept them to himself. The 8 original contestants rehearsed on the same day, but were scheduled for morning, afternoon, and evening slots, ensuring no overlap. The secrecy around the semi-final song choices was airtight. Lin Xia rehearsed with Suspended River, the lead single from his upcoming album. Performing it early was either a promotional move or a sign of desperation, spurred by Li Xingwei's arrival, Chu Zhi's unexpected resurgence, and Ho Yubin's enduring presence. National-style rock. What's truly national is what becomes global. Teacher Lin is incredibly talented, especially with lyrics, Liang Pingbo praised after one rehearsal. "I only write my own lyrics. I can't compare to Teacher Chu. He handles lyrics, composition, and arrangement. It's almost unfair how well-rounded he is," Lin Xia said, then added with a grin. "Director Liang, give me a little spoiler. How are Teacher Chu and Teacher Li's songs?" "Teacher Li is stable as always, with strong stage presence. As for Teacher Chu," Liang Pingbo paused. "Don't tell me you're going to say his song isn't suited for competition again. You can't fool me twice. I might be an honest guy, but even I have limits," Lin Xia said. "Last time, you said that, and then he crushed everyone and took first place." Liang Pingbo was speechless. During rehearsals, Desert Island had only shown emotional depth. Who could have predicted Chu Zhi would deliver a god-tier performance on stage? The more Liang Pingbo thought about it, the more illogical it seemed. Even peak performances had to follow some rules. Normally, if someone rehearsed at 60% and overperformed to 70%, that was science. If their ancestral graves emitted smoke and they got struck by lightning, pushing them to 80% by perfecting vocals, mood, emotional investment, song comprehension, and technique, fine, Liang could maybe accept that. But jumping straight to 120%, doubling their usual output? What kind of nonsense was that? Teacher Chu's song is well-suited for competition, Liang Pingbo finally said after some thought. Terrifying, Lin Xia muttered, feeling the pressure mount. Lin Xia and his agent left the Golden Eagle building briskly. Inside the nanny car, his earlier casual demeanor vanished, replaced by silence. The championship is ours. No need to worry, his agent, Xiangu, reassured him. I'm not worried, Lin Xia said, keeping his thoughts buried. Then he added, drop the CP with Zhang Yingying. Understood, Xiangu agreed without question. Though the collaboration had been prearranged with the program group, Lin Xia's sudden change of heart was capricious. But Xiangu didn't argue. He knew Chu Zhi and Li Xingwei's pressure had gotten to Lin Xia, who was now venting his frustration elsewhere, making others uncomfortable to soothe himself. Sure enough, seeing his agent comply so readily lifted Lin Xia's mood. How could I possibly be worried about singing? I'm a singer who's already seen through the essence of performance, Lin Xia declared. The essence of performance? Xiangu asked, puzzled. Emotional delivery. Lin Xia revealed the definitive answer. Singing isn't about sounding good. It's about not sounding bad. I should have known better than to expect profundity from you, Xiangu sighed. A good agent was like an actor's bowl, crucial to their entire career trajectory. Meanwhile, without an agent, Chu Zhi unlocked another achievement. 100 cigarettes smoked. In reality, it was just 5 packs, hardly excessive. If not for his vocal preservation efforts, he'd have hit it sooner. For Western singers, smoking, or even marijuana use wasn't a big deal, but domestic standards were different. Among Chinese singers, private smoking wasn't scandalous, though it highlighted the gap between mere singers and true vocal artists. For male singers, avoiding heavy smoking was already commendable. Chu Zhi vividly remembered a business partner from his past life who smoked 2 packs a day, an absurd amount. Until he unlocked the mythical achievement, summon the smoke, he'd take it slow. With 5 personality coins left, his arsenal was sufficient for now. Best to keep them as a trump card. Not having at least 5 coins made Chu Zhi uneasy, like leaving the house without underwear. He considered unlocking more personality system achievements. Maybe dye his hair white for a concert? Smoking and drinking counted, but hair dye. Experiments showed no effect. Probably because stage looks are expected for singers, so it's not rebellious enough, Chu Zhi mused. Another idea, side hustles. Not acting, but something like enrolling in adult college for architecture or agriculture. That might work, but it wasn't feasible yet, and the payoff seemed low. Time flew when he was busy. Before he knew it, it was the night of I Am a Singer's broadcast again. This episode attracted many professional music critics, industry insiders, in other words. Why? Because the semifinals would introduce a new scoring system. Previous rounds had relied solely on 800 audience votes. Now, 50 professional judges would contribute a professional score. Here it comes, the most easily manipulated part of the competition. Number 31. The broadcast, a major shift. Zhang Mingyi was a familiar face in singing competitions, with an impressive-looking resume. Guest judge on Youth Singing Festival, panelist for the 34th Central Music Competition, final round judge for Superboy, and mentor for Supergirl rookies. On paper, he seemed prestigious. Yet as a music producer and singer himself, he had no notable works to his name. What made Zhang Mingyi a sought-after figure in music shows was his self-published Mingyi Ranking, a subjective tier list evaluating vocal skills. A graduate of the composition department at the Central Conservatory of Music, his technical critiques were at least semi-professional. But when Zhang placed Wu Tang, the current top-tier idol representing the Wuchu rivalry, in the S tier, it sparked widespread ridicule. He even coined bizarre terms like natural voice cracks, pitch shifting for effect, and compensatory breath control, earning him the nickname Wu's Lapdog, a shameless sycophant of Wu-Tang. Naturally, he was invited as a judge this time. Was Zhang Mingyi an idiot? Of course not. Was he Wu-Tang's diehard fan? Not really. So why the outrageous takes? Clout. Just look at how many of Wu-Tang's fans now supported him by association. How many shows invited him for controversy? I made the right call. Zhang Mingyi congratulated himself. Thank God I backed Wu-Tang instead of Chu Zhi. Whether he's washed up or not. The real issue is that I physically couldn't praise Chu Zhi's singing. It's so bad. That clip of him singing had me wheezing. A random person with training couldn't sound that terrible. He tuned in on time for the new episode. Mango TV's ads were endless. The performance order was Koguchi Yoshihiro, Zhang Yingying, Gu Nanxi, Lin Xia, Chu Zhi, Ho Yubin, Yang Gun. The only ones worth waiting for are old Ho and Yang Guiyun, but they're last. Ugh, Zhang sighed, convinced his taste surpassed the plebeian audience. He prided himself on appreciating niche acts like soul. Old Yang's soul music is the most authentic. Deer on the Highway is a god-tier album. Too bad no one listens to it. Once the show started, Zhang's running commentary didn't stop. Japan's first R&B wave hit in the late 80s, while their rock scene emerged alongside the West's. Koguchi Yoshihiro's looks are too bland. He failed at both rock and R&B, and he's not a songwriter either. No wonder his career flopped. At least he later found his gimmick, that decadent vibrato, mixing bombast and melancholy. MT Everest as Liquid is textbook Koguchi, safe, no surprises. Zhang Yingying? Her voice is so affected. Too much idol group cutesiness. How is she not eliminated yet? What are the judges smoking? Not a single performance satisfied him, especially Lin Xia's, which ranked second in audience votes but was worthless in Zhang's eyes. This remix is a train wreck. They butchered a classic, stuck between Western and Chinese styles, then suddenly screeched like a stepped-on dog. That random high note scared the hell out of me. His mood could be summed up by an old cartoon title, No Brains and All Anger. The no brains referred to his confusion. How could such a dog's hit, forced high-note mess score so high? Then came Li Xingwei's challenge. Right as the show got interesting, ads. Motherf, in Zhang's view, both top idols were mediocre singers. Now he had to endure commercials too. 5 ad-filled minutes later, Li Xingwei's song wrapped. Zhang begrudgingly admitted it was the least trash of the trash, slightly better than Lin Xia's. I should have waited for the app upload. No fast-forwarding is torture. He braced himself for the ear cancer to come. Chu Zhi's performance. Once it was over, he'd need a pair of ears that had never heard it. Then Chu Zhi took the stage. The singing began. Technically, it was bad. But the moment Chu Zhi opened his mouth, Zhang Mingyi didn't hear a story. He heard an accident. A love catastrophe. If live audiences received 100% of the despair in Chu Zhi's voice, TV viewers got 90%. But the trade-off was worth it. The edited footage focused relentlessly on Chu Zhi's expressions, capturing his devastation in brutal close-ups. Beautifully tragic. A dual sensory assault, visual and auditory. Art conveys emotion. Take Edvard Munch's The Dead Mother. The mother's corpse is a gray, ghostly outline, while the child at the center covers his ears, unable to bear her death throes. Even without context, the painting radiates anguish. Chu Zhi's voice was that painting. The same despair, the same helplessness, emotion so thick it transformed mildly sad lyrics into soul-crushing dirges. When Zhang's brain filled with question marks, it wasn't him at fault. It was the world defying logic. By the song's end, Zhang was silent, mentally rebooting. Only when Ho Yubin muttered, "Nothing but raw emotion," did his systems come back online. Okay, yes, off-key, voice cracks, zero technique. But the feeling is overwhelming. That level of despair? Even love song kings couldn't fake it. A realization struck. Maybe I should switch targets. Or add a second one. After all, simping for one person makes you a dog. Simping for two? A warrior. No hesitation. He rushed to Weibo to draft a glowing review. If even a harsh critic like Zhang was conquered, regular viewers stood no chance. Paired with the earlier leaked rehearsal clip, the contrast was, imagine detonating 404 torpedoes in a septic tank. Earth-shattering. The screams, online and off, were deafening. By 9:20 p.m., as Chu's performance ended on TV, social media was already imploding. By 9:30, Weibo and Moments were flooded. Moments. I'm guilty. I actually felt bad for scumbag Chu. What kind of heartbreak did he go through? I've been dumped by the same girl 7 times, and I broke down halfway through. Chongqing Noble Spa, 3 minutes ago. Before the show, smirking face. After, face screaming in fear. Legit remembered waiting in the rain for my first love. Ugly crying now. 5 minutes ago, zero skill, all heart. But heart is what kills you. I can't even hate on Chu Zhi anymore. Never thought I'd cry to his song. Actual fking miracle. Sichuan Fine Arts, 2 minutes ago. It became a trauma-dumping fest. The tears fell into categories: hopeless failures, lost loves, and personal regrets. Then there were the outliers. Cried listening to this. But I've never even dated anyone. 1 minute ago? Reply. Isn't that why you're crying? Dominating circle of friends was one thing. But Weibo? 2 hours after the streaming release, the tsunami hit its peak. Chu Zhi was gaining fans. Number 32. Chu Zhi, the art of emotional crushing. Hashtag Chu Zhi God tier live performance. Hashtag emotional crushing over technique. Hashtag hold back tears challenge. Originally, Mango TV's program team had planned to promote the Lin Li showdown, but Chu Zhi's performance ended up spawning 3 trending hashtags instead. The last time the internet was this abuzz was when a certain popular singer dropped an album with massive promotional backing. Bingeing. I thought it was all thanks to million-dollar post-production tuning, but turns out, Shangxi, zero technique, but damn, it hits hard. Full body chills. Youth stay young. How many times did this guy get dumped to sing like this? It's so tragic I almost feel bad roasting him. Sword Rider. Wah, I just got dumped and was looking for something to cheer me up. Instead, I found more pain. Swallow, my ex's name. How am I supposed to live without you? Want to eat phone, mind blown. Never in a million years did I expect Chu Zhi to deliver like this. If someone told me he'd win first place in the competition, I'd have called it rigged. Guess I was the clown all along. The sheer dominance of these discussions completely overshadowed all other variety shows, proof of just how explosive the hype was. Each of the 3 hashtags represented a different angle of discussion. Hashtag emotional crushing over technique was a long-debated topic among netizens on Dubon's music forums and Jihu Q&A threads. Which matters more, technical skill or emotional delivery? Typically, the former won out, because technically proficient singers usually had emotional depth anyway, while finding a singer with raw emotion but poor technique was rare. Examples of the latter were mostly viral amateur singers, like Earth Shidan Girl or Sunrise Yonggang. But Chu Zhi's case, overwhelming emotional power with zero technique, was practically the chosen one of the emotion over skill camp. A unicorn, a rooster that laid eggs. The fans arguing over technique versus emotion were mostly just bored. For audiences, the answer was simple. They wanted both. Hashtag hold back tears challenge trended after netizens who claimed they didn't cry listening to Chu's Desert Island left comments like, yeah, it's sad, but I'm the god of no tears. What's there to cry about? Just wailing nonsense. Only my baby can make me cry. The very existence of this challenge proved the song's tear-jerking power. The contrast between the leaked video and the live performance was staggering. Even Meng Fan, who came up with the promotional strategy, never expected it to blow up like this. The Masked Singer had planned to reveal a contestant's identity in its first episode, which was supposed to be a major draw for viewers. But now, barely a ripple. In the conference room of Golden Eagle Tower, Wang Ku and Meng Fan were grinning like Cheshire cats. If described in song lyrics, sweet like honey, you smile so sweetly. Meng Fan. So, about Dahua Entertainment's proposal, have you thought it over, producer Wang? Wang Ku. Ask them if they can sweeten the deal further. After their initial plan to sick Lin Li on Chu Zhi failed, Dahua Entertainment immediately sent negotiators to strike a strategic agreement with the show's production team. Their demand? Let Dahua handpick all 800 live audience members for the next recording. As seasoned schemers in the entertainment industry, Wang and Meng instantly understood the implications. Chu Zhi, you want to climb back up step by step with your talent? Fine. We'll make sure the audience reminds everyone watching that you're a disgraced celebrity, unworthy of love. A chorus of 800 boos and protests, amplified by public opinion guide, someone like Chu Zhi shouldn't be allowed on stage, would be a brutal 1-2 punch. The plan might slightly damage the show's reputation, but Wang could deemed it within controllable limits. Besides, collaborating with Dahua had more perks. As for Chu Zhi, frankly, Wang and Meng never once considered him in their calculations, even after he single-handedly boosted the show's buzz twice. In fact, Wang could believe Chu Zhi should be thanking him for magnanimously allowing a scandal-ridden artist on stage. Without me, where would you get this chance to perform? Another Masked Singer producer was fuming, his frustration overflowing like the Yellow River after a storm. Even a post-mistress visit glow couldn't soothe his rage. He was the one who'd rejected Kongfei Entertainment's resource swap. No regrets. But now he cursed inwardly. Why hasn't Chu Zhi flopped yet? Chu kept close tabs on his redemption arc. The shift from universal hate to universal shock in the comments was a massive improvement. Let's see if Heaven Earth Sky has posted yet. He clicked on the ID without logging in. For context, this netizen was the same brutally unfiltered commentator who'd once dissed Wind waving the wheat with gems like, "My ancestors are rolling in their graves. This ain't singing, it's a public execution." Her latest take on Desert Island had gone viral with 10K plus replies. User Heaven Earth Sky's review. When I first watched the video, my heart dropped. Oh no, it's like having diarrhea in a diaper. No way this ends well. Chu Zhi's zero vocal skills, rep is toast. But holy mother of Sichuan peppercorns, the man delivered. His voice was like a ghost wailing from the underworld, so full of sorrow, pain, and despair that even funeral dirges sound cheerful in comparison. And that's with Swona's blaring. My 30-roll tissue stash wasn't enough for this cry fest. Him winning first place? More shocking than an arrow to the chest. The emotional gut punch was unreal. At this point, challenging him is like sitting bare-assed on crystal, a guaranteed egg meets rock situation. Forget his personality, purely judging the performance? Well-deserved win. Top replies. Sis, you don't even have eggs to crack. Chill. I declare, Chu Scum's Desert Island is the definitive version. No debates. Nah, the original's still classic. Different vibes. Amazing, but too heavy. Can't listen twice, my lungs need a break. Chu noticed a subtle shift. Fewer people called him Steel Wool, a mocking nickname, opting for Chu Scum, or just his name. Progress. Beyond shifting public opinion, professionals were weighing in too, including Zhang Mingyi, a judge for the next round. Zhang didn't post on Weibo, who doesn't smell the stench of that platform, but on Zhihu, 500K plus followers, where he was verified as music critic/producer works. Barnacle. Note, Barnacle was a flop in this parallel world, unlike Desert Island or Glass Flowers. Zhang Mingyi's review. Experiential singing. In acting, there's method acting, where performers draw from real experiences to embody a role. Chu Zhi seems to have a similar gift, channeling personal trauma into his music. His Desert Island isn't just a breakup song, it's a dirge of hopelessness. Not melancholy, despair. I don't know the details of his past, but it's clear he's been drowning in it. You can feel his despair in every note. The off-key cracks, flaws that elevate the art. What's more beautiful than the Mona Lisa? The lost Mona Lisa. More perfect than the armless Venus de Milo? A Venus missing her head too. Even now, that cracked goodbye haunts me. My soul trembled. Asterisk. If Chu Zhi had perfect technique, this wouldn't have been half as powerful. Sometimes, imperfection is the point. Typical Zhang Mingyi. Hot takes galore. Better because he can't sing? Bold. Number 33. A sudden turn of events. Wei Tongzi was the admin of the Orange Revival QQ group, a community for fans who had either rediscovered their love for Chu Zhi or were new to his fandom. The moderators went by names like Your Mom Tells You to Go Home and Eat Oranges, Queen of Western Chu, Diary of Loving Chu, and Just an Angel for G0. Rewatched I Am a Singer again. I just want to hug Orange to my chest. He looked so tragically beautiful on stage. If the admin hadn't confirmed he's fine, I'd be worried sick. Beautiful, strong, and tragic. Our Gidge has proven himself. How could someone who sings with such emotion be a scumbag? Exactly. There was never solid evidence, yet people judged him so quickly. I'm so done. I even bought a Mango TV membership just to rewatch his performance 7 or 8 times. Orange looks so handsome no matter what he wears. When will Wind Blowing Through the Wheat Fields and Desert Island be released? I've searched QQ Music and NetEase Cloud so many times, but nothing's there. I Am a Singer is partnered with Kugo, so it's only available there. By the way, why hasn't the admin shown up today? Normally, Wei Tongzi was very active, especially after the latest episode of I Am a Singer aired. The group had been buzzing like it was New Year's. The reason for her silence was that she'd caught wind of some news. Unsure if it was true, she hesitated over whether to tell Chu Zhi. It all started with her high school cousin, a diehard Lin Xia fan who'd always wanted to attend a live recording. But getting audience tickets was tricky, and Wei didn't want to owe favors, so she'd never agreed. However, after the Wind Blowing Through the Wheat Fields performance aired, Her cousin became mesmerized by Chu Zhi's hummed melody and begged for tickets again. Wei Tongzi immediately said yes over the phone, thinking, if you like Chu Zhi, we're sisters from different parents. That same day, she secured tickets for the semifinals. Did owing a favor matter? Not when it was for her sister from another mother. The new episode was recorded the day after it aired. She couldn't get tickets for Desert Island, so the ones she secured were for the semifinals. But yesterday, her cousin called to cancel and forwarded a message. Dear audience member Zhuang Cheng, your scheduled attendance for the semifinals of I Am a Singer Season 4 on October 19th has been canceled due to incorrect information submitted during registration. We apologize for any inconvenience caused. Canceling tickets over incorrect information. Wei Tongzi sensed something off. After asking around, she learned that all 800 audience members had been replaced. No one knew why. If it were just about vote manipulation, there was no need. The professional judging panel was enough. But Wei's feminine intuition told her something was up. What if it has nothing to do with my idol? Would he think I'm being paranoid? And what if it just adds pressure and affects his performance? But Wei's intuition had never been wrong before. Once, on her way home, she'd felt uneasy and decided to stay at a friend's place instead. That very night, her apartment building's floor caught fire due to a resident's electrical mishap. Overthinkers tend to agonize over things they care about, while straightforward people wouldn't give it a second thought. Wei Tongzi wrestled with it all morning before finally calling Chu Zhi. She'd prepared a whole analysis of the show's unusual behavior, urging him to be cautious. But the moment he answered, her mind went blank. Sorry to bother you during your break, Teacher Chu. I just found out they replaced all 800 audience members for this afternoon's recording. Haha, I don't know if you were already aware. It's not a big deal, but our show usually doesn't do this. Her words came out jumbled, but Chu Zhi grasped the key detail, last-minute audience replacement. His mind immediately jumped to Li Xingwei. When it came to underhanded tactics, he could think of 4 or 5 dirty tricks right away. Thanks, Tong Tong. This is really helpful, Chu Zhi said, already strategizing. Haha, glad it's useful. Wei forced a light-hearted laugh, though she felt a pang of disappointment. She'd mustered so much courage, yet he didn't seem too concerned. Just as she was about to hang up, Chu Zhi suddenly said, I might need to change my song for the semifinals. Now? There are only 4 or 5 hours left before recording. Her voice rose slightly. There's no time, and music director Liang even praised your rehearsal. What if I drink pure victory organic milk? Still not enough time. Chu Zhi joked. Huh, Wei didn't catch the humor. Just kidding. His tone turned serious. I know it's a risk, but if I don't do this, I'll lose badly in the semifinals. Teacher Chu, I'll support you. Wei's voice firmed. I love your music, and I don't want you to be eliminated unfairly. Is there anything I can do to help? Could you coordinate with the band? I'll talk to the director right away. Wei responded with 2 firm, nasal mms to show her resolve. After quickly getting ready, Chu Zhi called the hotel concierge to arrange a ride. He needed to get to the Golden Eagle building ASAP. On the way, he called director Meng Fan to request the song change. Meng's first reaction was refusal. Last-minute changes meant adjusting the host's cue cards, stage lighting, and rehearsals. Way too much hassle. Worse, rushing could lead to a performance disaster, something no director wanted. There are still some issues with what I miss, Chu Zhi argued. Against the light will have a better impact. After persistent insistence, Meng reluctantly agreed but urged Chu Zhi to hurry for rehearsal. The band at least needed time to familiarize themselves with the new arrangement. Why the sudden change? Chu Zhi had already considered the worst-case scenario. The 800 audience members were likely planted by Dahua Entertainment, some to cheer for Li Xingwei, others to throw things at him during his performance. But damaging the show's reputation was a line I Am a Singer wouldn't cross. That left only booing and a black tide, organized backlash. Imagine singing What I Miss in that environment. A classic love song drowned out by jeers. Even if broadcast, the intended effect would be ruined. Chu Zhi wasn't arrogant enough to think his vocals alone could overpower such hostility. Switching to Against the Light, a song about breaking through darkness, was the answer. Not just that, he'd pour 90% despair voice into it, using despair itself to slash through the black tide. Wait, wrong reference. Against the Light was an uplifting anthem. Picture this, surrounded by a sea of boos. Chu Zhi would channel despair in his voice, sending a message of perseverance and positivity to his fans. What kind of spirit is this? He nearly moved himself with the thought. A full 100% despair voice might be too depressing, so 90% was his limit. Just yesterday, the 50% version of Desert Island had reduced countless listeners to tears. After the semifinals aired, he'd released the evidence Su Shangbai had gathered, a full comeback in one strike. Plans couldn't always keep up with changes, so Chu Zhi adjusted his strategy on the fly. Of course, if the audience swap turned out to be just the show's whim, so be it. But he never liked leaving his fate in others' hands. Thanks, driver. After paying via QR code, Chu Zhi arrived at a snack shop near the Golden Eagle building. He avoided the main entrance to dodge lurking reporters or fans of Lin Xia and Li Xingwei. Number 34. The semifinals begin. Afternoon of the 19th semifinals. The studio had undergone noticeable changes. Every seat was now draped in blue covers emblazoned with the show's logo and a small line of text, Eve of the Summit. The stage's layout had also been significantly altered. The right side featured 50 additional seats, distinguished by red and black covers. On the left stood a life-sized plastic logo, Eve of the Summit. While the grand finale was dubbed the Summit Night, the current setup, bathed in pale yellow lighting with a fog machine billowing mist from the base, didn't feel cheap at all. Effect curtains framed the stage with lush foliage, evoking a majestic, almost dreamlike atmosphere. One could always trust Mango TV's stage design. The Summit Night would undoubtedly be even more extravagant. Regardless, the semifinals had an air of ceremony that set them apart from earlier rounds. Please enter in an orderly manner, staff members repeatedly announced. Typically, 70% of the audience were women, but today, the gender ratio was nearly even. 800 spectators filed in, each wearing a wristband issued by the show for identification. After the recording, returning the wristbands would net them a small gift, though expectations shouldn't be high. Keychains or mini fans were the usual fare. Normally, signing up as an audience member was free, but travel and accommodation costs fell on attendees. Some out-of-town fans spent thousands just for the chance to be there. There were even cases where tickets, originally free, were scalped by insiders. On Earth, one dance competition show's tickets had been resold for over 20,000 yuan. Backstage conversations. Ming Ji, what kind of grudge does Shi Jia have against that celebrity? We're getting 200 yuan a day. 800 people means over 100,000 spent. Is she out of her mind? A young man with a buzz cut whispered. Shi Jia was a well-known casting agent in the Shenzhen film base. Today's gig was far easier than usual. No acting, just watching a show and performing at key moments. Buzzcut thought more jobs like this would be great. Who knows? As long as the money clears, why care? Isn't that Chu Zhi guy some scumbag online? Maybe Shi Jia got dumped. Love turned to hate, get it? Ming Ji, an older extra with minor film credits, replied dismissively. Buzzcut nearly bought it, then paused. Wait, the guy's good-looking. Shi Jia's got the curves, but her face is doesn't add up. I don't get it. There's something else. You don't get a lot of things. Shut up and do the job, Ming Ji snapped before softening his tone. Look, some questions don't need answers. Just remember our task. No clapping, no matter how good it sounds. Got it. Don't worry, cuz I've got zero taste in music. How good can a live performance even be? It's not like he's gonna grow flowers out of his mouth. Buzzcut grinned. Ming Ji nodded. They were professionals, after all. The two were a microcosm of the audience. Nearly all 800 attendees had been similarly briefed. A shared question lingered. Won't this leak? But so what? 800 people were a drop in the ocean. Even if someone blabbed online or posted footage, the show's PR could spin it. Take the Desert Island preview. Despite the live audience voting it the best performance, the pre-release edits had framed it however the producers wanted. Truth mattered, but in an era of algorithm-driven narratives and controlled discourse, what people saw was increasingly curated. Even outright scandals, like the infamous Brainiest Minds rigging, were easily buried. And if pressed, these 800 weren't hired by the network or even Dahua Entertainment. At worst, it was Shi Jia's personal vendetta. A drumbeat, boom, silenced the murmurs. By 6 p.m. Beijing time, the The studio was set. Host Gu Nanqi strode on stage in a glamorous gray chiffon gown, her hair pinned up with a tiara. The outfit could have doubled as a wedding dress. To ensure fairness, we've invited notaries from the Wangqing Notary Office, Mr. Tang Mai and Ms. Yu Yongpei, to oversee the voting. The two officials waved at the cameras and audience, met with enthusiastic applause. Some might scoff at notaries, assuming they're rubber stamps. But notary offices operate under China's notarization law. Their role? Certify that votes are tallied accurately, no tampering, no miscounts. That said, if Li Xingwei bombed but still got 800 votes, those votes would stand. Now, our illustrious judging panel. A screen displayed 50 names and credentials. Fang Sheng, music festival planner, MIDI, Cactus, Wheatfield, critic. Li, sound artist, founder of the Sound Museum. Li Yu, choreographer, CCTV Spring Gala, Peach and Plum Cup winner. Zhang Mingyi, record producer, critic. With such expertise, our contestants face even greater pressure, Gu Nanqi said. Let's hear from Mr. Fang Sheng. Fang, a 1.6-meter-tall industry veteran once mockingly called Little Potato, now commanded respect. I look forward to tonight, especially to learning from senior Ho Yubin. Come on, Fang Laosher, you're never this brief, Gu teased. Then I'll critique your hosting later. Fang shot back, grinning. No, we've known each other 5 years. Go easy on me. Their banter revealed a friendly rapport. Meanwhile, backstage, the contestants had drawn their performance order. Whether by chance or design, Chu Zhi would take the stage last. Number 35. Chu Zhi's turn. The rules of Eve of the Summit were straightforward. 800 audience members and 50 professional judges would cast their votes. The audience votes accounted for 800 per thousand of the summit value, while the judges contributed 200 per thousand. The closer a contestant was to the summit, the greater their chance to advance to the Pure Victory Organic Milk Presents. Bird's Nest Summit Night Carnival. Note, the summit value was just a convoluted way of saying the total score was 1,000 points, with each judge's vote weighted as 4 points. Whether you're in the audience or on the judging panel, your votes matter greatly to our 8 contestants, host Gu Nanqi said, then joked, though you could spare one for me. I may not sing, but I've put in the sweat and fatigue. The audience chuckled. Being a host contestant had pros and cons. Easy vote pulling, thanks to screen time, but extra vocal strain from all the talking. Performance order. Zheng Yingying, Lin Xia, Yang Guiyun, Koguchi Yoshihiro, Ho Yubin, Gu Nanqi, Li Xingwei, Chu Zhi. The judging panel wasn't just for show. Critics like Fang Sheng, Zhang Mingyi, and Li delivered razor-sharp feedback. After Zheng Yingying's performance, Fang Sheng raised his hand for commentary. If this were Gu Nanqi singing, I wouldn't be surprised. But your technique relies on Hong Kong's traditional style, reducing nasal resonance in high notes and throat support in mid-range. Fang began, educating viewers. That's why 80s to 90s cantopop singers had such velvety mid-ranges, perfect for love songs. But it limits your vocal range. You're young, break this habit. Tonight was solid, but technique determines your floor. I voted for you, but push higher. Zheng bowed deeply. Thank you, Fang Laosher. I'll take this to heart. Unlike hollow critiques, Fang offered solutions. Zhang Mingyi was equally incisive but peppered his remarks with jargon, leaving audiences awed yet confused. Lin Xia's turn. Lin Xia, I've always envied your natural stereophonic tone. You could have mastered sphenoid sinus resonance, Zhang said, referring to an advanced head voice technique that creates a 3D, like vocal effect, pioneered by singers like Aimee. But tonight, you didn't tap into it. Your harmonics are lacking, and your physiology can't sustain high notes. No vote from me. Lin Xia stiffened. I fell last year and neglected training. I won't disappoint fans again. The crowd erupted. We'll always support you, Fei Fei. Fei equals trash, a self-deprecating fandom term. Compared to Zheng Yingying's pawn-sized fan section, Lin Xia and Li Xingwei's supporters were oceans, glowing with lightsticks and banners. Surprise me next time, Zhang said sternly but not unkindly. Most judges were concise, but Yang Guiyun clashed with choreographer Li Yu after his soulful 7:30 a.m. performance. Great song, but the arrangement feels elitist, Li Yu ventured. Yang cut him off. What do you know about soul? It's not music, it's feeling. If it's mass appealing, it's not soul. The air turned icy until Fong Sheng defused the tension. Air Li, the sound behavior artist, simmered. The show had invited him for clout, but never let him speak. At least I'm getting paid more than Fong and Zhang for doing nothing, he consoled himself. The set list. Zheng Yingying, Love Forever, classic cantopop. Lin Xia, Hanging River, melancholic rock. Yang Guiyun, 7:30 a.m., critically acclaimed soul. Koguchi Yoshihiro, Empire's Fall, Operation Directive, anime anthem, dubbed a vocal nuke, on Bilibili. Ho Yubin, Conquest of the King's Court, epic OST. Gunanshi, If Without If, pop ballad. Li Xingwei, sultry R&B. Chu Zhi, Against the Light, original. Among these titanic hits, Chu's unknown original stuck out like a gamble. 8 p.m. The atmosphere was electric, until Li Xingwei's flawless performance earned unanimous praise. Then, the screen flashed. Next, Chu Zhi, Against the Light. The audience rustled. The real battle was about to begin. Number 36. Tears across the audience. It was unclear if this was part of the semifinals arrangement, but the first 7 contestants had all performed, gone through the voting process, and received brief critiques from the judges. Yet their scores remained unannounced. This left the contestants uneasy. Those who had already performed had no idea how they'd fared, and Chu Zhi, still waiting in the wings, was no exception. He knew what awaited him, but the uncertainty before the storm made it impossible to stay calm. The feeling was akin to a monthly visit from Aunt Flo. You dread its arrival, but you dread its unpredictability even more. My performance received the highest praise from the professional judges. The advantage is mine, Li Xingwei said as he passed Chu Zhi on his way back to the green room. My performance got the highest praise from the professional judges. Looks like I've got the advantage, he said breezily, then added with an effortless smile, looking forward to your performance. Chu Zhi simply nodded. Thank you. He inhaled slowly, letting the breath steady his heart. As he moved toward the waiting area, his tension became hard to miss. Even his music partner, who usually had the emotional sensitivity of a brick, picked up on it. Teacher Chu. Wei Tongzi hesitated, her voice uncharacteristically small. I'll always be your little fan. I support you. The words came out awkward and rushed. She usually spoke with a calm, measured rhythm, but emotions had twisted her tongue. She was like many people, eloquent in casual conversation, but suddenly mute when it mattered. The type who always thought of the perfect thing to say only after the moment had passed. Chu Zhi gave her a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. Having you as a fan gives me a lot of courage. But the truth was, nothing eased the knots in his stomach. After host Gu Nanshi's introduction, Chu Zhi took the stage. Instantly, the atmosphere changed. It was like the air dropped 10 degrees. The warmth of stage lights, the usual sea of glowing support banners, the gentle cheers, the safe hum of background noise, it all vanished. Gone. As if someone had vacuumed all joy from the room. Instead, there was silence. Not passive quiet, but something darker. The kind of silence that looked you in the eye and dared you to speak. There was no applause. No welcome. Not even polite clapping. Just hundreds of faces staring back at him, unmoved and expressionless. He stood frozen. It felt like standing beneath Medusa's gaze. Not just being seen, but being turned to stone. His fingers twitched against the microphone. He tried to raise it, to say something, anything, but his body refused. In the past, Chu Zhi had read about veteran singers faltering on stage due to hostile crowds and wondered, why does the audience matter when you've got in-ear monitors? Just focus on your own performance. Now he understood. You couldn't judge until you'd stood in those shoes. The silence dragged on. Contestants typically introduced their song before performing. But Chu Zhi couldn't speak. The stillness thickened, heavy as wet cement drying around his ankles. Black tide, Gu Nanshi thought, recognizing the tactic, a form of psychological warfare imported from K-pop fandoms. The entire studio was dark except for a single spotlight on Chu Zhi. It felt like the world had turned its back on him. Who orchestrated this? Gu Nanshi wondered, unconsciously stepping back. The sheer malice in the air was suffocating. Even through the monitors, the oppressive atmosphere was palpable. Is this the protest against Chusan? Koguchi Yoshihiro muttered, paling. He'd seen this before. His favorite singer had succumbed to depression after 2 Black Tide concerts and later took his own life. Ho Yubin frowned. This environment is devastating for a performance. He paused, then corrected himself. No, it's worse than that. It's like standing in a hurricane, besieged by an army, with a blade at your throat. Even I couldn't perform at half my usual level under these conditions. As the most vocally skilled contestant, Ho's words carried weight. Li Xingwei, though arrogant, admitted privately that surpassing Ho would take years. Yet even he couldn't truly empathize. He believed he could have owned the stage despite the hostility. Zheng Yingying shivered. The worst she'd faced was booing early in her career, but this was worse. At least booing was direct. This silence was a void, swallowing all sound and hope. If it were me up there, if I didn't die on the spot, it'd only prove I was still alive, Lin Xia murmured to himself. 2 minutes passed. Chu Zhi stood frozen, a potential live broadcast disaster. Then, against the light, an original song, he finally said, forcing his stiff limbs to move. His mind, once panicked, now felt eerily detached, like an observer. Band, backup singers, I'm ready. The piano intro began, unremarkable but piercingly clear in the suffocating silence. Maybe I've always been afraid of answers. Maybe love just lingers in the wind. His voice trembled, not artfully, not like the trained vibrato of a seasoned artist. This was real instability, fragile and human. But that fragility, under the influence of 90% despair voice, became something unbearable. Not beautiful, not polished, but honest. Where the original version of Against the Light had carried hope, Chu Zhi's interpretation was devastation made audible. It wasn't just a song, it was a confession, a requiem. A Dutch painter once depicted the Rue Saint-Severin in Paris as a nightmare of disease and despair. Chu Zhi's voice painted something similar. A life in ruins, burned by strangers' hate and betrayal, turned on by fans who once worshipped him, crushed under a tidal wave of rage. There's a light in that moment. What pain is so blinding? But there was no light in this audience. Only darkness. Only pain. Your gaze is forgiveness. Why can't I let it fade? Yet the crowd's eyes held no forgiveness. Only schadenfreude, disdain, or cold indifference. The dissonance between the song's hope and the reality was heartbreaking. Chu Zhi's eyes glistened with unshed tears, his voice cracking under the weight of despair, yet still, somehow, insisting that light existed. Somewhere. For someone. The band and backup singers, despite only rehearsing the song that afternoon, played flawlessly. The gentle piano, strings, acoustic guitar, and military drum weaved a tapestry of resilience. I don't want hardships to tear us apart. I blame myself for not being braver. Chu Zhi stared into the abyss, still believing, against all evidence, in light. Then, as if summoned by his defiance, the studio's tightly sealed doors slowly creaked open. A shaft of light cut through the darkness, facing hope against the light. Where love exists. It's always been beside me. At the word love, Chu Zhi's gaze swept the audience. 7th row. A young man with a buzz cut, one of the hired fans, looked away first. He'd expected to feel smug, but instead, his chest ached. It was like he'd stabbed this man, only for the victim to gasp with his last breath. The world is kind. He glanced at his older cousin, Ming Ji, expecting reassurance, only to find him silently weeping, lips pressed tight to stifle sobs. To his left, 2 girls were already crying. By the final note, the black tide had dissolved, not into applause, but into sniffles, then outright weeping. Thank you for listening quietly. Thank you. Chu Zhi bowed, then thanked the band. As he left the stage, the dam broke. The audience, hired to stay silent, collapsed into sobs. Wah, yuwak, sniff, sniff. Nearly half the crowd was wiping tears. Another 100 sat red-eyed, shell-shocked. Despair voice is too overpowering. Even I cried at 90%. Chu Zhi muttered backstage, dabbing his eyes. The door opening? No coincidence. Wei Tongzi had arranged it. Meanwhile, host Gu Nanshi stood frozen, only snapping back to reality after a producer's frantic cue in her earpiece. Teacher Chu's performance left us all speechless, she managed. That was soul-deep singing. I thought you were just a pretty face, but you're the real deal. Off script, she asked, what inspired this song? You wrote it yourself, right? Chu Zhi smiled gently. I hope everyone who hears it, whether they hate me, really hate me, or especially hate me, finds themselves surrounded by light. And if life, or love, or others' expectations weigh you down, may you walk against the light anyway. Gu Nanxi nearly swooned. Against the Light is the best original song I've heard all year. No, this decade. A producer hissed in her earpiece. She hastily wrapped up. Now, let's hear from our judges. 50 professional critics sat ready, at least 30 desperate to praise what they'd just witnessed. Number 37. Conquering the stage. Sound behavior artist Airly wasn't just eager to speak. He was practically levitating off his seat. From an acoustic perspective, he had to say something. This wasn't a mistake by host Gu Nanxi. Normally, voting preceded critiques, but director Meng Fan had just ordered her via earpiece to flip the sequence. The audience, still reeling from Against the Light, didn't even notice the deviation. Let's first hear from teacher Airly, Gu Nanxi said, finally giving him the floor, though she'd have preferred not to. No host wanted a judge literally climbing onto the table. Airly cleared his throat, adopting a scholarly tone. Teacher Chu possesses the rare ability to breathe life into sound. His performance felt like a solitary wanderer. Would lone warrior be more fitting? Chu Zhi interjected softly. A brave solitary soul. Yes, lone warrior. No wonder you pinned wind blowing through the wheat fields. Airly nodded sagely. I'd give 13 out of 10 for a collaboration chance. My vote is... Wait, we haven't voted yet. This was why Gu Nanxi avoided cueing him. She masked her exasperation with a practiced smile. Our back-end voting system encountered a minor glitch. While tech resolves it, let's continue with critiques. Understood. Regardless, I'll absolutely vote for Teacher Chu. Airly sat down, mission accomplished. Translation, zero substance. Even his praise was bland. Gu Nanxi swiftly pivoted to the most composed judge. Teacher Liu, your thoughts? Teacher Chu, Liu began, eyes alight. I'm staging a performance on the 25th. I'd be honored to collaborate, to create something unforgettable with you. Less a critique, more an audition invite. Chu Zhi smiled. The honor would be mine. Liu beamed, his earlier gloom, courtesy of Yang Guyun's on-air snub, evaporating. His mental blacklist of Hunan TV, temporarily suspended. Meanwhile, backstage, even the non-Chinese-speaking contestants were visibly shaken. Despair voice transcended language. Its emotion was universal. Ahem, Koguchi-san, music partner Zhang Yu winced. Your grip is remarkably strong. Forgive me, Zhang-san. Koguchi Yoshihiro released Zhang's now purpling hand. Under stress, I clutch things. Like a drowning man grasping at driftwood. Teacher Chu's voice was harrowing. Zhang's internal monologue. Damn, this Jap's got a vice grip. Yang Guiyun, ever the loose cannon, broke the tension. After hearing this, I refuse to believe those online rumors. Teacher Chu's character radiates integrity. Subtext. F*** the haters, asterisk. To be that persecuted, yet still write a song urging others toward light? Yang shook his head. I couldn't do it. Unspoken. Also, he respects soul music. My man. Zheng Yingying bit her tongue. She wanted to agree. The allegations were unproven, but feared backlash from the shadowy forces behind tonight's black tide. Her wide, glassy eyes darted between speakers. Ho Yubin stroked his beard. That performance could have lured fish from water, halted galloping steeds, sheer auditory sorcery. Music doesn't always reflect the artist's true self, but that depth of despair? It's earned, not conjured. Translation, no one fakes trauma that visceral. Linji, your take? Zheng Yingying asked the master of verbal acrobatics. How did I watch it? Seated at first. Now, on my knees. Lin Xia smirked. Talent scales exponentially. As for who wins, let the votes decide. Internal scream. We were both part of the 6 heavenly kings of C-pop. Why is he this far ahead? Nearby, Li Xingwei sat like a man crushed by boulders. His dilemma. His performance was objectively strong, but against this? As the room buzzed, one group remained tense, the production crew. Wang Ku and his team exchanged nervous glances. This wasn't part of the script. Number 38. Chu Zhi's strategic retreat. From the very beginning, Wang Ke had assumed Chu Zhi would be eliminated in the first round. Yet step by step, first with the haunting hum of wind blowing through the wheat fields, then all the way to the semifinals, the man had defied expectations. Now, the production team faced an impossible dilemma. The 800 audience members planted by Dahua Entertainment would never vote for Chu Zhi. With notaries from the notary office overseeing the tally, vote manipulation was off the table. Even if Chu Zhi swept all 400 professional judge votes, he'd still rank last. The show occasionally staged dramatic tears for ratings, but Against the Light had achieved something unprecedented. It made the paid hecklers weep. Eliminating such a performance would spark instant rigged hashtags. Building a brand took years. Wang Ke refused to torch it overnight. Director Meng Fan was on the phone with Dahua Entertainment, begging them to release their grip on the audience votes. But everyone knew it was futile. The 800 plants were already seated. Even Shijia, their handler, couldn't redirect them now. Damn Dahua and their dirty tricks. And damn Chu Zhi for being too damn good. Wang Ke's anger lashed at both the instigator and the victim. Then, salvation. On stage, Chu Zhi suddenly staggered, his body swaying like a construction worker collapsing from heatstroke. The movement was unmistakable. Gasps rippled through the crowd. "Teacher Chu, are you all right?" Host Gu Nanchi rushed forward. "Apologies. My condition isn't ideal." Chu Zhi steadied himself, then dropped the bombshell. "Given my health, I can no longer commit fully to this competition. I'd like to withdraw. So you want to play the pity card, Dahua? Watch this." If selling tragedy and harvesting sympathy were an art, Chu Zhi had just painted a masterpiece. Men could outdash any drama queen when motivated. With Li Xingwei and Lin Xia still in the running, the finale's crown was never his to lose. But by bowing out now, half the audience would forever believe he deserved it. Leave them with an iconic performance. Let the others fight over scraps. More importantly, mission accomplished. Last week's Desert Island had already boosted his fandom. After this episode aired, the internet would implode. The evidence he'd release would crash Weibo's servers. He also understood the show's bind. That voting system glitch was obvious bullshit. By exiting gracefully, he'd earned the gratitude of Wang Ke, Meng Fan, and the entire I Am a Singer team, paving the way for future plans. The chessboard is set. Time to move. The moment Chu Zhi announced his withdrawal, Wang Ke's resentment evaporated. In his eyes, the man now glowed like a merciful bodhisattva. Have Gu Nanchi beg him to stay. Wang Ke ordered. To the director, "Meng, go on stage later to regretfully accept." Meng Fan, though slower on the uptake, recognized the lifeline. His opinion of Chu Zhi skyrocketed. "This guy's the real deal." "But, Teacher Chu, what's wrong?" Gu Nanchi's concern was genuine, and ahead of her producer's earpiece command. "Let's keep the mood light. This is a music show." Chu Zhi's smile was wan. He knew the power of implication. Like inkwash paintings, some truths thrived in the unsaid. Gu Nanchi, now prompted, feigned protest. "Please reconsider. The audience needs your voice. If I could, I'd sing all night." Chu Zhi licked his cracked lips. "But tonight, took everything I had. I clearly need to hit the gym. Why so drained?" The black tide. The despair in his voice was proof. The hired audience shifted uncomfortably. This slender star hadn't uttered a single accusation. Even now, blaming only his weak physique, he refused to vilify them. No regrets. They'd still pocket their 200 yuan. But a thread of guilt tugged at them. Shijie definitely wasn't dating this guy, Buzzcut muttered. Mingji raised an eyebrow. Because she's way out of his league, Buzzcut clarified. Mingji couldn't argue. Even Shijie's legendary cleavage paled next to Chu Zhi's grace. The man had just converted a non-fan. After the scripted please, director Meng Fan took the stage. "Shall we call a doctor?" "Thank you, but I've taken medicine. Rest is all I need." Chu Zhi paused. "One request. Could we skip the scoring? My performance was unstable. Let's spare everyone the awkwardness." Translation: I'll let you off the hook. No need to expose your rigged votes. Meng Fan nearly hugged him. "This guy's a saint." Aloud, he declared, "In honor of Teacher Chu's historic performance, I Am a Singer will establish a Hall of Fame. Against the Light will be its inaugural entry, no vote needed." Tit for tat. Chu Zhi saved their reputation, they immortalized his song. As Chu Zhi exited, the other contestants rose in a standing ovation. Even the reluctant Li Xingwei, who only stood after elder Hou Yubin did. Whispers trailed him, topped even Desert Island. 2 original masterpieces in 1 season. Smart labels are already begging for songs. Haven't cried like this in years. The game was won, without lifting the trophy. Number 39. All set. Li Xingwei. Total peak value 954 per thousand. Audience votes 780. Judge panel votes 174. Lin Xia. Total peak value 916 per thousand. Audience votes 752. Judge panel votes 164. Hou Yubin. Total peak value 901 per thousand. Audience votes 701. Judge panel votes 200. Koguchi Yoshihiro. Total peak value 875 per thousand. Audience votes 683. Judge panel votes 192. Yang Guiyun. Total peak value 854 per thousand. Audience votes 666. Judge panel votes 188. Gu Nanxi. Total peak value 830 per thousand. Audience votes 670. Judge panel votes 160. Zheng Yingying. Total peak value 817 per thousand. Audience votes 653. Judge panel votes 164. The semifinals would eliminate 2 contestants. As the challenger, Li Xingwei secured first place, meaning his challenge was successful. With Chu Zhi withdrawing from the competition, Zheng Yingying was the next to be eliminated, leaving the remaining 6 to advance to the finals. An interesting observation. Hou Yubin and Yang Guiyun scored exceptionally high with the judges. The former's score was due to his technical skill and seniority, while the latter held the title of Father of Chinese Soul Music. Even though the judging panel included big names like Fang Sheng, when it came to soul music, few could claim more authority than Yang Guiyun. What was truly intriguing was Koguchi Yoshihiro's high score from the judges. Clearly, some judges were factoring in nationality when scoring, an unfair practice. After the recording, Gu Nanxi wanted to treat Chu Zhi to a meal. She believed that if Chu Zhi hadn't withdrawn, she and Yingying would have been the ones eliminated. As an established singer, she wasn't particularly excited about performing at the Bird's Nest, but advancing to the finals was a testament to her ability, especially considering the caliber of the other competitors. Chu Zhi declined. His comeback was already gaining significant attention, and he couldn't afford to be seen dining privately with women. At a hallway corner, he ran into Wei Tongzi, who was bouncing toward him. "Teacher Chu, I was just looking for you. Deputy Director Wang wants to see you urgently. He's in the director's office on the 14th floor." "Thank you, Tong Tong. And thanks for your help earlier," Chu Zhi said softly, referring to her assistance in opening the door during his performance. "And no, I'm really happy to help Teacher Chu. Any fan would be overjoyed to assist their idol." Wei Tongzi stammered, flustered. "Having a fan like you makes me the luckiest celebrity," Chu Zhi replied. "Beauty isn't the only thing that can captivate. Male charm is equally potent." Wei Tongzi felt as if she had just solved the Riemann hypothesis, her brain flooded with euphoria. No amount of organic milk could compare to this feeling. This moment would stay with her for years, whether 1, 2, or even 5 years down the line. Even as she grew into a married woman, she would remain a die-hard fan of Chu Zhi. Location: small meeting room, Golden Eagle Building. Time: 10 p.m. Participants: Chu Zhi and Wang Ke. Wang Ke wasn't just a producer of a hit show. He was also a director at Mango TV, deputy editor-in-chief of the network, and a member of the channel's party committee. While he didn't fully represent Mango TV, that would be the deputy station head and station head, he still held considerable power. "Teacher Chu, it's such a shame that you had to withdraw due to health reasons. Songs like The Wind Blows Through the Wheat, Deserted Island, and today's Against the Light will be remembered as iconic performances," Wang Ke said. "If there's anything you need regarding your health, just say the word. Personally, and on behalf of the entire production team, we don't want anything bad to happen to such a talented singer. My illness is mostly psychological. There are things I've wanted to say to the public for a long time, a kind of explanation. But I haven't found the right platform yet," Chu Zhi said. Mango TV wasn't just a television station. It was part of a massive media empire, including Golden Eagle Media, A Media, Xiangqiao International, Xiaoxiang Film Group, Fengxing Tianxia Culture Media, and over 80 subsidiaries spanning entertainment, tourism, and real estate. While Dehua Entertainment was an industry giant, Mango TV was the undisputed heavyweight. Our Mango TV has a well-rated interview program called Little Mango Tea Party Invitation. If you want to share your thoughts, this would be the perfect platform, Wang Ku added. Little Mango Tea Party Invitation is our only in-house talk show on the app, hosted by Huang Yuru, one of our top anchors. As long as the content isn't politically sensitive, there's no risk of being shadow banned or restricted. Now that was confidence, the kind only a deputy director of Mango TV could have. Huang Yuru was one of Mango's most famous female hosts, a staple at major events like New Year's Eve galas and the Golden Eagle Awards. Thank you, Producer Wang. I believe this will help improve my condition, Chu Zhi said. When does Little Mango Tea Party Invitation film? And when does it air? The airtime. Wang Ku thought for a moment. Saturday at 7 p.m. Perfect timing. I Am a Singer aired on Fridays, and the talk show would follow on Saturdays, a flawless 1-2 punch. Mango TV also has another show in the works, Red, Dream of the Red Chamber. The next episode features Korean superstar Jung Wook-young, and the guest for the following episode hasn't been decided yet. If you're interested, we could consider you, Wang Ku offered. Not for now. My health isn't up for variety show recordings, Chu Zhi declined. He knows when to hold back, Wang Ku thought to himself. Chu Zhi's withdrawal had helped the production team immensely, so Wang Ku was willing to offer not just promotional resources, but also a prime variety show spot. If Chu Zhi had accepted, their professional relationship would have ended there. But by refusing, Chu Zhi left room for future goodwill. Of course, Chu Zhi's real reason for declining had nothing to do with knowing when to hold back, or disinterest in Red, Dream of the Red Chamber. In fact, he had already planned to leverage the show for fan growth after his comeback. The real reason? Once he regained his fame, he could negotiate for higher pay. Signing now would mean settling for less. And Chu Zhi was a man who enjoyed Sichuan and Shandong cuisine, but hated suffering losses. The recording for Little Mango Tea Party Invitation was scheduled for the next day at Golden Eagle Building, meaning Chu Zhi would stay in Star City for 2 more days. Get in, Chu-san. As he walked to the parking garage, Chu Zhi heard heavily accented Chinese from his left. Turning, he saw Koguchi Yoshihiro in a baseball cap. Chu Zhi felt like hats were Koguchi's defining feature. Each of their 3 meetings had featured a different one: a baseball cap, a beret, and their first encounter's bucket hat. Next time, let's eat together. Last time, we said next time, so this time is that time. I've been waiting since the recording ended, Koguchi said in Japanese before using a pen-like translator to convert it to Chinese. Didn't he know that in China, next time usually meant never? It's nutritious. I know Chu-san isn't in good health, so I picked a healthy restaurant, Koguchi added via translation. Since the invitation was so earnest, Chu Zhi couldn't refuse. He got in the car. Koguchi had a driver's license, but his Japanese one wasn't valid in China, so he had rented a van with a driver. In the passenger seat sat his manager, Matsuki, an ordinary-looking middle-aged woman. The restaurant lived up to its promise, Osmanthus Soup House, a place specializing in nourishing broths. Whether the soup tasted good or not, Chu Zhi couldn't say, but after the meal, Koguchi considerately had him driven back to his hotel. Back in his room, Chu Zhi tallied his gains. Early leave king. Overtime is warmth. Full attendance is attitude. Early leave is speed. Early leave from schedule times 1, 1 personality coin. Early leave from schedule times 2, 3 personality coins. His total personality coins now stood at 6. Even his withdrawal from the competition had been counted as early leave by the system. Some of these achievement categories are nearly impossible to farm. Like early leave king, without a valid reason, doing it too often would ruin my reputation, Chu Zhi mused. Fortunately, there were plenty of other achievements to pursue. I forgot about the little fairy achievement. I should have refused Koguchi's invitation. Combined with turning down Gunanshi, that would have reject 3 industry invitations. A restful day. The next morning, Chu Zhi returned to Golden Eagle Building to film Little Mango Tea Party Invitation. Number 40. Earl Grey and Coconut Rings. Huang Yuru's looks might only rank as above average among female celebrities, but in the hosting world, she was undeniably top tier. At 31, a graduate of Peking University's School of Journalism and Communication, she had casually participated in CCTV's Challenge the Host during her senior year, only to accidentally win the championship. Had she stayed on that path, she would have undoubtedly become one of CCTV's Spring Festival Gala hosts. But at 27, just as her career at CCTV was taking off, Huang Yuru left for Mango TV. In addition to hosting Little Mango Tea Party Invitation, she was the core host of Please Take My Fridge Season 5, Heart Signal Season 2, Let's Debut, and other programs. Unlike his previous visits to the building, where no one had greeted him, this time Huang Yuru and the show's production team, about 7 or 8 people, were waiting for him in the lobby. "Teacher Chu, how are you feeling? I sneaked a peek at yesterday's I Am a Singer recording, and I was really worried," Huang Yuru said. Her voice wasn't conventionally pleasant. It was a bit husky, but her clear, measured speech gave it a unique charm. "My condition has stabilized," Chu Zhi replied with a smile. "That's good to hear. Teacher Chu, your skin is seriously enviable. I stayed up late last night, and now I've got a breakout," Huang Yuru said, effortlessly steering the conversation. She had a knack for making small talk feel natural. "Avoiding sunlight helps," Chu Zhi suddenly asked. "By the way, who's the show's sponsor again?" Huang Yuru answered, "It's Want new soft candy. Want stuffed soft candy. Eat Want stuffed soft candy, and your skin will be amazing," Chu Zhi quipped. "Ha. Huang Yuru didn't cover her mouth demurely or laugh like a tomboy. Her laughter was bright and unrestrained. "Tong Tong called me for over half an hour yesterday, telling me Teacher Chu is a very, very, very good person. Honest truth, she said very 3 times. She asked me to take care of you, and I can see now that Teacher Chu really is easy to talk to," she said. "Tong Tong is a great host, very professional," Chu Zhi said, surprised that Wei Tongzi had gone out of her way for him. Huang Yuru grinned. Tong Tong would be over the moon if she heard that. As they chatted, the group headed to the studio. The contract had been signed the day before during Chu Zhi's meeting with Deputy Director Wang. Now, they needed to discuss the general direction of the interview. Sure, people claimed talk shows were unscripted, but while there might not be a literal script, the broad strokes were always pre-approved. Chu Zhi opened his briefcase and pulled out a file and a USB drive. He knew the drill. Anything broadcast had to be vetted in advance. No one wanted to be responsible if, say, politically sensitive material slipped through. While reviewing the materials, he headed to the makeup room. The makeup artist, Tony, couldn't help but comment as he worked. "With a face like yours, you don't even need foundation or concealer. No breakouts, no scars, nothing." Backstage, Huang Yuru and the crew pored over the documents, evidence proving Chu Zhi's innocence. His flight records, stamped and verified by the airlines, were particularly damning to the rumors. In today's world, even celebrities couldn't easily fly under someone else's ID. Every piece of evidence was traceable. "Wait, so the scandals about Chu Zhi were all fake?" a staff member blurted out, stunned. Huang Yuru scrutinized the materials. Earlier, her warmth toward Chu Zhi had been purely professional courtesy. Privately, she'd been wary. After all, a face that handsome was practically a red flag. If he was really framed, why didn't he explain sooner, she wondered. After about 40 minutes of prep, filming began at exactly 10 a.m. Once, tea parties had been about snacks and casual chatter. Now, they were more like corporate meetings where you listened to the boss lecture. Little Mango Tea Party Invitation was produced by Huang Yuru herself, so while the studio was much smaller than I Am a Singer's, seating only 120, the decor was entirely to her taste. 2 display cabinets flanked the stage. One held rows of books, the other an array of Barbie dolls. Barbie, Ken, Midge, Skipper, and even the rare Miko. The center stage was designed like a study, but with an exhibition-like flair. It seemed every celebrity had their quirks. Huang Yuru was a hardcore Barbie collector, while Gunanshi was a devoted follower of rheology. Rheology, founded by Heraclean, unified gases, liquids, and solids under a single mathematical model. The idea that everything was liquid, cats, Mount Everest, sounded absurd, but the school had rigorous scientific backing. Gu Nanshi's dance track Mount Everest is liquid. One of the rare songs she wrote herself was a testament to her fascination. Tea parties are for light-hearted, untold stories. Huang Yuru began, fanning herself rhythmically. I'm Yuru, your host. Today, we'll sip tea and hear tales from the entertainment world. Dressed in a Rococo-style French court gown, corseted and opulent, she presided like a queen. Each audience member was served a cup of brewed black tea, reinforcing the ceremonial vibe. Our guest today is one of the most controversial figures in recent memory, she announced. Please welcome Chu Zhi. The audience buzzed. Most recognized him. Chu Zhi had chosen Mango TV for its core demographic, Gen Z and younger millennials, the backbone of social media discourse. This was also the audience that made Mango TV the only profitable streaming platform in China. Wait, isn't that the scumbag? You didn't hear? Mango's whitewashing him. They even put him on I Am a Singer. Okay, but his The Wind Blows Through the Wheat is still on my playlist. My friend was a huge fan. Cried for days when his scandals came out. Ugh, I don't want to watch this guy get rehabbed. Amid the murmurs, Chu Zhi stepped on stage and bowed slightly before taking a simple wooden chair. Huang Yuru, meanwhile, lounged on an ornate sofa, its dark wood frame carved with intricate patterns, gilded edges gleaming under the lights. The seating arrangement made her look like a monarch holding court, and Chu Zhi, a petitioner. Welcome, Teacher Chu. Huang Yuru offered him a tea menu. What would you like? To set the show apart, beyond its lavish set and scripted spontaneity, there was ritual. Before questions began, guests selected tea and snacks from an exhaustive list. Yuva, Lapsang Sochong, Noljai, Assam. Western black teas were categorized by region, and the snacks were even more varied. After perusing the dizzying options, Chu Zhi settled on Earl Grey and coconut rings. No deep reason, he just liked the names. Earl Grey, scented with bergamot and citrus peel oils, was a favorite among Europe's aristocracy. Choosing it suggests Teacher Chu is traditional, even old-fashioned, Huang Yuru mused, fluttering her fan. And coconut rings, a simple European biscuit. Hint that his mind isn't overly complicated. What absolute bullshit. Chu Zhi had picked at random, with zero knowledge of tea culture. The host's analysis was clearly reverse-engineered from his public persona. But hey, with the mic in her hands, she could spin it however she wanted. Number 41. The astonished audience. In recent months, there have been many controversies surrounding Teacher Chu, Huang Yuru began, including but not limited to secret marriage and marital infidelity. Teacher Chu has remained silent. Is it because these accusations are true, and you feared that refuting them would only invite more concrete evidence? Little Mango Tea Party Invitation might sound like a light-hearted, almost anime-esque show, but Huang Yuru's questioning was razor-sharp, completely different from her usual hosting style. I think I can address this secret marriage rumor first, Chu Zhi said, deliberately holding back Kong Fei Entertainment's shady maneuvers. Sooner or later, the internet sleuths would dig it up anyway. No scandal could escape the relentless scrutiny of netizens. Here's the thing, host Huang, I'm only 22 this year. 5 years ago, I was 17. That's below the legal marriage age for men in China, Chu Zhi stated solemnly. I haven't falsified my age. I don't even have the means to. My hospital birth records, ID card, and school registration all confirm that 22 is my real age. Anyone who checks would know. Huang Yuru pressed further. But what about a de facto marriage? Even if you couldn't register at the Civil Affairs Bureau, what if you held a wedding banquet in a rural area at 17? If the woman claims you were secretly married, that's a valid accusation, even if the law doesn't recognize it. I've brought some documents, Chu Zhi said. The woman online, Li Tingyu, claims we were high school sweethearts. But after checking with my alma mater, number 37 high school, there was no student named Li Tingyu in my grade, or even the adjacent ones. This includes dropouts, name changes, and transfers. At the right moment, Chu Zhi placed the documents on the coffee table. The camera zoomed in, projecting the records onto the stage screen. To protect privacy, student IDs, genders, and ages were blurred. Only names were visible. Column after column of names, none matching Li Tingyu. The 120 audience members watched intently, though the dense text made it impossible to verify on the spot. The real impact came from Chu Zhi's next words. 5 years of secret marriage? A relationship? I've never even met Li Tingyu. Chu Zhi concluded. Teacher Chu, are you suggesting that a woman you've never met maliciously slandered you for personal gain? Huang Yuru's tone sharpened, her naturally husky voice adding gravity. Are you willing to stand by that statement legally? To take responsibility for your words in court? As an adult, I fully stand by my statements. In fact, I plan to file a lawsuit against Li Tingyu for defamation this week, Chu Zhi declared. Doesn't that sound absurd? Huang Yuru countered. If there was no relationship, if you've never met, why would she risk legal consequences to fabricate such an elaborate story? Doesn't your explanation defy logic? From the start, Huang Yuru's questions had been pointed, almost combative. A less composed guest might have felt targeted, but Chu Zhi recognized the strategy. By playing devil's advocate, she was giving him the perfect setup to dismantle the rumors piece by piece. I agree it sounds unbelievable, but Li Tingyu's claims are full of holes, Chu Zhi said. For instance, she alleged we met for dates in Chuncheng last June and Jinling in August. But here, he produced 2 detailed itineraries. These are my schedules for June and August. At the time, I was preparing for a concert, shuttling between Shanghai, Beijing, and Shenzhen. I even went to Macau for work. For the first time, the audience, and Huang Yuru, saw the grueling schedule of a top-tier celebrity. Even without context, the sheer density was exhausting. June 3rd, TMEA Music Awards, Macau. June 4th, Oriental Billboard Awards, Shanghai. June 5th to 7th, Madame Figaro World Cover Shoot, Beijing. June 6th to 9th, Aichi Summer Student Welcome Short Film, Beijing. June 9th, Cosmo Fashion Beauty Awards, Shanghai. And that was just the main events. A secondary schedule showed how every spare minute was filled. VCR recordings, cameos in a junior artist's MV, commercial meetings. Some tasks could be done locally, like renting a hotel conference room for a quick shoot, but others required cross-city travel. Isn't this exhausting? Huang Yuru blurted after scanning the secondary schedule. I record 4 shows a week and feel drained, but at least I usually sleep before 1 a.m. You barely have a single day ending before then. Many artists would kill for this kind of schedule. Complaining would be ungrateful, Chu Zhi said without a hint of resentment. Besides, I usually get to sleep by 2 a.m. I don't need much. 5 hours is enough. Privately, he wondered if his predecessor's notorious temper, the diva behavior, stemmed from chronic sleep deprivation. Lesson learned. Less late-night gaming, more naps. Okay, I get that your schedule is planned down to the half hour. But what about overlapping commitments? Huang Yuru's curiosity derailed the interrogation momentarily. Shoots aren't all day. I can hop between locations, Chu Zhi explained before redirecting. He then presented his flight records and a conspicuously empty high-speed rail log. Not that he never took trains, but flights were faster for his packed timetable. These prove I didn't travel to Chuncheng or Jinling in June or August. There was no way I could have been dating anyone, Chu Zhi said. Technically, you could have driven, but with this schedule, you'd have no time, Huang Yuru mused. So the secret marriage and affair rumors are false? And if there was no marriage, the infidelity claim is pure fabrication. Her surprise was performative, but the audience's shock was genuine. Gasps rippled through the studio. This was a scandal unraveling in real time. Huang Yuru pulled up Li Tingyu's original Weibo post. I, too, was swept up in the protect the underdog, expose the powerful narrative. But looking closely now, her accusations, while eloquent, lack any hard evidence. Why did I believe her so readily? Maybe because I'm Chu Zhi, he said after a pause. Or perhaps I failed to earn the public's trust. That's on me. Smooth. Huang Yuru was almost impressed. Even she felt a flicker of admiration. More than looks, she valued emotional intelligence, and Chu Zhi had it in spades. Number 42. Turning black into white. The sugar baby rumors. Those can't be false, can they? Huang Yuru took a sip of black tea. The woman who allegedly kept me. I've looked into her background. The idea that she could afford to support me is unrealistic. Since she's also a victim, I won't disclose her details further, Chu Zhi said. We can't violate privacy laws by exposing personal information without consent. We abide by the rules. Huang Yuru shrugged. Even if the secret marriage and cheating scandals were fabricated, the sugar baby rumors are harder to dismiss. First, what are the odds that all the accusations against you are false? Second, without solid evidence to disprove it, I'd naturally stick to my initial belief, especially when there's photographic proof. Photographic proof. Chu Zhi noticed a flaw in the tea party setup. After selecting coconut rings and Earl Grey, the tea had arrived promptly, but the snacks were nowhere to be seen. I have a USB drive. I'd like the program to play its contents, Chu Zhi said, handing it to Huang Yuru. If we don't play it, our audience would protest, the host remarked, passing it to the staff. The files were straightforward, 2 segments of surveillance footage from a restaurant. Of course, private rooms didn't have cameras. This was from the lobby and hallway. The gossip account Paramount Mouthpiece used a single photo to claim the client's advertising director behaved intimately with me throughout the dinner, Chu Zhi explained. But the footage shows our interactions were purely professional. That does support your case. Then how do you explain the hugging photo from the private room? Huang Yuru pressed. The director said she was a fan and asked for a hug. I couldn't refuse, Chu Zhi said. My 2 assistants and main agent, Sister Phone, were also present. It was a group dinner, nothing inappropriate. The second clip showed Chu Zhi leaving after escorting the woman to the hotel entrance. From then until 9 a.m. the next day, when she checked out, he never reappeared. This should be clear. Paramount Mouthpiece claimed we stayed at the same hotel, the Sophia. But the Sophia only has 1 entrance. Unless I climbed through a window, there's no way I could have entered unnoticed, Chu Zhi said. I didn't stay there that night. In fact, I had an early shoot in Jiangsu and took an 11:30 p.m. flight. Flight and hotel records backed his alibi. These records are unaltered. I'll take full legal responsibility for their authenticity, he added. Even if you didn't stay at the same hotel that night, how do you prove you never did at other times when no one was watching? Huang Yuru countered. Her question mirrored the skepticism of some viewers, those already convinced of his guilt. The only proof I have is my daily schedule. But since when does the inability to prove innocence equate to guilt? Chu Zhi turned the tables. The host let the question hang, projecting it on screen. Since when does the inability to prove innocence equate to guilt? The audience buzzed. Many had assumed that without definitive proof of innocence, guilt was implied. Imagine in school, someone accuses you of stealing class funds. Without an alibi, you're automatically guilty. Or at work, your boss suspects you leaked secrets. If your phone was broken during an argument with your girlfriend, you must be the corporate spy. Can we operate like this? Huang Yuru tossed out 2 hypotheticals. No. Without evidence, no one should have to prove their innocence, she concluded. So, does Paramount Mouthpiece have more concrete proof beyond that photo? Our team found the account is owned by Gaiching Media. We've retrieved their contact number. Let's call them live. Huh? A live call? Chu Zhi wasn't nervous, just surprised by the bold move. His ally Su Xiangbai's investigation had uncovered Gaiching Media's ties. It operated 3 Weibo accounts with millions of followers, several 100K plus readership WeChat public accounts, and popular Douyin/Kuaishou channels. More damningly, one of Gaiching's major shareholders, a Mr. Wang, was also a key investor in Zhanghai Pictures, whose other major stakeholder was none other than the chairman of Dahua Entertainment. King Dahua just won't quit. Chu Zhi wasn't one to take hits lying down. In his past life, companies that crossed him either got gutted by poaching or crushed by market maneuvers. Dahua, you're next. Back to the call, Gaiching's receptionist answered brightly. Hello, Gaiching Media. How may I assist you? This is Huang Yuru, host of Mango TV's Little Mango Tea Party Invitation. We'd like to speak with your company's representative for an on-air interview, she said bluntly. After a brief hold, a manager Zhao came on the line. Pleasantries exchanged, Huang Yuru cut to the chase. Is Paramount Mouthpiece your company's account? Yes. Your article, Who's the Sugar Daddy Behind Rising Star Chu Zhi? Aside from the photo, do you have further evidence? A pause. Then manager Zhao replied smoothly. We don't publish baseless rumors. The photo of Chu Zhi with that woman at the hotel is unaltered. Our reporting is grounded in factual deduction. Off the record, Huang Laoshi, come on. His post-debut resources, those global brand deals? No backer? Who'd believe that? His tone oozed sincerity. Huang Yuru recognized the spin, a PR tactic to muddy waters. Like when celebrities facing real scandals would flaunt police case receipts, which only proved the report was filed, not validated, to fool fans into thinking, see, he's innocent. He even went to the police. A cynical abuse of public trust and authority. Notably, Kongfei Entertainment hadn't even bothered with that charade. Manager Zhao's righteous spiel sounded principled, but said nothing at all. Number 43. The art of cultivating fandom. A photograph taken in real time, but did you capture any images of them entering the hotel together? Huang Yuru cut straight to the point. Without follow-up evidence, how can you call this reasonable deduction? Sensing her hostility, Manager Zhao dialed back his enthusiasm. What else could a man and woman be doing at a hotel entrance if not going inside? And what happens after they enter? I trust the public has common sense. If twisting black into white counts as common sense, then Manager Zhao is indeed very knowledgeable. Huang Yuru fired back, her tone sharpening. Whether she was riled up by the call or inherently combative, her words struck like daggers. First, a man and woman at a hotel entrance could simply be passing by or parting ways politely. Since you don't even know if they entered, isn't your so-called deduction pure fabrication? The public doesn't think this way. Stop projecting your outdated values onto them. What you call reasonable deduction based on real photos is actually slander. In my understanding, Chinese people don't harm Chinese people. So, applying that logic, I reasonably suspect Mr. Zhao isn't Chinese. Chu Zhi nearly applauded. Her rebuttal was masterful, systematically dismantling every argument. On the other end of the line, Manager Zhao fell silent for a long moment. When he finally spoke, his voice was strained. No wonder reporter Huang is Mango TV's star journalist. You're so good at joking with small-time employees like us. Our reports are legally sound speculation. Even the headline, "Who's the sugar daddy behind rising star Chu Zhi?" used a question mark. We merely presented a possibility. How the audience interprets it isn't our concern. Reporter Huang, we're swamped here. Sorry. With that, he hung up. Though Manager Zhao had kept his tone steady, his rage was palpable. King bitch, digging up settled matters. Who cares about the truth now that Chu Zhi's already ruined? At the Golden Eagle building set, Huang Yuru remained unruffled. Setting down her tea, she addressed the audience. As you all heard, Gaiching Media's silver tongue can't mask the fact that they have no evidence and outright slandered Chu Zhi. Her summary triggered murmurs across the studio. On stage, Chu Zhi seemed unusually fragile, his slightly hunched posture as he sat betraying the weight on his shoulders. Two female audience members who'd initially resented the show for whitewashing a disgraced celebrity opened their mouths, regretful of their earlier harshness. But words, once spoken, couldn't be taken back. Wait, so the internet's most hated man was framed. I can't believe it. No, I don't want to believe it. I posted nasty WeChat moments about him. But with all this evidence, thinking back, none of the Weibo accusations had solid proof. I believed Li Tingyu because her post seemed logical. I never questioned the lack of evidence, or that Chu Zhi couldn't respond. So you're telling me Chu Zhi was attacked for months because of two liars? The audience's souls were being grilled. After enduring months of wrongful accusations, falling from A-list to a universally reviled scumbag, your life turned upside down. What would you like to say? Huang Yuru asked, putting themselves in his shoes. Even the most patient audience members couldn't imagine swallowing such injustice without lashing out. 121 pairs of eyes fixed on Chu Zhi. His reply, I just hope there's less misunderstanding in this world. I wouldn't wish what I went through on anyone. That feeling, it's despair. After the 90-minute recording wrapped, Chu Zhi thanked Huang Yuru. Even with Wei Tongxi's request and the show's thirst for drama, their support had been genuine. Speaking up for you today made me realize something. It's another form of the same protect the weak mentality that made people side with Li Tingyu. Your case taught me public figures must think twice before speaking, Huang Yuru reflected. Having stayed in Changsha for over half a month, Chu Zhi was finally leaving. He bought an extra suitcase for the materials from his Against the Light album, manifests of each song's creation, lyric sheets, demo tracks, all 10 tracks worth. Quick note, standard albums have 10 tracks, but many include intro and outro, under a minute instrumental bookends. Against the lights are 59 and 56 seconds, a tradition from 60s to 70s rock, where openings/closings set the tone. Returning home felt oddly unfamiliar. Chu Zhi vegged out for a day, spotlight fatigue was real. Feeling great, let's go out/blue skies and ocean breeze. Even if he didn't actually go out, his mood stayed buoyant despite another bank foreclosure warning. With I Am a Singer's semifinals and Little Mango Tea Party poised to drop, good news kept coming. Both poems he'd submitted to Chinese Poetry Net, including Life Like Summer Flowers, were featured as daily best, boosting his column's traffic from dozens to hundreds of clicks. Skimming the comments. Often, poetry reflects personal worldviews. This poet says much with few words. Probably a paid review, 300 renminbi per piece. Chu Zhi checked his earnings. Withdrawable balance, 772 renminbi and 10 cents. Daily best came with a 500 renminbi bonus. Fair enough. If critiques earned 300, the actual poem deserved more. The remaining 2 renminbi and 10 cents came from reader flowers. 1 renminbi equals 1 flower. 1 flower equals 0 renminbi and 70 cents creator payout. He submitted 2 new poems for the next daily best. Untitled, Power said to the world, "You are mine." The world imprisoned power beneath her throne. Love said to the world, "I am yours." The world gave love freedom to roam her halls. Untitled, the bird thought lifting a fish into the air was an act of charity. Posting them, he moved on. Dream of the Red Chamber's celebrity livestream variety show could be a fan magnet. I'll get on that. Once his comeback peaked, snagging such gigs would be effortless. But preparation was key. In his past life, Chu Zhi rarely used Bilibili, and when he did, he wasn't just a lurker but the type who wouldn't even follow creators. The few exceptions? Channels like Hello Teacher, I'm He Xiaoyu. When he hit 6 million combined Bilibili/YouTube subscribers, he printed every single username and posed with them. A geek's ultimate romantic gesture. Even Chu Zhi, caught off guard, became a fan. Now, he'd replicate that magic. Abusing fans bred loyalty, but carrots worked better after sticks. To make fans open their wallets, they needed emotional payoff. He'd print all 20 million pre-scandal follower names. He Xiaoyu's 6 million had covered 46 square meters, so 20 million would need 150 SQM. His 287 SQM apartment had over 800 SQM of wall space. More than enough. If this doesn't reduce my fans to tears, I'll write my name backward. Number 44. The semifinals air. For Chu Zhi, the past week had felt like standing still before the sun rose, waiting in the hush before light broke over the horizon. But for the entertainment industry, 7 days passed like nothing at all. Just another week of lukewarm gossip and half-hearted headlines, trending topics that changed by the hour and vanished just as fast. True to his word, the show's director, Meng Fan, worked quietly in the background. On Mango TV's official app, a poll launched without much fanfare. Vote for your favorite performance from all 4 seasons of I Am a Singer. A subtle move, but the foundation for a Hall of Fame had been laid. Shanghai. An ordinary Friday. An ordinary law firm. It was peak rush hour again. The streets outside were gridlocked with honking cars and tired people dragging themselves through another endless commute. Big cities had their benefits, but the crowd, the chaos, the feeling of being swallowed alive, that wasn't one of them. Inside the firm, Jiang Wan grabbed her tote and bolted. "Nope, not covering your shift today. I slept maybe 3 hours last night," she said, dodging a pleading coworker. "Ask Yuan." She didn't stop walking. "Your emergency isn't my problem." Even if that coworker were on fire, Jiang Wan probably wouldn't spare a drop of water. That was just her approach to life. Fair, firm, and cold. At 27, Jiang Wan had long grown used to pressure from her parents, from society, from the city itself. They wanted her married, settled, smiling. She gave none of that. She didn't need new friends, didn't want after-work drinks, and saw little value in shallow connection. Her few friendships were holdovers from childhood. So she adapted, sharpened 2 skills to survive. Skill 1, unshakable mountain active ability. Allows her to stand on a moving train without holding onto poles or handles, even in heels, while scrolling short-form videos. Skill 2, one-handed typing despite her small, pudgy fingers. Her thumbs flew across screens with unnerving speed. At work, she didn't stand out. But online, Jiang Wan was a queen in the court of sarcasm and snark. A natural-born cynic with a digital soapbox. The only thing that separated her from true trolls was that her barbs had structure, and her bitterness came with a side of realism. Near her apartment, there was a small wet market where a colony of stray cats gathered. Sometimes young women stopped to feed them. Couples too. They'd crouch beside the curb and offer scraps with loving smiles. Jiang Wan always sneered. Virtue signaling. If they really cared, they'd take them home. She'd never do it herself, of course. But she wasn't taking photos for likes, either. Occasionally, when guilt poked at her, she might mutter a flat, "Keep it up." More often than not, though, she kept walking. Tonight, as she passed that familiar corner, a small, limping kitten stepped into her path. Its hind leg dragged slightly. For a split second, irritation flared. Not pity. Annoyance. A sharp, irrational impulse surfaced. Kick it, before decency caught the reins and yanked the thought back. Ugly thing, she muttered. If you looked cuter, you wouldn't be abandoned. She walked around it, unmoved. Her takeout had already arrived. The bag hung from her doorknob when she reached home, labeled Mr. Jiang. It was a trick she used often. Living alone as a woman in a big city demanded precautions. She hung one of her father's shirts on the balcony rail, left a few cigarette butts near the door, collected from the office smoking area. She avoided quiet alleys, stayed alert. Inside, she didn't bother with skincare or changing clothes. Her only ritual was hanging up her coat, blasting the AC, and cracking open her takeout, braised pork rice. Already cooling. Perfect timing. The TV flickered to life. Off work at 6 p.m., she timed it perfectly for I Am a Singer's live broadcast. Her expression remained blank. She was a Li Xingwei fan. The only reason she tuned in? Her idol was a challenger this round. Perhaps the delivery had been too fast. The pork rice was cold. Jiang Wan shoveled it in indifferently. Why's this guy getting more screen time? Last episode barely showed him. Disgust laced her voice. This guy meant Chu Zhi. Notably, Jiang Wan's former Weibo handle was Orange Soda Sweet, a dead giveaway. She'd once been his fan. When the scandals broke, her reaction was the most extreme. As the admin of a Chu Zhi fan group, she'd disbanded it herself. It wasn't about loyalty, it was her nature. In middle school, her rural accent and looks made her a target. After confiding in her parents, her mother's advice was, let it go. Can't avoid trouble? Then evade it. But evasion failed. Kids could be terrifyingly cruel. Teachers turned a blind eye. 3 years of bullying followed. Miraculously, she didn't hate school. Instead, she studied harder. Grades were her only weapon against her tormentors. Those years shaped her adulthood into a cauldron of negativity. Whether she had undiagnosed mental issues, she didn't know or care. She told herself she'd moved on, even forgotten the bullies. But an undercurrent of rage remained, lashing out at others' flaws. That stray kitten had merely been a lightning rod. At least he's performing last, Jiang Wan grumbled, planning to do laundry after her idol's song and return for the results. Live broadcast commentary. Lin Xiao's vocals are good, but not quite Li Xingwei's level. Uncle Xidian's high notes. Goosebumps everywhere. Never got Koguchi's appeal until today. Even without anime nostalgia, it's hype. Judges know their stuff. Li Xingwei's talent is just built different. Had she seen the barrage of real-time comments, she'd have known Li Xingwei and Lin Xia dominated the chatter. Once the judges finished praising Li Xingwei, Jiang Wan stood to toss her takeout box, barely glancing at the screen. Then, silence. After host Gu Nanshi's introduction, the stage fell mute, as if someone had hit mute. Jiang Wan's eyes flicked back. Chu Zhi stood alone under the spotlight. The audience was a still, dark ocean. A technical glitch? But when the silence stretched past a minute, no cheers, no glow sticks, no fan signs, Jiang Wan realized this was a boycott. Good. This is what he deserves. Her first reaction was vindication. Her philosophy had always been, if you're doing well, how dare you? Pleasure delayed her laundry plans. She'd watch his humiliation play out. 2 full minutes later, Chu Zhi announced his song title. Jiang Wan caught the tremor in his voice. And then, he began to sing. Into the Void. Number 45. The Power of Song. Perhaps I've always been afraid of the answer. Perhaps love quietly swirls in the wind. Leaving, letting go, so brief, yet again. Chu Zhi's voice carried despair. Almost instantly, whether it was the first or second line, his singing pulled Jiang Wan's memory back to a movie. That movie was called Paper House, released 2 years ago. It was a film about school bullying, starring a talented young actress. There was a scene where the female lead, after enduring long-term abuse, let out a heart-wrenching scream, one that sounded eerily similar to this song. For some reason, Jiang Wan hated Paper House. She had even trashed the movie across 5 platforms: Douban, Mayan Movies, Teopio, Weibo, and her WeChat moments. Normally, she wouldn't bother criticizing bad films, usually just ignoring them. Was Paper House a good movie? Not really. At best, it was slightly above average. But was it a bad film? Not at all. The female lead's acting and the production design were still praiseworthy. Trash movie. Jiang Wan snapped back to reality and criticized Paper House again, her gaze refocusing on the TV, only to be swallowed once more by the silent black tide. Boundless and vast as the ocean, the black tide surrounded Chu Zhi, who stood like a tiny, swaying boat with no shore in sight, just as there was no one standing around the stage. Perhaps it was the lighting director's deliberate choice, but throughout the performance, no light was cast on the band or the choir. The audience could only see a single beam of light at the center of the stage, the rest devoured by the darkness of the seats. The boat's frame was made of old, fragile wood, easily shattered by a single wave of the black tide. Jiang Wan wondered inwardly. Can he even finish singing this song? He was afraid. Absolutely afraid. The camera zoomed in. The singer at the center of the stage was terrified. His left hand, gripping the microphone stand, trembled uncontrollably at the elbow. His legs were stiff, not daring to take another step. What was true courage? It was knowing the danger, yet still charging forward. Chu Zhi was a brave singer. The fear in his body was just an instinctive reaction to the black tide. As the camera panned up, the terror in his expression became unmistakable. Immersed in the moment, Jiang Wan wasn't sure if it was because of her strong empathy, but she felt Chu Zhi's despair completely. His voice seemed to plead with everyone. Can you help me? Please, save me. That voice, it sounds familiar. Jiang Wan's mind echoed with another voice, a girl's voice. Can I borrow your textbook? My homework was thrown away. Please, help me. Was it from Paper House? Half her mind lost in the song, Jiang Wan tried to recall, but she couldn't remember any similar scene in the movie. Whose voice was that in her head? It belonged to a 13 or 14-year-old girl, a desperate plea lingering in her ears, but the face was blurred. Why did that girl's face resemble her younger self? Soon, Jiang Wan realized why she hated Paper House. In the movie, the female lead also experienced despair, but she had a classmate who stood up for her, pulling her out of the swamp of bullying. The female lead went on to live a better life. It's all fucking fake. No one stood up for me. During middle school, Jiang Wan had received no help. Not from her parents, not from her teachers. Where were all those helping hands? One day in 8th grade, after her beloved grandmother passed away, her English notebook was thrown away again the next day. The 13-year-old girl, crushed under the weight of grief and bullying, turned to the only classmate who had treated her with even a shred of kindness. If kindness could be defined as simply not joining in the bullying, treating her like a stranger. Can I borrow your textbook? My homework was thrown away. Please, help me. Those were Jiang Wan's words to that classmate. She was rejected. Of course, that classmate had no obligation to agree. But that rejection was the final straw for young Jiang Wan. The buried insecurities of her past were dredged up. The words hurled at her back then weren't even particularly cruel. Some were even said jokingly. But to Jiang Wan, even after graduating college, even as an adult with a successful career at a law firm, they were like knife scars that never faded. Jiang Wan spiraled into an endless loop of self-blame, drowning in sorrow. There was a light. In that moment, what was it that hurt so sharply? Your gaze was forgiveness. Why couldn't it fade? Against the light, I saw. Suddenly, a voice pierced through Jiang Wan's mental prison, clear as day. It was as if the owner of that voice was reaching out to her. Jiang Wan realized that the singer on stage, despite facing the black tide with no way forward, despite his fear, was still trying to pull others onto his fragile boat. even though it could capsize at any moment. Facing hope against the light, I feel where love exists. It has always been by my side. You are the light. The song ended. A song lasts only 3 or 4 minutes, not long. But for Jiang it felt like an eternity. Why would you try to save others when your boat is already on the verge of sinking? Wouldn't it just sink faster? Jiang noticed Chu Zhi subtly wiping away tears, as if he didn't want anyone to see. What's a grown man crying for? She wanted to mock him inwardly, but she couldn't. Could you share what inspired you to write this song? I see you're credited for the lyrics, composition, and arrangement. I hope that everyone who listens to my song, whether they hate me, really hate me, or especially hate me, can be surrounded by light. And if you're burdened by too many expectations in love or life, I hope you can walk against the light. That was Chu Zhi's response during the post-performance interview. You idiot. Chu Zhi, you're a fucking idiot. I've been shitting on you to your face, and you still hope I'm surrounded by light. What kind of stupid, naive fool are you? After hearing those words, Jiang suppressed rage erupted like a burst pipe, flooding out uncontrollably. You don't even fight back when you're bullied? Use the damn microphone to curse them out, she yelled at the TV, though her words felt more like a scream at herself. Her fury lasted until Chu Zhi announced he was withdrawing from the competition due to health reasons. Only then did Jiang deflate like a punctured balloon, finally reflecting on the performance. From beginning to end, Chu Zhi had been gentle, telling everyone, the world is kind, because you're in it. You are the light. Jiang repeated the lyrics silently. She knew they were sung for her. I never forgot what happened in middle school. I've always been affected by the bullying. I've been hurt. So why have I been lying to myself, saying I'm fine? I'm not fine. They left me with painful memories, a middle school era I never want to revisit. I hate them. Admitting this to herself, Jiang felt the suppressed rage inside her slowly dissipate. Chu Zhi's song had allowed her to forgive herself. She had always told herself she wasn't affected by the bullying because she thought, I'm an adult now, more successful than any of them. I shouldn't have any issues. As for those bullies' apologies, I'll never forgive those pieces of shit. Jiang old fiery temper seemed to return. But it was different now. Before, her anger had been misdirected, what some might call taking it out on the wrong people. Now, her anger had a clear target. The bullies deserved it. Kittens are so cute. Why did I ever want to kick one? I'm such an asshole. With this clarity, the world suddenly felt brighter. Jiang considered going outside to apologize, but decided against it. I'll buy some cat food tomorrow to make it up to the little guy. Tonight, she had more important things to do. She no longer believed the rumors about Chu Zhi. Time to bring out the keyboard. Number 46. Touching millions. Chu Zhi's semi-final performance of Against the Light didn't just move Jiang. After its broadcast, the episode racked up over 10 million clicks on Mango TV within half an hour. Of course, this didn't mean 10 million unique viewers. Most video platforms had clever ways of counting clicks. That said, if the previous episode, featuring Chu Zhi's Desert Island and Li Xingwei's presence, had given I Am a Singer a slight edge over Masked Singer King, the semifinal was a complete domination. Externally, it crushed competing shows in buzz. Internally, despite having two A-list stars like Lin and Li, the discussion still revolved entirely around Chu Zhi. Of course, Orange was framed. Isn't it obvious? When the scandal first broke, Chu Zhi's fans kept saying it was competitors smearing him. My first thought was delusional cult fans. Now I'm wondering, what if they were right? Everything was too neatly arranged. Chu Zhi was a top-tier idol. Even if he made the worst mistake a star could make, he should have had some diehard fans. But my cousin, who's deep into fandom, told me 2 of his biggest fan club leaders suddenly turned on him, causing chaos in the fandom. The scandal spread perfectly, and the fanbase collapsed at the same time. Coincidence? I don't buy it. At Li Tingyu, can you actually provide evidence? You can't just post a vague tell-all and call it a day. I kind of believed you at first, but after watching the semi-final and remembering the warmth of Waves of Weed, I just can't reconcile that with the guy in your post. If it's all fake, then the world owes Chu Zhi an Oscar. Let's stay rational. There's no definitive conclusion yet. Chu Zhi did suffer, but we can't just turn around and cyberbully another potential victim. Hope the police step in soon. Statements like these sent shivers down Dahua Entertainment's spine. They weren't afraid of netizens defending Chu Zhi. Public opinion was fickle, easily manipulated. What terrified them was that people were actually thinking critically now, even if their takes were biased. The writer Milan Kundera once said, "I love the Jewish proverb, man thinks, God laughs." Why? Because the more man thinks, the further he strays from the truth. Whether deep thought truly distances us from truth is debatable, but one thing was certain. It was steering the public far from the narrative Dahua had crafted. Beyond sparking reflection and reviving his fandom, Against the Light, or rather, Chu Zhi's performance, had a healing effect. Just as it had for Jiang Wan, countless others found solace in it. Silent River, Weibo, 200K plus likes. They say the squeaky wheel gets the grease, and it's true. In my family, my younger brother was always the troublemaker, so he got all the attention and gifts. Every birthday, he'd get cakes and presents, because if he didn't, he'd throw a fit. Meanwhile, on my birthdays, no gifts, often no cake. My mom would just sigh and say, "You're so understanding." Well, understanding kids don't get sweets. Chu Zhi, don't be so damn understanding. You hide your tears because you don't want to burden others with your pain. But if you're always strong, who'll remember to comfort you? Look at you, breaking our hearts. Masu Jihu response to thoughts on Chu Zhi's semifinal performance? Is he really as bad as Weibo claims? The despair in Against the Light was palpable, but I've got a high tolerance for sadness. I held back tears through most of it. But then, Chu Zhi said, "I hope everyone who hears my song, whether they hate me, really hate me, or especially hate me, can be surrounded by light." That's when I lost it. He knows he's public enemy #1 online. He knows he's got no one in his corner. And yet, even as the world curses him, he's still trying to give us hope. The absurdity of it hit me like a truck. Here I am, a middle-aged guy drowning in life's frustrations, pissed at everything. And yet, compared to Chu Zhi, I'm living the dream. I'm not saying suffering Olympics logic applies here. But if someone who's suffered way worse than me is still trying to lift others up, what right do I have to wallow? I refuse to be outclassed in resilience by a kid half my age. That performance healed something in me. I don't care what the internet says. If Chu Zhi drops an album, I'm buying it. Not as a fan, but as someone who was saved by his art. Tomorrow's another day. We'll find a way. Dubon, known for its artsy user base, had its own wave of emotional posts under topics like, "What's your ideal romance? Which hobbies changed your life? Your favorite lyric?" One post, by user Dragons Molar, stood out. "I'm a high school senior prepping for college entrance exams when the doctor drops a bombshell. Suspected systemic lupus erythematosus. My grandma had it. I'm terrified. If it's confirmed, I won't have time to study, and I'll become a burden to my family." Tonight, Chu Zhi's performance gave me courage. I feel where love exists. It has always been by my side. That's my favorite lyric now. My parents will be my rock. The combination of Against the Light's raw emotion and its message created a reaction no one anticipated, a wave of reasoned, compassionate discourse online. The 3-act strategy, Waves of Wheat, rebranded Chu Zhi as the gentle soul of music. Desert Island, garnered sympathy and a small loyal following. Against the Light, his withdrawal from the competition plus undeniable talent equals massive fan surge. Chu Zhi's Weibo and Instagram had been dormant for months, comments disabled. His fans, self-dubbed Little Oranges, a play on his name and the proverb, "Oranges turn bitter when planted north of the Huai River," had nowhere to channel their support. In desperation and classic fandom impulsiveness, they flocked to the accounts of celebrities linked to Chu Zhi, whether allies or rivals, flooding them with a mix of concern and attacks. Targets included Wei Tongzi, openly supported Chu Zhi post-Desert Island, sharing photos with captions like, "Fan goals achieved. Nine's the sweetest, zero diva vibes." Koguchi Yoshihiro, the boldest of all, praising Chu Zhi in Japanese on Weibo. "Chu's Waves of Wheat is the best. He's a true artist." Fun fact, Japanese does have punctuation like commas and periods, but exclamation/question marks are rare in formal writing, mostly seen in ads or variety shows. Number 47. See you at 9 p.m. Thousands of comments flooded the social media accounts of celebrities linked to Chu Zhi. "Tong Tong, how is Orange doing? He withdrew from the competition and faced that black tide of hate. Just thinking about it breaks my heart. It's all my fault. I used to support Nine, but then the moderators in his fan group said liking him stained the fandom's reputation. I wavered and ended up hurting him. From Weibo, it seems Koguchi-san is close to Nine. Any updates? After the performance, Orange could barely stand. I'm so worried. Remember when Koguchi recommended a doctor last episode, and Orange said TCM couldn't help? Could it be something serious? The more I think, the more terrified I get. Normally, bombarding unrelated celebrities with questions like this would be rude, but desperate fans didn't care. Wei Tongzi, Chu Zhi's top fan account, quickly responded in group chats and on Weibo. Nine's physical health is poor, but his mental state is worse. During recordings, I noticed he kept zoning out, struggling to focus. Even so, he pushed through. Right now, he really needs rest. Koguchi Yoshihiro, meanwhile, had flown back to Tokyo for work and missed rehearsals, leaving no time to reply. Unlike Wei Tongzi and Koguchi Yoshihiro, who stood by Chu Zhi after the scandal, Yang Jun and Jian Howie were the opposite. They'd initially befriended Chu Zhi at an awards show, clinging to him like eager puppies. Every time Chu Zhi dropped a new single or landed an endorsement, they'd rush to repost and promote it. The original Chu Zhi, being a decent guy, even shared resources with them. As a top-tier star, the crumbs from his schedule were feasts for these two. But in entertainment, loyalty is fleeting. The moment Chu Zhi fell, Yang and Jian were the first to jump ship. Jian Howie took it further, penning a masterpiece of hypocrisy. 9. This'll be the last time I call you that. What you've done may not be illegal, but it's immoral. As public figures, we must uphold basic ethics and spread positivity. Making mistakes is human. What matters is owning up to them. If you're willing to change, I'll stand by you. You'll always be my 9. Not once did he mention the alleged affairs or secret marriage, but his words tacitly endorsed every rumor. For context, this mirrors a real-life, backstabber, incident in the entertainment industry, where a celebrity's so-called friend publicly condemned him based on unproven accusations, only for the truth to later exonerate him. But the damage was already done. Now, fans weren't having it. Under Jian's posts, weren't you standing by Orange? How's his health now? Funny how you've posted nothing about I am a singer. Always by his side, my ass. Hypocrite. After that, you'll always be my 9 crap. You ghosted him. Where's the proof for the rumors? Why jump the gun? Jian Howie's own fans clashed with Chu Zhi's supporters in the comments. In his dressing room, Jian Howie scowled at his phone, baffled. How is Chu Zhi making a comeback after being universally hated? Is it because he can write songs now? He'd grudgingly admitted Waves of Wheat and Against the Light were good, which only pissed him off more. Worse, watching the semi-final, Jian Howie caught himself muttering, "That face isn't just Nuwa showing off, it's her magnum opus." Slap. He smacked his own head to snap out of it. No way black turns white, he reassured himself. He's done in music. I'm already booking dramas. He can't catch up. Still, he told his agent to quiet the fan wars. Just guilt-ridden ex-fans venting. They'll tire themselves out. But Jian Howie hadn't counted on what came next. Say what you will about Mango TV, their love for drama, their creative editing, but no one does promotion like them. In a coordinated blitz, Mango's army of verified accounts, each with millions of followers, dropped the same announcement. Hashtag Choose Your Response, at Huang Yuru invites at Eat a Big Orange to Tea. Tune in at 2100 hours on Mango TV. VIPs get early access for his first direct response to the scandal. Hashtag see you there. Hashtag Mango TV Tea Party. Dahua Entertainment had zero time to react. By the time they processed the news, the internet was already on fire. Even the gossip blogs that had feasted on Chu Zhi's downfall now flipped. Old headline. The truth about top star Chu Zhi. Delusional fans, wake up. New headline. Don't judge online. The Chu Zhi saga, what's the real story? Same clickbait, opposite narrative. Such is the nature of tabloids. UC, Douyin, Kuaishou, every platform was flooded. Whether you were a student, office worker, or retiree, tonight at 9 p.m. was now marked in red. Number 48. Gentleness to the core. Even though Little Mango Tea Party Invitation was the only interview-style program on Mango TV, hosted by the highly reputable Huang Yuru, Its average viewership per episode hovered around 14 million, roughly one-tenth of the platform's flagship variety shows. Who's the Murderer, for example, averaged 150 million views per episode, an insurmountable gap. Breaking into the top 5 was nearly impossible, let alone claiming the top spot. Mango TV simply had too many hit variety shows. Who's the Murderer, Season 5, Happy Camp, Great Escape, Season 2, Back to Field, Season 3, and Detective Academy, Season 4. These 5 programs had firmly entrenched audiences, with even the lowest-performing episodes pulling in over 30 million views. Xiaomong Tea Party Invitation was perpetually stuck in 6th place. But the episode featuring Chu Zhi successfully propelled the show into the top 3 in terms of popularity on the app. This surge in viewership wasn't due to stealing audiences from other shows, but rather an influx of new users. The app's operations team was even startled. The pulling effect was equivalent to dropping a breakout hit variety show out of nowhere. What choice did users have? Most casual observers had no interest in downloading yet another app, but Little Mango Tea Party Invitation was an exclusive, in-house production. The moment the episode aired at 9 p.m., a barrage of comments flooded the screen. Here to see this, I think the whole being kept thing is fake. Let's see how they try to whitewash this. Orange, Chu Zhi's nickname. Let's just focus on ourselves. I like his music, but not him as a person. Just own up to it. It might have been a momentary lapse. There aren't many good singers left in the industry anyway. Ninth Master, another nickname for Chu Zhi. We're here for you. Casual viewers didn't realize the gravity of the situation, but the comments revealed that Chu Zhi's 3-step strategy had completely overturned public perception. During the interview, Huang Yuru's aggressive questioning style made many of Chu Zhi's fans, affectionately called Little Fruits, anxious. The comments grew chaotic as fans rushed to defend their idol, while some onlookers chose to block the barrage or simply enjoy the drama. But as Chu Zhi methodically presented his evidence, class records from school, a 3-month itinerary, and full-day schedules, the tide began to turn. Credit had to be given to Su Shangbai, nicknamed Disciple of the Big Cat, for preparing an airtight chain of evidence. He even anticipated nitpickers, such as those who might argue, what if Li Tingyu changed her name? Comments like these flooded the screen. Any connected netizens who can verify this? I don't know about the school records, but Chu Zhi's schedule seems legit. It's legit. Back then, he was a top-tier celebrity. Reporters camped out daily to track his movements. Plenty of photos can serve as his alibi. LOL alibi. We're not in a courtroom here. Is it possible Chu Zhi genuinely didn't know Li Tingyu? If the itinerary was merely supporting evidence, the flight and high-speed rail records were the smoking gun. These documents bore official seals. Both airlines and rail services are state-owned enterprises, making forged documents easily verifiable. Even if someone had the connections to fake them, the question remained. If Chu Zhi had that kind of influence, why would he have endured such vicious online attacks? The casual viewers in the comments dwindled, leaving only the little fruits, expressing heartbreak for their idol and hurling curses at Li Tingyu. The silence from neutral observers stemmed from their initial assumptions. They'd expected Chu Zhi to use the show to whitewash his image or tearfully apologize to salvage his career. Few had considered the possibility that he might actually be innocent. At most, they'd thought Li Tingyu might share some blame, but Chu Zhi would still bear the majority. No one had anticipated that he was entirely unjust, a classic case of being framed. This wasn't whitewashing, because whitewashing implies admitting wrongdoing and then reshaping public perception. Chu Zhi was simply proving his innocence. Faced with facts that contradicted their assumptions, many viewers struggled to process them. Next came the clarification about the being kept scandal. This time, there was surveillance footage, and the show even made a live call to expose the ugly truth behind the gossip accounts. Comments erupted. Damn, this manager Zhao is disgusting. Thank goodness Huang Yuru has sharp claws. Taking things out of context. The full video shows Chu Zhi dropping someone off at the hotel entrance and immediately leaving. But those scumbags only posted the split-second photo at the door. Don't be like Ballet Men, the gossip account. Chu Zhi is genuinely tragic. He did nothing wrong, but got dragged for 2 months. Actually, it's worse. All his endorsements and gigs were canceled. Some YouTuber calculated he must have lost a ton in compensation. One comment from a user named Black Leaf Alvin stood out. Falsely accused despite doing nothing wrong. Now I understand why Chu Zhi sounded so desperate during the semifinals. Who wouldn't be? Finally getting a chance to sing, only to be drowned in hate. I get it. But how? In those 2 months of utter despair, did he still manage to write a song like Against the Light, meant to inspire others? The Wind Blows the Wheat is also full of gentle, beautiful lyrics and melodies. Why? If this happened to me, I'd either become bitter or drown in grief. How did he do it? Black Leaf Alvin's question struck a chord, leaving many viewers speechless. Yeah, why? Think about it. Being accused by even one person is infuriating, especially when you can't explain yourself. Now imagine 10, 100, 1,000, tens of thousands of people accusing you. It's unthinkable. Soon, the answer came from Chu Zhi's responses to Huang Yuru's questions. Maybe because I'm Chu Zhi. Or maybe I didn't earn enough trust from the audience, which led to this situation. On his current circumstances, I hope there's less misunderstanding in the world. I especially don't want what happened to me to happen to anyone else, because that feeling is too uncomfortable. His message to the audience. The comments section exploded with reactions. Woo-woo. I'm literally crying. 5555555. What kind of angel is this? One comment from a user named CC fell asleep again perfectly captured the sentiment. I was once a little fruit. I remember clearly that Ninth Brothers, Chu Zhi, old style was electronic dance music. The Wind Blows the Wheat and Against the Light are completely different. It's obvious these songs were written during the 2 months he was being torn apart online. After enduring such suffering, he still wrote songs to give others strength. Like he said at the end, I especially don't want what happened to me to happen to anyone else. Knowing how it feels to be misunderstood, he doesn't want others to experience it. Who, in the face of suffering, thinks of others first? Do people like this really exist? Yes. Ninth Brother proved it when he sang Against the Light in the semifinals. Even for those who hated him, he still wished they could find light. If anyone is gentle to the core, the first person I'd think of is Ninth Brother. Ninth Brother, can you please care about yourself for once? If the broadcast of I Am a Singer's semifinals was like a torpedo explosion, then the airing of Little Mango Tea Party Invitation was the equivalent of 36,000 torpedoes detonating in succession. Number 49. Accounts banned. Even if you didn't watch Little Mango Tea Party Invitation, it didn't matter. In the age of big data, as long as you'd ever browsed related topics, your phone would push the news to you. And even if you hadn't, say, you were an elderly person completely disconnected from the entertainment world, certain apps on your phone would still bombard you with notifications. There was no escape. Quark News, 10 minutes ago, headline, a star destroyed by rumors. Chu Zhi, once a top celebrity. Baidu Maps, 7 minutes ago, breaking, Chu Zhi at DU, voice pack. Kuaishou, 36 minutes ago, trending. The biggest plot twist in entertainment, don't miss it. Mafengwo Travel, 65 minutes ago, urgent, vindicated. Chu Zhi, I hope the world has fewer misunderstandings. Travel apps were the wildest. Mafengwo's push notification even came with a bonus. Weekend plans? Check out these 3 themed libraries. Studying news push notifications was fascinating. Every app had its own personality. Baidu Maps was particularly shameless, framing headlines like spam messages. XXX sent you a voice pack. But when you clicked, it was just a regular news article. If the traffic from 2 or 3 months ago had crashed Weibo, this time, Chu Zhi's vindication set the entire internet ablaze. Weibo's top 5 trending topics. Hashtag the truth about Chu Zhi. Hashtag Chu Zhi is gentleness personified. Hashtag spreading rumors is a crime. Hashtag we owe Chu Zhi an apology. The lone outlier. A paid promotional hashtag for some drama. Under hashtag we owe Chu Zhi an apology, over 180,000 comments flooded in within 2 hours. Little fruits, we're sorry, Ninth Brother. I should have believed in Ninth Master. I just want to hug him. Being misunderstood by the whole world. Sorry. Please forgive us. Former fans who had abandoned Chu Zhi were hit the hardest. Imagine thinking your idol had betrayed you, only to realize you were the one who didn't trust him. The guilt was unbearable, and the only way to ease that pain was to direct their fury at the real culprits. By midnight, less than 3 hours after the episode aired, netizens had exposed every account controlled by Gaiching cultural media, fandom beauty, This Is Britain, entertainment stock market, celebrity gossip broadcast, and many more, including several accounts with millions of followers. Bailman's Mouthpiece, the gossip account that started it all, was the first to fall. Then, 30 more accounts were swarmed, no mercy given. There's an old saying, when the emperor's bar attacks, not even grass grows. Now, it was, when fandom strikes, chaos reigns. The accounts couldn't even control their comment sections. The moment they deleted one post, 10 more popped up. You took dirty money. You twisted the truth. While Weibo seemed like the battleground, Douyin, Chinese version of TikTok, and Kuaishou were where Gaiching's accounts suffered the most damage. Why? Video spreads faster than text. Netizens spliced together clips of Chu Zhi, at his peak, healthy and radiant at concerts. On I Am a Singer, lips pale, body swaying weakly. Set to the gentle hum of The Wind Blows the Wheat, with captions like, even when the world misunderstood him, he still chose kindness. Another trending edit featured Chu Zhi's interviews with Gunanshi and Huang Yuru, titled, I hope the world treats you gently. The impact? Not 1 + 1 is equal to 2, but 1 + 1 is equal to 11. Comments poured in. Come here, orange baby, my embrace is warm. My fists are clenched. I'd have fallen into depression. My heart aches for him. I wasn't a fan before, but this won me over. Talented, kind, and handsome. How did I miss him before? Let's be real. A big reason this blew up on Douyin was Chu Zhi's face. Manager Zhao, the mastermind behind Gaiching, was panicking. He frantically called Weibo and Douyin's customer service, demanding his accounts be reinstated. Why the hell did Chu Zhi have to crawl out of the trash heap now? He fumed. But by 10 p.m., the damage was done. Accounts were flooded with hate. Posting privileges were frozen. Accounts were banned for spreading rumors. Each account was a golden goose, and now they were all dead. Zhao called his big boss, Wang, a shadowy figure with ties to Dahua Entertainment. Wang's response, lay low. We'll appeal the bans later. Zhao nearly choked. Appeal my ass. Feeling betrayed, Zhao decided to pull his own strings. Gaiching wasn't a small fry. They had connections. He dialed a ByteDance, Douyin's parent company, executive, buttering him up before begging for help. The executive's reply? Bro Zhao, I can't help. Each account had thousands of reports, plus big-name influencers personally calling you out. At most, you'll get 2 or 3 accounts back. Zhao was stunned. Why are these influencers even involved? The executive then asked. So, dinner tonight? Zhao gritted his teeth. Sure. Same place. But after hanging up, he checked Douyin, and his blood ran cold. The algorithm, knowing Zhao followed his own accounts, helpfully showed him videos trashing Gaiching. VGod, 7M plus followers. Be human. I hate toxic fandoms and talentless idols, but Chu Zhi is just a good guy destroyed by your lies. Winter Girl, 5M plus followers. Influencer wasn't a dirty word until accounts like yours ruined it. At Douyin, clean up this mess. Iruzi, 10M plus followers, a dance influencer with a killer bot. I checked with a lawyer. What Gaiching did was criminal. Also, my heart breaks for Ninth Brother. From today, I'm a little fruit. These weren't small creators. They were top-tier influencers, all women, all from different niches, all united in fury. Some did it for clout, but most were genuinely moved by Chu Zhi's story. Chu Zhi's vindication was just the beginning. The fallout had only just started. Number 50. Return to the top. We live in the era of instant gratification. Most people can't even sit through a full movie at home, let alone muster the patience for slow entertainment. That's why quick breakdown videos are so popular. There are even videos summarizing entire novels. Whether this is an upgrade or a downgrade in entertainment is debatable, but it's the perfect breeding ground for short video apps to thrive. Among the new internet giants, TMD, Tushio, Matewan, Pinduoduo, Tushio, representing ByteDance, Douyin's parent company, reigns supreme. And honestly, the abbreviation fits. These platforms are truly something else. None of them are good news. This cultural shift explains why so many songs go viral through short videos. The wind blows the wheat, against the light, and Chu Zhi's cover of Deserted Island Night skyrocketed, landing in the top 10 of Kugo's rising chart and Douyin's hot songs list. The current music scene is dominated by K-pop and Western tracks. Two-thirds of Kugo, QQ Music, and NetEase Cloud's charts are filled with English and Korean songs. The remaining third is monopolized by domestic A-listers like Lee Xingwei and Wu-Tang. Talented artists releasing albums? Good luck breaking through. It's an unhealthy market, but that's the reality. Even good songs need promotion. For Chu Zhi's 3 tracks to dominate like this is unprecedented. Kugo owns exclusive rights to I Am a Singer performances, yet only 2 of Lin Xia's songs and 1 of Lee Xingwei's made the top 20. Neither Lin Xia nor Lee Xingwei made it to Douyin's hot songs list, though, because going viral there depends less on quality and more on how well a song fits into short videos and how catchy it is. By dawn, the hype hadn't faded, it exploded. That day, Chu Zhi ascended once more. That day, he reclaimed his throne as a top-tier star. His Weibo followers surged from 8 million to over 13 million in 48 hours, an unthinkable leap. Even overnight fame or bot followers wouldn't dare such a jump. For context, when Idol Producer aired, for trainees gained 5 million followers in a month, already considered insane. Buying followers this aggressively? Weibo would ban you. This wasn't just hype, it was a perfect storm. Pre-existing fan base. Even after the scandal, his core fans remained. Airtight vindication, evidence, interviews, legal action. Sympathy plus admiration, his gentleness amid suffering. Chu Zhi didn't waste time. He posted his first Weibo since his comeback. At Eat a Big Orange. After filming at Little Mango Tea Party, I've gathered all evidence, both disclosed and undisclosed, and filed a lawsuit against at Bailman Gossip, Gaiching Cultural Media, and at Litingyu for defamation. The Shanghai No. 2 Intermediate Court has accepted the case. Photo. Case acceptance notice with official seal. For those who can't see the image, it's a criminal case filing notice, stamped in red. Defamation can be a civil case if minor, but Chu Zhi's situation? Undeniably criminal. 40 million yen plus in contract penalties. Severe depression diagnosis. Nationwide cyberbullying screenshots. Any one of these would suffice. All 3. Unless the defendants expose their backers, they're done. Jian Howie, who had publicly disappointed in Chu Zhi during the scandal, now faced massive backlash. At Entertainment Tongue. At Jian Howie, you said Chu Zhi's actions were immoral. Now that the truth is out, care to explain? Jian ignored all interview requests, claiming he was busy filming. Why the hell are these idiots coming after me? He fumed privately. At least I called him Ninth Brother. Others called him Steelwool or Scum Chew. He drafted 2 responses. Couldn't I have been misled too? Congrats to Ninth Brother for clearing his name. Both felt wrong. He deleted them and went radio silent. The secret wife, Li Tingyu, disabled comments on all platforms. A few diehard trolls remained. No verdict yet. Why are fans celebrating? Chu Zhi's backers are obvious. Tingyu's just a helpless girl fighting capital. If the court sides with Scum Chew, justice is dead. But these were a vocal minority. Most knew the truth. They just couldn't admit they'd been eating shit and calling it chocolate. At home, Chu Zhi enjoyed hotpot while monitoring the chaos. After dinner, he printed screenshots of Gaiching's banned accounts, Li Tingyu and Jian Howie's downfall. He opened the window, placed the papers in a metal basin, and lit them on fire. As black smoke curled upward, he murmured, "Rest easy now, brother. Every stain on your name is gone. Even in hell, you'll walk in clean." What he didn't say. Dahua Entertainment, you're next. Some say, if a dog bites you, don't bite back. Chu Zhi's philosophy? If a dog bites me, I'll skin it, grill it, and turn its bones into kebabs. That night, he achieved Hangover X3, earning 2 personality coins, total 8. Time for another blind box? 5 coins per draw. I should. My next move is the live variety show Red Chamber Dream to solidify my comeback. Guilt fades. I need to lock in loyal fans by playing the depression card. Then, launch my own studio and drop an album. He currently has 11 songs, including The Wind Blows the Wheat, enough for an album, but Against the Light, originally by Stephanie Sun, leans too feminine. System, I'm drawing a blind box. 6 options appeared. Ethereal voice. Oddity, 3 centimeters height increasing pill. Song pack, Don't Forget Your Heart. Song pack, No Place to Hide. Album, Hero of Heroes. Album, Poetry of Late Youth. Decision time. Number 51. But what if? There are many times when you know a certain song, but you might not actually know the name of the album it's from. For example, Heroes of Earth and Poetry of the Aftermath. Chu Zhi didn't recognize either of these albums and had to check the prize pool's description for details. Heroes of Earth was an album released by Liham Wang in 2005. Its musical style was pop and Chinese hip-hop, and the description even claimed it pioneered the Chinese hip-hop genre by incorporating elements of Peking opera and kunku. Fans hailed it as the third greatest album after Shangri-La and Unbelievable. If it hadn't been for Jay Chou's legendary album Still Fantasy in 2006, Heroes of Earth would have dominated the charts all year. The description goes on, but I do really like Hua Tian Qo and Big City, Small Love from this album, Chu Zhi mused. The title track Heroes of Earth, however, wasn't to his taste. He skimmed the lyrics of Kiss Goodbye, a song whose name he didn't recognize at all. Yet, it turned out he had heard it before, especially the chorus. Every time we part, I'm deeply defeated by you. Every time I let go of your tenderness, the pain lingers. As for Poetry of the Aftermath, it turned out to be a Mayday album. Both Suddenly Missing You So Bad and You're Not Truly Happy came from this album. Its primary genre was rock, which was also why Chu Zhi hadn't listened to much of it in his past life. His attention had only been drawn to the most popular hits. In reality, tracks like Vampire, Song of Laughter and Forgetting, and The Unbroken Place in My Heart were quite good, but he'd never paid them much attention. No matter which of these two albums I draw, I'll have new songs for my debut album. Even though Chu Zhi had already revealed his true nature, not an Earl of Luck, but possibly a Chief of Misfortune, basic courtesy before drawing a blind box was still a must. He dashed to the bathroom to wash his hands. Don't Forget to Be at Ease was the theme song for the movie Overheard, performed by Jason Zhang. Calling it a golden hit would be a stretch. It was more of a solid, well-crafted song. If Don't Forget to Be at Ease fell just short of being a golden hit, then No Place to Hide was undoubtedly one. Written by Do Wei, the immortal Do, and composed by Li Tong, this hardcore rock classic was a masterpiece born from the collaboration of two geniuses. But singing such an attitude-heavy rock song required a certain edge, something Chu Zhi wasn't confident he could pull off with his current vocal skills. This prize was good, but not suitable for him. It's been 2 draws since I last saw the special grand prize. Before, seeing it but not winning it made me anxious. Now, not even seeing it makes me restless, Chu Zhi muttered to himself. Ethereal Voice didn't need much explanation. It was similar to Voice of Despair, but ethereal made him think of someone like Zhou Shun from his past life. After some thought, Chu Zhi concluded that Zhou Shun's voice was better described as angelic. As for which singer embodied ethereal, he couldn't think of one off the top of his head. 3 centimeters height increasing pill. Where exactly did it increase height? After carefully reading the instructions, it seemed it could be applied anywhere, height, or ahem. Being a proper gentleman, Chu Zhi averted his gaze from this peculiar item and began the draw. Swish, swish, swish. As it turned out, washing his hands before drawing did help. The blind box he opened revealed. Album, Poetry of the Aftermath gift pack. The system was being unusually generous. 2 album wins in a row. Not bad, not bad. With The Wind Blows the Wheat, I Miss You, Against the Light, You're Not Truly Happy, and Suddenly Missing You So Bad as the 5 main tracks, this album is bound to be legendary. The wind had stopped, the rain had ceased, and Chu Zhi felt like he was back on top. Maybe he had evolved from a Chief of Misfortune into an Earl of Luck. He got up and headed to the study. Sure enough, a pile of songwriting materials was scattered across the shelves and desk, revised sheet music and lyrics. If he participated in a live variety show, he could perfectly solidify his reputation as a musical genius. With such complete documentation, no one could challenge his credibility. Even more impressive were the alternate versions available. Take Suddenly Missing You So Bad. There was a female cover version by Lala Su. Upon closer inspection, the study contained the most books on history. After once answering a common historical knowledge question incorrectly on a variety show, the original owner of this body had gone on a book-buying spree. The collection included the 24 histories, essentials of national history, records of China, outline of Chinese history, and more. Unlike many who buy books like a landslide but read like a trickle, the original owner had actually read them diligently and even taken notes. Given past examples, there's a high chance I might draw foreign language songs. Learning a foreign language is urgent, especially since Stray Birds needs to be translated into English. Even with the creative memories, I still need to maintain a certain level of literary proficiency in English. That said, Chu Zhi decided to first gain a solid understanding of his own country's history, so no one could accuse him of being a foreign worshipper. His personality could be described as cautious at best and paranoid at worst. Over the next few days, Chu Zhi quietly accumulated strength while receiving calls from numerous talent agencies, including Dahua Entertainment and his former company, Kong Fei. He rejected them all. The original owner had been brave enough to go all in, but his biggest flaws were being too trusting and too averse to trouble. With his massive popularity, he should have at least negotiated for partnership shares in a company or established his own studio under a larger agency. Never assume that talent agencies and artists have a purely symbiotic relationship, where the more popular the artist, the more the company earns. Human nature is diverse, and you never know when a company might do something irrational. In his past life on Earth, Chu Zhi's company had once been sued by SB Media for portrait rights infringement. When he received the court summons, he was baffled, until he realized an employee had used Zhu Jingyi's photo as their WeChat avatar in a promotional post. Upon further research, he found that SB Media had a habit of such lawsuits. For instance, a beauty blogger had once used Zhu's photo in a tutorial, praising her for her high beauty IQ, and was also sued for portrait rights infringement. Without exception, SB Media lost every case, as courts ruled that public figures must tolerate a certain degree of public usage. Being independent of capital is impossible for now. My wings aren't strong enough yet. Chu Zhi was currently playing the field, with Sun River Media being his top choice. It was a Tier 2 company, sitting just below the big three entertainment giants, Dahua, Orange Sky, and Strategy Entertainment. While its resources weren't as vast as Tier 1 companies, Sun River had ByteDance backing it, the sole investor in its Series B funding. Promotion wouldn't be an issue. Chu Zhi also knew that the big three already had top-tier stars under their banners, either through equity splits or studio affiliations. Taking a slice of someone else's cake is like killing their parents. Joining one of those companies would only invite more infighting, something he wanted to avoid. Spending most of his limited time on internal struggles held little appeal. Once my wings are strong enough, I'll start my own company and sign artists. Chu Zhi hated two types of people: evil capitalists and those who stood in the way of him becoming one. For long-term gains, Chu Zhi was willing to sacrifice short-term gratification. Even though his Weibo followers had surged to over 20 million in a week, he still hadn't reopened the comments section. This led to booming activity in fan communities like Chu Zhi Super Topic, Chu Zhi Merchandise Exchange, Southern Orange, Northern Tangerine, and Little Fruits, and the power of Chu Zhi. Everything was under control. Qing Company, Li Tingyu, and the 100 Pleasures Gate gossip columnist had all received court summons. The trial would begin in 2 weeks. Those who received the summons were anxious. But there was also someone who, despite not receiving one, was equally anxious due to a guilty conscience: a certain individual at Kong Fei Entertainment. I think we still have some goodwill between us. Maybe we can re-sign him. I think so too. We had a good working relationship before. Xiaofeng, you've always had a good rapport with artists. You handle this. The conference room was abuzz with chatter. President Zhang frowned, watching the shareholders and executives, some of whom were even relatives, before finally losing his patience. Raising his voice, he snapped, "Goodwill? Do you really think I don't know what you all did to our top artist? Do you seriously believe Chu Zhi had a good experience working with Kong Fei Entertainment?" A few people in the room chuckled awkwardly and fell silent. Their earlier brainless comments stemmed from sheer envy. Even without endorsements or an album to test his commercial viability, if Chu Zhi's fans had even half the purchasing power of his peak, he'd still be in a league of his own in the entertainment industry. Sister Feng, sitting to the side, inwardly applauded President Zhang's outburst. All this nonsense about re-signing him. as if he's an idiot who'd come back. What goodwill? If anything, she was the one who had some goodwill with Chu Zhi, having helped him during I'm a Singer and later calling to warn him. The thought made her smile faintly. She felt that helping him had been the best decision she'd made in the second half of the year. But what if? Sister Feng, you should still give it a try, President Zhang said after berating the executives, turning to her with a hopeful look. Sister Feng was speechless. These people are delusional. Number 52. Now this is professionalism. Big Cat's disciple. Congrats, ninth brother, on finally clearing your name. Thanks to the evidence you gathered, it wouldn't have been this easy otherwise. Chu Zhi replied. Big Cat's disciple. Ninth brother, I've got some materials here. Take a look when you have time. A file popped up on WeChat. Analysis of domestic talent agencies. Chu Zhi downloaded it. He opened it out of habit and, whoa, this wasn't just some slapped-together document. It was a full-blown due diligence report, the kind produced by professional market research firms. Orange Sky Crown Entertainment Company, limited business scope covers film and TV production, music and musicals, artist management, advertising, and new media. One of China's most comprehensive entertainment companies. The introduction was standard, stuff you could find online. But what couldn't be found online were the 5 evaluation metrics: star-making ability, resources, promotion and PR, performance, and strategic fit, all tailored specifically for Chu Zhi. What made Chu Zhi feel this was professional wasn't just the sheer volume of text, though there was plenty, but how concise and direct it was. At first glance, he wondered if some categories overlapped, like, wouldn't strong resources and promotion naturally mean strong star-making ability? But the report dug deeper. The entertainment industry had a funny quirk. The best star-makers were actually mid-tier agencies. The giants mostly focused on poaching already established stars. Chu Zhi quickly grasped why. Big companies suffered from internal bureaucracy, resource dilution, and too many artists fighting for attention. In the report compiled by Su Shangbai, Big Cat's disciple, agencies like SB Media scored high in star-making ability because they had a factory-like idol production line. Sure, audiences might criticize their cookie-cutter approach, but they delivered. As one of the big 3, Orange Sky Crown scored. Star-making ability, 73. Resources, 88. Promotion and PR, 90. Performance, 69. Strategic fit, 60. That last one, strategic fit, barely passed. Su's analysis pointed out that Orange Sky's long-term strategy was laser-focused on the film market. They had 13 wholly owned subsidiaries, all in film/TV. Even signing a top-tier idol wouldn't make them pivot. This guy understands me better than I understand myself. That strategic fit section breaks down not just my career path, but the entire agency's roadmap. If this kid had applied to my company in my past life, I'd have given him a department manager position on the spot. Chu Zhi's inner CEO instincts flared up. Wait, he snapped back to reality and checked the chat. Half an hour had passed. Big Cat's disciple. Talent agencies are crucial for artists. I know Ninth Brother has his own ideas, but hopefully this data helps. Ninth Brother, have you been keeping your promise to eat on time? Never mind, of course you have. You always keep your word. Got a company meeting to chair? Logging off for now. For messages, the last sent 23 minutes ago. Chairing meetings? Xiaobai must be from a family with a business to inherit. No, wait, he's probably already inherited it. The report was so engrossing that Chu Zhi had lost track of time. He quickly replied, sorry, got absorbed in reading. Yes, 3 meals a day, no skipping. The file's incredibly helpful. Must have taken you ages to compile. He expected no immediate reply. Su did say he was in a meeting. But before he could switch back to the document, Big Cat's disciple, the first 4 metrics, star-making, resources, promotion, performance, were done by our market research team. I only handled strategic fit. Didn't take much time. Don't apologize to me, Ninth Brother. If this helps your career, it's worth the effort. Back to my meeting now. Replying instantly while chairing a meeting? This guy's too good. Chu Zhi sent back. Focus on your work. An hour later, Chu Zhi finished the entire report. The top 3 agencies were Double Heart Entertainment, Waji Media, Sun River Media. His initial pick, Sun River, ranked 3rd. Double Heart dominated endorsements and fashion connections. Waji excelled at fanbase cultivation and hype. Sun River? Strong in film/TV resources, securing hot IP adaptations, and music production ties. 3 paths to profit. Endorsement money, Double Heart. Fan economy money, Waji. Content money, Sun River. Good or bad, it sells. Double Heart seems the easiest. Tempting. After an internal tug-of-war, Chu Zhi stuck with his original choice, Sun River. Why? Because beyond money, he still had some artistic pride. An artist's work matters, especially for a singer. Imagine becoming a global pop icon like MJ or Elvis. Now that's a rush. Chu Zhi grinned. After all, foreign audiences were ripe for harvesting. Wait, all world-class pop icons are American. Is that cultural hegemony? It hit him. Back on Earth, the most internationally recognized Chinese singers were Jackie Chung, Teresa Tung, and Jay Chou. But their fame was mostly Asia-centric. Calling them global icons was a stretch. As for those breaking into the US market, or topping Western charts claims, mostly smoke and mirrors, inflated numbers to fool domestic fans. This parallel world was even worse. There were Asian superstars, but none on the level of MJ or Madonna. One step at a time, Chu Zhi murmured, leaving his thoughts hanging. Meanwhile, in Golden Eagle Plaza, Star City, Pei Lugua, a man with the face of a stern leader, reviewed a budget sheet and guest list. Unlike the rough-edged Wang Ku, Pei's sharp features and deep nasolabial folds made him seem perpetually severe, like a stricter version of Dictionary Uncle Ho Yubin. The atmosphere in the creative meeting was tense. The official agenda was brainstorming fresh ideas for variety shows. The real agenda? Deciding which guests to invite. Dream of the Red Chamber was a hit. If not for its live broadcast format, which skewed viewership metrics, it had ranked just below Who's the Murderer and I'm Really a Superstar on Mango TV's charts. So why fix what wasn't broken? No risky reboots. Just maintain the cash cow. Number 53. Probably not. Lee Suk-jun, Young Minin, Lee Soo-hyun, 3 Korean stars in a row. Have you considered how this might affect the show's reputation? The whole worshipping foreign culture discourse. Pei Lugua tapped his fingers on the table. Here we go again. The production team of Dream of the Red Chamber knew exactly what this meant. When the executive producer spoke like this, he had already made up his mind after weighing all factors. The question was just a formality. He only wanted to hear opinions that aligned with his decision. In short, he was fishing for validation. Glasses Guy was the first to speak. Our Mango TV audience skews young, the core demographic for idol culture. Many are fans of the Princess Squad and have a favorable impression of Korean stars. When we flew to Korea to film Young Wook-young last time, views increased by 58%, and we hit the second highest viewer retention rate in the show's history. Exactly what he wanted to hear. Pei Lugua asked, "What's this Princess Squad?" "It's what domestic fans call the lightweight group GZ," Glasses Guy explained smoothly. Originally, GZ stood for Goodyear Zeppelin, but the Korean pronunciation of lightweight, Jangjian, sounds like Jungjeong, so fans just abbreviated it to Jungjeong Princess Squad. He added, Princess Jungjeong was a fairly famous historical figure in Korea. Even now, a district in Seoul called Jongjeongdong is named after her. That's a bit much. Pei Lugua was skeptical. Most idol fans couldn't even name their own country's historical royalty, let alone some obscure princess from a tiny foreign nation. Not all fans know this, of course. Newer fans just think Princess Squad is a translation of GZ. But the hardcore fans? They know every detail. Glasses Guy smiled wryly. I only know because my ex-girlfriend was one of them. A different kind of cultural invasion. Pei Lugua sensed the gravity of the situation. Producer Pei, isn't that exaggerating a bit? Glasses Guy and the other staff chuckled. To them, the executive producer was worrying over nothing. As long as they booked Korean stars and avoided drama, they could wrap this meeting up and go home. Cultural invasion sounded like something far beyond their pay grade. Up till now, the Korean wave has invaded twice, Pei Lugua said, his expression growing stern. The first was in the late 90s to early 2000s, with Korean dramas. Those melodramas flooded our screens, popularizing Korean fashion, makeup, and even changing eating habits across Asia. Otherwise, who'd be obsessed with Korean barbecue and army stew? He continued, the second wave hit around 2010, K-pop boy and girl groups. Korean fashion brands like SJYP, BNX, SZ, and Hazi's rode that wave to success. They even carved out a chunk of China's cosmetics market, which had been dominated by Western and Japanese brands. You're right in a way. The Korean wave isn't just cultural invasion. It's also about economics and trade. Pei Luo wasn't some K-pop fanboy. He'd graduated from Nankai University with a degree in international economics and trade, and his thesis had analyzed the economic impact of the Korean wave. Even now, he was a guest professor in the same field. Common sense can be deceiving. Most people wouldn't expect a TV producer to also be a guest professor, but Pei Luo was. Just like how, back on Earth, no one would have guessed that Zheng Yuan, of 10,000 Reasons fame, was a guest professor at Beijing Vocational College of Opera and Arts, or that Pang Long, Two Butterflies, was a lifetime professor at Shenyang Conservatory of Music. The gravity in Pei's voice made the room take this seriously. No one wanted a cultural invasion. And with the 2020s approaching, it almost felt like a third Korean wave was brewing. Should we reconsider inviting Lee Suk-jun, Jung Min-in, and Lee Soo-hyun then? A staffer asked. We have to book them. The GZ group is huge. If we don't, another network will. It makes no difference. Pei Luo was tone sharpened. But 3 straight episodes with Korean stars is too much. Slot a domestic artist in the middle. Now, your task is to figure out which domestic artist to invite. Open discussion. Pei's tone was collaborative at first. Then he dropped the hammer. Between Chu Zhi and Wu Tang, who's the better choice? Whoa, going straight for the Wu and Chu duo? When a show was this popular and well-funded, it could afford to be picky. And with Mango TV's clout, they had the leverage to court top-tier stars. Money wasn't the issue. Earlier, the staff had no idea how to approach this. But now that the options were narrowed, they relaxed. Controlled freedom was the only kind of freedom corporate drones got. Even though Chu Zhi's cleared his name and his popularity's rebounding, Wu-Tang still has more active support. I feel like Chu Zhi's comeback has actually made him more popular than before. Check his Weibo super topic. It's hotter than Wu-Tang's, Li Xingwei's, and Xinyun's right now. Popularity isn't the same as influence. How do you not get that? Wu-Tang's about to drop a new album. That's guaranteed buzz. If we play our cards right and accidentally leak a snippet, we might even create a viral moment. Wu-Tang's fee would definitely be higher. Chu Zhi's written 2 hits already. We could film him composing, ride the current hype. Cost performance-wise, I'm all for Chu Zhi. The debate raged on. Pei Luo listened for over 10 minutes before making his decision. Let's go with Chu Zhi. He's worked with us on 2 shows already. Director Wong even mentioned he's easy to work with. Live variety shows had countless moving parts, and Pei needed someone cooperative. The Korean stars would handle the ratings. The domestic artist just had to not screw up. Next came salary negotiations. Pei was generous, offering 3 million renminbi per episode, a Tier 1 stars rate. Compared to his I'm a Singer days, a flat 200,000 renminbi for 3 episodes, or less than 70,000 per episode, this was a massive jump. But don't be fooled, this wasn't that high. Wu-Tang would have demanded 10 to 20 million. Red, Dream of the Red Chamber filmed for days per episode, often taking a full week. A top-tier stars rate for an entire season ranged from 50 to 100 million renminbi, with 4.5 million per episode as the baseline, usually for 2 days of work. To be fair, Chu Zhi used to command fees on par with Wu-Tang, even higher. This meant his hype was back, but the industry hadn't fully regained confidence in his staying power. With a 4 million renminbi budget, the 3 million renminbi offer was settled. The staffer in the frog hat, one of the show's writers, smiled. Easygoing stars make scripting way smoother. Wait, you didn't actually think unscripted live variety was really unscripted, did you? As the meeting wrapped up, Pei Luo stared at the spreadsheet and muttered to himself, as if convincing his own doubts. Probably not. There won't be a third Korean wave. Our own groups and singers aren't that far behind now. And our dramas? They can hold their own against K-dramas too. Volume 2, Broken Idol, Unbreakable Fandom. Number 54. Signing Dream of the Red Chamber. Chu Zhi had gained some fame on China Poetry website, not because people recognized the brilliance of his short poems, but because 3 of them had been selected as daily best poems within 3 weeks, with one even picked up in contest. Since ancient times, scholars have disdained each other. Short poems, with their minimal word count, seemed deceptively simple, low literary threshold, shallow content, yet earning 500 yuan for just 30 or 40 characters. Even kindergarten math could calculate that each word was worth over 10 yuan. The return on investment was too damn high. Above the blue fall. Huainan, your verses are decent, just too short. Took me 2 or 3 years on this site to realize the judges prefer brevity. Yellow River Hermit. Modern poetry allows flexible rhythm and diverse forms, but that doesn't mean it should lack aesthetic standards. Otherwise, we're just lowering the bar. Ruins feels more like a QQ status than poetry. Hard pass. No outright curses or personal attacks. The comments were still cultured, dripping with veiled sarcasm. The core issue? Daily best poem was a single daily slot. Sometimes, if no worthy piece was found, it'd remain empty. The pie was too small, and one person hogging it? Of course, it'd draw collective ire. Unfazed, Chu Zhi posted 2 more poems today. Untitled. Moon, what are you waiting for? To salute the sun, who will take my place. The great man. A great man is a child at heart. When he dies, he leaves his grand childhood to the world. Poetry was a long-term game. Chu Zhi didn't dwell on it. His real focus was the ongoing negotiations with Sun River Media. Despite their offer being the most generous so far, talks had stalled. Initially, Sun River's head of artist management, also a shareholder, handled discussions. When no agreement was reached, the company's CEO Huang Bo personally called to schedule a face-to-face meeting. Sure, let's talk then. Hanging up, Chu Zhi mulled over the terms. Sun River had offered an A-plus contract, high autonomy, solid benefits. But his minimum requirement was an S-tier contract, ideally with Sun River's support to establish his own studio under their umbrella. Quick explainer. A+, top tier for most artists. S-tier, reserved for elite talent. Think superstars. No S+, or S++ nonsense. The plus just meant custom clauses. Every top artist had them. For example, Li Xingwei's clause with Dehua. The company must exhaust all resources to source title tracks for each album, only finalized with his approval. Chu Zhi's old clause with Kong Fei. No termination rights for the company plus 0 revenue cut from merch/photo books. Chu Zhi still won't agree, the head of artist management asked. He didn't say yes or no, just scheduled a meeting in Shanghai on December 15th, CEO Huang Bo replied. The manager brightened. Even if Chu Zhi's influence was only half his peak, signing him would be a win. In his experience, an artist agreeing to meet in person meant the deal was 90% sealed. Wait, why the 15th? That's over 10 days away. The manager frowned. Even with a packed schedule, surely Chu Zhi could spare 2 hours sooner? He's waiting to appear on Red. Dream of the Red Chamber first. Wants to leverage the exposure for better terms, Huang Bo said bluntly. The manager chuckled. Red, Dream was hot, but it wasn't a career game changer. Chu Zhi's strategy reeked of naivety. Waiting's fine. Huang Bo shifted topics to other company matters. While corporate talks were dull, Chu Zhi stumbled upon a new system achievement. I love carbs. Breakfast, ramen. Lunch, hotpot. Dinner, more hotpot. As long as the ice cream isn't hot, it's calorie-free. High-calorie day times 1, 1 personality coin. High-calorie day times 3, 3 personality coins. Serendipity. How did I miss this? Body management is literally a star's job. Chu Zhi snapped his fingers. He'd previously racked his brain for new achievement triggers, even tried staying up late, but never considered diet. 3 high-calorie meals a day unlocked the achievement. But here's the catch. Chu Zhi never ate breakfast. So how'd he manage today? Simple. He pulled an all-nighter and randomly craved ramen at dawn. Problem is, binging screws your physique. Male or female, idols live and die by their looks. Chu Zhi knew his appearance was a core asset. He wasn't lazy, but the thought of grinding in the gym daily made him shudder. System, got any zero exercise weight loss hacks? For domestic queries, ask Baidu. For foreign queries, ask Google. For everything else, ask the cheat code in your head. The system responded by silently displaying them all. Drunk God pill, never get drunk, world's best stomach medicine, divine throat lozenges, 3 centimeters height increasing pill, eat on no gain pill, stand and sleep capsules, never catch a cold tonic, no booger candy, miracle eye drops. Dozens of oddities, some familiar, some new, all priced at 3 personality coins each. System, isn't this kind of scummy? A blind draw costs 5 coins, but buying directly is 3. If I land an item in the draw, I'm losing 2 coins. Blind draws are inherently risky. Touché. If there was no risk, it wouldn't be a blind draw. Plus, he'd never even gotten an item from one yet. Greed was unbecoming. Most items were niche. Stand-in sleep capsules? Useless unless he planned to relive his school days of being punished by standing through class. And what's no booger candy? Makes you stop being stingy. Chu Zhi's imagination ran wild until he read the description. Eliminates nose boogers forever. So idols don't poop, and now they don't pick their noses either. Bravo. Item. Eat all you want no gain pill. Function. Whatever delicious thing enters my stomach stays there, metaphysically. P.S. Don't eat gross stuff. Price. 3 personality coins. System. Even you've been infected by Lin Xiao's nonsense memes. Chu Zhi groaned. After confirming delicious was subjective, i.e., anything he didn't hate qualified, he bought it. Balance. 1 personality coin, courtesy of his first high-calorie day. Eat well, earn coins. Still need to buy the quit smoking and quit drinking items. Mission sorted, Chu Zhi finally went to bed. The next day, Chu Zhi returned to Star City for the 2nd time, this time to sign the dream of the Red Chamber contract and discuss filming outlines. The fee had already been settled over the phone. Number 55. The first album. Teacher Chu, what does your schedule look like during the 7-day live stream? Asked one of the scriptwriters, Old Son, who stood out with his frog hat, earning him the nickname Frog Sunday. He greeted Chu Zhi politely. The preliminary meeting included 3 scriptwriters and the chief director, Meng Teng. The executive producer, Pei Lugua, wasn't present. While Pei often intervened in guest selection, he left content planning to the professionals. I haven't signed with an agency yet, so my schedule is pretty much just daily life stuff, Chu Zhi replied after some thought. He then briefly outlined his routine, studying history, learning English and Japanese. No advertisements or other variety show invitations? Frog Sun pressed. When filming other celebrities, their schedules were usually packed, though some projects were under NDAs. For instance, the previous Korean star's new stage rehearsal couldn't be filmed. The scriptwriters had expected at least some commitments, but Chu Zhi's schedule was practically empty. No main storyline. Meng Teng interjected bluntly. As the chief director, Meng Teng was the polar opposite of I'm a Singer's Meng fan, where the latter loved teasing contestants for drama. The former only spoke when necessary. Frog Sun quickly clarified. Teacher Chu, you might not be familiar with our show's format. We live stream celebrities' daily lives to satisfy fans' curiosity about their idols. For casual viewers, the appeal lies in seeing the behind-the-scenes of stars' other projects. If you're just studying every day, it'll be hard to attract casual viewers, Frog Sun explained, translating Meng Teng's terse comment. Of course, the production team had no idea Chu Zhi planned to reveal his depression and past struggles during the livestream. A top star falsely accused, cyberbullied to the brink of suicide, battling severe depression? Now that was a juicy story for casual audiences. But he couldn't just say it outright. Chu Zhi mulled it over. Even as a studious artist, appearing too idle wouldn't leave a good impression. How about documenting the production of my first album? Well, my first album since my comeback. Chu Zhi suggested. No one caught his slip about it being his first album. Even after just 2 months of cyberbullying, this could technically count as a comeback. And an album recording did sound intriguing. Against the Light and the Wind Blows the Wheat had been trending lately, especially the latter's hummed melody, which had been overused in feel-good short videos. Frog Sun's ears were practically calloused from hearing it. Teacher Chu is a rare creative talent. The making of your new album would definitely be compelling content, Frog Sun said. Are the title tracks your original compositions? Most of the songs are, Chu Zhi confirmed. Since they'd asked, he might as well showcase his Lee Ronghao-style album production. Lee Ronghao had stunned netizens with his one-man band approach to youthful and promising. Not only writing lyrics and composing, but also playing guitar, bass, arranging harmonies, and even handling recording, mixing, and backing vocals. Fans joked, "No one's getting a single cent from me." Of course, the entertainment industry had plenty of low-key all-rounders like Su Song, whose debut album Self-Defined was entirely self-produced. No outside help whatsoever. This livestream would be the perfect stage to flaunt his own versatility. Frog's son and chief director Meng Tung exchanged glances. The latter gave a succinct verdict. Good. Next came discussions about livestream specifics, like the number of cameras in his home, which rooms, aside from private areas, he was comfortable showing, etc. There would also be 2 interaction coordinators, monitoring live comments and adjusting content accordingly. This required upfront clarity on what could be shown to guide audience engagement. Why arrive 2 days early without rehearsals? Because everything had to be pre-coordinated. Too many celebrities had face-planted during live broadcasts. Audiences could rattle off multiple examples without blinking. After wrapping up discussions, executive producer Pei Luhua invited everyone, including Chu Zhi, to a dinner to introduce the team they'd work with for the next week. Chu Zhi saw no reason to decline. Drinking culture was tradition. Corporate drinking culture was toxic. Fortunately, this gathering leaned more casual. Frog's son, in particular, was lively at the table. The 2 interaction coordinators were familiar faces. Wei Tongzi, who'd volunteered, and Pang Pu, a well-known Mango TV host. The on-site cameraman, nicknamed Jelly, likely owed his moniker to his pudgy physique. Chu Zhi abstained from alcohol, wary of loose lips. The cautionary tale of Uncle Bai loomed large. Do quiet people pack the hardest punches? Chief Director Meng Tung downed 3 shots of baijiu like water, reigning supreme at the table. Even when Chu Zhi toasted with tea, Meng Tung reciprocated with a full glass, not a dainty sip, but a proper 2-ounce pour. A real ruthless one. Chu Zhi observed the dynamics. Frog's son was expressive, the cameraman had strong opinions, and the hosts Pang Pu and Wei Tongzi were seasoned pros. Meanwhile, Meng Tung barely spoke. Yet he commanded the team's respect. Was his drinking prowess the secret? Chu Zhi glanced at his untouched, heartless, spicy butcher dish. Not spicy enough to warrant the name. "Teacher Chu, how's the food?" Wei Tongzi kept finding excuses to engage her idol. "Delicious, full of flavor," Chu Zhi said. "On par with that private kitchen you took me to last time. I know tons more places. I could take you tomorrow," Wei Tongzi blurted, eyes shining. "Sounds great. If I have time, definitely." Chu Zhi agreed readily, knowing full well his schedule left 0 room tomorrow. If Wei Tongzi were a fish, she'd be blowing happy bubbles. If she were a cat, her tail would be wagging. Everyone deserves to simp at least once in their life. And in her case, it was just idol worship, not true simping. After the dinner, Chu Zhi declined offers for a ride back to his hotel and left alone. Outside, Wei Tongzi noticed her colleague sighing. "Brother Pang, what's wrong? Didn't enjoy the food?" Her good mood made her chatty. Otherwise, she'd have pretended not to see. "Wishing I could swap with Xiao Gu," Pang Pu admitted. Wei Tongzi took a moment to place the name. Another host assigned to Red, Dreams Team B, currently in Seoul prepping for the next episode's guest. "Jealous of a free trip to Seoul?" she teased. "Nah, been there, done that," Pang Pu said. But next week's guest is Young Minin, the main dancer of the Princess Squad. The episode's gonna blow up, might even break viewership records. The bonuses will be way fatter. Wei Tongzi hadn't considered that angle. But Teacher Chu is a top-tier star. His popularity won't lag. She had faith in her idol. Pang Pu didn't, but he kept that to himself. Korean stars are the trend right now. His concern wasn't about personal preferences, but ratings. Back at his hotel, Chu Zhi checked his bank notification. The first 50% of his fee had already been deposited. Mango TV moved fast. The remaining half would be paid within 15 working days after the episode aired. "My house goes up for auction early next year," Chu Zhi mused. 3.5 million yuan for just 10 days of work. The monetization of celebrity status is insane. But it's still not enough. I need endorsements. The next day, the crew descended upon Chu Zhi's Shanghai apartment in Pudong. Cameras were swiftly installed in the living room, kitchen, study, and bedroom, the latter with an on-off switch for privacy during sleep or outfit changes. The seasoned team worked efficiently. Cameraman Jelly surveyed the space and remarked, Teacher Chu's home is the most corporate out of all the ones I've filmed. Low EQ, it's sterile. High EQ, very professional. Hold off on the recording studio, Chu Zhi instructed. We can film there later when I'm working. Sure, Jelly agreed. A singer's practice space held mystique, best kept partially veiled. December 2nd. Red, Dream of the Red Chamber, new Jade arrives. The most beautiful voice, Chu Zhi, joins the live stream. Premiered on Mango TV. Number 56. Alcoholism. Brother Joe, I'm here. Wow, this is Orange's place. So clean. I heard they'll be filming the making of Brother Joe's new album. Not sure if it's true, but the last one, Chu Kingdom's Red Rain, did have some plagiarism issues with the songwriting. It really broke my heart for a while. Just a passerby, but the backlit stage performance caught my attention. Here to check it out. Came to check in for Brother Joe. Many of the Little Fruits fans came to show support. Chu Zhi's current popularity on Weibo had surpassed that of Wu-Tang, the long-reigning Hot Topic champion. While Weibo isn't the sole measure of fame, it's definitely a key indicator. Within minutes of the live stream starting, the viewer count exceeded 50,000. Don't be fooled by other live stream platforms that boast hundreds of thousands or even millions in popularity. Popularity is not equal to actual viewer count. Those numbers are heavily inflated by platform algorithms. As the live stream began, the two hosts greeted the audience, one male and one female. I'm Pang Pu, here to guide our little mangoes, viewers, in exploring the lives of celebrities. And I'm Wei Tongzi, here to help our little mangoes experience the daily life of a star. Together, they recited the show's tagline. Jade in the box awaits its worthy price. Hairpin in the case longs for its time to shine. Welcome to Dream of the Red Chamber, where we explore the dreams of celebrities. After the standard introduction, the camera shifted to showcase the star's residence. Teacher Chu's place is quite spacious. A home like this is my dream, Wei Tongzi said, deliberately circling the living room to highlight the awards displayed on the shelves. Meanwhile, Pang Pu's camera focused on the entryway, where rows of wine bottles were neatly lined up. During the camera setup the day before, the production team had noticed them and asked if they should be cleared away. After a long silence, the homeowner had simply replied, "There's nothing I need to hide from the world." Huh? There are so many wine bottles here. Did Teacher Chu host a party recently? Pang Pu asked. We'll have to ask him later which celebrities attended. After briefly touring the living room and kitchen, which looked so pristine it seemed almost corporate, especially the spotless range hood, the two hosts headed to the study. Following the director's cues, the cameraman trailed behind. The door was slightly ajar, and Pang Pu knocked twice. Chu Zhi stood up to greet them. Brother Pang, Tongzi. No need to get up, Teacher Chu. Just carry on as usual, Pang Pu said. With a smile, Chu Zhi replied, Then I'll go back to reading. He had been studying history books that morning. Most of these books are about history. Does Teacher Chu enjoy reading historical works? Wei Tongzi asked. I always thought it took a certain maturity to really appreciate history. The moment he heard the knock, Chu Zhi had already activated his super transformation mode, evolving from Chu Zhi mode to Oscar-winning actor mode. It's not so much research as it is fascination, Chu Zhi explained. Chinese culture, whether it's craftsmanship, folklore, or the lives of scholars, is deeply captivating. And it's fun. For example, when ancient people argued, you wouldn't even understand their insults without some background knowledge. They'd often say neither 3 nor 4, bus and busi, a phrase that appears in the Scholars and Water margin. But why is neither 3 nor 4 an insult? In the Book of Changes, each hexagram has 6 lines. The third and fourth lines, positioned in the middle, symbolize the proper path between heaven and earth. So neither 3 nor 4 basically means a good-for-nothing loafer. Chu Zhi simplified. Understanding history doesn't have to be serious. It can be entertaining. I had no idea about neither 3 nor 4. Wei Tongzi played along perfectly. The little fruits in the live stream also chimed in enthusiastically. Brother Joe really loves learning. I never liked history because teachers just made us memorize exam points. But hearing Brother Joe explain it makes me interested again. Protect the best orange at all costs. No wonder he wrote, The wind blows the wheat waves. He's always improving. With enough fangirl/fanboy filter, Fans could turn a blind eye to anything and find a way to praise it. Right now, the chat was full of compliments about Chu Zhi's love for learning. But it had to be said, idols wielded immense influence. No matter how much teachers and parents nagged, sometimes an idol's words carried more weight. Especially when Chu Zhi added, "I hope viewers can find time to read more too." More little fruits immediately pledged to pay more attention in history class. While the bookworm act might interest fans, casual viewers would find it boring. So Pang Pu quickly steered the conversation toward drama. He asked, "There are a lot of wine bottles by the entryway. Did Teacher Chu host a party recently?" People loved peeking into celebrities' social circles. Everyone wanted to know which famous friends a star hung out with. "Those wine bottles. I usually clean them up every 2 weeks," Chu Zhi said. "There was no party. I drank them all myself." Pang Pu swallowed his follow-up question, which celebrities attended. Was this guy really admitting this on camera? Celebrities were supposed to set a good example. Even if everyone knew they drank privately, they usually avoided saying so outright in front of cameras. As a professional host, Pang Pu wanted engagement, but he wasn't malicious. He quickly backpedaled. Was there something to celebrate? Share the happy news with our little mangoes. Mainly, I can't sleep without drinking, Chu Zhi admitted, then immediately added, minors shouldn't drink. And adult viewers, remember, alcohol harms your health. Drink less. Wait, isn't that alcoholism? Pang Pu's internal reaction. As a fan, Wei Tongzi's first thought was that Chu Zhi had been depressed due to recent online attacks and used alcohol as a sleep aid. She wanted to ask more, but the director's voice buzzed in her earpiece. Ask about his schedule. Chu Zhi's daily routine unfolded on screen. 7:30 a.m. Wake up, wash up, order takeout for breakfast. After breakfast, read. Lunch, something simple. Afternoon and evening, work on the new album. Dinner, takeout again. Can you give us any exclusive details about the new album? Wei Tongzi asked. The style will likely be pop and rock. The theme is a limited world, infinite joy. The original Chu Zhi hadn't known much about music theory, let alone album planning. After researching, Chu Zhi learned that a good album wasn't just a random collection of hit songs. Those were called greatest hits compilations, usually released after years in the industry. A true album needed a unifying theme, with cover art, music videos, and tracks all serving that concept. Take Yi Hui Mei, Jay Chou's iconic album, as an example. Named after his mother, it expressed nostalgia and familial love, with tracks like In the Name of the Father complementing the theme. Songs like Class 3-2, Rice Field, Sunny Day, and East Wind Breaks blended retro and modern elements. Cho himself described Yi Hui Mei as a tribute to the past and a look toward the future. And no, this wasn't a stretch. The album cover featured Cho in a modern suit, juxtaposed with a painted portrait of him in vintage cowboy attire. Now, Chu Zhi had to tie together two seemingly unrelated concepts. He explained, "A limited world refers to my own world. My experiences, knowledge, and understanding are all finite. Infinite joy is my aspiration. In my limited world, the wind blows the wheat waves is a beautiful scene, and light is hope. Simply put, with my limited abilities, I hope to bring infinite joy to my fans." Number 57. This brave Dream of the Red Chamber was advertised as a 24-hour live stream, but in reality, it didn't actually run around the clock. Once the celebrity went to bed, the screen would cut to black. Live streaming someone sleeping didn't align with proper values. The show had once invited a female artist, and even if she wore the most modest pajamas, broadcasting her sleep still risked veering into inappropriate territory. So during the black screen period, the stream only played behind-the-scenes clips from the day. For the live stream, peak viewership usually lasted 2 to 3 hours starting around 7 p.m. The hosts and scriptwriters would advise guests to showcase their most interesting moments during this window. Remember Dai Yang from I'm Really a Singer? As a renowned bel canto singer and member of the national artistic elite, he would perform a stunning piece before every meal, leaving the audience in awe. But Chu Zhi was different. Even after reminders from the hosts, he stuck to his own rhythm. From 1:30 p.m. onward, he spent 6 to 7 hours straight in his study composing music. No highlights, just raw exposure. It left host Pang Pu at a loss. In previous episodes, Viewers would flood the chat with requests for the hosts to ask bold, even borderline invasive questions. Does the celebrity have any bad habits? Any weird quirks at home? The host's job was to interact with the guest based on audience comments. Both Pang Pu and Wei Tongzi had earpieces to receive instructions from the director and real-time viewer messages. After dinner, Chu Zhi had just settled onto the sofa when he pulled out a pack of Huangala cigarettes. "I'm going to the balcony for a smoke," he said. "Teacher Chu, you smoke?" Wei Tongzi hesitated, wanting to remind her idol to be mindful of the cameras. "Secondhand smoke isn't great. Tongzi, you don't have to come," Chu Zhi said, standing up. "Oh, it's fine. I'm not sensitive to smoke," Wei Tongzi quickly replied, following him anyway. The cameraman, Jelly, didn't need to tag along. The balcony already had fixed cameras. With a seamless switch, the live stream cut to Chu Zhi leaning against the railing, a cigarette between his fingers, wisps of smoke curling into the night air. His gaze seemed heavy with unspoken thoughts as he looked up at the distant sky. The evening breeze lifted his bangs slightly, revealing his forehead. His hairline was low, so even with his fringe pushed back, he didn't look like he had a five-head. Instantly, the chat exploded. "How does someone look like this? Are these facial features even real? I usually hate men who smoke, but Brother Gio is the exception. People keep saying CGI face, now I get it. That brow bone and nose bridge. I'm jealous." The scene was undeniably beautiful, both the man and the backdrop. Wei Tongzi, standing there, thought to herself, "The stars and moon pale in comparison, so they've hidden themselves away." She barely maintained her professionalism, resisting the urge to swoon openly. "He looks so melancholy. What is Teacher Chu thinking about?" She saw deep sorrow in his eyes. Who says human emotions aren't universal? At least fans could project their feelings onto their idols, though the details might differ. Wei Tongzi assumed he was pondering life's big questions, the future, existence, something profound. In reality, Chu Zhi was just lamenting his situation. "If I hadn't transmigrated, I'd probably be eating hotpot right now, singing karaoke, maybe even with a model by my side. Instead, I'm here." To lighten the mood, Wei Tongzi asked, "Were a backlight, and the wind blows the wheat waves written in this study too?" It was a subtle way to promote his new album. Lyrics need a lot of revision. "The current drafts still need a couple more days of polishing," Chu Zhi said. Then he added, "Actually, I'd love to have fans suggest names for the album." Predictably, the chat lagged from the flood of messages. Naming their idol's album? This was next-level fan engagement. If you weren't excited, you weren't a true fan. "I'll definitely submit an idea later," Wei Tongzi said eagerly. Chu Zhi nodded. "Good. We're all looking forward to your new album," she said, then smoothly added, "Just like we're excited for Li Ning's Chidu running shoes." Ah, yes, the show sponsor, Li Ning, couldn't be forgotten. Wei Tongzi had remembered her duty to plug the brand, staying true to the mission. Good. After finishing his cigarette, Chu Zhi turned to leave, but paused. Facing the balcony camera, he said, "Smoking isn't good for your health. I hope our little mangoes can avoid it if possible, especially minors. Don't pick it up." Back inside, he returned to his study to tweak lyrics, while Wei Tongzi occasionally relayed questions from the chat. Meanwhile, Pang Pu was waiting for his staff meal. The two hosts took turns eating, similar to shift workers in a factory, though not nearly as exhausting. When off-camera, they could step away to discuss the live stream's direction with the scriptwriter, Frog's son. A few minutes later, a fragrant braised pork rice arrived. Teacher Chu is a real one. A beacon of honesty. Pang Pu couldn't help but remark between bites. Cameraman Jelly nodded in agreement. Smoking and drinking without a hint of pretense. If the production team didn't milk this for hot searches, they'd be wasting golden material. Like a candle, burning himself to brighten the show's ratings. Frog's son stayed silent. Though he hadn't interacted much with Chu Zhi, their dinner together had convinced him the man was highly perceptive, not the type to act recklessly without reason. Seeing that neither Jelly nor Frog's son responded, Pang Pu didn't push further. Some people just didn't like talking during meals. Instead, he texted Xiao Gu, who was currently in Seoul for work. "Pang Pu, landed yet?" "Xiao Gu, just checked into the hotel. We're right next to YG Entertainment, convenient for tomorrow." Pang Pu low-key jealous. Even though filming Chu Zhi is more interesting than expected, I still want to be in Seoul. Xiaogu, no shot lol. The number of Chinese tourists here is insane. Most are here for Princess Group's fan meet in 2 days. If our crew hadn't booked early, we'd be screwed. Pang Pu. I'm not a fan of Korea either, but their idol group's singing and dancing skills are legit. Puts our lazy domestic entertainment industry to shame. They didn't chat long. Pang Pu had to return to relieve Wei Tongzi for her meal break. You can't actually eat beauty, after all. By 11:30 p.m., after Chu Zhi finished his workout, showered, and went to bed, the live stream finally cut to black. 5 minutes later, behind-the-scenes clips began playing. Like the crew helping with food deliveries, Chu Zhi ordered takeout for both lunch and dinner. Veteran artists like Dai Yong, with their life experience, would cook elaborate meals on camera. Even younger actors and dancers felt compelled to showcase their culinary skills, the ideal modern man. But Chu Zhi? Too naive. The Oscar-worthy actor could cook. Stir-fried potatoes and tomato egg dishes were within his skill set. He'd struggled in his early days and knew how to fend for himself. But ordering takeout wasn't about convenience. His brand was singer plus idol. The former required great work, the latter a flawless face. Everything else was optional. Would you rather date an average guy who cooks or a goddess like Liu Yifei, who's never touched a kitchen? Or an average girl who cooks versus a takeout-dependent heartthrob like Hugo? The answer was obvious. More importantly, Chu Zhi understood that idols needed to have flaws, something for fans to fret over. If he were perfect at everything, he'd just be the mature, dependable type who got no sympathy. As the B-roll played, viewership dwindled. The little fruits gradually logged off. The crew packed up hastily. Unlike some reality shows, they didn't stay overnight at the celebrity's home. Their staff hotel was nearby. Number 58. Double Standards, Chu Zhi. The first day of Dream of the Red Chamber sparked heated discussions, partly due to the controversy over a celebrity openly smoking and drinking on livestream, but more so because of the perceived double standards. While Chu Zhi indulged in alcohol and cigarettes himself, he still advised others not to. Comments on Mango TV leaned mostly negative. Xiao Kinming. Telling minors not to drink or smoke is fine, but why lecture adults? If you're so high and mighty, why don't you quit first? Sheng Wanxing was a casual fan, but not anymore. A singer smoking like this, does he even care about his voice? Maybe he has talent, but he clearly doesn't value his career. Suddenly aware. If you can't quit yourself, don't preach. Kinda off-putting. Though I admit, he smokes with the same swagger I used to. Cat eats kaiju. Let's be real. If he hadn't added that sanctimonious advice, I wouldn't mind. But since he did, everyone knows smoking is bad. It's printed on the pack. How about leading by example first? Controversy breeds attention. The episode's popularity rivaled that of the previous guest, a Korean star, peaking at over 100 million views. Though the exact live viewer count wasn't disclosed, platform metrics can be inflated. Whether intentional or not, Wei Tongzi twice tried to dig deeper. Why do you drink? Why smoke? But director Meng Ting cut her off via earpiece both times. While the true viewership remained unclear, one thing was certain. Chu Zhi's on-screen behavior trended hard. By midnight, 3 hashtags blew up. Hashtag Chu Zhi smoking live. Hashtag is Chu Zhi an alcoholic. Hashtag God-tier visuals Chu Zhi. Faced with backlash, the little fruits, fans, mobilized immediately. Every top-tier celebrity has a blacklist defense squad, a team dedicated to scrubbing negative comments online. Pro tip: if you post something critical about a star on QQ, don't be surprised if a defense agent adds you to argue. Speaking from experience, fan counterarguments included. Celebrities are human too. Over 50% of Chinese men smoke. Why is this a big deal? Plenty of stars smoke, but Orange is just too honest to hide it. This honesty makes me love him more. Also, damn, he looks hot with a cigarette. He orders takeout every day. Someone get this man a personal chef. The core tactic? Comment control. On Mango TV's official Weibo, critical remarks were buried under 50K plus liked fan posts, pushing neutral or negative opinions to the 50th reply and beyond. One relatively objective comment by user Sure sparked a debate with a little fruit. Sure, celebrities can smoke, but doing it on livestream is different. They're role models. Fans will imitate them. Keep it private if you must. Orange Angel, Fan, he warned minors not to drink and advised adults to cut back. Sure. And how does that help when he's the one chain-smoking on camera? Some fans even think it's cool. No, it's just his face. Either way, day one left me unimpressed. Orange Angel, he's genuinely kind. Worth loving. Sure, kindness and hypocrisy aren't mutually exclusive. Personally, I can't stand someone who drinks heavily. Family trauma. Despite the fans' efforts, public perception remained divided. No one linked his habits to depression. Chu Zhi had smiled often during the stream, appearing cheerful. Few remembered he'd been cyber-bullied into a breakdown. The crew returned at 6:30 a.m., groggily setting up equipment. Wei Tongzi, who'd slept at 2 a.m. after coordinating fan defense efforts, moved on autopilot. Pang Pu, joking, needs some pure victory organic milk to wake up? Wei Tongzi, deadpan, only Li Ning's Chitta running shoes can save me now. Well, maybe Lay's durian chips. Sponsor plugs, never forgotten. By 7:30 a.m., Chu Zhi woke. No alarm needed. His body clock was precise. But last night's nightmare wasn't an isolated incident. 4 nightmares this week. He frowned. System, does severe depression cause neurological damage? Did I inherit this? Depression disrupts neurotransmitters, dopamine, serotonin, etc. No physical lesions, but symptoms like nightmares/brain fog persist. So you suffered a lot, huh? Chu Zhi murmured, finally grasping the torment the original owner endured. Months of sleeplessness, relentless nightmares. This sweet dream chocolate, in the System Mall, cost 3 personality coins, guaranteed good sleep, but he only had 1 coin. System, I'm not stingy, but compensation for accidental transmigration was already given. Entertainment blind box. Do not exploit bugs. Not about that. Even Pinduoduo offers after-sales service. You're telling me you're worse than Pinduoduo? After a pause, the system relented. Bug fix compensation. Sweet dream, chocolate X1. Now that's customer service. He'd only ever met one system, but still. Yet Chu Zhi delayed claiming it. This suffering is evidence. The world should know what he went through. New achievement unlocked. As Chu Zhi stepped into the living room, fresh-faced, no makeup, the system pinged. Achievement, Face King, nickname, Handsome Hao, English name, Shuida Buyao Buyao. Barefaced in public X1, 1 personality coin. X3, 2 coins. Easiest achievement ever. Chu Zhi rarely wore makeup anyway. Good genes trumped contouring. Note, no makeup is not equal to no hygiene. The latter's just gross. Number 59. The truth behind the camera. Teacher Chu, aren't you going to wear makeup? Pang Pu asked when he noticed the guest bypassing the makeup artists and heading straight to the living room. Isn't Dream of the Red Chamber supposed to capture the daily lives of celebrities? I don't wear makeup at home, Chu Zhi replied. I'll cooperate fully with the production team, but I remember other stars also appeared barefaced. Hearing this, Pang Pu nearly blurted out, no need for that. But seeing the sincerity in Chu Zhi's eyes, he swallowed his words. Who in the entertainment industry is this straightforward? Had he never heard of no makeup? Who actually appears on camera completely barefaced? Everyone knew that erratic schedules left many celebrities with terrible skin. A quick explanation of no makeup. The key is choosing a foundation shade that mimics natural skin. Check the veins on your wrist. Blue-purple means cool undertones, olive green means warm, and blue-green means neutral. If you can't see any veins, pinch your wrist briefly and then check again. Though the live stream hadn't started yet, this segment had to be included in the behind-the-scenes footage. Pang Pu remembered the director Meng Teng's instructions. Teacher Chu, if you want a drink, please let me know first. Live streams generally can't show alcohol consumption, Pang Pu reminded. Don't worry, I'll try to control myself, Chu Zhi nodded. Try to control myself? Pang Pu mentally noted that this guest might have a drinking problem. Most livestream platforms ban smoking and drinking outright. If a streamer crossed the line, the platform would immediately shut them down. While Mango TV had some leeway, smoking was fine. Alcohol was still a hard no. Chu Zhi knew this. Back on Earth, many TV shows and movies had to censor drinking scenes, either cutting them entirely or only showing the before and after, never the act itself. That's why he had kept over a dozen empty wine bottles. After all, He'd only gotten drunk 3 times. The first 2 rounds of bottles had been thrown away. The neatly lined up empties? All part of his carefully crafted image. What a schemer. This morning, I'll be reading. In the afternoon, I'll try composing. Chu Zhi outlined his schedule. If he was working on music, he'd head to the practice room. Pang Pu was curious why no cameras were allowed inside. A quick look would clear things up. Once everything was set, the live stream began. Technically, the behind-the-scenes footage transitioned into the main broadcast, right at 8 a.m. Fans flooded in. Ninth brother, I'm here. Random viewer here. Why do people call Chu Zhi ninth brother? Checking in. Leaving my mark for orange. Ninth brother looks a little pale today. After breakfast, ramen, of course, Chu Zhi resumed studying. He wasn't trying to build a scholar persona. His education level spoke for itself, but he wanted to lay groundwork for the future. Even without a college degree, I'm a lifelong learner. If I ever write a groundbreaking poem, people will know it's legit. Watching someone read wasn't exactly thrilling content. Aside from die-hard fans, most viewers wouldn't stick around, even with Wei Tongzi occasionally chiming in. Before long, it was time for lunch. Today, Chu Zhi once again ordered a carb-heavy feast. But Dream of the Red Chamber wasn't a mukbang show, so the on-site writer Frog's son avoided direct close-ups. The audience didn't notice how much he was eating. After finishing 3 meals like this, he'd complete 3 days of excessive carb loading, earning 3 personality coins. Someday, I'd like to start a Bilibili channel sharing book insights, Chu Zhi mentioned as he left the study. That'd be amazing. I'd triple like every video. Wei Tongzi, a longtime Bilibili user, said eagerly. She knew the platform had a love-hate relationship with Chu Zhi. Initially, his weak singing skills made him a target for ridicule, but his face frequently appeared in edits like Watch Daily to avoid early romance compilations. After The Wind Blows the Wheat and Against the Light, his reputation had improved dramatically. Chu Zhi was now synonymous with gentleness, a rare feat for idol actors on Bilibili. Can I ask you something? Wei Tongzi hesitated. Of course, Chu Zhi replied. I'm in your fan groups, and a lot of fans hope you'll reopen the comment sections on Weibo and Instagram. They also want you to post more updates. I'll try to post more, Chu Zhi said after a pause. Then, addressing the camera directly, he apologized. As for reopening comments, I'm sorry, but I'm still a little scared. I need more time to adjust. Wei Tongzi's heart ached at his cautious tone. She knew exactly why. She'd seen the old comments. They were a cesspool of vitriol, with people hurling insults like they were reading off their family registers. Ahem. Teacher Chu, you mentioned your new album blends pop and rock, right? Wei Tongzi quickly changed the subject. Not just pop and rock. Pop and pop rock, Chu Zhi corrected. Pop rock? Is that a subgenre? Rock has so many categories. Could you explain for our viewers? Wei Tongzi seized the chance to let him shine. Pop rock isn't really a rock subgenre. It's more of a branch of modern pop. Chu Zhi launched into an explanation. The following section details rock subgenres, but since it's lengthy and technical, I've condensed it for readability. Rock was a broad category. Thankfully, Chu Zhi, ever the preparer, had done his homework. What defined rock? Beyond glam rock, UK, and visual K, Japan, you couldn't judge by appearance alone. For example, Secondhand Rose looked undeniably rock, but their sound was closer to a Renzuan, a folk style. The core of rock was rebellion, hedonism, and decadence, reflected in lyrics. The instrumentation centered on guitar, bass, keyboards, and drums. Heavy metal, max volume, distorted guitars, extended solos. Britpop, less distortion, introspective lyrics, a UK response to American cultural dominance. Punk rock, simple 3-chord progressions, raw energy, early flowers band by De Jangwei fits here. Blues rock, improvised 3-chord jams with small jazz ensembles. Hardcore punk, if it sounds like chaotic shouting, that's intentional. The louder and angrier, the better. This was a simplified and slightly tongue-in-cheek breakdown. Rock had dozens of subgenres, blending influences from blues, country, and folk. As for fake rock, if you believed in rock spirit, then it existed. If not, anything could rock, even instrumental music, post-rock. Chu Zhi's explanation lasted over 20 minutes, but since it wasn't the most engaging content, I'll skip the details. He pulled out some sheet music and lyrics for Overworked, his new song. The showman was ready. Teacher Chu, can we live stream your new song? Peng Pu asked. Of course. It's called Overworked, inspired by my energetic, slightly cringeworthy student days. I want to channel that vibe. A sneak peek for our viewers. Back in my Legend gaming days, I was a grind king too, Peng Pu laughed. Who doesn't have a spare liver? This is the only place, sponsored by Li Ning's Red Hair Sneakers, where you'll see the sheet music, lyrics, and composing process for the new album. Wei Tongzi added, signaling the cameraman, Jelly, to zoom in. Jelly moved closer, capturing the marked-up sheet music for Overworked. 1 equals G 4/4. Fireworks, like me, shine brightest in the dark. The sun sets, my time to spark. It's not that I don't love sleep or cherish my liver. I just have too much to deliver. Some phones might not display the notation properly, but you get the idea. Personally, Chu Zhi didn't love this song. It wasn't a hit either. But an album only needed 4 or 5 standout tracks to be legendary. Not every song had to be a chart topper, especially since he didn't have many tracks that fit the theme, finite world, infinite joy. That said, tastes varied. Some listeners would adore the upbeat, Overworked. This sounds amazing. Wei Tongzi cheered, though she couldn't read sheet music. Teacher Chu, aren't you going to wear makeup? Peng Pu asked when he noticed the guest bypassing the makeup artists and heading straight to the living room. Isn't Dream of the Red Chamber supposed to capture the daily lives of celebrities? I don't wear makeup at home, Chu Zhi replied. I'll cooperate fully with the production team, but I remember other stars also appeared barefaced. Hearing this, Peng Pu nearly blurted out, no need for that. But seeing the sincerity in Chu Zhi's eyes, he swallowed his words. Who in the entertainment industry is this straightforward? Had he never heard of no makeup? Who actually appears on camera completely barefaced? Everyone knew that erratic schedules left many celebrities with terrible skin. A quick explanation of no makeup. The key is choosing a foundation shade that mimics natural skin. Check the veins on your wrist. Blue-purple means cool undertones, olive green means warm, and blue-green means neutral. If you can't see any veins, pinch your wrist briefly and then check again. Though the live stream hadn't started yet, this segment had to be included in the behind-the-scenes footage. Peng Pu remembered the director Meng Teng's instructions. Teacher Chu, if you want a drink, please let me know first. Live streams generally can't show alcohol consumption, Peng Pu reminded. Don't worry, I'll try to control myself, Chu Zhi nodded. Try to control myself? Peng Pu mentally noted that this guest might have a drinking problem. Most livestream platforms ban smoking and drinking outright. If a streamer crossed the line, the platform would immediately shut them down. While Mango TV had some leeway, smoking was fine. Alcohol was still a hard no. Chu Zhi knew this. Back on Earth, many TV shows and movies had to censor drinking scenes, either cutting them entirely or only showing the before and after, never the act itself. That's why he had kept over a dozen empty wine bottles. After all, he'd only gotten drunk 3 times. The first 2 rounds of bottles had been thrown away. The neatly lined up empties? All part of his carefully crafted image. What a schemer. This morning, I'll be reading. In the afternoon, I'll try composing. Chu Zhi outlined his schedule. If he was working on music, he'd head to the practice room. Peng Pu was curious why no cameras were allowed inside. A quick look would clear things up. Once everything was set, the live stream began. Technically, the behind-the-scenes footage transitioned into the main broadcast, right at 8 a.m. Fans flooded in. Ninth brother, I'm here. Random viewer here. Why do people call Chu Zhi ninth brother? Checking in. Leaving my mark for orange. Ninth brother looks a little pale today. After breakfast, ramen, of course, Chu Zhi resumed studying. He wasn't trying to build a scholar persona. His education level spoke for itself, but he wanted to lay groundwork for the future. Even without a college degree, I'm a lifelong learner. If I ever write a groundbreaking poem, people will know it's legit. Watching someone read wasn't exactly thrilling content. Aside from die-hard fans, most viewers wouldn't stick around, even with Wei Tongzi occasionally chiming in. Before long, it was time for lunch. Today, Chu Zhi once again ordered a carb-heavy feast. But Dream of the Red Chamber wasn't a mukbang show, so the on-site writer Frog's son avoided direct close-ups. The audience didn't notice how much he was eating. After finishing 3 meals like this, he'd complete 3 days of excessive carb loading, earning 3 personality coins. Someday, I'd like to start a Bilibili channel sharing book insights, Chu Zhi mentioned as he left the study. That'd be amazing. I'd triple like every video, Wei Tongzi, a longtime Bilibili user, said eagerly. She knew the platform had a love-hate relationship with Chu Zhi. Initially, his weak singing skills made him a target for ridicule, but his face frequently appeared in edits like Watch Daily to avoid early romance compilations. After The Wind Blows the Wheat and Against the Light, his reputation had improved dramatically. Chu Zhi was now synonymous with gentleness, a rare feat for idol actors on Bilibili. Can I ask you something? Wei Tongzi hesitated. Of course, Chu Zhi replied. I'm in your fan groups, and a lot of fans hope you'll reopen the comment sections on Weibo and Instagram. They also want you to post more updates. I'll try to post more, Chu Zhi said after a pause. Then, addressing the camera directly, he apologized. As for reopening comments, I'm sorry, but I'm still a little scared. I need more time to adjust. Wei Tongzi's heart ached at his cautious tone. She knew exactly why. She'd seen the old comments. They were a cesspool of vitriol, with people hurling insults like they were reading off their family registers. Ahem. Teacher Chu, you mentioned your new album blends pop and rock, right? Wei Tongzi quickly changed the subject. Not just pop and rock. Pop and pop rock, Chu Zhi corrected. Pop rock? Is that a subgenre? Rock has so many categories. Could you explain for our viewers? Wei Tongzi seized the chance to let him shine. Pop rock isn't really a rock subgenre. It's more of a branch of modern pop. Chu Zhi launched into an explanation. The following section details rock subgenres, but since it's lengthy and technical, I've condensed it for readability. Rock was a broad category. Thankfully, Chu Zhi, ever the preparer, had done his homework. What defined rock? Beyond glam rock, UK, and visual K, Japan, you couldn't judge by appearance alone. For example, Secondhand Rose looked undeniably rock, but their sound was closer to a Renzuan, a folk style. The core of rock was rebellion, hedonism, and decadence, reflected in lyrics. The instrumentation centered on guitar, bass, keyboards, and drums. Heavy metal, max volume, distorted guitars, extended solos. Britpop, less distortion, introspective lyrics, a UK response to American cultural dominance. Punk rock, simple 3-chord progressions, raw energy, early Flowers Band by Dejangwei fits here. Blues rock, improvised 3-chord jams with small jazz ensembles. Hardcore punk, if it sounds like chaotic shouting, that's intentional. The louder and angrier, the better. This was a simplified and slightly tongue-in-cheek breakdown. Rock had dozens of subgenres, blending influences from blues, country, and folk. As for fake rock, if you believed in rock spirit, then it existed. If not, anything could rock, even instrumental music, post-rock. Chu Zhi's explanation lasted over 20 minutes, but since it wasn't the most engaging content, I'll skip the details. He pulled out some sheet music and lyrics for Overworked, his new song. The showman was ready. Teacher Chu, can we live stream your new song? Peng Pu asked. Of course. It's called Overworked, inspired by my energetic, slightly cringeworthy student days. I want to channel that vibe. A sneak peek for our viewers. Back in my Legend gaming days, I was a grind king too, Peng Pu laughed. Who doesn't have a spare liver? This is the only place, sponsored by Li Ning's Red Hair Sneakers, where you'll see the sheet music, lyrics, and composing process for the new album. Wei Tongzi added, signaling the cameraman, Jelly, to zoom in. Jelly moved closer, capturing the marked-up sheet music for Overworked. 1 equals G 4/4. Fireworks, like me, shine brightest in the dark. The sun sets, my time to spark. It's not that I don't love sleep or cherish my liver. I just have too much to deliver. Some phones might not display the notation properly, but you get the idea. Personally, Chu Zhi didn't love this song. It wasn't a hit either. But an album only needed 4 or 5 standout tracks to be legendary. Not every song had to be a chart topper, especially since he didn't have many tracks that fit the theme, finite world, infinite joy. That said, tastes varied. Some listeners would adore the upbeat, Overworked. This sounds amazing. Wei Tongzi cheered, though she couldn't read sheet music. Chu Zhi opened the soundproof door to the practice room, thicker than a standard door, and flicked on the lights. The others followed, taking in the 80 square meter space. At the center stood a full array of instruments: electric piano, drums, guitar, bass, and even a grand piano. The southeast corner housed recording equipment, condenser mics, preamps, vocal effects processors, headphone amps, mixing consoles, and monitors. Calling it a practice room was an understatement. It was a mini studio. But the instruments weren't what caught Pang Pu, Wei Tongzi, and Jelly's attention. The walls were covered in intricate, vine-like patterns that stretched from floor to ceiling. Up close, they realized the vines were actually words, thousands of usernames like Wong Wong loves Chu, 9 bean paste buns, moonlight, holding up a starry sky for you, noble, woven into designs that resembled blue ivy from afar. Holy, Jelly swore, off camera, but audible. Pang Pu and Wei Tongzi frowned at the breach of professionalism, but when they approached, they gasped too. How many names are here? Pang Pu muttered. I don't know the exact character count, but there are 22,548,742 IDs in this room, Chu Zhi said, as if reciting a cherished memory. Number 60. Thank you for once loving me. Over 20 million IDs. Pang Pu blurted out, his years of host training taking over. It's a beautiful journey, Chu Zhi said softly. Back then, over 20 million little fruits supported me. Their love helped me win Future Idol, helped me become who I am. Pang Pu didn't show much reaction, but Wei Tongzi did. She remembered it all too well. When the scandal broke months ago, the fanbase cracked apart like shattered glass. The company had remained silent, offering no statement, no defense. A quarter of the fans vanished. Another quarter turned on him, becoming his loudest haters. To be blunt, the most vicious insults hadn't come from strangers. They came from ex-fans, once passionate, now scorned. Did those rotten little fruits even deserve to call themselves fans? The anger simmering in Wei Tongzi's chest wasn't just righteous. It was personal. She had been one of them, a casual supporter who unfollowed when things got ugly. She hadn't stood by him. She regretted it deeply. But Wei Tongzi's throat tightened. There was so much she wanted to say, but before she could find the words, Chu Zhi noticed. He smiled gently. Life is like a train bound for the grave. There are many stops along the way, and very few people can accompany you from start to finish. When someone who once walked beside you has to disembark, even if it hurts, you should still be grateful. Then wave goodbye. His words echoed with a quiet calm. The quote was from Miyazaki. Jelly, professional to the core, zoomed in on the wall. The usernames only became legible when viewed up close, thousands of them stitched together like a digital quilt. Those 20 million little fruits were like a forest. They shielded me from the storm. Even when I wasn't good enough, even when some stopped liking me, I never forgot the warmth of that love. I'm endlessly grateful for the support they gave. Chu Zhi turned to face the camera directly. His expression was calm, eyes steady. Thank you for once loving me. And I really love the version of myself that you love too. Pang Pu was stunned. His admiration swelled, rising like a river after heavy rain. This guy's fan retention skills are god tier. From beside him came the sound of quiet sniffling. He turned. Wei Tongzi was crying, barely holding it together. As a trained host, she never lost composure on camera, unless something truly moved her. There's one last little secret, Chu Zhi said suddenly. Then, without warning, he flipped the light switch. The practice room went completely dark. Before Pang Pu, Wei Tongzi, or Jelly could react, their eyes adjusted to the soft glow rising above. The ceiling. Over 8 million IDs were printed in special silver-white ink. In the darkness, they emitted a cool, luminous light, arranged in swirling constellations. A galaxy above their heads, suspended in stillness. The Milky Way turns, 1,000 sails dance. The world's curtains sway and fall. For a long moment, no one spoke. Then Jelly moved, breaking the silence. Camera, get this now, he whispered urgently, adjusting the lens. The livestream audience had to see it. After 10 long seconds, Chu Zhi turned the lights back on. But the moment lingered, like starlight behind closed eyes. I chose the practice room because singing is both my passion and my livelihood. This space means everything to me, Chu Zhi said. And I'll never forget the 8 million fans on Weibo who stood by me. Their trust became my guiding stars through the darkest nights. Wei Tongzi felt a pang of envy toward the fans immortalized on that ceiling. But the feeling faded quickly. By that logic, she had been one of those 20 million. In a way, she was up there too. Let's start composing, Chu Zhi said, sitting at the electric keyboard. Teacher Chu, Pang Pu interjected. Could we film these IDs properly? As a special segment for later? I'm sure your fans, and our viewers, would love a closer look. Of course, I agreed to this show precisely because I have nothing to hide. Film whatever you'd like. Thank you. Pang Pu shot Jelly a look. Film everything during breaks. Now, let's watch Teacher Chu compose Overworked. Wei Tongzi steered the conversation back. The intro needs energy, something raw. I'll use the keyboard first, with a touch of electronic rock. Let's pick a gritty synth. Chu Zhi, seemingly unaware of how deeply his gesture had moved them, smoothly shifted focus. The Yamaha Genos in front of him boasted 1,700 instrument sounds and 200+ arpeggios. With external sampling, YM, it could handle pop, jazz, even traditional Chinese arrangements. Chu Zhi, fluent across all 76 keys, treated it less like a keyboard and more like a full synthesizer. Next, guitar and bass. While the synth work was effortless, his guitar and bass skills were rougher. The original Chu Zhi hadn't played them, and even with borrowed muscle memory, his few hours of practice left him fumbling slightly. I'm barely passable at these. Not my strong suit, he admitted. Though barely passable to him still looked impressively fluid to the average viewer. He recorded the guitar and bass melodies into the keyboard. Let's hear the intro. Something's missing. Add drums. The chorus melody needs to punch harder. 2 hours later, the arrangement was complete. I'm obsessed with this melody. When the album drops, I'm buying 3 copies. 1 to listen, 1 to collect, 1 to frame. Wei Tongzi gushed. Buying 3 copies? Chu Zhi said calmly. Actually, I've decided all my future albums will be free. Full releases, including MVs, will go straight to streaming platforms. That way, my little fruits can save that 20 to 30 yuan for an extra lemonade. Question mark. The question marks weren't coming from Pang Pu or Wei Tongzi. Pang Pu's first thought, is he drunk? But Chu Zhi's expression was steady. Whether this was premeditated or not, it wasn't a spur-of-the-moment whim. Teacher Chu, Wei Tongzi tried to protest this financial suicide. I know you're a little fruit too, but this is my thank you to them. No objections. Chu Zhi shut it down. In an era where physical albums barely sold, digital albums netted pennies per copy. Take a top-tier Earth artist like Chris Wu. His Young racked up 70 million renminbi in sales. After platform cuts, label splits, and taxes, he pocketed maybe 30 million. Chu Zhi was still in debt. He couldn't afford to be cavalier about 30 million. But this was a long game. Free music meant fan loyalty skyrockets, more spending on merch/endorsements. Just look at Wei Tongzi's reaction. Casual listeners actually listen, broader appeal. Loyal fans equals higher endorsement fees. One extra deal would outweigh album profits anyway. Then why don't other stars do this? Simple. If a talentless idol's music is free, would you still listen? Bad music won't convert casuals. Might as well milk the existing fans. Meanwhile, the livestream was imploding. Between the 20 million IDs and the free album's forever bombshell, exploding was an understatement. The chat was frozen. Number 61. A dimensional strike against other celebrities. A frozen livestream usually meant the server couldn't handle a sudden surge in traffic. But the number of viewers couldn't have skyrocketed that fast. Even with aggressive fan promotion, this was absurd. The real culprit? An avalanche of comments. The moment the audience realized the Vine patterns were actually millions of fan IDs, the chat exploded. Even casual viewers who hadn't disabled comments found the screen unreadable, flooded with messages like, "Free albums forever?" As a neutral observer, I'm officially a fan. Which other top star prioritizes fans over profits like this? Printing 20 million IDs on his walls. The most romantic gesture I've ever seen from an idol. Little fruits, you're lucky. My mind's blank. Knowing Ninth Brother sees my username every day, screams how is Chu Zhi this perfect? Gentle, talented, and treats fans like gold. Blow up already. You deserve it. Came for the music, stayed for the wholesomeness. Sniffles, I joined too late. My name's not on the wall. But it's okay. Ninth brother carries us in his heart. From now on, I'm sticking with ninth brother forever. This one spammed the chat. Mango TV's team scrambled to mitigate the lag, filtering repetitive comments and restricting chat to level 3+ app users. Otherwise, the broadcast would have collapsed. After dinner, Chu Zhi received a notification. 3-day high-carb diet achievement unlocked. Plus 3 personality coins. Balance, 5. Enough for another lottery draw, but he'd save it for later. Between language studies, he drafted blurbs for each album track. Against the light, may listeners bask in light, unburdened by expectations. The wind blows the wheat, a tribute to rural beauty. Suddenly missing you. For heartbroken fans, especially men. What I miss, ditto, but for women. Like smoke, cherish fleeting beauty. Overworked, a toast to reckless youth. Sleepwalking / love's patterns, celebrate love's chaos. Guji, ordinary joys. Surviving versus living, don't fear mundane life. You're not truly happy was conspicuously absent. He had plans for that one. Wait, do I sound overly calculating? Chu Zhi mused. But after self-reflection, he decided his sincerity outweighed any scheming. From his bedroom, Chu Zhi retrieved a large bag, price tags meticulously removed. I bought some herbal tea for everyone, he told Pang Pu, timing it post-live stream when most crew had left. You guys work until 11 p.m., then return before dawn to set up. Lack of sleep hurts the liver. Chrysanthemum and goji tea helps. Each box contained 18 tea bags. Chu Zhi had bought 36 boxes, enough for 648 servings, covering the entire crew, directors, cameramen, tech teams. Pang Pu stared at the bag. This is just a small token. I noticed everyone looked exhausted this morning. Chu Zhi said warmly. Thank you, Teacher Chu. My pleasure. You've all been so supportive. Supportive? Pang Pu racked his brain. Had he done anything beyond low-key, hoping Chu Zhi would spiral on camera for views? You look pale too. Pang Pu deflected. Your health matters. Your fans worry. I'll take care of myself, Chu Zhi promised. The tea, Sia Imperial Reserve, worth 6,000 renminbi, wasn't extravagant for a star. But the thought was unprecedented. In Pang Pu's decade at Mango TV, he'd received gifts from fans begging favors for their idols. Never from the idol himself. Tongzi, Pang Pu called out on the crew bus. Your idol got us tea. Wei Tongzi blinked. Huh. Teacher Chu noticed we're overworked. Had it delivered special. Ninth brother. Her voice wavered. He's too good. That night, Dream of the Red Chamber BTS footage, featuring the wall of IDs, outperformed even K-pop star live streams. But the real storm was online. Headlines. Chu Zhi's love letter to 20 million fans. The ultimate fan service. Free music plus immortalized IDs. How Chu Zhi's forest of fans won future idol. A dimensional strike. Why no celebrity can compete with Chu Zhi's devotion. Even without Mango TV's PR push, hashtags like hashtag 9th brother I'm back and hashtag claim my username trended. Chu Zhi's Weibo neared 30 million followers. Fans who'd left during the scandal fell into two camps. The guilt-ridden, now more loyal than ever. The defensive, blaming the company, why didn't you clarify? Made me misjudge him. But unable to fully return, pride blocked the way. Yet Chu Zhi's gesture dismantled those barriers. Why? Fans are paradoxically easy and hard to please. They'll bleed for an idol's success, asking nothing in return. But when that idol remembers them, when he turns their support into literal walls and galaxies, it's game over. At Sweet Potato Ball, found my name on Mango TV's HQ picks. Crying. I was a high schooler voting for him during Future Idol, skipped sleep to stream. Never leaving again. At Vecchio, mine's there too. I unfollowed during the scandal. Didn't even rejoin the fandom after the misunderstanding. But he kept me on his wall. I don't deserve him. At Big Tall Leader, he called us a sheltering forest. More like I abandoned him during the storm. Hashtag claim my username. At Eason Fly Forward, FUCK, I changed my username. Original, only love oranges. BRB buying a VIP rename. At Summer Forest, hugging Little Chu. IS on the ceiling HHHHH. Feels like I'm with him 24/7 now. While other idols treated fans like ATMs, buy my merch, or GTFO, Chu Zhi operated at Haidaleo hotpot level hospitality, where customers, fans, were gods. The vines of wall IDs alone triggered massive emotional rebounds. But the ceiling stars? That was the knockout punch. Number 62. The Weibo throne changes hands. Xiao Yao, did you unfollow Orange yet? Huh. I'm asking if you unfollowed Chu Zhi. Wasn't he your idol before? I remember you followed him pretty early on, right? This conversation took place in an employee dorm, not a school dorm, but a shared apartment for workers at a mid-sized Chinese restaurant. Though called a dorm, it was actually a 3-bedroom unit in an old residential complex, with 3 bunk beds crammed into each room. Qingjie, I stopped being a fan ages ago. Right now, I just want to make money. Men and idols don't matter anymore. The speakers were Qingjie and Xiao Yao. The former, in her mid-20s, had worked at the restaurant for 3 years. Hard-working and efficient, she was the team leader despite not being the oldest among the staff. In small to mid-sized restaurants, being a team leader didn't mean less work. Sometimes, it even meant more. The only perk was an extra 200 or 300 yuan a month compared to regular employees. Xiao Yao had just turned 20 and had only been working at the restaurant for half a year. The two had bonded because they were from the same hometown. You stopped being a fan? Didn't you just buy Li Xingwei's limited edition album? That thing cost 200 or 300 yuan. Qingjie retorted. Weiwei's music is actually good. He's really talented, unlike Chu Zhi, who only has his looks, Xiao Yao shot back. Qingjie smirked. You changed your tune fast. I remember you used to say you loved orange the most, and that your favorite fruit was oranges too. People grow up. I've moved past the phase where I only care about looks, Xiao Yao declared firmly. I don't know much about Li Xingwei, but I think Chu Zhi seems pretty decent, Qingjie remarked. Huh? Had she taken the wrong medicine? Xiao Yao found this strange. In the past, Qingjie's exact words about Chu Zhi had been, a man who's only famous for his looks is no different from a prostitute. I just want to make money, was Qingjie's usual mantra. Qingjie, are you getting into fandom culture now? Xiao Yao asked. Not interested, Qingjie said. But I just saw a video on Douyin where Chu Zhi thanked his fans. I remember you followed him pretty early, so even if you've moved on, you're still part of the Vine pattern. Xiao Yao was lost. She hadn't been online earlier, too busy grinding ranks in a game. Chu Zhi thanked all his past supporters by printing the names of his 20 million Weibo followers on the walls of his practice room. Since you use Weibo, your name's probably there if you haven't changed it, Qingjie explained. I just think, even if his singing isn't great, he seems like a good guy. Grateful, you know? I don't even follow celebrities, but I kinda like him now. 20 million fan names printed in his practice room. Let me check, Xiao Yao said, pulling out her phone and opening Weibo. Among the top 5 trending topics, 3 were related. Hashtag claim your nickname. Hashtag 9th bro I'm back. Hashtag ultimate fan love. Clicking on reposted clips from the livestream, Xiao Yao finally understood what the Vine pattern was. The livestream snippets were frustratingly fragmented, so she switched to the Mango TV app, which she still had, even though she rarely used it now. Though the main broadcast had ended, there were highlight replays available for paying members, which Xiao Yao was. The sight of over 20 million IDs woven into vine-like patterns across the walls, with the ceiling adorned in a dazzling galaxy of stars, left her stunned. Life is like a train bound for the grave. There are many stops along the way, and very few people can accompany you from start to finish. When someone who once walked beside you has to disembark, even if it hurts, you should still be grateful. Then wave goodbye. And I'll never forget the 8 million fans on Weibo who stood by me. Their trust became my guiding stars through the darkest nights. Xiao Yao switched back to her Weibo profile. Among the 70-plus accounts she followed, one stood out at Eat a Big Orange. She hadn't unfollowed out of some noble loyalty or trust she'd just forgotten. In reality, she'd jumped ship the moment the scandals broke. Even past 1 a.m., the livestream's comment section was buzzing. Little Fruits, Chu Zhi's fandom name, were scouring the photos and clips for their own IDs. Mango TV had thoughtfully provided high-resolution images of all 4 walls and the ceiling, 5 photos in total, shot with medium-format cameras and 180mm macro lenses. Each photo could be zoomed in until every name was legible. Many fans downloaded them, cropping out sections with their nicknames to set as phone wallpapers. Those who found their names celebrated in the comments, and their social media feeds were undoubtedly flooded with posts like, "Found my Vine ID. Loving ninth bro is worth it. If you want to hurt Orange, you'll have to get through this little sapling first. I'm an orange tree. I'll be the morning star lighting ninth bro's path forward." After about 15 minutes, Xiao Yao spotted her own nickname, Yao Yao in the sky, among the stars on the ceiling photo. This star pattern on the ceiling was even more precious than the vines. Watching the replay, especially the moment the lights dimmed and the 8 million names lit up like a galaxy, Xiao Yao felt a surge of emotion. That little star up there is me. Orange is my favorite. My one true idol was always Orange. She wasn't alone. Among the 8 million followers, discounting users with multiple accounts, many had stuck around out of silent support, but there were also those like Xiao Yao, who'd simply forgotten to unfollow or didn't care enough to curate their follows. Finding their names in the star pattern brought them back, reigniting their love stronger than before. It felt like the right thing to do, seeing their own ID immortalized on that ceiling. Alongside the longtime silent supporters, they became fiercely devoted, driven by a sense of responsibility. If I don't support him, he might not make it. And once someone feels responsible for another, that's a terrifyingly powerful motivator. Even though Chu Zhi hadn't reopened his Weibo comments, his fans managed to push 2 of his related super topics into the top 5 in popularity, an unprecedented feat. The former undisputed king of Weibo metrics, Wu Tang, was dethroned overnight. Wu Tang's management team ran his Weibo fandom with military precision, yet even their professionalism couldn't compete against the organic, chaotic growth of the little fruits. How infuriating. Meanwhile, the production crew only returned to their hotel around 1:20 a.m. Ugh, guys, you won't believe this. Pang Pu noticed Xiao Gu's message in the workgroup chat. Since it was past 1 a.m., no one responded, so he privately messaged. What happened? It wasn't that Pang Pu cared deeply. It was just that Xiao Gu was with Team B in Seoul, the shoot location he had wanted to go to. So he was extra curious. Xiao Gu, the staff around Korean celebrities are brain dead, I swear. Zheng Minen's schedule changed, so he's not even returning to Seoul, but they made us wait for hours. And then they had the nerve to blame us for miscommunication. I'm so done. Xiao Gu. Korean celebs are so busy, maybe in Thailand, maybe in Vietnam, maybe in the Philippines, but definitely not in Seoul. We waited 2 whole days and didn't even see Zheng Min. Xiao Gu. YG Entertainment is a nightmare. They want Chinese money but don't give a damn about the market. Today, I only ate 1 bread roll, but by the time we got back to the hotel, I was too exhausted to even feel hungry. 3 rants in a row. Pang Pu could feel the frustration radiating through the screen. Seoul was only an hour ahead, so 1 a.m. here meant 2 a.m. there. To not have eaten properly by then, brutal. Uffed. For some reason, Pang Pu felt a wave of schadenfreude. Thank God I didn't get sent there. Xiao Gu, how's your side, old Pang? The little fresh meat treating you okay? Suppressing his amusement, because it wouldn't be nice to laugh at a suffering friend, Pang Pu replied. Chu Zhi's actually really good. Like, surprisingly easy to work with. Smart, tactful. When he saw we were pulling all-nighters, he sent us chrysanthemum and goji tea. He even tried to order takeout for us twice, though the director turned him down both times. Xiao Gu. I'm so jealous. I haven't even seen Zheng Min. Hang in there. Korean stars pull high ratings, bigger bonuses later. Pang Pu typed this consolation, though in reality, after today's practice room reveal, Chu Zhi's segment had already surpassed the Korean stars in hype. Xiao Gu, now I really envy you. Why did I volunteer for this soul torture? Reading this, Pang Pu's opinion of Chu Zhi rose another notch, from pretty good to great guy. Number 63. It will be worth a fortune. In the past couple of days, Orange Garden, Little Fruits, and Orange fans had become the dominant themes across major online platforms. Their sheer activity level was enough to make other fan groups jealous. Thankfully, the hype was still manageable. Among fangirls, there was a type known as floating fans, those who didn't stand any particular idol long-term, but hopped onto whoever was trending and caught their eye. Chu Zhi had attracted a lot of these floating fans. After all, what fan wouldn't want to be treated the way he treated his supporters? But even in the midst of all this heartwarming devotion, there were always one or two special cases. Not because the people themselves were ridiculous, but because their situations were unintentionally hilarious. Take the Weibo user Frosty Rain and Mist at, for example. For 5 days straight, she posted the same desperate plea. My original ID was Chin Whined Like the Past, and I've been supporting Ninth Bro since 2 years ago. I wasn't the type to comment much, but I still found my little star in the galaxy ceiling. But, I stupidly changed my username recently. After seeing Ninth Bro's livestream, I tried to change it back immediately, but someone else had already taken the name. What kind of cosmic level bad luck is this? Please, I'm begging you. If you see this, could you change your name? I'll pay you. I'm just a little unlucky star, kneeling in humble supplication. Weibo's rules stated that regular users could only change their ID once a year. But if you paid 15 yuan for a Weibo membership, you got 5 changes per year. Frosty Rain was a member, so changing her name wasn't unusual. What was unusual was that after she changed it, someone else immediately snatched her old username. And honestly, Chin Win Like the Past wasn't even that great of a name. Netizens flooded her post with suggestions, mostly because, despite how heartbreaking this was for Frosty Rain, the whole situation was unintentionally hilarious. Some told her to appeal to Weibo's support team, while others suggested demaying the current ad. She'd already tried both. No reply to her DMs, and appealing to Weibo was pointless. She was frustrated, but not delusional. She'd changed her name voluntarily, and someone else had registered it fair and square. What grounds did she have to complain? One user, Summer of Troubles, suggested, what if you tweaked it slightly? Like Chin Wind Like Wine, or Chin Wind Like the Past, with a symbol, or swap a character? Frosty Rain replied, I thought of that too, but it wouldn't be the same name. If it's not the exact name, it's not the same star in the galaxy. Summer of Troubles. Damn, you're right. I have no counter-argument. In her desperation, Frosty Rain made another post. Please, I'm begging you, let's be friends. If you're willing to go through the hassle of changing your name, I'll pay you 5,000 yuan as thanks. 5,000 yuan. To put that into perspective, in Chongqing, one of China's least economically competitive municipalities, the average monthly income was around 4,200 yuan. Frosty Rain was offering more than what many people made in a month just for a username. Naturally, this sparked a wave of reactions. 5,000 yuan for a name? That's my entire salary. Is this what rich people do? I get it now. Time to hoard usernames and sell them. Dogface. We've gone from a single word is worth 1,000 gold to a single word is worth 1,000 yuan. Digital collectibles, anyone? Fangirls are truly pioneering the future. Dogface. I've discovered the blue ocean industry of the 21st century. While many comments were sarcastic, some took a more analytical approach. Like Train Outside the Window, a well-known virtual economy researcher and Global Times columnist, who decided to weigh in with a very unusual take. Let me propose a hypothetical scenario, just for fun. Suppose Chu Zhi remains a top-tier domestic idol for the next 10 or 20 years, and no further names are printed. In that case, these 20 million plus Weibo IDs could genuinely become valuable virtual collectibles. Funny coincidence, that's roughly the same as Bitcoin's hard cap. Why did Bitcoin have a cap? Because its algorithm only allowed for 21 million possible solutions. Train's long post was clearly riding the hype, but it was undeniably interesting, drawing in even non-fandom audiences. Let's evaluate this based on 4 criteria: longevity, recognizability, portability, and scarcity. Longevity and portability. As long as Weibo exists and your account isn't banned, your ID lasts forever. Recognizability. Sure, people can imitate names with symbols or spaces, but the real IDs are the ones physically printed on Chu Zhi's practice room walls. Scarcity. 20 million sounds like a lot, but compared to China's massive idol market? Not really. CCTV Finance once estimated 500 million celebrity followers in China. Way too high. But even if we conservatively count 150 million, including casual fans, 20 million is a fraction. Plus, over time, accounts will disappear. People quit Weibo, lose passwords, or get banned. In a few years, Maybe only half of those 20 million IDs will still be active. He even took it a step further. What if Chu Zhi goes global? If he becomes an international superstar with hundreds of millions of fans, these IDs could become extremely valuable. Imagine English usernames selling for astronomical prices overseas. Sure, some might say, buying an ID doesn't mean you were really there. But what fan could resist owning a piece of history, a name that literally watched over Chu Zhi as he wrote hit songs? The only downside? Low tradability. He concluded, of course, this is all hypothetical. No one stays on top in entertainment for decades. Even a few years is rare. As of now, the collectible value is minimal. This last part rubbed Little Fruits the wrong way. They knew Ninth Bro would stay on his flower path forever. Meanwhile, at Taiyang Chuana Entertainment, CEO Huang Bo and the chubby head of the artist department were not having a good time. They'd sent Chu Zhi to a variety show, expecting a modest boost in popularity, not this tsunami. Wu-Tang's online presence can't even suppress Chu Zhi anymore, the department head muttered. My wife became a fan after seeing that live stream. At this point, an A+ contract won't cut it. We'll need S+. He was conflicted. On one hand, landing a star like Chu Zhi was a win. On the other, the higher the contract tier, the smaller their cut. A true capitalist lament. Why couldn't he have blown up after signing? Huang Bo shook his head. S+ might not be enough. We might need to help him set up his own studio. The department head blinked. That's excessive. He writes his own songs. Well, Huang Bo said. He hadn't watched the full live stream, but he'd caught the key moments. After getting framed, it's like his creative channels exploded. He can compose, write lyrics, and arrange music. The department head finally understood. Big agencies usually attracted top stars with three things: access to high-quality songs via industry connections, professional image building, the prestige of a major platform. But Chu Zhi didn't need the first two. His dream of the Red Chamber performances proved he could outright most of the industry. Even the department had admitted some of those tracks were better than what their company could source. Composers and lyricists were picky. Good ones didn't just sell to anyone, no matter the price. As for image building, whether Chu Zhi's gentle persona was real or not, the department head doubted even their PR team could have engineered something as effective as printing 20 million fan names on a wall. Was it cheesy? Extremely. Was it cringe? The department head had nearly dug a 3-bedroom apartment out of sheer secondhand embarrassment. But it worked. Fans loved it. Chasing idols was like youth itself, full of pointless, awkward, embarrassing gestures that somehow mattered. So really, the only thing Sun River could offer Chu Zhi now was platform prestige. Huang Bo suddenly perked up. His album's free. That's our leverage. He'll need funding for production. The department head patted his beer belly. Unless he self-funds. Huang Bo opened his mouth to dismiss the idea. Who self-funds albums? But then hesitated. Given how unpredictably Chu Zhi had acted this past month, even he couldn't tell what the guy was capable of. Meanwhile, Chu Zhi himself was busy recording day 3 of Dream of the Red Chamber, mostly focused on arranging music. Unlike other artists who juggled multiple schedules, he'd spent most of his time at home, much to the relief of his cameraman, Jelly. Then, out of nowhere, a breakthrough. After dinner, Chu Zhi lit a cigarette, as usual, and suddenly received 2 notifications. Smoking Emperor, achievement unlocked. Smoke 250 times, plus 6 personality coins. Ruthless Spice Devourer, achievement unlocked. 8 spicy food 50 times, plus 5 personality coins. Combined with his existing balance of 5 coins, he now had 16, enough for 3 blind box draws. Staring at the number, a certain TV quote popped into his head. Oldly has never fought a battle this well-funded before. Number 64. A bounty of prizes. The next tier of the Ruthless Spice Devourer achievement required eating spicy food 100 times, while Smoking Emperor demanded 500 cigarettes. It would be a while before his next big harvest. Though Chu Zhi was tempted to go all out and splurge on 3 blind boxes, reason prevailed. He settled for 2. Silently calling out to the system, the prize pool materialized before him, presenting 6 options. Song Voucher X2. Oddity, Memory Bread. Latin Dance Mastery. Little Dimples Song Package. Nocturne Song Package. Grand Prize, Zhao Yuanren's Genius. There it was, the elusive grand prize, shimmering tantalizingly out of reach. But wait, who was Zhao Yuanren? Previous grand prizes had been self-explanatory: Beethoven's composition talent, Vita's vocal range, Chopin's piano skills. But genius? Curious, Chu Zhi checked the details and nearly choked. Zhao Yuanren was a polymath of staggering proportions. To list just a few credentials: one of the four great mentors of Tsinghua, alongside Liang Qichao, Chen Yinke, and Wang Guowei. Father of modern Chinese linguistics. PhD in philosophy from Harvard. Taught physics at Cornell University. Why would such a titan appear in a music-centric prize pool? Because Zhao was also a renowned musician. He composed alma maters for Xiamen University and Yunnan University, among others. Though less famous online than his peers, he was legendary in academic circles, particularly for his tongue-twisting, lion-eating poet in the Stone Den, a Chinese homophonic poem. Oh, and he was also a polyglot translator, fluent in English, French, Japanese, Russian, German, Greek, and Latin. His translation of Alice's Adventures in Wonderland remains unrivaled in Chinese literature. The man even mastered over 30 Chinese dialects, allowing him to blend in seamlessly anywhere in the country. Philosophy, physics, linguistics, music, any one of these at a professorial level would require genius, Chu Zhi muttered. But Zhao excelled in all of them. His contributions to modern Chinese are peerless. He sighed. No way I'm winning this. Zhao's genius dwarfed even the previous grand prizes. Touched, more like terrified. Memory bred, like Doraemon's gadget. Eat it to memorize any printed content. No risk of losing memories via digestion, unlike the cartoon. Latin dance mastery. Not that he had anything against Latin dance, but it felt odd for a top idol. Nocturne, a J. Cho classic that swept awards in 2006. When Nocturne plays, step up to claim your trophy. Little Dimples, a sugary 2008 hit. Little Dimples, long eyelashes, your signature charm. Chu Zhi picked a blind box. Song voucher X2. Not bad. He exhaled in relief. Second best prize in the pool. The vouchers allowed him to buy any song from his memory for just 3 personality coins, including Nocturne. While pricey, equivalent to an oddity, the unrestricted choice made it a strategic ace. Downside: no package, perks like automatic copyright registration or demo recordings. Just the final product in his mind. But that was fine. Once signed to a label, they'd handle the paperwork. These songs would cement his prodigal composer image. Hence why he'd live-streamed his album process. Proof mattered. Second draw. New prize pool. 3-minute high-note genius. Title: Scholar Gentleman, Epic. Oddity: Non-stick candy. No entry customer. Song package: Invisible Wings song package. Grand prize: Miscellaneous song medley. 3-minute high-note genius. A daily use skill for flawless high notes. Like a gaming cooldown. Scholar Gentleman, an epic tier title exuding cultured elegance. Think: composer Ryuichi Sakamoto's aura. Non-stick candy, previously explained, prevents sugar residue. Invisible Wings, Angela Chang's iconic anthem of resilience. No entry customer, a nostalgic internet-era bop by Su Liang. Then there was the grand prize, Miscellaneous song medley. A dump of TikTok viral tracks. Learn to Meow. The Rest of My Life. Desert Camel. Too Much Love, Too Little Paper. Barbin and Ben Erba. Yes, that meme song. Hug You in This Mediocre Life. Dozens of low-effort hits, either plagiarized or assembly line compositions. Industry secret. Labels mass buy such songs. Yen 7, 000, 12, 000 apiece, to spam releases. Some composers pump out 2 per week. Learn to Meow, for instance, is musically barren, cookie-cutter melody, uninspired chords, repetitive structure. No wonder professionals scoff. I want Scholar Gentleman, or at least the high-note skill, Chu Zhi prayed. He picked a box. Miscellaneous song medley. Seriously? Staring at the dozen-odd meme songs, Chu Zhi sighed, then chuckled. Well, some are catchy. Your bar closed early for me. Humming, I stumbled toward you. But you can't leave alone, he brightened. Imagine casually dropping these as throwaways and still topping charts. Now that's flexing. Tong Tong, did you notice? Pang Pu whispered, brow furrowed. Teacher Chu spaces out a lot. Huh. Superfan Wei Tongzi snapped out of her daze. Even his zoning out face was handsome. But yes, he'd been motionless for minutes mid-history reading. Unusual. Number 65. Exploring value. Teacher Chu. Wei Tongzi called softly, holding a bag of durian-flavored Lay's potato chips. She asked in a low voice, "Is Teacher Chu okay?" "He's fine, nothing's wrong." Chu Zhi replied, his lips curling into an involuntary smile. Of course, he was happy. The two blind boxes he had opened were both good. But to Wei Tongzi, his smile seemed off. He had just snapped out of a daze. What was there to be happy about? "I have an idea for the album cover, so I might go out today to try it," Chu Zhi said. "Do you want something to eat?" Wei Tongzi handed him the chips. The bag looked big, but it was mostly air. "Since Tong Tong is sincerely offering, of course I'll have some." Chu Zhi took the bag, tore it open, and ate a couple of chips. The flavor was strange, not exactly bad, but definitely not good. Pang Pu moved the conversation along. "Teacher Chu, are we working on the arrangements at home again today?" "There's something new. Before bed last night, I rented a photography studio," Chu Zhi said. "I hope to finish shooting the album cover today. It should be possible, but I'll need a photographer's help," Chu Zhi added, answering his own question. Album cover. Wei Tongzi felt that album covers weren't something you could just casually shoot or slap together with some computer-generated images. Half a day didn't seem like enough time. What kind of cover does Teacher Chu plan to shoot? Wei Tongzi had plenty of experience as a fan. Domestic pop albums usually featured half-body or close-up shots of the singer. Rock albums also favored half-body or medium to long full-body shots, while folk albums often went for melancholic glances over the shoulder or the singer in a scenic, sunlit location. Admittedly, Wei's observations were spot on. The original cover of Against the Light was a close-up of Stephanie's son, while Poetry of the Post-Adolescents featured a full-body shot of the entire band. Chu Zhi wasn't trying to be unconventional. He just wanted to show that for his comeback album, he could handle everything from start to finish, proving himself a versatile musician. An album cover can represent many things. "There are some ideas I want to express through it," Chu Zhi said. After lunch, Chu Zhi received a call from the show's back-end team, who had been looking into something for him and now had results. "Teacher Chu, in the episode where you asked for suggestions for your new album's name, 17,344 Xiaomong users submitted ideas, totaling 25,117 comments. Thank you for your trouble." Chu Zhi expressed his gratitude. The name of the new album was now decided, 25,117 Possibilities, a title that would let every fan who contributed feel included. In the afternoon, at the photography studio, Chu Zhi's album cover design didn't follow the traditional half-body or full-body shots. The specifics of the album title and cover would remain a surprise for his Little Fruits fans, to be revealed when the album dropped on music platforms. The third day of Dream of the Red Chamber wrapped up. The lingering buzz around the Vine and Starry Sky patterns was still there, but a certain K-pop group's new song had already stormed the trending list. Lately, there had been more and more news about Korean stars on Weibo. At the hotel where the Dream of the Red Chamber crew was staying. Oh right, Ninth Brother mentioned he wasn't in good health, which was why he withdrew from I Am a Singer. Wei Tongzi thought of her idol, whose complexion looked terrible every morning. I should have realized it sooner. Wei Tongzi consulted a doctor friend, framing it as a friend of mine. After some thought, her doctor friend replied over the phone. "From your description, it sounds like you should consult a psychologist. As an OBGYN, I don't know much about depression, but its clinical manifestations mainly include low mood, impaired cognitive function, slowed thinking, reduced volition, and physical symptoms. Frequent zoning out is a form of cognitive impairment. We call it cognitive dysfunction. Low mood. Well, based on what you've said, it'd be strange if your friend wasn't in a low mood. As for the poor complexion every morning, it's either insomnia or nightmares leading to poor sleep quality. Sleep disorders are a type of physical symptom. Based on the clinical presentation, it's pretty much consistent with depression," her OBGYN friend said. "You can also watch for signs of slowed thinking and reduced volition." "Thanks, Wenwen. Let's grab dinner next week." Wei Tongzi hung up, feeling utterly lost. The more she thought about it, the more it made sense. Over 3 or 4 days of filming, Chu Zhi had only gone out that afternoon to shoot the album cover. That did suggest reduced volition. But ninth brother seemed perfectly normal, considerate, gentle, with no signs of depression. Wei Tongzi knew full well that someone with severe depression would struggle just to maintain their own state of mind, let alone have the energy to care for others. It can't be right. Wei Tongzi was restless and began scouring the internet for clues. Upon closer inspection, she found that in March of this year, some media had reported that the grandfather of a certain popular C-list celebrity had died of liver cancer in the hospital. There had been no further updates, so the news hadn't gained much traction. Why hadn't it blown up? It wasn't because the media had suddenly grown a conscience. Chu Zhi had paid to suppress the story. His grandfather had disliked the spotlight and preferred peace, so Chu Zhi didn't want the news to stir up a fuss. It couldn't be ninth brother, could it? As a devoted fan, Wei Tongzi knew about his childhood. Chu Zhi's parents had passed away when he was 10, leaving him to rely on his grandfather. If it was him, that would be an enormous, crushing blow. If ninth brother really has depression, the mere thought was staggering. How could someone with severe depression maintain such a facade? Wei Tongzi felt deeply unsettled. At 2 a.m., her mood was in the dumps. She needed something uplifting, so she opened. No, not the kind of spring warmth and blooming flowers or 91 sites you might be thinking of. She had no idea what those sites were. Instead, she browsed Jihu, reading posts like, "What do you think of the two I Am a Singer champions, Li Xingwei and Lin Xia? Anthony's wisdom. In my heart, the only champion of this season is Chu Zhi. Against the Light is the first performance in the show's Hall of Fame. 626. The credibility of Season 4's champion is probably the lowest. First, there were two champions to begin with, diluting the title. Uncle Ho went easy, Chu Zhi withdrew, and the finale couldn't hold a candle to the semifinals. Oh yo 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 woo woo. I watched this show to discover hidden gems, and I never expected to find a talented singer buried under all the idol hype. The Wind Blows the Wheat and Against the Light are two performances I really love this season. They've got good taste. I also think if ninth brother hadn't withdrawn, he'd definitely have been the champion." Wei Tongzi felt a bit better after reading this. I should sleep. Tomorrow's episode has the important Exploring Values segment. No more phone. She forced herself to put her phone on the nightstand and lay stiffly on the bed for half a minute. Just 5 more minutes. It's 2:25 now. I'll sleep at exactly 2:30. With that thought, Wei Tongzi finally fell asleep at 3:40 a.m. This story teaches us, unless absolutely necessary, don't keep your phone within arm's reach when trying to sleep. She had barely drifted off when she was woken up again. At 6:30 a.m., she'd gotten less than 3 hours of sleep. During Dream of the Red Chamber filming, the crew worked grueling hours, though the pay was generous. Luckily, the schedule was 7 days on, followed by 3 days off. For people like Wei Tongzi, who served as liaisons, they might not return for the next season after this one. In Shanghai in December, the sky wasn't fully lit at 6:30 a.m. The moon had just left the sky, and the sun hadn't yet arrived. Many of the city's workers were still groggily leaving their beds. But Wei Tongzi was wide awake, her mind preoccupied. She quickly ate breakfast with her colleagues, keeping a close eye on Chu Zhi, who was up early. The bloodshot eyes were undeniable proof of poor rest. "Teacher Chu, didn't sleep well last night?" Wei Tongzi asked. "Did you have a nightmare?" The sudden question caught Chu Zhi off guard. He had planned to selectively reveal his condition in a couple of days. How had she figured it out already? "I did have a bad dream, but I should have gotten enough sleep," Chu Zhi replied casually. "Tong Tong, your complexion doesn't look any better than mine. You've got dark circles. Remember to brew that chrysanthemum and goji berry tea," Chu Zhi added. "Huh?" Wei Tongzi's voice shot up. No girl could remain indifferent upon hearing she had dark circles, especially when she was on camera. She hurriedly grabbed her Gucci GG mini bag from the couch, pulled out her compact, and scrutinized her reflection. "I do seem to have dark circles," Wei Tongzi fretted, muttering to herself. No, this won't do. I need to sleep earlier." Chu Zhi was inwardly amused. With her makeup on, any dark circles were invisible. He'd only said it as a joke. But girls always seemed to find flaws where none existed. The morning was again left to the guests for self-directed study. In the afternoon, the show had planned activities. "Teacher Chu, Today's segment on Dream of the Red Chamber is Exploring Baoyu, Wei Tongzi explained. Pang Pu continued. For this segment, we'll be exploring the study. As mentioned earlier, the live variety show forced a connection to the classic novel Dream of the Red Chamber for its theme. Male guests were likened to Jade, and Exploring Baoyu was both a nod to the novel's protagonist, Jia Baoyu, and a compliment to the male guests. We'll be filming the books and materials in the study in detail. With your permission, Pang Pu said. This had been discussed before filming. There was nothing sensitive in the study, but Pang Pu still had to ask on camera for the audience's benefit. The study just has some of my books and unpublished songs. Nothing else, Chu Zhi said. So do we have your permission? Pang Pu pressed. Their exchange was meant to create the impression that the guest was reluctant, but the host was persuading him. But Pang Pu knew this segment was designed to help guests gain fans. In the previous episode, a Korean star had coincidentally pulled out a pile of fan letters, then talked about how he kept letters from pre-debut supporters and reread them often. What a coincidence. It was all staged, as everyone knew. After a moment's thought, Chu Zhi nodded. I'll cooperate with the show. The study already had cameras, but the exploration would involve rummaging through bookshelves and drawers, letting viewers live vicariously through the thrill of rifling through a celebrity's belongings. Right now, there's a participation button in the live stream. At the end of this episode, 100 lucky viewers will be randomly selected to receive a complete Dream of the Red Chamber set published by People's Literature Publishing House, Wei Tongzi said. Make sure to enter your address correctly for the giveaway, or we won't be able to deliver your prize. The crew also wheeled out a small blackboard with a poem written on it. Before the Hall of White Jade, spring dances free. The east wind rolls it evenly. Bees and butterflies swarm in chaos. Did it follow the flowing water? Must it fall to the dust? 1,000 strands, 10,000 threads, remain unchanged. Let them gather or scatter as they will. Do not laugh, youth, at rootless things. The fair wind lends me strength to soar upon the clouds. Each episode of the variety show featured a poem from Dream of the Red Chamber to give it a veneer of promoting classical culture. Mango TV's gimmicks were endless. Pang Pu, Wei Tongzi, and the cameraman Jelly took their positions and entered the study. Chu Zhi had watched highlights from previous episodes. Other celebrities used this segment to show off their fan love, but he had already done that in the music room. Now, it was time for something different. Some might ask, do you plan to keep up this persona forever for your fans? Isn't it exhausting to perform in front of the camera all the time? Chu Zhi would only reply, it's incredibly satisfying. He could keep this act up for a lifetime. Some people were born to perform, like the emperor of acting, Chu Zhi. In his past life, he hadn't been given many opportunities or stages. This life, it seemed, was the right one. Number 66. Depression and the Suicide Note. Chu Zhi's study looked exactly like one should. It was small, just 50 square meters, but every wall except the one with the door was lined with floor-to-ceiling shelves. The room held at least 2,000 books. Where should we start exploring first? Pang Pu asked. The camera swept the space. Jelly, ever attentive to the livestream chat, zoomed in on the books stacked near the desk. Following viewer requests, the two hosts picked up titles one by one. The round hole, flickering in black and white, selected poems of Li-Si 4, selected poems of Poundress. All famous collections in this world, but none of them existed on Earth. Chu Zhi had planted them deliberately as breadcrumbs. Still, he gave nothing away. His secret identity as an online poet would stay hidden for now. It wasn't time yet. Teacher Chu, you really love poetry, huh? You've even made notes in them, Pang Pu said, flipping through a few. Just some random thoughts after reading. Nothing worth keeping, Chu Zhi replied casually. As Pang Pu continued the tour, he came across more objects, each carefully placed, each chosen with purpose. Chu Zhi had been meticulous. There were no family photos, no old heirlooms, nothing that screamed tragic backstory. Just enough to keep things intimate, never exploitative. Among the findings were newspaper clippings. All of them were negative reviews. The original Chu Zhi had cut out criticisms of himself and pasted them into his diary. He had wanted to improve, though he rarely did. Chu Zhi admired that part of the past self he had inherited. If it had been him from the beginning, he might never have read those reviews at all. He offered answers calmly. while secretly commending himself for choosing restraint. If he had really wanted sympathy, it would have been easy to leave out something heartbreaking. But he didn't. Not this time. Why isn't there the usual fan service moment? Pang Pu thought for a second, then nodded inwardly. The music room earlier had already delivered plenty of emotion. There was no need to push further. Comments flowed through the live stream like a river. Ninth brother loves studying, poetry, and life. Check the cabinet under the desk. Where's the fan letter segment? We want to see it. Agio is the best. No one noticed Wei Tongzi's serious expression. She wasn't here for a light-hearted tour. She was searching. She had thought hard that morning and come to a conclusion. Chu Zhi likely didn't want anyone to know he was struggling, but she believed fans had a right to see the truth. They deserved to know. Their ninth brother shouldn't have to carry everything alone. The best ninth brother deserves to be protected by us, his little fruits, she told herself. Then her eyes landed on something odd. What's that up there? She murmured. On the top shelf, half hidden behind books, was a cardboard box, about the size of a basketball, maybe a little larger. Just enough space to hide a few tennis balls. It didn't match the rest of the decor. She didn't hesitate. Grabbing a stool, she climbed up, reached out, and carefully pulled the box down. 2 books tumbled to the floor with a loud thud. The noise snapped Pang Pu and Chu Zhi out of their conversation. Though this show encouraged free-form exploration, climbing furniture was still pushing it. Tong Tong, at least try to be a little more graceful, Pang Pu muttered. And in front of your idol, no less. What did you find? Childhood toys. He glanced sideways at Chu Zhi. If there was any sign of discomfort, he would immediately steer the topic away. But Chu Zhi's face remained calm. Neutral. So Pang Pu gave Jelly the signal to keep filming. Probably just some old songs that didn't make it into the album, Chu Zhi said lightly. Wei Tongzi opened the box. 2 sheets of music sat neatly inside. She pulled out the first. The title read Light Falling Into My Life. Warm, hopeful lyrics. You are a beam of light falling into my world, rushing toward me, making all things grow. She smiled. It was beautiful. Then she saw the second sheet. Her eyes stopped. The title, You Are Not Truly Happy. She couldn't read sheet music, couldn't hear the melody in her mind. But the lyrics were clear and heavy. She read them aloud, her voice low. Crying in the crowd, you just want to fade into transparency. You'll never dream again, or feel pain, or heartbeat. You've already decided. You endure in silence, gripping yesterday tightly in your fist. Her voice wavered. Then, softer. You are not truly happy. Your smile is just a disguise you wear. You've decided not to hate and not to love anymore, locking your soul away in an eternal shell. A cold silence fell over the room. Was that gentle smile he wore every day just a mask? Pang Pu thought differently. As a host and a man, his first instinct was, why didn't this make it onto the album? The lyrics are great. But he didn't speak. Then Wei Tongzi noticed it. Beneath the sheet music was a folded document. Her stomach dropped as she unfolded it. A medical report. Shanghai Mental Health Center. Jelly zoomed in automatically. Name, Chu Zhi. Date, August 15, 2019. Department, Psychological Consultation and Outpatient Clinic. Chief complaints, headaches, auditory/visual hallucinations, insomnia with persistent nightmares, severe depressive symptoms with strong suicidal ideation. Diagnosis, severe depressive disorder, moderate anxiety disorder. Treatment plan, weekly therapy, antidepressants, sedatives. Monitor liver function and heart activity. Emergency return if symptoms worsen. There was no mistaking what this meant. And under that, one last item. A note. 2 short lines, scrawled by hand. I'm sorry. I don't think I can hold on anymore. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I was never kept by anyone. I never had a secret marriage. Please believe me. Please. The diagnosis, the medication still left in the box. There was no need to guess what this letter was. A suicide note. Those 2 crushing words slammed into everyone's minds. Wei Tongzi and Jelly temporarily lost the ability to think, while even the usually unflappable Pang Pu was struck speechless. The once bustling livestream chat fell eerily quiet. The medical report and suicide note had been clearly displayed through the camera, leaving not just fans, but even casual viewers suffocated under the weight of the revelation. Number 67. Children of a Beautiful World. The original suicide note was written in the phone's memo app. The handwritten version had been transcribed by Chu Zhi. Light Falling Into My Life was a song he had slipped into the box after receiving the random songs bundle from the system. It felt like a contradiction, one note full of despair, one song brimming with warmth. Chu Zhi's body trembled. It wasn't for show. There was no act here. This was not a planned performance. It was the kind of trembling that came from peeling back old wounds, from exposing parts of yourself that were never meant to be seen, let alone shared with millions of strangers. To lay your pain bare, raw, unfiltered, still aching, and let the world stare into it, required more courage than most could summon. It's okay. No one's blaming you anymore. Everyone believes you now, that you weren't kept by anyone, that you never had a secret marriage. It's okay, don't be afraid. He whispered these words in his heart to the original soul. Whether it was psychological or the lingering memory of trauma stored in the body, the trembling slowly eased. His breathing steadied, and with that came a strange sensation, a subtle, almost imperceptible shift inside him. Something loosened. Something left. The faint echo that had always existed within him, the quiet residue of the boy who once owned this body, finally faded. Chu Zhi could feel it. The last trace of the original soul was gone. The boy who once lived in this world, in this life, had vanished completely. No longer a presence, no longer a whisper. He had been hurt, misunderstood, hated by millions, and then he had tried to leave. But now, at last, the world knew. The truth had been spoken, and that was one of Chu Zhi's goals all along. To let the world see what that child had gone through. To give him justice, even if posthumous. To let his pain matter. Gulp. The quiet was absolute. The study had never felt so still. Even the simple sound of someone swallowing seemed loud, jarring in its clarity. Jelly, the cameraman, still hadn't spoken. But his camera hadn't wavered. He was the definition of a professional. His thoughts might have been scattered, his heart thundering in his chest, but his hands never faltered. Every frame, every tremor, every micro-expression was captured and broadcast live to a world that had suddenly fallen silent. Wei Tongzi opened her mouth, but the words didn't come at first. Her eyes brimmed with tears, the corners of her lips tight with guilt and disbelief. Teacher Chu. There was heartache, of course. Anyone watching would have felt it. But there was also something deeper, fear. Fear of what might have happened. Fear of how close he had come to disappearing forever. Fear that her decision to dig into his past had torn open a wound that never should have been revealed. She had only wanted to help. She had wanted to show his fans that their idol had fought through depression, that he needed their support. She never meant to reveal his suicide note. It's all right, Chu Zhi said softly, his expression calm. It's all in the past. I can talk about it now. Wei Tongzi felt like she could vomit from self-loathing. How could you let him be the one comforting you right now? How selfish are you? She scolded herself again and again. He almost died, and you're the one crying like a child. The live stream had long since erupted. Whoa, ninth brother, please stay strong. 55,555. I have so much to say, but I don't know where to start. Chu Zhi always seemed so normal. I just want to hug Orange. No, please no. Some viewers attempted to make sense of the diagnosis. Auditory hallucinations are a primary symptom of psychotic disorders, typically schizophrenia. In depression, they only occur in extreme cases, usually as fragmented, commanding voices. So ninth brother's diagnosis of severe depression isn't exaggerated at all. The atmosphere was suffocating. No cue cards could fix this. No host banter could smooth it over. But the program couldn't end here. Someone had to bring it forward. So it fell to Chu Zhi. He bore the entire weight of the show in that moment. Brother Pang, Tong, he said, voice steady. If you still have questions, just ask directly. Let's not delay the recording. A quiet ahem came from Pang Pu. He had seen it all before, scandals, meltdowns, backstage breakdowns. But nothing like this. Still, he gathered himself. Teacher Chu, he began, voice low but clear. Was that a suicide note? Chu Zhi nodded. It was. I wrote it on August 17th. He paused, then added, and yes, I took the pills. It felt like the whole world hated me back then. Everywhere I turned, it was like something was waiting to hurt me. I knew it wasn't true, logically. The world doesn't have time to care about someone like me. But I couldn't help it. That's what it felt like. He offered a small, dry smile. It was meant as a joke. No one laughed. I kept hoping someone would clear my name. Just one person. Anyone. I told myself, hold on for one more day. Maybe the truth will come out. I checked Weibo every morning. Hoping, praying. And every time, all I saw were new waves of hate. People cursing me, tearing me apart. Some posts even quoted my lyrics and twisted them into jokes. When I finally stopped looking, the headlines still came. I couldn't escape them. Where is the bottom line in entertainment? The government must punish immoral celebrities. Buying fame, sabotaging rivals. How Chu Zhi manipulated his way to the top of Future Idol. I started having nightmares. One especially stayed with me. In the dream, I was a kid again. My parents were waiting for me, arms open. I ran to them. But right before I reached them, my mother said, "Why did you become such a liar? How could you hide a marriage?" And my father added, "We failed you. Now go apologize to everyone." Even now, retelling it, Chu Zhi's voice remained even. But the pain behind it was undeniable. That nightmare wasn't just a dream. It was a manifestation of the original Chu Zhi's agony. The one who couldn't speak for himself anymore. The nightmares kept getting worse. My body started breaking down. Chest pain. Headaches. I started hearing voices even when I was awake. Whispering. Over and over. Just die? Go die. I tried to block them out. I used earplugs. I even hit myself, just to drown it all out. But nothing worked. And after 2 months, I gave up. I wrote the note. I swallowed the pills. He didn't go into detail. He didn't need to. Most people didn't know much about sleeping pills, except what movies had shown them. Peaceful. Gentle. A slow fade into sleep. But reality was cruel. In case anyone's wondering, Chu Zhi said, tone quiet but firm. Most sleeping pills contain emetine. It's a vomiting agent, deliberately added to prevent suicide. You take too many, and your stomach starts burning. Your throat closes up. You start choking on your own vomit. It's not painless. It's terrifying. I know, because I lived through it. Wei Tongzi's voice trembled. Teacher Chu, who saved you? Maybe I didn't take enough, he replied simply. I woke up choking, vomiting, couldn't breathe. That's what brought me back. He didn't say what everyone was thinking. Maybe the original Chu Zhi had truly died. Maybe the soul standing here now was a replacement. But even replacements remember pain. How? How did you keep going after that? Wei Tongzi asked. Pang Pu winced. The wording was harsh, even if unintentional. But Chu Zhi didn't seem offended. Since we're here, Chu Zhi said, I want to say something. To all the little fruits watching. To anyone watching. He looked directly at the camera. I know how life feels when it gets this bad. When every breath hurts. When every day feels like a punishment. I remember wishing, just once, that someone would save me. Just once. But no one came. And that's why I want to be that person for someone else. That's why I wrote Against the Light. To tell anyone who's struggling, you're not alone. I care. Even if we've never met, I care. He smiled faintly. You've held on this long. Just a little longer, okay? Hang in there. A few more years from now, I'll invite you to my 8th anniversary concert. Free tickets for everyone. Even Pang Pu, who had weathered decades in the industry, felt the tears fall. He didn't wipe them away. There was nothing more to say. The next segment had been planned, answering fan questions. But it no longer mattered. Chu Zhi glanced at the camera again, smile a little brighter. Before I came back, I met God. He looked at me and said, Go tell the children of Earth. No more suicides. Heaven's full. Then he kicked me back down. He laughed gently. We're all children of a beautiful world. So don't leave it. Stay here. With us. The Emperor of Acting took his final bow. His words, earnest and raw, sent shockwaves through the audience. User 1, I promise. I'm in middle school. My parents fight constantly, and I've been depressed for years. When I beg them to take me to a therapist, they call me dramatic. Mom said, We've suffered worse. At least you've never starved. Logically, she's right. But I still feel so awful, especially when they start throwing things. I've cut myself just to cope. Online, people assume I'm doing it for attention. But I'm not. I've never felt so alone. Until today. Hearing you say this, it's like I've found a lifeline. Someone out there believes me. I'll keep fighting. I'll make it to your concert. User 2. I tried to kill myself last month, slit my wrists. Woke up in the hospital. I didn't want to die anymore, but I didn't want to live either. Calling myself worthless would be an insult to actual trash. I used to have dreams, but I failed so badly I almost died. Now, no courage left. I don't even follow celebs, but today, I'm your fan. How could you still want to help others after all that pain? Most people just give up. You're a good person, ninth brother. A really good one. User 3. Misfortune always targets the vulnerable. I won't share my story, but children of a beautiful world broke me. I'm a 40-year-old man crying at a live stream. No one's called me child in 30 years. I forgot I was ever one. Thank you, Chu Zhi. Message after message poured in, each from someone who, moments ago, had been sinking in despair. Now, grasping Chu Zhi's outstretched hand, they saw not darkness, but light. Maybe it was his story. Maybe they'd always wanted to live, just needed a reason. Number 68. Who said it was double standards? Wait, so Teacher Chu, did you start smoking and drinking during that period to cope with the public pressure? Pang Pu suddenly realized. I started smoking earlier. The nightmares drove me to cigarettes. Tobacco helped a little. Chu Zhi seemed hesitant, but continued. As for drinking, alcohol numbed my mind enough to drown out the voices. Of course you couldn't hear the hallucinations when drunk. You were unconscious. Wei Tongzi's heart shattered further. She wanted to ask if the voices still haunted him, but bit back the question. He still has nightmares. Still smokes and drinks. The symptoms are clearly still there. Severe depression isn't something you can just snap out of. Hallucinations and nightmares are physical manifestations of the damage. Many never escape its grip, not because they refuse to move on, but because their brains force them to relive their worst memories on loop. I might sound like a broken record, but I'll say it again. Chu Zhi's voice was firm. Alcohol destroys your liver. Smoking destroys your body. We should cut back as much as possible. I want to set an example by quitting, but progress has been slow. Online, many had accused Chu Zhi of hypocrisy for preaching sobriety while indulging himself. Wei Tongzi had once defended him against such comments. Now, she wanted to scream. Who dares call him a hypocrite now? I owe special thanks to my friend Mao Su Shangbai. Chu Zhi said, he's been my rock. The evidence presented during Little Mango Tea Party, all gathered by him. Without Mao, clearing my name would have been far harder. Su Shangbai. Pang Pu felt the name was familiar. Wait, is this Su Shangbai the newly appointed director of Guangxi Datang Company? Pang Pu blurted. Guangxi Datang, with a market cap of 4.87 billion on the Shenzhen exchange, was China's second largest and the world's fourth largest sugarcane refiner, producing 150,000 tons of white sugar annually, plus 320,000 tons of raw sugar and 110,000 tons of bagasse pulp. Household names like Su Fu Chi and Want Want sourced their sugar from them. Though its valuation paled next to Want Want's 100 billion Hong Kong dollars, Datang was a heavyweight in light industry, a state-backed enterprise, and one of only 2 sugar companies approved for postdoctoral research stations. Recently, rumors of a leadership shakeup had tanked its stock. Chairman Su Rui had even held a press conference to deny plans of retiring or passing the baton to his children. Pang Pu, an amateur investor, had followed the drama closely. Could it be the same person? The name was uncommon, and the resources to gather evidence suggested high status. For a split second, Pang Pu considered fishing for insider trading tips, but quickly dismissed the thought. They had a show to run. We must cherish our health and lives. Pang Pu steered the conversation back. Teacher Chu debuted over 2 years ago. Next March marks 3 years. That means we've got about 5 years until his free concert. Hang in there, everyone. He gestured to the prop beside them, a mirror-shaped blackboard labeled Fengyue Baojian, Mirror of Romance. The ham-fisted dream of the Red Chamber reference made Chu Zhi question whether the scriptwriters had even read the novel. Tong Tong, you write. Pang Pu handed her a marker. Why me? Your handwriting's prettier. You've got that top student vibe. Flattery worked. Time constraints limited them to 2 viewer questions. When's the new album dropping? I can't wait. If You're Not Truly Happy isn't on the album, can you sing it live? As Wei Tongzi scribbled on the board, she muttered. Why go through this charade? Just ask directly. Should I call Director Meng Tung to discuss? Pang Pu joked. Never mind. Her handwriting was, in fact, atrocious. I haven't written by hand in ages. It used to be neater. Wei Tongzi lied, embarrassed in front of her idol. Chu Zhi answered. The album's set for release on New Year's Eve. Remember to listen. Teacher Chu's songs are amazing, Wei Tongzi interjected. Second question, sure. You asked for this. No accompaniment, though. It'll be a cappella. Only skilled vocalists risked unaccompanied performances. Chu Zhi wasn't one, but with voice of despair, the lack of instrumentation actually helped. Out of kindness, he dialed his ability down to 60%, slightly stronger than his I Am a Singer performance of Deserted Island. You're Not Truly Happy was steeped in sorrow before its hopeful turn, and with the live broadcast room's somber mood, 90% might have driven viewers to self-harm. Crying in the crowd. You just want to fade into transparency. You'll never dream, or feel pain, or heartbeat again. You've decided. Enduring in silence. Fists clenched around yesterday. 3 lines in, it was clear Chu Zhi hadn't rehearsed. At least 2.5 lines were off-key. Yet the rawness fit. He softened silence, emphasized clenched, and twisted hurts until it resembled shinobi. The deeper the scars carved into your palms, the more they bleed. You're not truly happy. Your smile's just a disguise. You've sworn off hatred and love alike, locking your soul in an unbreakable shell. He might as well have been singing his own story, where Deserted Island had conveyed the despair of losing a loved one. You're Not Truly Happy was about fear, the terror of being hurt again. His voice trembled with caution, the kind that builds walls to avoid pain. Like the poem, you say you refuse to plant flowers, for fear of watching them wilt. So to avoid all endings, you reject every beginning. No more hate, no more love, a soul forever imprisoned. Wei Tongzi knew then, he hadn't healed. The world laughs. So you laugh along, when survival's the rule, not your choice. Cameraman Jelly, who'd always found Chu Zhi's smile captivating, more so than online darling Li Xingwei's angelic grin, now understood. That smile was for others. He kept none of it for himself. A saint. A genuine one, Jelly thought. Not the performative kind. You're not truly happy. Your wounds never fully close. I stand at your side. Yet an ocean divides us. Must we cling to regrets until we're old? Suddenly, the melody surged. You deserve real joy. Tear off that mask. Why must you be punished? For what you've lost. Can't we let the sorrow end here and start living anew? Number 69. Striving to be a good idol. Dream of the Red Chamber had aired 11 episodes so far, featuring guests from various fields. Before Chu Zhi's appearance, the episode with the highest viewer retention and popularity had been the one with the Korean Idol. Each episode took 7 days to film, and this season had already sparked 3 major online discussions, roughly one every 2 days. At 3.5 million renminbi, Chu Zhi's appearance fee was a steal for the program, an absolute bargain. The first 2 controversies were his on-camera smoking and alcohol admission, followed by the gratitude moment in the music room. Masked Singer had it rough, constantly overshadowed. It finally thought it could shine after I Am a Singer ended, only to be eclipsed again by Dream of the Red Chamber. The producers now winced at the mere mention of Chu Zhi's name. Another person who reacted strongly to Chu Zhi's name was a college junior majoring in seed science and engineering at Northwest A&F University. Her online alias was Surer, and her discomfort stemmed from the relentless recommendations of a fan named Orange Angel. Orange Angel was a gentle woman in her 30s. Who could resist such earnest fangirling? Ninth Brother is amazing, so caring towards staff. Just watch Dream of the Red Chamber, and you'll be hooked. Surer finally caved. Now, faced with the bombshell revelations, Surer felt conflicted, sympathetic toward Chu Zhi's suffering, yet guilty for misjudging him. But she owned up immediately. I owe an apology. I previously said, celebrities shouldn't smoke or drink on camera. It sets a bad example. I still stand by that principle. But Ajio's case is different. I don't have depressed friends, so I can't fully relate. Yet when the hosts pulled out that suicide note and medical report, I saw his body tremble involuntarily. That's when I realized how much he's endured. He only smoked 3 times during the entire live stream. That's incredible restraint. And he repeatedly urged others to cut back. This isn't hypocrisy. I believe if he could, Ajio wouldn't smoke or drink either. I shouldn't have judged without knowing the truth. The internet had dubbed him Double Standard G, a pun on his name and the criticism. But now, the narrative flipped entirely. This might sound insensitive, but Ajio might have mild to moderate alcohol dependence, given his admission that stopping triggers nightmares and hallucinations. Following that logic, he's been enduring nightly horrors and phantom voices throughout filming, yet still projected optimism. Stop, please. I cried myself sick reading his suicide note. I used to mock Chu Zhi too. Now, I'd buy his album in a heartbeat. Oh wait, it's free. How do I throw money at him? Under hashtags like hashtag Chu Zhi attempted suicide and hashtag double standard reversal, waves of netizens converted into fans, especially mom fans heartbroken by his tragic backstory. Previously, Orange Orchard, Chu Zhi's fandom, demographics skewed young. 30% middle/high schoolers, 50% college students, and under 28s, the core fanbase demographic. But the 28 to 36 age bracket, though less visible, held terrifying purchasing power. Among these 6 kings of traffic, Su Yi-woo, a baby-faced idol raised by fans since childhood, reigned supreme in mom fan support. For his 18th birthday, they chartered 180 flights, plastered his face on in-flight magazines, and even bought naming rights for 18 stars, Su Yi-woo star number 1 to number 18. No other idol came close in fan devotion. Today, Chu Zhi attracted swarms of these mom fans. One post, signed Green Ivy, went viral. My heart aches for this child Xiaojio. Even at 22, he carries himself with a fragile innocence. I looked into why he never publicly defended himself during the scandal. Believe it or not, he trusted his company to clear his name. He obeyed, stayed silent, and we saw how that ended. His former agency, Kongfei Entertainment, abandoned him long ago. Left directionless, inexperienced. You're Not Truly Happy isn't just a song. It's his life. Yet he left it off the album, afraid of worrying fans. On camera, he bears hallucinations, terror, insomnia, still smiling, still gentle. When it gets too much, he smokes exactly 3 cigarettes, always stepping outside to avoid secondhand smoke for crew. He endlessly reminds viewers not to smoke. Why? Because he knows the damage firsthand, just as he knows the abyss of despair. So he clumsily tries to save others from it. He even controls his trembling. Xiaojio was wronged, attacked, scapegoated, yet genuinely wants others to thrive. He strives, despite his pain, to be a positive role model. I don't know if the ordeal left him dependent on alcohol or nicotine, but the shadows remain, nightmares, disabled Weibo comments, frequent dissociation. Still, he fights to quit, to be worthy of his fans. Little fruits are blessed to have such an idol. I occasionally smoke menthols to cope, but for Xiaojio's sake, I quit today. PS to a certain 9-stroke company, hands off our boy. The cryptic 9-stroke hinted at Kongfei's parent company, Dahua, whose Chinese character strokes add up to 9. Green Ivy's post spurred fans to rewatch the show with forensic scrutiny. On I Am a Singer, Chu Zhi had repeatedly dodged mentioning his depression, whether deflecting Hung Koi's concern or host Gu Nanqi's probing, only admitting to not feeling well. He refused to let his suffering taint the show. Even during the boycott by misinformed viewers, he never played the victim. Mango TV later clarified, audiences mistakenly believed Chu Zhi was a disgraced celebrity. Every detail confirmed Green Ivy's assessment. Chu Zhi was trying, against all odds, to be a beacon of positivity. The suicide revelation ignited even fiercer discourse. Netizens rallied behind the underdog, a wronged young man driven to the edge. And when public justice mobilized, its force was terrifying. Beyond their gullibility, their investigative prowess stunned. One disclosure came from Su Zhan, an employee at a luxury brand's Greater China division. I debated posting this after the permanent free albums announcement. I'm not a fan, just an admirer, and didn't want to risk my job. But today, my conscience won't stay silent. Most don't grasp what permanent free means. They think he's a top star, he'll manage. Maybe before, but post-scandal, over 30 endorsements and 7 shows terminated contracts. The penalties, even if partially covered by his agency, would have bankrupted him. How do I know? His apartment and SUV were listed on Alibaba's auction site. In 2 months, he'd have been homeless. So when Chu Zhi pledged free albums forever, that was his last stand. Number 70. The expected and the unexpected. Everything connected like puzzle pieces falling into place. For the little fruits, the emotional whiplash was brutal. one moment marveling at their idol's celestial tattoos, the next discovering he faced homelessness as his assets were auctioned. Even bystanders winced at the cruelty, let alone devoted fans. The little fruits transformed into berserk warriors, embodying the game character Dian Wei's battle cries. The beast within awakens. Your blood alone won't settle this debt. Unleash the madness. They didn't just bombard Confei Entertainment's official Weibo, they crashed the company's entire website. Crashing meant the feedback section drowned in messages. Apologize. You owe Orange an apology. You're murderers. Without you, Ninth Brother wouldn't have depression. Objectively speaking, had Confei's executives not betrayed company interests by abandoning early crisis management, the original Chu Zhi might have avoided such devastation. The vitriol once aimed at Chu Zhi now boomeranged onto Confei with equal ferocity, especially from influencers and self-media. Top 4 artist exploiting agencies. Confei ranks first. PR disaster. Confei's case study in how not to handle scandals. Sign anything but Confei. A survival guide for trainees. Chu Zhi's 3 deadly sins of trusting his agency. Scan QR for 9 yen crisis management course. These clickbait articles mirrored the baseless attacks Chu Zhi once endured. Opportunistic bandwagoning without research. Today should have belonged to Diamonds, the hit K-drama premiering across piracy platforms like LoveMe TV and Yaites. Yet sincere acting Emperor Chu stole the spotlight with his nighttime gut-punch revelations, dominating headlines. After his nightly routine, Chu Zhi checked Kugo's charts. Against the light and the wind blows, the wheat still clung to the top 10 despite their age, but he noted fewer Mandarin songs in the upper ranks. Did this parallel world avoid the Hallyu ban? Is K-pop's Idol Factory about to reconquer Asia? He frowned. The current trending songs were overwhelmingly Korean, a cultural invasion he disliked. Then came Mango TV's announcement. After delightful collaborations on I Am a Singer, Little Mango Tea Party, and Dream of the Red Chamber, Mango TV withdraws all claims against it eating a. The rumors never harmed back to Nature S3's reputation. Welcome back to the Mushroom House anytime. Hashtag Mango Drops lawsuit. Hashtag Welcome Chu Zhi. Hashtag Little Fruits Donate. Masterclass in plausible deniability. Mango never missed a promotional beat. P.S. Their mascot, Big Yellow, was visually unfortunate. The donation hashtag revealed the fandom's mobilization. After Su Zhan's expose went viral, Orange Garden launched internal fundraising. When fans said, "Our hearts ache for Gidge," they meant it. Organized by core fans across 20-plus QQ groups and 40-plus WeChat groups, they raised over 7 million yen in under 2 hours. The 500-member VIP groups and 2K capacity QQ groups, all unofficial but led by moderators like Wei Tongzi, totaled 70,000 participants. 100 yen per person average? Unlikely, but the sheer fundraising power proved Chu Zhi's star hadn't dimmed, it burned brighter. For context, even rigged idol survival shows with corporate-backed donation armies rarely breached 20 million yen. When into one's Si Lu Yu's fans raised 3.8 million yen in a day, it made headlines. Orange Garden's guerrilla efforts, without official backing, achieving this? Proof that nothing fuels fandom like tragedy. Ahem, more diplomatically, fan loyalty reaches new heights. This should ease Ninth Brother's burden. Wei Tongzi multitasked across fan groups, sleepless yet energized. She'd personally donated 20,000 yen. Many little fruits haven't logged in yet. Her resolve hardened. After all her idol had endured, she whispered, "May your path ahead bloom with flowers and cheers." By tomorrow, donations could hit 10 million yen, and that excluded mom fans who avoided group chats. Wei Tongzi considered switching to Weibo groups despite their clunky management. Meanwhile, 2 more brands announced settlements. Bottega Veneta. We unilaterally drop all claims against at eating a big _Chu Zhi. Stay strong. Hashtag BV stands with Chu Zhi. Fans erupted. Note to self, buy BV for life. Italian luxury? Never heard of it. Until today. You help Ninth Brother, you earn my wallet. Among these 6 kings of traffic, Chu Zhi's resurgence began encroaching on others' domains. Li Xingwei's musical credibility? Chu Zhi's singer-songwriter pivot challenged that. Wu-Tang's Weibo dominance? Their fandoms clashed after the music room incident. Sui Wu's raised by fans' appeal? Recent events siphoned his mom fan base. 2:30 a.m. A vibrating phone under his pillow jolted Chu Zhi awake. The caller ID, Xiaobai, made him groan. Does he forget time zones exist? He silenced it with a button press, then relented and answered. Su Shangbai, apologies for the hour. To summarize, your fans are crowdfunding en masse. While well-intentioned, such donations could harm your career. Please intervene. If funds are needed, I offer interest-free loans. Crowdfunding? The knife he'd twisted earlier was yielding unexpected returns. Chu Zhi sprang awake. I'll handle it, he said before hanging up. A quick search showed #LittleFruitsDonate had already amassed 8 million yen in 5 minutes. Holy, fan power is terrifying. He frantically researched legality. Thankfully, voluntary gifts without expected returns didn't qualify as illegal fundraising. Mango TV and BV's withdrawals were anticipated. Most of the 30-plus lawsuits would likely dissolve. In this industry, with Chu Zhi's vindication and soaring popularity, who'd want blood money? Meanwhile, he'd countersue Gay Green and Li Yuding for 67 million yen, enough to bankrupt them. An eye for an eye, a punch repaid with tenfold force. At this rate, fans could raise 20 million yen in days. His mind flashed to a certain idol who'd monetized selfies, 60 yen for 6 months of exclusive access, earning 4.8 million yen overnight from 80,000 paywalls. Even bank robbers work harder. Shaking off the thought, Chu Zhi took immediate action. At eating a big _chi. Asterisk, #LittleFruitsDonate. Your support moves me deeply, but please, no donations. Your companionship and love for my work are gifts enough. I won't even let you pay for albums. How could I accept your hard-earned money? The debts are mine to bear. Our music room memories will endure. If you still wish to help, leave comments here. Let me see you. Together, we rise. Asterisk. A follow-up comment. The 8 million yen must be refunded in full. Thank you. Number 71. A promising future. People often say that an idol shouldn't be held accountable for their fans' actions and that idols can't control their fans. But Chu Zhi proved that it was entirely possible to manage or at least guide them. The 5 fan leaders in charge of fundraising quickly left comments. 1 bite, 1 little orange, respecting Brother Gio's wishes. Every donation from Little Fruits has been clearly recorded, so we guarantee it can be returned. Brother Gio, stay strong. We, your Little Fruits, are your solid support. Wei Tongzi, a host at Mango TV and an industry insider, was one of them. While it wasn't unusual for celebrities to have fans within the industry, her role as a fan leader was excessive, enough to fuel conspiracy theories. Thus, she used 1 bite, 1 little orange as her alt account. The refund process began immediately. Anyone who's handled money knows that refunding is harder than collecting. Even after everyone and posting announcements in the group, not all Little Fruits checked their messages right away. Wei Tongzi worked tirelessly all night, but she didn't feel like it was a waste of effort. Even though her idol refused the money, he had reopened his Weibo comments section because of them. Now, they could leave supportive messages for him. If it helped their idol, no amount of exhaustion or hassle was too much for the Little Fruits. In the fan group, once called Orange Revival and now Orange Garden, a major discussion was underway. Wooden Fiend, refunding? 100 yuan is just the cost of a League of Legends skin. I donated willingly to support Brother Gio. July Clear Skies, agreed. Group admin, stop at ing everyone. Once money's taken, it's hard to give back. Ever heard, easier to invite a god than to send one away? Loud yelling.jpg. Hilda successfully left a comment. Refreshed once, and Brother Gio's comment section already had hundreds of new messages. So great to see everyone supporting him. Jade-faced Wolf Lord Mick. At 1 bite, 1 little orange. Group admin. Have you considered that many Little Fruits might not want refunds and still want to support Xiaojio financially? What if we donated to charity in his name to help more people? True to his name, Wolf being a step above ruthless, his suggestion was brilliant. The Little Fruits unanimously agreed. Wei Tongzi also thought it made sense. Fans donating to charity in their idol's name could improve public perception. Chu Zhi already had the best reputation among traffic stars, but Wei Tongzi believed it could be even better. Brother Joe does his best to help others, so we little fruits can carry on his kindness through charity. Wei Tongzi acted immediately, announcing it to the entire group. Even at 3 or 4 a.m., many night owls in the Weibo group were active. The idea of charity in Chu Zhi's name was met with enthusiasm. Among the fans were former charity workers, lawyers, and other professionals who began discussing the specifics. Summer of Troubles. Has anyone thought about giving Agio a gift? This familiar username had appeared before during the karaoke incident, when a fan named Frosty Misty Rain couldn't change her nickname back. Whether she ever recovered it was unknown. Summer of Troubles had been the first to suggest adopting a similar name. This proved that many who noticed Chu Zhi or saw him trending became fans. Summer of Troubles then posted a screenshot, a Weibo post from Guinness World Records congratulating Wu Tang for his record. In March of last year, Wu Tang's 25th birthday selfie had garnered over 47 million reposts, earning him the most reposted Weibo post certification. This was similar to records on Earth, like when TF Boys Captain received over 42 million reposts for his 15th birthday, also earning a Guinness record. Summer of Troubles continued. Agio said he wants our blessings in the comments. What if we set a Guinness record for the most comments? Mentioning Guinness World Records instantly elevated the discussion. This was a 2-for-1 deal, supporting their idol while showcasing the power of the Orange fandom. For Wei Tongzi and the Little Fruits, this was a revelation. Their thinking had been too narrow. Considering their idol's struggles, depression, a suicide attempt, and massive debt, they felt a sense of responsibility to save him. Fueled by adrenaline, they vowed to set the Weibo comment Guinness record. Research showed that the current record was held by Su Yiwu's 18th birthday post, with over 30 million comments. After discussion, the fan leaders decided to aim for at least 50 million comments, far exceeding the record to ensure certification. 50 million comments was an insane goal. Even with 1 million participants, each would need to leave 50 comments. But underestimating the dedication of fangirls would be a mistake. On Earth, Luhan's fans had set the record for most comments on a Weibo post, over 100 million. Unbeknownst to Chu Zhi, his little fruits were preparing 2 surprises for him. The next day, he attended the final recording of Dream of the Red Chamber without incident, wrapping it up smoothly. Director Meng Teng treated everyone to another meal to celebrate the show's unexpected success. During dinner, Chu Zhi reminded Wei Tongzi to take care of herself. Her eyes were bloodshot from exhaustion. Chu Zhi hadn't updated China Poetry Network in over 10 days. Now that life was back to normal, he selected 2 poems. Life. Death belongs to life, just as birth does. To walk is to lift a foot, just as to set it down is to walk. Untitled. I have suffered. I have been disappointed. I have known death. And so I rejoice in this great world. Chu Zhi posted them under Poem of the Day, where his works had been absent for a while. Other poets on the site had assumed their complaints about favoritism had worked, and the 500 yuan sky had returned to normal. Hee steamed buns, 2 poems in 1 day. I'm back, folks. Chu Zhi posted successfully. Done. Checking the time, he saw he still had a while before his meeting with Sun River Entertainment. After wrapping up the show, he ate the sweet dream chocolate. Now that filming was over, there was no need to maintain his nightmare-ridden state. His mind held a song voucher and a piece of chocolate. He ate it in a few bites. Aside from not tasting like chocolate, it's not bad. The effect was immediate. His body felt subtly lighter, as if an invisible coat had been removed. Instant results. If only this chocolate could be mass-produced. Poor sleep quality from nightmares is a modern epidemic. A product like this could easily earn billions. He'd seriously discussed this with the system, which simply replied, the system's function is to create a unique celebrity, not develop pharmaceuticals. Normal bowel movements. My future is bright. After a bathroom break, Chu Zhi resumed recording his album. Why do studio albums sound better than live performances? Because every track can be recorded repeatedly, stitching together the best phrases or even half phrases. In simpler terms, the studio is like a game where you can save and reload anytime. Even the clumsiest player can finish. You can even tweak word by word. Ensuring coherence and musicality is where the producer's skill comes in. Songs are born either from a melody or lyrics first. The rest, arrangement, instrumentation, live or synthesized recording, falls to the producer, who also controls the budget. Otherwise, you're stuck with lo-fi instead of hi-fi. Some young artists claim to be their own producers for clout, but in reality, they only decide the arrangement style while the company handles the rest. Fans, unaware, praise their idols as all-rounders, as if that's the same thing. Su Gao, despite being milk dry, is a true all-rounder, handling every part of album production, even mastering. And conveniently, I plan to pull off the same flex. Chu Zhi smirked. His real goal wasn't to praise Su Gao, but to highlight how difficult this was. For hours to record one song, ridiculous. The album had to be at least mid-tier in quality. Before I transmigrated, I read about Zhang Liangying recording 14 songs in 4 hours, mostly in one take. Do such monsters really exist? Chu Zhi sighed. When would the system grant him vocal skills? Like Lin Jixuan, Han Lei, or Lu Huan, the first of whom recorded his album one take live in collaboration with a TV station. Does the system even have vocal skill draws? With just voice of despair and perfect non-lyrical vocals, it's not quite enough. He asked, realizing that apart from Vita's level talent, there weren't similar options. They belong to rare blind boxes, of which there are very few. The system replied, good, as long as they exist. Even though he'd never won a special prize, Chu Zhi remained confident. Still, he couldn't rely solely on blind boxes. Once signed with an agency, he'd hire a vocal coach to learn techniques. Control was key. Half an hour later, Chu Zhi, wearing a cap, prepared to leave. Standing before the mirror, he marveled at his original body's looks, enough to make Narcissus myth seem plausible. Hair's getting long, covering my eyes. Need a trim soon. The original owner's genetics were impeccable, flawless skin, thick black hair, and no oiliness. His destination was Yuji accessible via Line 4's Jing'an Temple Station. Yuji was a famous private kitchen in Shanghai, costing around 2,000 yen per person. Chef Lan Guijun was a renowned Sichuan cuisine master, famous for his golden thread noodles. Taste aside, Chu Zhi found the ambience acceptable. Huang Bo, CEO of Sun River Entertainment, and the pot-bellied head of the artists department, had flown in from Beijing. Most entertainment companies were headquartered in Beijing, providing fertile ground for Chaoyang District's infamous citizen watchdogs. Before the meal, Chu Zhi received a message. Disciple of Big Cat. Brother Gio, you didn't have to mention me. I didn't help much. He glanced at it and replied. After the meal, no alcohol meant no rounds of toasts. The discussion began. Polite but firm, the negotiation lasted 40 minutes before a 2+ cooperation deal was signed. The 2 was literal, a 2-year S++ contract, after which Sun River would support Chu Zhi in establishing his own studio, maintaining a close partnership. The 2 S++ conditions were no revenue sharing for merchandise and autonomy in choosing his management team. Autonomy in scripts or endorsements didn't need to be written into the contract. If you were popular, no one could force you. Pleasure doing business. Joining Sun River will lead to an even brighter future. Huang Bo stood and shook his hand. Number 72. Breaking through. Director Du, don't lie to me. Our company actually signed Chu Zhi. Neo Jiangxue looked utterly unconvinced. Don't make it sound like our company is some small fry. The pot-bellied director patted his stomach. We ranked 7th on last year's entertainment company brand value list. We're a proper big company. As he emphasized proper big company, Director Du gave his belly a few more pats. Neo Jiangxue watched it jiggle and wondered, does that actually feel good? Sure, we're 7th. But there are still 6 companies ahead of us. Chu Zhi is insanely popular right now. Have you seen the Fadian rankings? He's currently 4th. Neo Jiangxue argued. Sun River has its own advantages. Director Du mused before asking, who's in the top 3? Suiwu or Wu Tang? The Fadian rankings were Baidu's real-time popularity index, based on search volume. While awards ceremonies like Fadian Night were often dominated by data-pushing fan armies, the daily rankings reflected genuine public interest. Director Du had assumed that after Dream of the Red Chamber, no one could match Chu Zhi's recent buzz. Princess Group's members and Choi Young-sik, Neo Jiangxue said, pulling up the real-time Fadian celebrity rankings on her phone. Topping the list was Zhou Quan, the main vocalist of Princess Group, a boy band sweeping across Asia. As the most prominent member, he naturally drew the most attention. His Fadian stats showed 40M plus reads, 3M plus interactions, and a social influence index of 240M. Dream of the Red Chamber had initially invited the group's main dancer, Young Min-ah, and even tried to book Jo Kwon, but he outright refused. Second place was Choi Young-sik, the male lead of the hit K-drama Diamond. Third was Young Min-ah, the youngest member, Magne, and main dancer of Princess Group. Sui Woo and Wu Tang are 11th and 8th, respectively. That's why I'm saying Chu Zhi's popularity is insane. There's a cliff-like drop after 5th place, Neo Jiangxue explained. 4th place, Chu Zhi, reads, 25,469,814. Interactions, 1,564,978. Social influence index, 136,548,951. Neo Jiangxue's phone case was decked out with heavy dangling charms. Director Du nearly fumbled it when she handed it over. Careful, I just bought this phone 2 months ago. She steadied it before continuing. Now look at 5th place. Lee Suk-jun hasn't even cracked 10M reads. Wu at the head, Chu at the tail, soaring freely. Well, now Chu Zhi is the head. Lee Suk-jun was another Princess Group member. The top 10 only had 3 non-K-pop stars, Chu Zhi, Wu Tang, and Sui Woo. I don't stand celebrities, but I respect Chu Zhi. It's like he's been reborn from the ashes, even unlocking a creative side, Neo Jiangxue said. A good agent shouldn't be a fangirl, it was professional ethics. That said, some agents did end up marrying their stars, like Leo Koo, De Jangwei, and Chang Chun. Korean stars are getting too dominant. Dahua Entertainment is about to explode, Director Du sighed, handing the phone back. What does Dahua have to do with K-pop? Neo Jiangxue wasn't privy to higher-level industry dealings. Korean agencies SM and JYP signed partnership deals with Dahua. All their artists' China operations are now under Dahua's management. Director Du's tone was tinged with envy. Those proxy fees were lucrative. Neo Jiangxue nodded. No wonder the Hallyu wave is so strong here. Dahua and Mango TV are basically carrying it. Hit dramas like Diamond were Mango TV imports. Even if they didn't air on mainstream channels, they still streamed on Mango TV's platform, which had locked in a slew of exclusive K-drama deals. Jiangxue, you've been with the company for 3 or 4 years now. I'm recommending you as Chu Zhi's lead agent. Director Du dropped the bombshell. Neo Jiangxue felt like happiness had smacked her out of nowhere. She almost blurted out thanks, uncle, but stopped herself. Nepotism wasn't a good look at work. Oh really, Director Du? She stammered. Don't thank me yet. Chu Zhi has full autonomy over his team. Whether you make the cut is up to you. Director Du raised a hand to pat his belly again, but thought better of it. I'll, do my best. Neo Jiangxue's confidence wavered. In terms of seniority and social savvy, she wasn't the company's top pick. Xiao Niu, Director Du started. Call me Xiao Shuer instead. Xiao Niu sounds awful, she cut in. Fine. Jiangxue, believe in yourself. Chu Zhi doesn't have much room to grow further, but his personality is solid. He'll stay at the top for years. That'll be a game changer for your connections. No kidding. Everyone knew being a top-tier agent was career gold. The question was whether Chu Zhi would even want her. Leaving the office, Neo Jiangxue slumped at her desk, scrolling through files. Her competition? 3 of the company's veteran agents. Pressure. Mount. Tai. Well, things just got interesting, she muttered to herself. This was her go-to phrase for stress relief. Late for work? Things just got interesting. Paycheck docked? Things just got interesting. Even period cramps? Same mantra. Oddly therapeutic. Her desk's bag of chips was gone. Oh, I got a little hungry earlier, so I ate some. That's fine, right? A coworker said breezily. Of course, Neo Jiangxue smiled sweetly. This colleague had a habit of taking without asking, so she deliberately left out a bag expired by 2 days. Won't kill them, but it'll make me feel better. Elsewhere, recording studio. I blame myself for being so weak, regret never reaching you. Even after hugging, I'm still afraid. Pause it there. Chu Zhi hadn't finalized the master track yet, but after mixing, he always gave it a test listen. A third of the way through, he stopped. I sang this. It's too heartbreaking. Listening as an outsider, he was instantly pulled into the emotion. any longer, and he'd have teared up. He was recording Against the Light for his album, and it sounded even better than his singer stage performance. Back then, he'd been unprepared, relying purely on raw emotion and hitting many off-key notes. But in the studio, he could redo takes, fine-tune technique, stay on pitch, then layer in voice of despair. The result? 1 + 1 > 3. The Wind Blows the Wheat and Sleepwalking had showcased his heavenly vocals, especially the latter's chorus. Da-la-da-la. Soul, soul, ti, soul, la-do. Add Suddenly Missing You, and What I Miss. This debut album's quality is insane. With my current popularity, I'm gonna blow a hole straight through the sky. The album title, 25,117 Possibilities, even hit a secret surprise. Chu Zhi felt like he was holding a flawless hand. Li Xingwei's album was the most iconic among top stars. I don't ask for much, just to take that crown. His next move? After signing the contract, but before finalizing his agent, Sun River had already pitched him a new music competition. iQIYI's I Am a Singer-Songwriter, their ambitious bid to join the Big Four. I Am a Singer, The Coming One, The Voice of China, Masked Singer. Chu Zhi declined. His singer-songwriter cred was already cemented after Dream of the Red Chamber. Unless they threw insane money at him, no deal. Another day of recording wrapped. For the MV shoot, he'd need the company's help. He was Chu Zhi, not Chu Shun, a famed director. Filming wasn't his forte. Next day, Beijing, Sun River HQ. Time to pick his team. Number 73. In the bag. Chu Zhi's demands weren't excessive. He just wanted to surpass China's 4 great painters. No, this wasn't the rambling of a drunkard. On Earth, the modern 4 great painters were Qi Baishi, shrimp, Su Beihong, horses, Zhang Daqian, landscapes, and Jay Chou, pie-in-the-sky promises. Jay's habit of endlessly delaying albums had frustrated even non-fans, cementing his place in the meme. Chu Zhi's modest goal? To exceed Jay Chou's earthly influence. Of course, this was currently just another pie-in-the-sky dream. Chu Zhi excelled at selling himself lofty aspirations, whether during his early Clear My Name and Live Lavishly Off endorsements phase or his current Dominate the Industry mindset. Conclusion? He thrived on clawing back from the brink or scaling impossible heights. 34 of the 37 lawsuits had entered withdrawal proceedings. The remaining 3 stubborn brands? Pressure's on. With his mansion secure, Chu Zhi felt the sky had never looked brighter. Sun River Entertainment's HQ occupied 3 buildings in Chaoyang's cultural district. Arriving at the lobby, he was greeted by 4 people. Only pot-bellied director Du was familiar. The other 2 men and 1 woman were likely company artists. Senior brother, I'm Wang Jinji, a musician trying to make my own stuff. I'd love your guidance sometime. Huge fan of your work. The short-haired speaker's acne-reddened face betrayed his nerves. By tenure, age, or debut date, Wang should have been the senior. His deference signaled zero ambition to challenge Chu's top dog status. Unfazed by the public setting, he even hummed, When the breeze carries harvest scent. From the wind blows the wheat. Ahem. Director Du coughed. Save the duets for the office. This is embarrassing. For you, maybe. Wang grinned. Senior brother said I sounded great. Chu nodded. Solid technique. You've got the fundamentals down. Wang Jinji, a voice of China alum who'd struggled for 5 years before modest success, had once envied Chu's instant fame. Now, pure admiration. Chu Zhi. Lu Pei. The other man introduced himself coldly. The former company ace, 31-year-old Lu Pei, was a film/TV/variety triple threat with multiple IP dramas under his belt. Dubbed costume drama god by fans, his sharp cheekbones and square jaw lent a stern handsomeness. Threatened? Absolutely. Even in different lanes, resources were finite. Lu might lack Chu's popularity, talent, or looks, but he wasn't rolling over. Pathetic, he sneered inwardly at Wang's bootlicking. Lu's work ethic is impressive. A true professional. Chu's glance took in Lu's shorter stature. Ahem, Lu's ego preened at professional. He'd agonized over acting classes, yet the public dismissed his progress. I still have much to learn. Unlike you, producing an entire album alone? That's real artistry. His tone warmed. The 4th greeter, Niu Jiangxue, lingered silently. Director Du herded them upstairs. The packed elevator ride to the 31st floor passed in awkward silence. Office frenzy. Sun River's spacious floor, complete with gym and lounge, offered views of Chaoyang's skyline and its infamous citizen watchdogs. OMG, it's him. A PR staffer whisper squealed. My crush is a little fruit. If I get a birthday shout-out for her tomorrow, I'm so in. Uft. I became a semi-fan after his Red Chamber performance. Literally changed my life. Last week, I ran out of toilet paper mid-business but thought, what would Chu Zhi do? And walked out unwiped. Never felt more empowered. New rule. You stay 3 desks away. As Chu entered, the entire floor, from marketing to talent scouts, paused their scrolling. Even a B-list actor fawned like a fanboy. Sign later, director Du cut in. Business first. Wang Jingji extended a dinner invite. Next time? While Liu Pei departed with a nod. In the conference room, director Du presented a black folder. For potential lead agents. If none suit you, we'll keep looking. Chu skimmed the dossiers. A full team, lead agent, exec agent, PR agent, assistants, stylists, photographers, would total 20 people. Fun fact, those candid street-style photos? All staged by hired shooters. Lead and personal agents are the priorities. The candidates. Sister Li, veteran with extensive industry ties. Big Bull, former strategist for Li Xingwei, ambitious and well-connected. Andy Xiao, maternal figure type, excels at crisis management. Niu Jiangxua, wait who? Big Bull stands out. Sharp instincts, Li Xingwei's old team. Chu mused. But interviews would decide. A good lead agent was a game-breaking support. A bad one. Feeding the enemy 3 kills at spawn. He'd blocked 3 days for this. Yet after 15 minutes, no one arrived. Chu checked his phone. Oh, Liu Pei's an actor. Pro tip. When dealing with pretty-faced celebs desperate to be seen as serious artists, just praise their craft. They'll eat it up every time. Got you figured out, kid. Number 74. Let's talk in detail. Whether it was a coincidence or not, the first person to enter the meeting room was none other than Big Bull. Since the company had central heating, it wasn't cold, and he wore only a single shirt. At 35 years old, Big Bull stood around 165 centimeters tall, compared to Chu Zhi, who was 180 centimeters. Even with his hair styled upward, he still looked short. His face wasn't particularly big either, so why the nickname Big Bull? Chu Zhi didn't ask about the origin of the moniker and instead got straight to the point, discussing career planning. Let's skip the small talk. I'd like to ask, if it were you, Big Bull, how would you design my career path? Chu Zhi said. Big Bull rolled up his sleeves to his elbows and replied, Teacher Chu, your albums are free. Given the production quality, I'd allocate around 3 million for promotion. The cost isn't high. Holding 1 or 2 concerts a year would easily make up for it. I'd focus on monetization through variety shows and TV dramas. Right now, there's a trend of adapting web novels into dramas, often featuring roles like the most handsome man in the 8 wastelands of Shenzhou or the god of 3 realms. These roles don't require acting skills. Teacher Chu, your looks are tailor-made for such characters. I've seen your long-haired, ancient-style makeup look. Whether it was due to excitement or something else, Big Bull's words came out a bit incoherent, and his tone was rather assertive, frequently using subjective phrases like, I would. My ancient-style look. Chu Zhi was pretty sure the original owner of this body had never ventured into acting. So where did this ancient-style look come from? Big Bull opened an app called Private Connoisseur, the official platform of Esquire magazine. In the fashion world, China had a hierarchy of magazines, 5 major and 2 minor women's publications, plus 2 major and 3 minor men's publications, 12 in total. These were platforms celebrities fought tooth and nail to appear in. Esquire was one of the 2 major men's magazines. Given Chu Zhi's height and looks, even among top-tier celebrities, his fashion resources were exceptionally rich. He had been named Esquire's Man of the Year in 2018, featuring a photo shoot where he wore an Italian-style white suit with subtle Chinese-inspired patterns on the lapels, paired with half-up, half-down ancient-style hair and makeup. It was ancient-style makeup, not ancient costume. Chu Zhi realized he had misheard earlier. It was this annual cover that left a deep impression on Big Bull. If Chu Zhi could look so striking in a mismatched suit, how much more breathtaking would he be in traditional Hanfu costumes for a drama? Big Bull was convinced Chu Zhi could become a triple-threat superstar spanning music, film, and television. But Chu Zhi had zero interest in entering the acting world. With no acting skills whatsoever, he internally asked the system and confirmed there were no blind boxes related to acting. If he couldn't act, why force it? His stance was straightforward. As for taking acting classes? Sorry, Chu Zhi had no time for that. He hadn't even made much progress in vocal training, let alone branching out into other fields. Big Bull continued to elaborate on his plans. According to his projections, if things went smoothly, Chu Zhi could earn $300 to $400 million a year while working 11 months annually. $300 to $400 million? That's chump change. On Earth, livestream seller VY evaded taxes worth $643 million in a single year. How could a top-tier celebrity, backed by a powerhouse like Taiyang Chuanhe and platforms like Douyin, earn less than some internet celebrity? I understand your plan, Big Bull. Now, one last question. If I wanted to do something harmful to myself, what would you do? Chu Zhi asked. Of course, I'd do everything to stop you. Why would anyone do something harmful? Are you out of your mind? The assertive Big Bull nearly blurted out his thoughts, but held back. After all, there were plenty of brainless celebrities who ignored their agent's advice. Stay calm. This is an interview, Big Bull reminded himself. Since it was an interview, he needed to say what the boss wanted to hear. After a few seconds of contemplation, Big Bull replied, I'd do my best to advise against it. But if it's something you absolutely must do, I'd ensure proper damage control. Thanks for your time, Big Bull. Chu Zhi stood up and shook his hand, a universal workplace gesture signaling the end of the interview. The candidate would be notified later. No, Chu Zhi rejected him outright. On paper, Big Bull seemed better than he was in person. Wait, why had his personality coin balance suddenly jumped to 8? While waiting for the next agent in the meeting room, Chu Zhi noticed his assets had surged by a third. If this was a system bug, he needed to exploit it a few more times. After half a minute of investigation, Chu Zhi was disappointed. The increase came from completing the reject 3 industry invitations task, 1 from Koguchi Yoshihiro, 1 from Gunanshi, and 1 from Wang Jinji, adding up to 3. At the time, Chu Zhi had been distracted and hadn't noticed. He glanced at the I love carbs achievement. 1 more day of overeating carbs, and he'd earn another 4 personality coins. So exhilarating. It feels like life is about to reach its peak. Taiyang Chuanhe break room. 3 people waiting. Things are getting interesting. Well, not really. The first one talked for half an hour. What chance do the rest of us have? Nyo Nyo, aka Brave Cow, sighed internally. Though she acted indifferent, she had still gone home and analyzed many celebrity branding cases. Her attitude might seem laid back, but her actions weren't. Neo Jiangxue observed the other 2 recommended top agents. Their expressions resembled someone who had just bought a new lipstick only for a kid to snap it in half. Sisterly, you're up next. Good luck. Big Bull, confident he had impressed Chu Zhi, walked past the break room with a self-assured expression. Xiao Ma and Sister Li entered the meeting room one after another. Among the 4 shortlisted agents, 3 were women. In the talent management industry, women tended to rise faster. Whether in this parallel world or on Earth, most famous agents were women: Wang Jinhua, Chen Jiaying, Yang Tianjin, etc. While this world lacked similar statistics, Earth had published a top 100 most powerful agents in entertainment list where fewer than 30 were men. Brave Cow, fear no hardship. Neo Jiangxue was the last to enter the meeting room. Chu Zhi glanced at her. Huh? Wasn't she the one who came with the artist department manager to greet me earlier? He immediately deduced that Neo Jiangxue and manager Du had some connection. Of course, if Neo Jiangxue's profile photo hadn't been so heavily edited, making her look completely different from her real self, Chu Zhi would have noticed this earlier. Hello, Brother 9. I'm Neo Jiangxue. You can call me Xiao Shui or Jiangxue, just not Xiao Niu. At 28, she was technically 5 or 6 years older than Chu Zhi. Then I'll call you Sister Niu, Chu Zhi said. So, Sister Niu, if you were to become my agent, how would you plan my career path? Using sister or brother was a sign of respect, but Neo Jiangxue would have preferred he called her Jiangxue. Maintain the status quo, but reveal some flaws, Neo Jiangxue blurted out, then quickly clarified. Brother 9, you're kind, positive, and gentle to everyone. Your personality is perfect, but perfection often feels unreal or even makes people want to tear it down. Later on, I think you should show some flaws, in quotation marks. In industry terms, it's called the dumb beauty strategy, Niu Jiangxue added. Dumb beauty, like crazy beauty, was a term Chu Zhi found hard to accept. Why describe a man as a beauty? But he understood her point. It made sense, something he hadn't considered before. And then, Chu Zhi nodded. For monetization, I'd turn you into a brand, Niu Jiangxue said. Collaborate with the company to launch a clothing line. You're already popular in the fashion world. You write your own songs, so maintaining your popularity won't be an issue. That's why I said maintain the status quo. Make occasional variety show appearances to attract fans, produce good work, and your personal brand will sell. Niu Jiangxue backed her claims with data. Wu-Tang and Sui Wu have their own clothing brands. A simple t-shirt sells for 700 to 800 renminbi, and accessories go for 7,000 to 8,000 renminbi. The profit margins are huge, and they're doing well. I don't know exact numbers, but based on surface-level data, they sell around 130,000 pieces monthly, with an average unit price over 800 renminbi. Monthly revenue exceeds 10 million. Personal brand. The moment Niu Jiangxue mentioned revenue and profits, the capitalist DNA in Chu Zhi's veins stirred. Elaborate, Chu Zhi said. Unfamiliar with fan culture, he had assumed personal brands were more of a Western celebrity thing. But in reality, many domestic stars had their own brands, like Chris Wu's AC, Chun He's tie-inked-up brand, Zheng Kai's Duplay, Hannah Quinlivan's, Wilbur Pan's, and the more well-known Su Jiao's Hanfu brand, Zhiyu. Opportunity favors the prepared. Niu Jiangxue had solid data to back her pitch. The only part Chu Zhi disliked was collaborating with Taiyang Chuanhe for his personal brand. Everything else was on point. Chu Zhi asked, one last question. If I wanted to do something harmful to myself, what would you do? I'd do everything in my power to stop you. No matter your reasons, as your agent, it's my job, Niu Jiangxue answered instantly. What if I don't listen? Chu Zhi pressed. Whether you listen or not is up to you. But if I didn't try to stop you, I wouldn't be doing my job professionally, she said. Sister Niu, I'll be in your care from now on. Chu Zhi stood up and shook her hand. Number 75. Bring it on. An ordinary Saturday. An ordinary early morning. Ordinary disco music. Two ordinary high school freshmen were hard at work. So tired, so tired. Xiao Qi pounded her aching lower back, which felt stiff and heavy, as if weighed down by iron blocks. I think it's pretty meaningful. And I'm not tired at all. Xiao Zi's words would have been more convincing if she weren't hunched over while saying them. The two skinny-armed, skinny-legged girls were responsible for cleaning the area between 3 trash bins. But after an hour and a half, they had barely made progress. Auntie John's group is almost done. We need to speed up. Xiao Zi cheered herself on. Believe in your potential. Why did you drag me into your fangirling activities? Xiao Qi's face scrunched up into a frown. With her already round face, her features now looked like they'd all crowded into the center. 10 minutes later, they finally finished cleaning the small area. The 2 high schoolers then brought over 3 breakfast meals. 1 for each of the 3 sanitation workers, 2 aunties and 1 uncle, in their assigned zone. You 2 good girls worked hard, coming so early to help us clean, and even bringing breakfast. Auntie Jiang, clad in an orange vest, smiled warmly. No. This is part of the Little Orange Sunshine Charity Project, a collaboration between us and the Chongqing municipal government. It's called Breakfast of Love for Sanitation Workers. From now on, Auntie Jiang, you can pick up breakfast every morning at the newsstands. Xiaozi quickly explained. All for free. Auntie Jiang was skeptical. How could breakfast just be free? Yes, completely free. As long as you're wearing this vest. Xiaozi added. It's sponsored by the Chongqing municipal government and our Little Orange Sunshine Charity. The municipal government's involvement was a long-term investment, while the Orange Garden Charity had funded the initial setup of the breakfast newsstands, 30,000 renminbi per kiosk. The ongoing costs would be covered by the city's welfare budget. Objectively, the government's contribution was greater, but Xiaozi glossed over that detail. Little Sunshine Charity. Auntie Jiang didn't quite catch the name, but she did hear free breakfast. It's a charity run by a really good celebrity, Chu Zhi. His name is written with the character for wood and the one for small. The breakfast program is available for all sanitation workers in Chongqing. Xiao Zhi explained. That Chu Zhi must be a wonderful celebrity. Auntie Zhang's expression softened when she heard the program covered the entire city. Yeah, Brother Nine is the best. Xiao Zhi beamed with pride. Auntie Zhang, take care of yourself. Today was my first time helping out, and I finally understand how exhausting this job is. I'll never litter again. Meanwhile, her exhausted best friend Xiao Qi stayed silent, watching her usually lazy friend chatter enthusiastically. It was surreal. Xiao Qi knew Xiao Zhi well. A girl who slept till noon on weekends and refused to walk more than 500 meters without calling a ride. Yet today, she had dragged Xiao Qi out at 3 a.m. to help sanitation workers. Xiao Qi didn't follow celebrities, so she couldn't fathom what kind of magic an idol wielded to make someone change so drastically. After a few more minutes of small talk, the two girls bid farewell to Annie Jiang and her colleagues. Under the glow of streetlights, the road looked clean and bright, the orange hues pushing back the night. Xiao Zhi felt a pang of irritation at the thought of people carelessly tossing cigarette butts and bottles onto the streets she had just cleaned. Meanwhile, Xiao Qi's brain was mush, her entire being yearning for her bed. If it weren't for Brother Nine, I'd never have gotten up at 3 a.m. to sweep streets. So tired. Xiao Zhi sighed. Sanitation workers' shifts varied. Some started at 3 a.m., others at 4. In Chongqing, the early shift ran from 3 to 5. On their way back to their neighborhood, Xiao Zhi spotted a discarded potato chip bag on the ground. Normally, she'd ignore it, but today, she instinctively picked it up and tossed it into a trash bin. Little fruit, one piece of wood reporting in. Woke up early to help sanitation workers clean. Saw the breakfast of love we donated. It's amazing. Even though it was already 6 a.m. when she got back to her room, Xiao Zhi posted the message in the Orange Garden group chat. Instantly, night owls flooded the chat with replies. At one piece of wood, so awesome. All the little fruits are so kind. I want to join tomorrow. Because Geo makes us better people. Reading the responses, Xiao Zhi felt the soreness in her back was worth it. One piece of wood. Yeah, Brother Nine treats everyone around him with kindness. I want to be like him. Let's work hard. The rest of the chat is omitted. This was a prime example of how an idol's influence had no limits. High schooler Xiao Zhi was just one of hundreds, if not thousands, of little fruits inspired by Chu Zhi. The Little Orange Sunshine charity, organized by fans, was progressing smoothly, covering multiple areas of aid. Meanwhile, over the next week, Chu Zhi finalized his new team, 31 members, including 2 personal assistants, under his careful scrutiny. Taiyang Chuanhe had branches in Suzhou, Shanghai, Hangzhou, and other cities, each specializing in different sectors. The Hangzhou branch focused on e-commerce, while the Shanghai branch primarily trained idols. To streamline operations, the company rented a 300-square-meter office space upstairs for Chu Zhi's team, led by Niu Jiangxue. Chu Zhi was deep in thought, inspired by Big Bull's earlier suggestion. The original owner of his body did have the looks for period dramas. If he'd been on Earth, he might have earned a title like For Beauties of Tianya, or Southern Jiao, Northern Gu. Not putting that face to use for thirsty fans to drool over felt like a waste. Okay, fine, he just wanted to show off. His idea? Film a historical-style MV. But his debut album had no traditional Chinese or ancient-style songs. It just didn't fit. He'd have to wait for his next album. For someone as proactive as Chu Zhi, this was frustrating. When he saw an opportunity to benefit himself, he preferred acting immediately. As the saying goes, if you're not eager to eat, there's something wrong with your head. Or in this case, if you're not eager to improve, you deserve to stay weak. Brother Nine, what's on your mind? If it's something we can discuss, feel free to share, Niu Jiangxue said. The meeting room housed 8 people, Chu Zhi, the main agent, executive agents, and PR managers, all brainstorming and summarizing current projects. Niu had noticed the slight frown on Chu Zhi's face. I want to shoot a historical MV, but the album's theme doesn't allow it, Chu Zhi summarized. Niu Jiangxue paused before asking, by doesn't allow it, do you mean the album's concept restricts it? When Chu Zhi nodded, she explained. If I recall correctly, MVs originally existed to promote albums on TV. Later, as promotional methods evolved, MVs started serving the lyrics. Then, to attract fans, Western artists began producing high-budget MVs that looked like short films. Her point was blunt. Who cares if the theme doesn't match? If you want to shoot it, shoot it. This was new to Chu Zhi. Wouldn't it feel disjointed if the MV has nothing to do with the lyrics? We can ask for others' opinions, Nyo said. Personally, I don't think it'd be jarring. One of the executive agents, Old Qian, a man whose 39-year-old face looked 45, giving him a perpetual dad aura, chimed in. I like some Japanese idol groups. Several of their MVs have zero connection to the lyrics. I don't know much about domestic ones, though. Another executive agent, Wang Yuan, a stern-looking 32-year-old woman with an unremarkable face but elegant demeanor, added. An album usually has around 10 songs, with 7 or 8 MVs. If we pick one to make a historical MV, it could act like an Easter egg. From my perspective, discovering that would be a pleasant surprise. PR manager Faye Good disagreed. Historical MVs are expensive. Who even watches MVs these days? Most fans don't, let alone casual listeners. The cost-benefit ratio isn't worth it. There was some truth there. Old Qian only watched Japanese MVs because of the suggestive content. He wasn't there for the music. Wang Yuan countered. If no one's watching, can't we promote it? We can, but the ROI is too low. How do we guarantee the MV will go viral? There are tons of historical-style MVs. How many have actually blown up? Faye shot back. So you're saying Brother Nine's MV won't go viral? Wang Yuan tapped the table sharply, nearly cracking her freshly done nails. Faye, the youngest in the room at 27, uncrossed his legs and softened his tone. Sis Wang, no need to get worked up. I have absolute faith in Brother Chu. I'm just thinking from a PR perspective. The other two PR managers also opposed the idea, sparking a heated debate. Chu Zhi wasn't annoyed by the arguing. On the contrary, it was a good sign. A team that debated meant they were invested. Otherwise, what was the point of paying them to sit around? Internally, he'd already made his decision. He turned to Nyo Jiangxue. Final thoughts, Sister Nyo? I support investing in a promotional highlight. There's another reason. Nyo lowered her voice. I received word from the company. Lin Xia and Li Xingwei are dropping new albums in mid-March. Wu Shi's greatest hits is also coming out then. Number 76. Making Life Difficult. Chu Zhi's new album, 25,117 Possibilities, had been announced for a March release. Now Lin Xia, Li Xingwei, and Wu Shi were all dropping albums at the same time. Coincidence? Chu Zhi didn't believe in coincidences. There are always villains plotting against me. Variety shows avoided pitting top stars against each other, let alone album releases. Did they think this was Earth in the early 2000s during the golden age of pop battles? After mentally running through 8 million conspiracy theories, Chu Zhi asked, is this because my album is free? Nyo Jiangxue was momentarily surprised by how quickly he connected the dots, but quickly regained her composure. Brother Nine figured it out. No matter what, pitting sales-driven albums against a free one is a no-lose scenario for them. It's a guaranteed win. Oh, Chu Zhi raised an eyebrow. What if my album sweeps the market and crushes theirs? Clearly, Li Xingwei wasn't worried. He was itching to take Chu Zhi down a peg. Regardless of whether his earlier provocations were orchestrated by Dehua Entertainment, this time it was personal. He'd even argued with his own manager over it. Ever since Chu Zhi's lawsuit against Kaifeng Entertainment, Dehua had gone radio silent, pretending they'd never targeted anyone while quietly importing more Korean idols. Li Xingwei had one I Am a Singer, but most viewers called his victory stolen. Who could tolerate that? Besides, he was one of this soaring ambition duo, a man who'd always looked down on others. In his eyes, Chu Zhi was just a scandal-ridden has-been who'd milked his victim narrative for sympathy. If things were really that bad, he'd have offed himself already. Surviving just proves he's faking it. Lin Xia, perpetually on the cusp of top-tier stardom, had no beef with Chu Zhi. His March release was purely to settle scores with Li Xingwei. Despite their cordial dual champions act on I Am a Singer, he secretly wanted to stab the guy. Put bluntly, Lin Xia respected Chu Zhi's talent, but saw Li Xingwei as a fraud who needed to be put in his place. As for Wu Shi's greatest hits compilation, pure revenge. Chu Zhi had eliminated him on I Am a Singer with Waves of Wheat. This was his chance to strike back. Then I'm on board. If 3 rivals are gunning for Brother Chu, we need all the ammunition we can get, Fei Ge conceded, despite his earlier reservations about ROI. The other PR managers quickly fell in line. Li Xingwei and Lin Xia were formidable opponents, and Wu Shi had a loyal rock fanbase. This sister is seriously intense, Fei Ge thought, sneaking a glance at Wang Yuan. Dressed in a gray power suit, A-line skirt, and black heels, Wang Yuan radiated such dominance that Fei didn't dare entertain any unprofessional thoughts. Wang Yuan seems like a die-hard fan, too emotionally invested. Fei Ge is all data, no instinct. Old Qian and the others each have their own agendas. This team won't be easy to manage. Under immense pressure, Niu Jiangxue silently recited her mantra. Things are getting interesting. Noticing the tense atmosphere, she steered the conversation back on track. Brother 9, what's your artistic vision for the historical MV? I wanted to promote Hanfu culture and showcase 5,000 years of traditional Chinese aesthetics, Chu Zhi said diplomatically. Fei Ge and Wang Yuan exchanged glances. How the hell do we fit cultural promotion and 5 millennia of aesthetics into one MV? Niu Jiangxue looked down at her flat chest, a fleeting moment of sorrow, before refocusing. Translating Chu Zhi's high EQ phrasing into blunt terms. He just wants to look pretty. Let's start by discussing the most stunning historical costumes you've seen, or your favorite styles, she suggested. At least she's got the comprehension skills of a middle school honors student, Chu Zhi mentally applauded. Everyone had iconic historical looks in mind. Ideas flew fast as Niu took notes. The silver-haired immortal. Who could resist an aloof, godlike figure gazing down on mortals like ants? Most actors butcher this trope, but Brother 9 could pull it off, said Wang Yuan, a longtime historical drama fan. The world suffered enough ugly immortals. The demonic temptress, a gender-bending, bewitching villain post-corruption. The bloody general, armor shattered, fighting to his last breath on the battlefield. The strategist scholar, fan in hand, treating the world as his chessboard. The wandering swordsman, a carefree drunkard who slays monsters between swigs of wine. Niu slammed the metaphorical gavel. We'll hire a writer to script a 5-minute short. The protagonist cycles through 5 identities: scholar, general, celestial emperor, demon, and drunken swordsman. Minimal dialogue, key text via subtitles. If I were the writer, I'd throw my keyboard at these demands, Chu Zhi mused. 5 identity shifts in one MV? Even with an extended runtime, most capped at 4.5 minutes. This was essentially a glorified costume showcase. But these archetypes covered most male lead tropes in historical dramas. Maybe I should show the film industry how it's done. With the album already recorded, he greenlit the MV. Then I'll leave it to you all, Chu Zhi said, departing as his assistant Xiao Zhu, a recent grad, prepped the company van. The real work began after Chu Zhi left. Under Niu's direction, the team tackled endorsement deals as the business manager joined. Our running-in period with Brother 9 is short, and due to past circumstances, he currently has 0 sponsorships. We'll need to expedite this. Overtime pay guaranteed, Niu explained. Workaholic, old Qian thought, blaming his aged appearance on chronic overtime, and definitely not his nocturnal browsing habits. Wang Yuan agreed, though her posture relaxed noticeably without Chu Zhi present. She's actually kind of sexy when she's not in battle mode, Fei Ge noted, carefully keeping his gaze professional. 20-plus brands reached out this week, the business manager reported. Brother 9's clout is unmatched, Wang Yuan said. I suggest blacklisting any brands that previously dropped him. We've pre-screened 7 new candidates with strong value and sincerity, the manager assured, distributing dossiers. 2 hours later, they'd narrowed it down to 3. Old Qian, handle initial outreach and pricing, Niu directed. Standard industry practice. Business managers filtered options, execution brokers negotiated terms, and only then did the artist choose. Bureaucratic, but battle-tested. A competent team was a godsend. By the next day, Niu had already shortlisted directors and stylists for Chu Zhi's approval. Number 77. Strange endorsements. Liao the Tiger, real name Liao 1, earned his nickname due to his fierce appearance and thunderous voice that made him sound like a roaring beast. When did I, Liao the Tiger, stoop to shooting music videos for a living? In the public eye, Liao Wen was a director whose 2 films had flopped. But within the industry, he was highly sought after, a renowned art director and production designer. They think 250,000 yuan for 3 days can buy me? Huh. Since when do I bow for mere pennies? The hierarchy of contempt in the directing world went. Films, TV dramas, web series, commercials, music videos, short videos. If there was anything lower than short videos, it was probably directing adult films. The bigger issue? Chu Zhi was an idol with 0 acting experience. Even if an MV didn't require acting chops, trying to salvage a performance from him would be like dragging a dead weight uphill. Whatever. I'm free anyway. Might as well do a good deed. Liao the Tiger had his agent inform Taiyang Chuanhe that he was on board, confirming the schedule. After signing the contract, the script, "With my life, I trade for your eternity," landed in his inbox. The title alone made him cringe. What pretentious garbage. The story opened with the Heavenly Emperor, responsible for annihilating 1,600 sects, being besieged by an alliance of the 10 great clans. Trapped in the annihilation of 6 paths reincarnation array, his life flashed before his eyes. Why use annihilation written in traditional characters? Just to make it harder for audiences to read. Liao grumbled internally. The alliance's leader was the emperor's childhood sweetheart, whom he had betrayed, stealing her Dao heart and slaughtering her clan. Now, she sought vengeance. A Dao heart. This script is trash. How do you live without a heart? And enlightenment comes from the brain, not the blood-pumping organ. Never a fan of web novels, Liao replaced Dao heart with golden core, borrowing from Legend of the Swordsman of Shu Mountain, where a golden core was a refined treasure used as a weapon. As the emperor's true motives unraveled within the array, this plot is dumber than a sack of bricks. Liao sighed. Hard-earned money is bitter to swallow. He ruthlessly edited terms he didn't understand. Void-piercing stage. Divine ability stage, replacing them with familiar cultivation tiers like Nascent Soul Loose Immortal, 49th Earth Immortal, Second Tribulation Earth Immortal, Ascendant Immortal, and Celestial Immortal. The Emperor, of course, was the Lord of Celestial Immortals. In an industry where scripts were routinely butchered by directors and actors alike, Liao saw no issue with his revisions. If he didn't get it, he cut it. Learning new things? Not his style. A few minutes of MV will cost over $1 million. The whole album won't be done for under 5. These talentless celebrities are loaded. Taiyang Chuanhe footed the bill, naturally. Capitalists didn't let artists keep their earnings without squeezing them dry first. While prepping the MV, Niu Jiangxue and the team secured 3 major endorsements after discussions with Chu Zhi. Helen Keller Eyewear, national spokesperson, 41 million yuan for 2 years, exclusive to sunglasses. Armani Men's Skincare, product line ambassador, 23 million yuan for 1 year, exclusive to skincare. Watson's, national brand ambassador, 40 million yuan for 2 years. Combined, these deals surpassed 100 million yuan, a staggering figure. Online hype about 100 million endorsements rarely specified contract lengths. And let's be real, if brands paid that much, they expected to profit tenfold. In this world, only the 6 top stars and a handful of household names commanded annual fees over 18 million yuan. Even at his peak, the original Chu Zhi had earned around 19 million yearly from endorsements. For perspective, on Earth, only the likes of XC, Eba, Kunkin, and Jackson Yi breached 20 million yuan annually, with exclusivity clauses. Chu Zhi's Helen Keller deal barred him from endorsing other sunglasses brands, a concession negotiated down from All Eyewear by Old Qian, whose knack for haggling matched his taste for adult content. Despite Chu Zhi's limited discography, 2 hits, his commercial appeal was undeniable. From Guinness World Records set by fans to 8 million yuan crowd-funded overnight, his value now exceeded his predecessor's peak. Proof that the Emperor actor's antics paid off. Strange offers and team rewards. Why is a Japanese company buying my publicity right or domestic use? Chu Zhi frowned at the offer sheet. Sakizii, Japan, 40 million yen, 2 million yuan, for 1 year publicity right usage, Japan only. Most endorsements fell into 4 categories: social media promotions, commercial events, photo usage, and full ambassadorships. The first 3 deals were the latter. Publicity right for 6 photos typically fetched around 1 million yuan, Sekiziai's offer was a premium. Fei Ge, look into this, Nyo ordered. Idols rarely had overseas recognition. Chu Zhi's negligible fame in Japan made the offer bizarre, unless Sekiziai was eyeing the Chinese market. Old Qian, push for higher fees or shorter terms on the other deals, Nyo directed crisply. The team's dynamics were eclectic. Chu Zhi, the youngest, was addressed as brother or Master Jiao by Old Qian. Even Nyo and Fei Ge called him Ge. You've all worked hard. Sister Nyo arranged 2 days off and bonuses, Chu Zhi announced. I considered a company trip, but realized everyone would rather rest at home. Cash is king. Truth, trips cost more and bred resentment. A self-made man like Chu knew the value of strategic frugality. Master Jiao is generous. Old Qian cheered. Brother Chu reads minds. Fei Ge grinned. My bed and I are inseparable on holidays. Wang Yuan, who'd secretly hoped for a couple's trip with Chu Zhi, kept quiet as the room erupted in joy. Wednesday morning, crisp, clear, and chilly, marked the MV shoot at Beijing's August 1st film studio. The 4-day rental covered. Director, Liao the Tiger. Crew, August 1st's veteran cinematographers, lighting, and props teams. Makeup, Huang Mi's team, 2-time Hong Kong Film Award winners for costume design. The brokerage team had stylists, but MV looks demanded specialists. As Chu Zhi arrived in full Heavenly Emperor regalia, silver hair flowing, robes embroidered with cosmic motifs, even the jaded Liao muttered, Damn, maybe this brat can act. Number 78. A stunning look. Does Ninth Master have one of these? Old Qian made a smoking gesture. Brother Qian, smoking less is good for your skin. Chu Zhi said while handing him a cigarette anyway. Good for his skin? What a joke. His skin had been as rough as a Shar-Pei since childhood. It had never been good. Besides, someone right in front of him smoked too, yet his skin was annoyingly flawless. That someone Old Qian was referring to was none other than Chu Zhi. Huh? Ninth Master, why are you smoking women's cigarettes? Old Qian examined the slender mild 7 in his hand, clearly a feminine brand. Women's cigarettes are milder. I want to set a good example, but quitting smoking isn't something that can be done overnight, so I'm taking it step by step, Chu Zhi explained. The deeper reason was that he had discovered that women's cigarettes still counted toward his tobacco emperor achievement, whereas fake smoking didn't. From that day on, he had switched to women's cigarettes. Fake smoking meant taking a puff and exhaling without inhaling into the lungs, like kids mimicking adults. Old Qian held the slim cigarette, so different from the thick, regular ones he was used to. It felt awkward in his hand. The two were in the factory's smoking area. After lighting up and taking a drag, Old Qian frowned. Ninth Master, this thing has no tobacco taste at all. You'll get used to it, Chu Zhi said, puffing away. Even without the smoke on command title, good-looking people made everything aesthetically pleasing. Well, except maybe taking a dump. Ninth Master and I combined could shake up all of Asia, captivating countless boys and girls. Old Qian thought to himself, stealing another glance at Chu Zhi. Half a minute later, Brother Qian, I'll head over for the makeup test now. I'll have Xiaozhu drive you. It's hard to get a taxi around the FT district. He'll call you when he arrives, Chu Zhi added before leaving. Watching Chu Zhi's retreating figure, Old Qian had initially planned to stub out the cigarette as soon as Chu Zhi turned away. He really wasn't used to women's cigarettes, but he held back because of Chu Zhi's thoughtful reminder. I thought there might have been some acting in his live streams, but after these past couple of weeks, I can tell Ninth Master genuinely cares about others. Plus, his looks are on par with mine in my prime. Old Qian shamelessly mused. Outside the makeup room, a crowd of young women in their 20s, all staff from the August 1st film studio, had gathered to catch a glimpse of Chu Zhi. Not all of them were his fans, but when Chu Zhi was around, who wouldn't want to take a look? Teacher Huang, Chu Zhi greeted. You're too kind, Huang Mi, a Beijing local replied. What kind of look are you going for, Teacher Chu? Something holy and pure, Chu Zhi said as he changed into monk's robes. Rumor had it that the scriptwriter was a former online novelist. The movie Using My Present Life to Exchange for Your Eternal Life featured not only 5 identities, general, scholar, drunken sword immortal, demon, and heavenly emperor, but also a holy monk. Chu Zhi had underestimated the creativity of online writers. What he thought would be a major challenge turned out to be just another day at the office for them. First, he put on a wig. Thanks to technological advancements, the wig industry had evolved. No need to shave his head to play a monk. The simulated monk's scars looked incredibly real. Huangmi got to work. To achieve a holy aura, the lips needed a light coat of rose pink. YSL's glossy stain in 204 worked perfectly, followed by a thicker layer of purple red. Dior's 771 was the choice here. Burberry's 53 was a no-go, as it clumped unnaturally. Next came red-toned eyeshadow, highlighter on the nose bridge and tip, and golden contact lenses. The eyebrows were lifted slightly upward. About 20 minutes later, the look was complete. Huangmi had approached this as just another job, but the final result left even him momentarily dazed. In Jin Yang's novels, there was a character named Monk Wu Hua, described as follows. Under the moonlight, his eyes sparkled like stars, his lips red and teeth white, his face as delicate as a maiden's, yet his grace and elegance surpassed any woman in the world. He was spotless, as if he had just descended from the heavens. Chu Zhi's holy monk look surpassed even that. The golden eyes, the nose bridge highlight, and the sharp contours of his face added an otherworldly distance, as if he were a celestial being beyond the 3 realms and 5 elements. The ordinary monk's robe, which was supposed to look divine only after CGI enhancements, now resembled the legendary brocade monk's robe purely because of Chu Zhi's looks. "Sir, this is hands down the best monk look I've ever done," Huangmi exclaimed after snapping out of his daze. Chu Zhi, too, was momentarily stunned by his own reflection. His natural 94 out of 100 looks, combined with Huangmi's skills, had elevated him to a whole new level. For context, even Leonardo DiCaprio in his prime wouldn't have scored above 95. No. Makeup can enhance beauty. It's like face magic. But what we've achieved here is beyond magic. It's straight-up sorcery, Huangmi insisted. "Mind if I take a photo?" Huangmi asked. Chu Zhi had no reason to refuse. After snapping a shot, he headed to the set, where the extras were already in position, waiting for him. Though he tried to walk quickly, the monk's robes and straw sandals made it impossible. "Master, your skills are out of this world. What's this for? Even if the show's terrible, I'd watch it just for this look," an apprentice gushed. "It's the model's natural gifts. My work is just the icing on the cake," Huangmi replied humbly. "Xiao Li, could you check if the scholar's costume is ready?" Huangmi instructed. The 2 apprentices scurried off, still buzzing about the makeup they'd just witnessed. Alone in the makeup room, Huangmi's professional composure melted away. His face lit up like a kid at a carnival. Unbelievable. Perfection. Holy monk look. Best in the universe. Huangmi mentally high-fived himself before posting the photo in a professional stylist group chat. The response was instant. "Who is this? Isn't that Chu Zhi, the super popular star right now? I think the eyeliner could be extended, but damn, this look is insane. Is this photoshopped? Enlightened monk doesn't even cut it. This is like Bodhidharma level holy. The eye makeup shading is masterful." Note, the last line about the novel's release is omitted as it's promotional. No edits. Just raw talent. "Can't help it," Huangmi bragged. Now he understood why Chu Zhi was so beloved in the fashion world. You could throw any experimental design at him, and he'd make it work, no matter how outrageous. On set, Director Liao, "Do we need a stand-in for the close-ups?" Niu Jiangxue asked. "A stand-in? Sure, why not?" Liao Dachong replied cheerfully. He had already requested a stunt double, and now Niu was offering a body double. The more, the merrier. He had no patience for coaching actors through endless takes. "Got it," Niu Jiangxue nodded. Liao Dachong's smile never wavered, betraying none of his inner disdain for the entire crew. The makeup room was a trek from the set. August 1st Film Studio really loved testing their actors' stamina. A few minutes later, Chu Zhi arrived. If Huangmi, a seasoned stylist who'd worked with countless celebrities, was stunned, the reaction from the crew was even more extreme. The cast and crew, including Niu Jiangxue, were speechless. Holy monk looks were rare in real life, and this wasn't just handsome, it was transcendent. "Damn, this is too good," Niu Jiangxue thought, patting her flat chest to snap herself out of it. "Director Liao, we can start now." Right. The moment Liao Dacheng saw Chu Zhi, dozens of shot compositions flooded his mind. Though he was no looker himself, he had an artist's eye. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become a renowned art director. Ms. Niu, forget the stand-in, Liao Dacheng declared. MV acting doesn't require much. We'll focus on static shots, play to his strengths, and avoid complex emotions. Niu Jiangxue nodded, puzzled by his sudden enthusiasm. Teacher Chu, I feel like the look needs one more touch, Liao Dacheng said. Can we add a red bindi? In Buddhism, it symbolizes one of the 32 sacred marks of the Buddha. It made sense, but going back would take too long. So they called Huang Mi, who agreed it was a brilliant idea. He arrived with his kit and applied a teardrop-shaped bindi to Chu Zhi's forehead, narrow and striking, elevating the holy aura with a touch of fierceness. Inspired, Huang Mi also subtly elongated Chu Zhi's earlobes with spirit gum and blended it seamlessly with skin-toned foundation. Let's start shooting. Liao Dacheng channeled his cinematic focus into realizing the shots in his mind. This MV was about to get the blockbuster treatment. Number 79. Gaining some fame in Japan. Props team, the Bodhi tree next to him is too short. Since it's a fake tree anyway, why bother with botanical logic? The only standard here is my standard. Are your brains still foggy? I want a taller tree. Extras, what are you looking at the camera for? If you're playing temple visitors, then act like temple visitors. Quit squinting around for screen time like your eyes grew out of your nostrils. Director Liao Dacheng was the living embodiment of double standards, outright insults for extras, loud scolding for crew members, and only slightly gentler treatment for Chu Zhi. The entertainment industry was nothing if not a hierarchy. Teacher Chu, just lower your head and close your eyes. No expression needed. Don't deliberately look at the camera. Liao Dacheng flexed his directorial skills, demonstrating how to make an actor look good without requiring actual acting chops. The technique was simple. Take Giuseppe Tornatore's Melina. Though the story was neither beautiful nor legendary, it served as many boys' sexual awakening. Tornatore mastered the art of utilizing a pretty vase, stick to medium and close-up shots, avoid freeze frames unless absolutely necessary. Even when a close-up was essential, focus the frame on long legs, curves, or other assets to distract from the actor's vacant eyes. Any difficulties Chu Zhi encountered were swiftly resolved by Liao Dacheng. Might as well scrap the stunt double too, Liao mused. A little extra time was worth it. This man wasn't just heaven-fed. Heaven was force-feeding him. Faced with such perfect material, Liao felt an almost divine responsibility. Unlike Koguchi Yoshihiro, Liao wasn't just a shallow admirer of looks. To him, Chu Zhi was like a writer stumbling upon a golden premise, the kind that screamed bestseller. Given the chance, any author would itch to write it. Similarly, Liao saw Chu Zhi not as a person, but as vibrant pigment on his palette. Acting doesn't seem as hard as I imagined, Chu Zhi thought. The universe promptly humbled him. The next scene required the holy monk to chant the Earth Store 1,000-time chant to liberate the female lead's family souls. This chant was a supreme Buddhist mantra. Each syllable purportedly required enduring hellish torment. The script insisted only this could purify souls tainted by demons and allow reincarnation. How does one act out, enduring the 18 layers of hell? Even with Liao's angles minimizing the need for expressive eyes, Chu Zhi still had to convey agony through subtle frowns and clenched resolve. 2 takes ended in NG. Watching the playback, even Chu Zhi cringed at his forced expressions. Performing in front of people versus a camera is totally different, he sighed. Life was hard, which was odd, because his pity-baiting live-stream acting always worked. Why fail now? So there's a difference between performance king and acting king. After all, Teacher Chu, read this. Liao handed Chu Zhi his phone, displaying a classical essay. Is a white horse not a horse? Indeed. Why so? Horse denotes form. White denotes color. What denotes color is not what denotes form. Thus, a white horse is not a horse. White horse not horse. Chu Zhi looked up at the director's stern face. Gong Sun Long's White Horse Discourse, the cornerstone of sophistry. Memorize it, Liao ordered. Though reluctant to invest effort, Chu Zhi complied. The 500-word text wasn't overly complex. Even with average memory, he could manage it in half an hour. Yet barely 10 minutes in, Liao suddenly called. Teacher Chu, Let's film. Question mark. Chu Zhi blinked. Director, I'm still stumbling through it. No matter. Liao waved him off. Just maintain your posture and mouth the words silently. All right. Trusting the professional, Chu Zhi swallowed his confusion. Since the Earth Store chant was pure scriptwriter fiction, there was no actual text. Previous takes had allowed ad-libbed muttering. Chu Zhi, unlike some young idols who'd chant 1, 2, 3, 4, at least mouthed 2 tigers, having a mental script helped. The set readied. At Liao's cue, Chu Zhi assumed position. This take sailed through. Cut. Perfect. Liao grinned like a wolf eyeing dinner. Unable to resist, he praised. Teacher Chu, remarkably consistent performance. We got it. Perfect. Consistent. Chu Zhi almost suspected sarcasm. He knew he'd done nothing special. Reviewing the playback, however, he was stunned. The scene did work. His strained focus while reciting translated into pained solemnity. Golden lashes fluttering over contemplative eyes, his delicate features taut, like cracking porcelain. It looked like spiritual torment. You can do that. Chu Zhi gained newfound respect for professionals. Never judge a director by his gruff exterior. Meanwhile, PR manager Fei Gu was equally baffled, but by Japan's logic. Are Japanese brain circuits wired like huskies? He muttered. Investigating why Snow Beauty Skincare bought Chu Zhi's image rights, he kept hitting the same reply. Mr. Chu's aura perfectly matches our brand. Aura match, the ultimate non-answer. Am I talking to a chatbot? Digging deeper, Fei uncovered the truth. Chu Zhi had minor fame in Japan, thanks to superfan Koguchi Yoshihiro. Fei pulled up an episode of London Hearts, where Koguchi Yoshihiro appeared. The raunchy variety show ranked unsuitable for children by its own admission. Koguchi Yoshihiro's episode featured a which man should women marry, ranking. Forgive me, but there's one man whose character need not even be considered marriage material. Koguchi Yoshihiro unveiled edited clips of Chu Zhi from I Am a Singer. The studio audience, Japanese variety staples at exaggerated reactions, erupted. Women literally leaped from seats. I'm sold. My life goal is now dating someone who looks like that. Normally, I believe in dating stages, but for him, skip everything. I fully understand Koguchi-san. If I married this man, just seeing his face would dissolve any anger. As a Friday primetime show on TV Asahi, London Hearts had solid ratings. Without a single work release there, Chu Zhi had gained a Japanese fanbase through sheer visuals alone. The last Chinese star to penetrate a foreign market purely by looks was Leon Lai of the Heavenly Kings. For specifics, research his 1990s Korean fan riots. Snow Beauty's ad director, a London Hearts viewer, had greenlit the image deal. Take their money. Why not? Fei decided. Have old Chien, wait, negotiator Chien, hike the price. With this face, Chu could clean up in Japan. I'll tell Neo Jia, this market's oozing profit. Grabbing the Armani men's skincare collab proposal, Fei rushed to August 1st studio. Why print hard copies in the digital age? Because corporate still loved paper trails. Normally only core staff accompanied shoots, but Fei was in Beijing for ad negotiations. Armani's China HQ oddly chose Beijing over luxury brand-favored Shanghai. By 6 p.m., as sunset painted the sky crimson, Fei sat gridlocked in traffic. Most beautiful are twilight years. Warm and serene. Bullshit. Try most infuriating when stuck in a jam. He recalled opposing the expensive MV shoot back in Shanghai. What's the point if fans won't watch? No promotional hook. He'd only conceded because rivals like Li Xingwei were attacking. Better a weak counter than none. But what changed Fei's mind was witnessing the current scene. Chu Zhi in full Heavenly Emperor makeup. Number 80. The four-way battle royale. Huang Mi specialized in imperial and noble roles, characters exuding dominance. But what exactly made a character dominant? Piercing eyes? Exaggerated, sharp styling? These were part of it, but not the full picture. A professional had his own interpretation. A ruler's dominance stemmed from the cold-blooded power to decide life and death for millions. The outward manifestation of this aura was an inhuman quality, an aloofness utterly divorced from ordinary people. Herman Melville once wrote in Moby Dick that if one stripped away the sacred and religious connotations artificially imposed on the color white, what remained was sorrow, fear, and revulsion. For instance, Wrapping a corpse in white silk and placing it in a white marble tomb made white a symbol of the unknown, and the fear lurking within that unknown. Thus, white became a color both solemn and terrifying, joyous and melancholic, pure and repulsive. Though Melville didn't exist in this parallel world, Huangmi understood this principle deeply. Chu Zhi's skin was already flawless, free of blemishes. Huangmi only needed to conceal slight dark circles from late nights with concealer before applying Ko Jin Du's Aqua Foundation to brighten his complexion. This foundation worked well for photography, though Huangmi had specific reasons for choosing it. It wasn't ideal for daily wear. Why did makeup artists always praise Chu Zhi's skin? It wasn't just its fairness and smoothness, but its condition. Normally, foundation had to be heavily applied around the eye sockets and cheek grooves to compensate for skin laxity. Chu Zhi needed none of that. Combined with Huangmi's highlighter, his skin took on an almost supernatural porcelain glow. This was the legendary jade-like purity of a mortal's skin, like translucent jade and snow, evoking an untouchable aura. White hair cascaded like a silken waterfall, his lashes equally snow-white. A single glance from him radiated icy detachment. The masterstroke, however, was the choice of contact lenses. Instead of complex colors, Huangmi opted for pure black. While most Chinese irises were brown or dark, true jet black pupils were rare. Against the white backdrop, his eyes, deep and abyssal, seemed to swallow light itself. Skin like congealed cream, eyes like inked jade, a celestial being made flesh. For the first time, I've seen someone pull off white hair this flawlessly in real life. I used to think it only worked in anime, Fei Ge muttered, snapping out of his daze. Holy shit, I was an idiot for saying period MV had no appeal. This is the appeal. Maybe no one watches MVs, but everyone watches pretty faces. Beauty is the ladder of human progress. We'll push this through short videos. Fei grew increasingly excited. As a PR man, he knew the market too well. Viral transformation clips and dance trends, all just thinly veiled thirst traps. With this trump card, threats like Li Xingwei and Lin Xia were negligible. As for Wu Xi, please, who listens to rock these days? If I don't make this look go viral as the god-tier beauty standard, I don't deserve to be in PR. He even considered scrapping the drunken swordsman and scholar roles. Just the heavenly emperor would suffice. As Fei pondered how to tactfully suggest this, Big Sis Nio's voice cut in. Fei Ge, did you step in dog shit and decide to camp there? Why are you just standing around? Stepping in shit brings luck. I wouldn't mind more, but fate's not cooperating, Fei quipped. Nio Jia, here's the Armani campaign plan. 3 ads, 15 portraits, and 5 commercial appearances. Nio Jiangxue skimmed the document and nodded. This works. The promo strategy's solid. Oh, add a clause that the brand covers our team's travel and lodging for events. It's industry standard, but better in writing to avoid disputes. Got it. Fei nodded, then broached the shoot. This heavenly emperor look is the showstopper, right? Should we extend its screen time? Not necessarily. Nio shrugged. Teacher Huang said, given Nine's bone structure, the demonic, fallen immortal makeup will be even more stunning. Question mark. Fei refused to believe anything could top this. Anyway, I'm grabbing food. You and Wang Yuan hold the fort. Nio checked her watch. Call me if Teacher Huang or Director Liao need anything. Roger. Our big sis is pretty. Shame about her early onset airport chest. Wang Yuan's more my type. Curves in all the right places. Fei's gaze flicked to the executive assistant, though he averted it immediately, too timid to linger. Wang Yuan, meanwhile, was glued to Chu Zhi, her stare unwavering. The shoot, originally slated for 3 days, stretched to 5 due to heightened directorial demands. Liao Dachong, enamored with his perfect canvas, charged a mere 50,000 renminbi for the extra 2 days, a friendship rate. 30 grand for 5 days? That's 6K daily. Touched by this generosity, Chu Zhi vowed never to hire him again. On their last day at the studio, Chu Zhi told Nio, get the crew and extras some bubble tea. Charge it to the company, my treat. Unnecessary. Wang Yuan already treated them twice this week, Nio said. Classic fangirl behavior. Wang Yuan was both an assistant and a little fruits. The remaining 7 MVs, all contemporary themed, wrapped in 2 weeks. With simpler lyrics-based narratives, They required no scriptwriters or A-list directors, just a standard commercial director. 8 MVs for one album. Unheard of generosity. Amidst this, Chu Zhi attended a court hearing. The verdict: Gai Qing Entertainment owed him 23,658,060 renminbi in damages, while Li Tingyu was fined 1,356,480 renminbi. Both defendants received 1-year suspended sentences. Neither snitched on their backers, but Gai Qing declared bankruptcy immediately after the ruling. Court-mandated asset auctions would cover the compensation. Revenge served. With the legal victory, Chu Zhi sensed the original soul's presence had fully dissipated. He expected catharsis, but his body felt nothing. Good, full control now. Yet it wasn't satisfying enough. Punishing the pawns is meaningless. The mastermind behind this deserves worse. He began drafting meticulous retaliation plans. No one crosses me and walks away unscathed. Not even Jesus. I said what I said. A bank notification chimed. Millions deposited. Chu Zhi's mood lifted instantly. What cures sorrow? Sudden wealth. Contract details and first payments from endorsements trickled in. This wasn't sluggish. Most brands negotiated with new spokespersons while the previous ones still had months left on their terms. Chu Zhi's deals hadn't been announced yet, so the little fruit's purchasing power remained untested. If they proved as formidable as expected, his endorsement fees could skyrocket. Currently, the domestic ceiling was held by idol Sui Wu, whose mom fans splurged enough to net him 25 to 28 million RMB annually. Chu Zhi was confident. Fans forged through hardship are the most loyal. March 6th. 1 week until the four-way showdown. Chu Zhi's 25,117 possibilities drops March 11th on NetEase, Kugo, and QQ Music. Li Xingwei's No Li, No Way. Physical plus digital release March 10th. Lin Xia's Early Summer. Physical plus digital release March 10th. Wu Shi's Greatest Hits. Physical only release March 12th. The last one stuck out like a sore thumb. A compilation of old songs already available online, sold via JD, Dang Dang, Tmall, etc. The battlefield was set. The final sprint of album promotions had begun. As Taiyang Chuan's top artist, Chu Zhi's promotional resources matched Li Xingwei's. More crucially, his current online clout surpassed even Wu Tang's. In the digital arena, he was already crushing Li and Lin in buzz. Number 81. The Storm Breaks. A free album didn't mean Chu Zhi and his label wouldn't profit. This first release was a litmus test. Streaming numbers would dictate platform licensing fees. In the battle for market share, platforms would pay handsomely for non-exclusive rights just to avoid the cardinal sin of not having an artist's work. Users would flee en masse. CEO Huang Bo saw this clearly. Hence, he wasn't worried about the 6 million RMB MV production costs. No capitalist pours money into truly profitless ventures. QQ Music and NetEase Cloud both want a text interview tomorrow. Which one? Neo Zhengxue asked. At Chu Zhi's tier, video interviews for music apps were off the table. Text was the compromise. Neither. Chu Zhi declined. Tomorrow was reserved for Helene Keller Eyewear's shoot in Sanya. They're offering 700,000 renminbi for an exclusive, Neo said. We could have an editor draft responses based on your talking points. For context, A-list singers like Jam Xiao or JJ Lin earned 800,000 RMB per live gig, 2 songs, or a medley. Yet here, Chu Zhi could make nearly as much without lifting a finger. The perks of being a top-tier idol. Fine, just stick to the album's themes we discussed. Chu Zhi relented. He understood the platform's game. Exclusive content equals perceived prestige equals user retention. NetEase Cloud then. Sure. Chu Zhi skimmed the Armani press conference invite. As their new face, attendance was non-negotiable. Busy? Absolutely. But unlike the original owner who blindly obeyed his team, Chu Zhi prioritized ruthlessly. While the artist hustled, so did his fans. The little fruits mobilized. Orange Garden Group chat. 1 bite, 1 little orange. 9 gave us free albums. Let's give back. No bulk buying. Just dominate Weibo, Douyin, and Fadian's hot searches. No chart manipulation. We could easily top Kugo, NetEase, QQ Music, Apple Music. Same. Want a surprise audio. Save my allowance for multiple copies. Now I can put it toward promotions. One bite, one little orange, at everyone in O. Trust Nine's talent. Artificial stats hurt his public image. His organic appeal is already the best among top idols. Just amplify visibility. Wei Tongzi double-posted this plea. As both insider and fan, she grasped the bigger picture. Wanna support? Taiyang Chuanha's collab with Japan's Alter Studio is dropping limited edition figurines. Pre-orders soon. The chat erupted. Merchandise was the true cash cow. A 20 RMB pillow with Chu Zhi's face sold for 300 renminbi as a limited edition. Kongfei Entertainment, now crippled by fan boycotts, had once raked in fortunes from Chu Zhi keychains alone. Li Xingwei's camp. Promotions secured across 4 charts: China Songs Top, China Music Popularity, Huayu Music, and Global Chinese Music, his manager reported. Digital campaigns are also set. The first 2 were state-backed. One emphasized patriotic themes, the other was a weekly fan-voted Pan-Asian showdown. On Earth, Chris Wu and Yek Swem dominated the latter. The third, run by the China Audio-Video Association, blended jury and public votes. The fourth, a dying radio relic, clung to relevance via Music Life, an official music newspaper. Taiyang Chuanha's only pushing online platforms for Chu Zhi, the manager noted. Charts require vocal skill. What does he have? Li Xingwei's rant died as Weibo's splash ad loaded. New album 25,117 possibilities, March 11th. The poster featured Chu Zhi's face mosaic from fan-submitted album titles: Chu Nation, Gentle for Life, Our Love. Tapping it led straight to his profile. Since when does Taiyang Chuanha out-promote us? Li fumed. You're still our top artist. All resources flow to you, but the manager braced for impact. The board signed deals to rep SM and JYP's groups in China. Zhang Mingan's brain got kicked by a donkey. Pushing K-pop. Li, a vocal Japanophile/K-pop hater, recalled I Am a Singer's aftermath. His dinner invites to dictionary uncle Ho Yu Bin and Koguchi Yoshihiro were both rejected. The former wanted family time. The latter only had eyes for Chu Zhi. Your album No Li, no way even impressed the producers. With Back to Field, Who's the Murderer, and Ace vs. Ace lined up, we'll crush them on visibility and quality, the manager soothed. Li simmered down. Promotion matters, but talent wins wars. Then he spotted a fan post. Can't wait for Against the Light. Ajio's performance was god-tier. The true uncrowned king. Uncrown my ass. Second place means second best. Li scoffed. Fixing this industry's delusions starts with me. Lin Xiao's camp. In contrast, Lin the flop, Xia was spiraling. His mid-tier label couldn't match Chu/Li's 20M R&B endorsement clout. Maybe Heavenly Purity will blow up as Dance in the Rain's theme song? Manager Xian offered weakly. Maybe. Lin stared blankly. Hope never dies. As long as we. Lin cut him off with a withering look. Xian sighed. When Lin insisted on moving his release date to clash with Li, he'd warned against it. But ego trumped sense. Most artist meltdowns are self-sabotage. Fans blame teams, but who really holds the leash? Xian mused before resuming his pep talk. In the 2000s, a golden age where monthly album wars were common, such a showdown would have been met with I curse you to regress 15 years, the highest compliment. Music critics, unable to wait, penned thesis-length previews. Notably, most analyses of Chu/Li/Lin ended with obligatory support for Wu Shi's rock album, Rock Never Dies. Zhang Mingyi, once a shameless Wu-Tang sycophant, now dual-simped for Wu and Chu. Asterisk, Just Waves of Wheat and Against the Light make this a 5-star anticipation. That Against the Light performance was the most breathtaking I've witnessed. Full review post-March 11. Asterisk. Comments flooded in. Chu Zhi fan. Instant follow. Agreed. Can't wait for Zhang's breakdown. Watching his Zhihu followers spike by 30,000, Zhang grinned. Wu-Tang star is fading post-reality show. Time to pivot. Chu Zhi, huh? His eyes sharpened. Let me cook up some next-level glazing. Compared to the contortions needed to praise Wu-Tang, Chu's emotive vocals were low-hanging fruit. March 10th to 11th. Almanac. Auspicious. Moving in. Engagements. School. Praying for heirs. Inauspicious. Renovations. Weddings. Opening businesses. As the heavens opened in a torrential downpour. The battle began. Number 82. He started it first. Wu-Tang's fans call themselves toffees. Sui Wu's fans are Isins. Xinyun's fans are little cloudies. Li Xingwei's fans go by snow pears, or Ili. And Li Fei's fans call themselves reporters. Here's an amusing fan controversy. The phrase Yixing Yunfei comes from preface to the Pavilion of Prince Tung and describes high spirits and an unrestrained mindset, fitting for describing the four top celebrities. But Li Fei's fans were unhappy. While Fei and Fei share the same pronunciation, the other five names in the phrase match the characters exactly. So, fans spontaneously wrote letters to the Xinhua Dictionary Publishing House, demanding that Yixing Yunfei be changed to Yixing Yunfei. What a joke. While dictionaries do evolve with the times, for example, adding modern terms like download, Li Fei's fans' request was completely unreasonable. They wanted to alter the wording of an ancient literary work. Wasn't this as absurd as claiming that Li Shangyin plagiarized Pai Lai puppetry, or fans threatening to cancel Li Shangyin's Weibo? In the end, the fans apologized, saying, "I didn't know Li Shangyin was such an obscure poet." The public isn't wrong to assume that fandom culture lacks education. While a few bad apples don't represent the whole, such incidents inevitably shape outsiders' perceptions. The reason I've outlined the fan bases of these 6 top celebrities is that they essentially represent 70% of the fandom ecosystem. The upcoming battleground would be between Little Fruits, Chu Zhi's fans, and Snow Pears, Li Xingwei's fans. As for Lin Xiao's fans, they're not even worth mentioning. At first, the conflict was restrained and relatively peaceful. But the next day, official accounts began subtly stoking the flames, and the situation spiraled out of control. Li Xingwei Studio. Congratulations to Li Xingwei on his new album, Can't Do Without Li, selling over 150,000 physical copies in 2 hours, earning an IFPI 5X Platinum certification. The year's best album has arrived. Hashtag Album of the Year, hashtag Li Xingwei New Album, hashtag First 5X Platinum Album of the Year, hashtag What is Star Power? In an era where physical album sales are dismal, Li Xingwei's fans displayed staggering buying power. Even singers dubbed the Great Demon King only managed 100,000 sales in 2 hours. The final tally for Li's album was 264,000 copies across 2 versions, USB edition, 185,000, CD edition, 80,000. IFPI, International Federation of the Phonographic Industry, sets the standards: 15,000 copies for gold, 30,000 for platinum, and 150,000 for 5X Platinum in China. The math checks out with middle school arithmetic. But calling it Album of the Year? Little Fruits were furious. Who does he think he is, some kind of god? Before Little Fruits could fully mobilize, another Weibo post poured gasoline on the fire. Li Xingwei Fan Club, official. Hashtag Album of the Year, hashtag Li Xingwei New Album, hashtag What is Star Power? The deluxe USB edition of Can't Do Without Li sold 100,000 copies, grossing over 35 million yuan. Holding up the sky of Mandarin pop, real music is measured by sales, not free downloads. Oh, this was unforgivable. Even the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles wouldn't tolerate this. Little Fruits exploded. The verbal warfare escalated instantly. Wei Tongzi, trying to keep a level head, reached out to the Snow Pears fan leader. Calling it Album of the Year is one thing. The sales are impressive. But saying real music is measured by sales, not free downloads, is a direct jab. That's crossing the line. To be honest, the saying, liking is indulgence, love is restraint, might sound pretentious, but Wei Tongzi's deep care for Chu Zhi made her cautious in her decisions as a fan leader. Otherwise, given her temper, the Snow Pears fan leader was actually an employee of Li Xingwei's company, Dehua Entertainment. Clearly, the success had gone to the team's head. This provocation was undoubtedly authorized. The reply was blunt. Isn't it the truth? Your mom's exploded. You turtle spawn. Can't talk properly? Gotta fart out of your mouth instead. Wei Tongzi unleashed her true self, typing furiously. With negotiations broken down, peaceful resolution was off the table. Little Fruits struck first, invading the Snow Pears super topic. 400 yuan for a USB? Hilarious. Getting scammed and still bragging about it. Snow Pears retaliated. If his album weren't free, who'd even listen to it? Can't do without Li is way better than 25,117 possibilities. The feud escalated into chaos, creating a win-win situation for Weibo, which raked in double the traffic and engagement. Li Xingwei, while publicly urging fans to stay calm, privately instructed his team, via the fan leader, to keep stirring the pot. Why? Because the more worked up fans got, the better the sales. Rivalry bred competitiveness. Satisfied, Li Xingwei headed out for Japanese cuisine. Beyond sales, his real goal was to trample Chu Zhi. Chu Zhi was on the verge of becoming the top of the top celebrities, and Li Xingwei saw an opportunity to climb by stepping on him. The most torn were fans of both Li and Chu. No matter what they said, they'd be betraying one side. Remember Chu Zhi, the high school girl who woke up early to clean streets for charity in the name of her idol? She had a huge fight with her best friend. Not Xiao Qi, who didn't follow celebrities, but her deskmate Ling Ling, a hardcore snow pair who'd bought the deluxe USB album. Xiaozi cut ties with her. Never assume online fan wars stay online. Countless friendships have been destroyed over idol rivalries. Now about these deluxe USB albums. Let's be real, they're just fancy-looking USB drives. Past designs include animals, pendants, and cartoon figures, all tied to the artist. These USBs, loaded with the album songs, sell for 200 to 500 yuan. We're long past the VCD era. Nowadays, people buy physical albums either to boost their idol's numbers or for collection purposes. Since it's about display, a stylish USB naturally looks better on a shelf than a plain CD, hence the higher sales. Back to the main story. Li Xingwei's team had ignited this fire, but they soon reaped what they sowed. On Weibo and Instagram, they were losing ground fast. Whether in sheer numbers or fan loyalty, snow pairs were no match for Little Fruits. It wasn't even a contest. Little Fruits, forged through hardship, were like zombies, relentless, refusing to back down. Many were working adults who took the day off, sacrificing their attendance bonuses. Why? Because they felt responsible. Those with vine tattoos or star cluster tattoos carried a sense of duty. If I don't step up, Brother 9 will get bullied. Those without tattoos believed, Brother remembers every sacrifice we make. With this group, buff, and numerical advantage, snow pairs never stood a chance. Only Li Xingwei's fandom could put up even a semblance of resistance. Anyone else would have been steamrolled. While Li Xingwei enjoyed his sushi, his home base was being raided. His latest post, featuring a handsome smile, would normally be flooded with "so handsome" comments. With heavy moderation, negative remarks were rare. But now, several critical comments had risen to the top. As a neutral observer, Chu Zhi's album is genuinely good. I'd buy it even if it weren't free. Both albums are solid, but I prefer 25,117 possibilities. I used to like you and even bought 2 albums. But why are you picking a fight with Brother 9? Care to explain? Li Xingwei refused to believe these were real neutrals. To him, they were obviously plants. And used to like you? That just meant they were traitors. Number 83. A one-sided domination. He has that many fans. Li Xingwei asked his manager, how could the gap between top celebrities be this vast? Fucking dumb. Why asking a question you already know the answer to? The manager cursed inwardly. Not only were they losing the fan war, but the album quality couldn't compete either. The fact that their album was inferior shocked the manager. Dahua Entertainment had invested heavily in acquiring high-quality tracks, aiming to position Li Xingwei as the only top-tier idol in Mandapop with both popularity and talent. At least 3 songs on the album were genuinely excellent, potential hits. Yet they still couldn't beat Chu Zhi? What kind of sorcery was this? Why aren't you saying anything? Li Xingwei's expression darkened. The manager took a deep breath, swallowing his frustration. This is why I hate working for narcissists. Aloud, he said, our sales are still higher. We'll hit 50 million in 24 hours. Chu Zhi can't even come close. That was true. As long as they clung to this one metric and refused to admit defeat, then technically, they hadn't lost. Li Xingwei nodded to himself. No, scratch that. Why frame it as not losing? He wasn't losing to begin with. His new strategy, play both the glory card and the victim card. The glory card meant frequently updating sales milestones to make fans feel their spending was worthwhile. The victim card involved having fan leaders subtly complain, our idol is being bullied by X, Y, Z. Fans, upon seeing their beloved star wronged, would open their wallets even wider. Originally, Lee's team planned to fabricate some areas of inferiority for this narrative. But they quickly realized they didn't need to fabricate anything. The gaps were real. Meanwhile, Chu Zhi's 25117 possibilities had launched across all major platforms. QQ Music, NetEase Cloud, Kugu, Kuwo, instantly dominating the charts. On QQ Music, the largest platform, Suddenly Missing You topped both the new songs and popularity charts by noon. The comments were flooded with heartfelt messages. There's no such thing as suddenly missing you. You were always in my heart. On repeat, I'm not afraid of missing you. I'm afraid of never hearing from you again. Memories flooding back. Wenwen, are you doing okay? Nyo Nyo, AI, Fong Fong, Lily, Ching Ching, Tian Tian. Wherever you are, I miss you. Against the Light, ranked number 3 on the New Songs chart. Number 2 was a K-pop girl group's latest. The New Songs chart updated hourly, while the popularity index refreshed daily. The real-time sales rankings, however, updated every 5 minutes, a transparent tactic to fuel fan-driven competition. Comments for Against the Light poured in. This isn't just a rock anthem. It's about believing in yourself. Post-grad entrance exams, here I come. Life needs light. Became a fan after I am a singer, and this album delivers. Cried listening to this. Thinking of the hate 9 endured breaks my heart. That moment when a beam of light stings your eyes. 100 days left. I'll become my own light. Though Against the Light didn't hit number 1, it was the song that introduced many to Chu Zhi, hence the overwhelming engagement, 999 plus comments in minutes. Wind Blows the Wheat Fields sat at number 9, but its comments section took an amusing turn. When I'm rich, I'll hire him to hum this for me all day. The song paints such vivid imagery. Chu Zhi feels like a poet, gentle and artistic. My 100-day-old baby won't sleep to any lullaby, except the humming part of this song. Thanks, Orange, for your contribution to infant sleep science. What I Miss ranked number 4. With 4 songs in the top 10, first, third, fourth, Chu Zhi's dominance was undeniable. Meanwhile, Li Xingwei's lead single barely scraped number 6. Lin Xia's 2 title tracks, Innocent and Suspended River, languished at number 10 and number 14. What was expected to be a close battle turned into a rout from day one. Note, both Li and Lin's albums had 3 to 4 free tracks to attract casual listeners and boost rankings. Whether they succeeded in attracting outsiders was unclear, but they were undeniably getting crushed on the charts. The massacre wasn't limited to streaming. It extended to critics. 25117 possibilities, 8.7 on Dubon. Can't Do Without Li, 7.5. Early Summer, 7.8. Wu Shi's Greatest Hits, 8.9, but it's a compilation, so high scores are expected. Dubon, a notorious hub for anti-idol sentiment, shockingly praised Chu Zhi's album. User, Fengqing Yinsa. My feed was flooded with this album. Initially skeptical, another overhyped idol release. I gave in due to Wind Blows the Wheat Fields, and was blown away. This album alone solidifies Chu Zhi as a real musician. User, Critic_Mango. What I Miss showcases Chu Zhi's vocal growth. The syncopated verses and explosive yet controlled chorus make it a grade 9 art exam level difficulty, on par with Black Humor or Fly Higher. He spent 3 days recording this one song. That's dedication. Bonus, Guji Guji is my stress relief anthem now. 1/2. User, 5 Poisons. After Survival vs. Living, I checked the credits. Chu Zhi composed and arranged this. People praise his lyrics, but his arrangements are brilliant. Alarm clocks, faucets, taxi horns, ringtones, plane takeoffs, all sampled into a looped rhythm mirroring life's monotony. Genius. Pairing upbeat melodies with bleak lyrics, or vice versa? Masterful. Compared to Can't Do Without Li and Early Summer's cliches, Chu Zhi's album is a revelation. The album wasn't just loved by fans. Casual listeners and critics adored it too. That's the real test, since fans will praise even garbage. And no one doubted Chu Zhi's authenticity. After Dream of the Red Chamber's live songwriting session, who could question him? His scheming nature always prepared for worst-case scenarios. A bit of a waste, muttered Huang Bo of Taiyang Chuana Entertainment, skimming the reviews. Most albums only had 2 to 3 standout tracks, yet 25,117 possibilities had 4. Oh well. Huang was already calculating licensing fees for Chu Zhi's next album, but the coup de grace was still coming. A Dubon user, fallenangel_Lucifer, posted in the music forum. The album cover shows light particles scattering in a dark abyss. The poster's text forms a face, both designed by Chu Zhi himself. But here's the kicker. My cousin, a Mango TV staffer, revealed why it's called 25117 Possibilities. During Dream of the Red Chambers livestream, fans submitted album name ideas. Chu Zhi later asked the crew to count the submissions. 25,117 fan-suggested titles. That's the romance of a true artist. Number 84. Can we fight fair? Brother Chu really knows how to play the PR game. Indeed, fallenangel_Lucifer was one of Fly Team's burner accounts, meticulously crafted to withstand scrutiny. This was why forums like Dubon and Jihu always seemed to have insiders or relatives of insiders leaking info. The internet felt like a den of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Of course it did, because those dragons and tigers were planted there on purpose. An idol who constantly interacts with fans. Who can compete with that? Working with a high IQ artist is a dream. Fly Team's leader reminisced about his previous client, a brain-dead idiot who made his blood pressure spike. He'd explicitly warned, don't take photos at Yasukuni's shrine. If you do, don't post them. If you post them, don't use your main account. And what did the moron do? All of the above. His career imploded. Serves him right. With work wrapped up early, Fly decided to reward himself with instant noodles for dinner. Wait, he couldn't let his fans go hungry. Facing his camera, he announced, just grabbing some quick instant noodles. He set up the shot, then pulled ingredients from his fridge, 300 g of M9 Australian Wagyu filet, cubed. A pot of 5 animal supreme broth simmered in the pressure cooker. Fly's signature move was using ludicrously expensive ingredients to elevate instant noodles. 30 minutes later, the aromatic masterpiece was ready. Chopsticks lifted a bundle of noodles toward the camera. Fans eat first. Oh wait, you can't. Guess I'll eat for you. He slurped loudly. As a Billy foodie up content creator, Fly occasionally posted gourmet troll videos. This one ended with his catchphrase, wipe your drool and go order takeout. After minor edits, it went live. Fly's team shared an apartment near Joy City. Post-meal, he stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing out. What's that? Joy City's Ferris wheel glittered unusually bright. Zooming in with his phone, he deciphered the message. Little Fruits celebrate 25,117 possibilities, topping 18 domestic music charts. Holy shit. This hardcore. Fly had seen celebs rent LED billboards for birthdays, but for an album release? This was next level. Clearly, Chu Zhi's mom fans had mobilized. Beyond Joy City, several Bund megascreens now displayed. 25,117 possibilities, all for Agio. We couldn't join your youth, but we'll grow old with you. The scale dwarfed anything Li Xingwei could muster. The hashtag trended before Li's team noticed, over an hour later. Niu Jiangxue and team were stunned. They knew Little Fruits were powerful, but this was terrifying. Plans need adjusting. Immediately, fan actions could elevate an idol's status. With this organic fan movement, paired with the album's critical and commercial success, they could renegotiate endorsement deals. Translation, time to demand more money. For instance, Baidu Maps voice pack deal, recording 50 navigation phrases like turn right, initially offered 2 million renminbi, $280K. Now, Niu Jiangxue could push for 3 million. Our artist's voice is premium. Pay up. Late-night meetings ensued with PR and finance. Meanwhile, Fly's leak on Dubon, initially met with skepticism, had spread through fan groups and QQ spaces. Then, a verified Dream of the Red Chamber technician confirmed. Clarifying rumors, the 25,117 indeed references fan-submitted titles during the livestream. Chu Zhi personally requested our team to tally them post-show. Case closed. Casual fans, Little Fruits, and even rival stands reacted. What kind of fairy idol is this? Others, take notes. Please listen to 25,117 possibilities. 9 put his soul into this. Being Chu Zhi's fan is bliss. He treats us like friends. At Suiwu at Wu-Tang, learn from him. Bruh, tagging them directly? You've got a death wish. Honestly, I'm a toffee Wu-Tang fan. But even I wish Tang would do this. The participation, the gratitude. I'm gonna cry. This maneuver converted casual listeners into loyalists. Chu's Orange Garden gained countless new little fruits, now strutting with pride. Other fandoms seethed with envy. Even those parroting, "Our idol makes music for artistry, not fan service," secretly wished for involvement. But switching idols was unlikely. Sunk cost fallacy is real. Unless, say, a better option appeared. Snow Pears, already struggling against Little Fruit's assault, collapsed entirely after the 25,117 reveal. The coup de grace? Every major platform now hosted Can't Do Without Lee roast sessions. Little Fruits kept it civil. 25,117 leads in quality and buzz. Taste is subjective, but starting fights isn't. Retract, real music is measured by sales, not free downloads. Netizens reveled in the spectacle. Top idols rarely clashed so directly. The Six Kings usually dominated separate niches. By internet law, only when losing do stands play the reason card. Snow Pears writhed in frustration because by Daoj rules, gang ethics the instigator is the bitch. And Lee sighed through the first punch. Casual listeners, oblivious to the drama, simply enjoyed the music, and Chu's album delivered. Chu won twice. The Li Xingwei fan club, Weibo admin turned off comments, unable to withstand the onslaught. Li himself seethed, but since he'd approved the inflammatory posts, blaming his team was hypocritical. Do these idiots lack brains? Why didn't they stop me? He inhaled sharply. Even Can't Do Without Lee hitting 50 million renminbi in sales couldn't lift his mood. We're both singers. Shouldn't we compete on music? Why resort to dirty tricks? His glare could have melted steel. Lee's team pivoted to sales milestones, avoiding direct confrontation. If Chu's attacks ended here, Lee would survive, just bruised ego. But Chu wasn't done. Day 2 of the album War, Like Smoke, is the album's true masterpiece. Am I the only one who thinks so? Nagoya University exchange student Sumi Nanako, self-dubbed Ding July, Chiyue, as Nana means 7 in Japanese, murmured in accented Mandarin. At 20, she softly sang her favorite lyrics. At 7, catching a cicada, thinking I'd caught summer. At 17, kissing her cheek, believing it'd last forever. Nanako, shut up. We're trying to study, her dorm mate snapped. Sorry, call me July, please. Nanako bowed. Sure, Nanako. Whatever, Nanako. Typical Japanese, small courtesy, no integrity, Nanako thought. She switched to headphones. Japanese fans obsessed over MVs. A lazy MV drew scorn. A great one credited the composer, not the singer. Recent viral MVs included Might As Well Dance, Wacky, and Though Our Hands Are Empty, Tearjerker. Nanako hit play. Number 85. A Face That Conquers Humanity. The MV for Like Smoke opened with a lengthy text crawl, apparently some backstory. Wait. Sumi Nanako hastily paused. Her Chinese was decent, but skills like speed reading 10 lines at a glance or quantum reading remained beyond her. After parsing the 200 to 300 word prologue, enlightenment dawned. Oh, the heavenly emperor ruled tyrannically, exterminating sects and slaughtering countless until an alliance defeated and sealed him. So epic. It's like a film with proper lore. The heavenly emperor is the villain, he. Nanako's muttered commentary died mid-sentence when the emperor's face appeared. Her eyes bulged, jaw slack. There's a poem. Search a lifetime of jade steppes and frost-laden trees. Still, none in this world shall match your grace. Even as someone who'd consumed every flavor of Japanese Eichmann, sugar-sweet, mayonnaise-mild, salt-faced, miso-charming, this visage struck like lightning. Is this CGI? Her first thought, swiftly dismissed. Real versus synthetic was obvious. This was just raw beauty. Chusan's historical look surpasses even Arawara no Narahira as the ultimate beauty standard. Nanako decided even as a villain, such majesty fit an emperor. Arawara no Narahira, Heian period poet, famed less for verse than for allegedly bedding 3,700 women. The original Playboy, Japan's eternal symbol of male beauty. The song's distracting. Nanako muted it, laser-focused on the visuals. MV plot dive. The tyrannical emperor, now imprisoned, flashed back to his youth. A prodigious cultivator, he'd forged the flawless golden core and inherited the wine immortal's legacy. His childhood sweetheart, average talent, contracted the demon's ugly curse during a treasure hunt. Only the Forbidden Land-dwelling medicine god could cure her. So he braved the lethal zone. After tribulations, the medicine god refused. Her talents too meager. Solution? Transfer his golden core to her. Dog blood. Nanako inhaled the clichés like oxygen. The young master, wine-gourd at hip, hair loosely tied with wood, exuded untamed charm. Chu Zhi lacked Tony Leung's acting chops, but director Liao compensated with iconic posing. Untamed, wine-dribbling lips, wind-tousled hair, sword-toasting gestures. Unbridled, costuming and makeup. He suffered so much for her. Nanako's eyes misted at the golden core transfer scene, agony etched on his face. Injured from the Forbidden Lands and coreless, his swordsmanship path ended. Yet his genius pivoted. As a prince's strategist, he manipulated empires, then reinvented cultivation through chess. When demons ravaged the land, he re-emerged as the demon-subduing general, saving humanity. Plot twist: the curse was cleansed, but his love remained possessed by outer realm demons, existential threats beyond human-demon conflicts. Too late, she'd infected her entire clan. To save the city's 300,000 lives, he exterminated her family, then purified her via core extraction. He bore all the blame, so she wouldn't know she doomed her family. A true man. Nanako's tears fell freely. She paused constantly to read subtitles. The tragedy hit harder because Chu's beauty amplified immersion. Third act, demonization arc. Seeking a cure, the hero embraced demonic power. The MV showcased bare torso, spine twisted with an extra arm. Deliberately blurred facial contours except for that razor-sharp nose bridge. Peach blossom eyes radiating androgynous allure. Between moonlight and snowfall, he was the third kind of sublime. Like chugging Baijiu on an empty stomach, the visual impact left Nanako intoxicated. Her earlier sorrow vaporized. Throat bobbing, she swallowed hard. Poisoned by beauty, the demonized hero found a way to seal the outer realm threat, but had to eradicate all infected, including implanted demon seeds. Hence his Emperor-era massacres. Nanako rewatched it 5 times. The subsequent emptiness resembled post-clarity clarity. Chusan in period costume is therapy, twice daily for stress relief and eyesight improvement. But such beauty had to be shared. She translated all subtitles into Japanese and posted to Mixi, Japan's equivalent of Tieba/Reddit, under unrivaled visuals. Chu Zhi. The film/TV subforum initially ignored it, until Koguchi Yoshihiro, Japan's top singer, shared it to his millions. Viral comments. Whale came angry at unrivaled, left convinced. How does a Chinese star unify aesthetics? Airplane, first MV that made me cry. A general who saved humanity twice, dying besieged? Perfection. Clapperboard, why isn't this a movie? Has he acted in others? Need more. Pre-click. No face is unbeatable. Post-click. What face can beat this? Dagger. Even as a man, his emperor portrayal matches my fantasies of ancient Chinese rulers. I want to kneel. If Japan fell this fast, imagine China. The MV and song, like smoke, trended separately, each a standalone phenomenon. Chu Zhi's popularity surged further. Meanwhile, Li Xingwei's fandom showed defection symptoms. Number 86. The bullied nice guy. Neo Jiangshue's team undoubtedly fanned the flames, especially since they leveraged company resources, namely ByteDance. Chu Zhi's ancient style looks nearly took over the entire Douyin platform in a single day. The MV's content was concise, fast-paced, and perfect for short videos. Title: How enchanting can a man really be? Content: a montage of Chu Zhi's demonic transformation, set to alternative music. Title: Love across mountains and seas, yet no obstacle stands in the way. Content: Chu Zhi's drunken sword immortal persona protecting the female lead, followed by the scene of him refining the flawless golden elixir, paired with a voiceover of a video host breaking into tears. Title: The frost carries the sound of war drums, The cold light shines on armor. Now, fight. Content, a slightly more edited version, tweaking some scenes. Due to the MV's runtime, there weren't any shots of demons slaughtering humans, but the video host dug up some unrelated, gruesome images of demons committing atrocities. Then, with an intense soundtrack, they cut together General Chu Zhi charging into battle, his spear striking like a dragon, clashing with the demons in an earth-shaking showdown. Was it hype? Hell yes. More hype than that anime. Director Liao Dachong hadn't allowed stunt doubles during filming. So how did they handle the fact that Chu Zhi couldn't even twirl a spear properly, making the battle scenes lack impact? Simple. Just make the extras work harder. Chu Zhi kept posing dramatically while the stunt actors in demon costumes acted their hearts out, selling the illusion. For the first time, Chu Zhi experienced what it was like to act without using his brain. So even if he ever broke his rule, for enough money, to star in a drama, the director or assistant director had to be Liao Dachong. No one else would do. Many casual netizens who didn't follow celebrities but idly scrolled through short videos found themselves hooked. What drama is this from? Holy crap, this is intense. That scholar look is hitting me hard. First time in my life I felt my looks threatened. Wait, is that actor Chu Zhi? No way, no way. Curiosity led them to search, and even if the video hosts didn't answer, they quickly discovered the clips were from the Like Smoke MV. The album's popularity skyrocketed. The Office was buzzing too. 9. Mango TV's Sisters Who Make Waves Season 2 wants you as the show's ambassador. They're offering $100 million. Neo Jiangxua paused before adding. But aside from filming 12 main episodes, you'd also need to promote it and shoot around 7 or 8 spin-off episodes. A quick calculation showed the rate per episode remained at $5 million. Those spin-offs were easier to film. Mango TV was effectively raising the price in disguise. Does Sisters Who Make Waves clash with iQIYI's The Original Recording Schedule? Chu Zhi asked. Yes. Neo Jiangxua nodded, then added, so we're planning to let them bid against each other. Chu Zhi agreed. This wasn't an auction where the highest bidder automatically won. That would be too blunt. Instead, they'd subtly nudge both sides. Neo Jiangxua knew what she was doing, so he didn't elaborate. Neo Jia, leave early today. Whatever work you have can wait till tomorrow. Chu Zhi suddenly said, putting down his phone. Huh. Neo Jiangxua was stunned. Isn't today your birthday? Take half a day off. But, she hesitated, reluctant to leave her work unfinished. Money's here, don't worry. It's fine if you disappear for half a day, go enjoy yourself. Chu Zhi smiled. You said you don't like crowds, so I didn't throw you a party. Enjoy some alone time. All right. Thank you, 9. After a brief silence, Neo Jiangxua thanked him sincerely. What's there to thank? We're a team. Good news came in pairs, a 100 million yuan offer and a surge in applications to join the Orange Orchard fan groups. Wei Tongzi, as a core fan, had established over 20 Orange Orchard groups, which now functioned as semi-official fan hubs. Joining wasn't as simple as knowing the group number. Applicants had to pass screening, partly to weed out antis, but mostly because demand was overwhelming. For every happy fan, there was a disgruntled one, Newton's third law of karma. While readers might lose monthly and recommendation votes, they could still gain the joy of supporting their favorite author. While fan leader Wei Tongzi was overjoyed, the third official fan group of Li Xingwei was in chaos as members left en masse. We promised to walk the flower path with Gidge together. And now this. Group leader Bingtang Xueli, Rock Sugar Snow Pear, was furious. Quitting was one thing. Real life came first, but defecting to the enemy camp as Little Oranges? That was outright betrayal. I'm exhausted from all the chart battles. Bought 3 USB albums for Li Ji, even if it means eating dirt. But he still wants us to push harder. I'm just tired. Not trying to start anything, but I kinda envy Chu Zhi's fans. Bingjia, don't make it sound so serious. We just need a break. More and more members left. Bingtang Xueli was livid. They made it sound so noble, but she knew they were just jumping ship. She had a mole in the Orange Orchard. Did having a spy in a fan group sound extreme? Not at all. Wars between top stars were like this. Anti-fans often posed as supporters, and the simplest way to sabotage was to spam unrelated videos with the name of the star you hated. Many of Li Xingwei's most loyal Snow Pear fans had already passed screening and joined the new Orange Orchard groups. All Bingtang Shuali could do was rage helplessly. You could force someone to support an idol, but you couldn't force them to like one. Just as the Orange Orchard had strict entry requirements, Li Xingwei's official groups did too. Those leaving were the ones who'd spent real money supporting him. And if this many were quitting openly, how many more were silently defecting? Li Xingwei's team knew immediately, but there was no defense. The best counterattack would have been to fight visuals with visuals, release stunning photos. But that would have been suicidal. If it was 90 versus 94, fan delusion could bridge the gap. But 85 versus 94? That was just asking for humiliation. Is being handsome all that matters? If he's so good-looking, why doesn't he become a gigolo? Singers should rely on skill. These three thoughts echoed in Li Xingwei's mind. He regretted it, not going head-to-head with Chu Zhi, but not having a better team. If he'd had Chu Zhi's team, the winner would have been Li. Can a singer just rely on talent? Li Xingwei cried out once more. Chu Zhi had endless tricks up his sleeve, while his own strategy, using achievements to garner sympathy, felt pathetic in comparison. His disdained team had done everything possible, chart battles, award campaigns, using results to placate fans. But under Chu Zhi's overwhelming popularity, their efforts crumbled like paper. Lin Xia, who saw Li Xingwei as a rival, was delighted. In high spirits, he finished a 2-hour fashion shoot in just 90 minutes. Thanks for your hard work, Teacher Lin, the photographer said. Lin Xia waved it off and headed to the break room. CNG, let me tell you, I knew Chu Zhi wasn't ordinary the first time I saw him. Want to know why? He nudged his manager. Because he's extraordinary, CNG declared. No shit, CNG. Lin Xia rolled his eyes. My grandma once said that anyone handsomer than me is either a monster or not human. I took one look at Chu Zhi and knew, this guy's a monster. Writes hits, looks unreal. See, befriending him was the right call. CNG admitted he'd misjudged. He'd warned Lin Xia against associating with Chu Zhi back when he was a has-been. Who'd have guessed he'd not only bounce back, but surpass his former glory? So people, Lin Xia sighed dramatically. CNG turned, waiting for the profound conclusion. As long as you don't die, you'll keep on living. Lin Xia said. And as long as you live, you'll see all sorts of things. Back to the mass exodus. As the like smoke MV blew up, snow pairs kept jumping ship. Some said girls who chased idols were all unhappy in real life. After all, if life was good, why obsess over stars? There was some truth to that. But how many people did have perfect lives? Every family had its struggles. Bingtang Shuali was 42, a high-ranking executive at Minute Maid's North China office. By her age, her position marked her as successful and capable. Her idol obsession stemmed from coincidence. Years ago, after a fight with her husband, who'd spent days partying at bars and KTVs instead of coming home, their marriage became a hollow shell. Bound by their child, they didn't divorce, but the damage was done. Trapped in misery but too well raised to retaliate with her own escapades, she stumbled upon Li Xingwei, fresh from Japan's Johnny and Associates, shining on a variety show. From then on, she became a fan. As Li Xingwei climbed to stardom, he became her emotional crutch. They're leaving over an MV? Bingtang Shuali finally watched the MV. She'd been too busy helping her idol chart to pay attention to the news. It felt absurd. How could true love be shaken by a song, by a video? Number 87. Wanting to leave the group. Given the MV's explosive popularity online, Bingtang Shuali easily found it and hit play. The lengthy opening credits alone made her itch to nitpick. Then came the Celestial Emperor, the drunken sword immortal, the Confucian scholar, the demon-slaying general, the demonized saint, and the holy monk, all within a 5-minute video. Bingtang Shuali felt like she'd witnessed 6 cycles of reincarnation, a testament to her ironclad will as a successful, independent 42-year-old woman. She scoffed. That's it? Nothing special. She needed to critique it a few more times. Half an hour later, after multiple rewatches, she casually opened a music app and scrolled through the comments under like smoke. Lai Xiang Baiwei came from the short videos. Found the full version. 9 is the literal definition of I can be whatever you like. Yin Yao, first meeting, and I already want to take you to bed. Sophisticates call it love at first sight. Jun Jun Yao Chi Tang. Another day of 9 luring butterflies with his looks. Beauty isn't skin deep, it's bone deep. Nine's beauty goes straight to the marrow. Slurp. Darksky. No offense, but this man is sick. Diagnosis. Ancient costume god syndrome. In modern clothes, he's ethereal. In historical garb, he's celestial. The comment section was also full of seasoned drivers. Both male and female, the top half is indecent. But watching this MV the first time gave me literary inspiration. The second time, though the inspiration was gone, the spring still flowed. Damn, with all you men and women here, we couldn't even cobble together a single pair of pants. Honestly, a comment section wasn't fun without some veteran drivers. What's the use of a pretty face? Bingtang Xueli supported her idol because of Li Xingwei's confidence on stage. Inner monologue. I admit your looks caught my attention, but I'm not that shallow. Taking a deep breath, she steeled herself and began researching Chu Zhi's life. She stumbled upon an old video. Chu Zhi at 16, freshly signed as a trainee under Dahua Entertainment, recording a self-intro on his first day in the dorm. Ha, this is 16-year-old Chu Zhi. Finally made it into the company. I'm gonna be the biggest star. No, the hottest star. 5 years. By 21, I'll be super famous. In the video, his teenage features were still soft, though undeniably handsome. His Mandarin wasn't as polished back then, with traces of a Sichuan accent. This point, super famous. The 20-second clip should have ended there, but he suddenly remembered something and added, "When I make money, I'll buy my grandpa the most expensive walking stick. No way other grandpas get to have cool stuff, and mine doesn't." Bingtang Xueli almost laughed. She'd heard of people vowing to buy houses or cars, but a walking stick? First time. Chu Zhi had lived with his grandfather since middle school, so their bond was deep. Debut, fame, top-tier stardom. Just when it seemed like smooth sailing, the sky collapsed. False accusations. I am a singer. The dream of the Red Chamber livestream. Depression, a suicide attempt. 6 hours passed. Bingtang Xueli usually took afternoon tea, but today, she was fully immersed in learning about another star. She realized, if Li Xingwei shone on stage, Chu Zhi was the sun, his warmth palpable to every fan. It was comforting. She still didn't think Li was inferior, but Chu Zhi was undeniably worth liking. She began to understand why the little oranges were so fiercely loyal. Bingtang Xueli created a burner account and applied to join an Orange Orchard screening group. The fan questionnaire was easy, followed by 3 tasks. For someone new to fandom, it might seem tedious, but as a veteran fan leader, she breezed through. The newly formed fan group, Orange Orchard number 46, was nothing like the one she managed. Another day of loving 9. Today's my first time volunteering at a nursing home. You're awesome, fellow fruit. Senior year's killing me. Only 10 minutes of phone time a day. All I can do is pick up fallen shared bikes on my way to school. Every little act of kindness counts. Let's all be like 9 and fill the world with warmth. 9's MV got me so hooked, I forgot my homework. I helped my parents cook today. Okay, that doesn't count. I'll do something nice outside tomorrow. The group was discussing good deeds. Bingtang Xueli was stunned. Snow Pears also donated in their idol's name, but it was mostly just throwing money at causes. The Little Orange's vibe was entirely new. This unusual dynamic stemmed from Chu Zhi's past actions. His fans wanted to emulate his kindness. Even if only a fraction, like 0.1%, actually followed through, the sheer size of his fanbase meant plenty did. Those who did good deeds inevitably shared in the group, shaping its wholesome atmosphere. Whether this virtuous cycle would last was unclear, but for now, Bingtang Xueli was deeply moved. Then she looked back at her own group, still obsessing over chart rankings. Sigh. For the first time, she felt the urge to quit as group leader. Bingtang Xueli represented another demographic. Those who didn't instantly stan after the MV, but were intrigued enough by Chu Zhi's looks to dig deeper. Li Xingwei's album sales might have profited, but his foundation was crumbling. Chu Zhi was poised to dethrone him as top idol. Midnight. A notification chimed. Chu Zhi set aside his documents and checked his phone. Liang Pingbo 0-. He pulled up WeChat and messaged someone he hadn't contacted in ages. Happy birthday, Director Liang. Thanks for your guidance during I Am a Singer. Liang Pingbo was currently overseeing rehearsals for I Want to Sing With You. Late-night prep was normal in variety shows. Don't mistake Liang for a Hunan TV employee. He ran his own music company and collaborated with networks. A behind-the-scenes heavyweight, he worked as music director for singing competitions, concerts, even films. Huh. Liang Pingbo was puzzled. He celebrated his lunar calendar birthday, so a solar calendar greeting threw him off. The sender's note. Chu Zhi. Chu Zhi remembers my birthday? Liang was shocked. Their collaboration on Singer had been tense. Well, unpleasant. Chu Zhi's strong opinions on arrangements left little room for his input. At most, Liang thought Chu Zhi was decently amiable. Off camera, they'd had zero contact. Exchanging info was just formality. He checked their chat history. The last message was a voice note from over a month ago, a New Year's greeting he'd skimmed via auto-translate. Now, listening properly. Happy New Year. Wishing you success. Working with you was a pleasure. Compared to this birthday wish, Liang suddenly felt guilty. That voice note clearly wasn't a mass message. His WeChat handle, Magical Girl Who Moves Heaven and Earth, was his daughter's doing, along with his profile pic of her. Total dad behavior. Thanks, Teacher Chu. I celebrate my lunar birthday, but I appreciate it. He added a voice note. Got swamped with New Year messages. Meant to reply, but it got buried. No worries. My inbox was flooded too. It's the thought that counts. No need to reply. Would the acting emperor personally send individualized New Year's greetings? Of course not. WeChat's mass messaging feature, Settings, General Assistant, existed for a reason. Acting Emperor Pro Tip. Voice notes seem more sincere than text, especially with personalized details. Staff like Liang Pingbo, Sun the Frog, Peng Pu, etc. got one batch. Artists like Lin Xia, Gu Nanqi, and Koguchi got another. Seniors like Ho Yubin had their own tier. This was how you balance a bowl of water so evenly it pacifies the world. Chu Zhi's 37 birthday reminders spoke volumes. In his past life, as a boss, he'd wish all 51 employees happy birthday and give them half a day off. How do you think he maintained the company's industry-low turnover rate? Back to work. Reading Day Ambassador. Chu Zhi scanned his list of 60-plus charity invitations. Number 88. There's always a request. 60-plus charity invitations, ranging from the Ministry of Culture and Tourism's World Book Day promotion, essentially an invite from People's Daily to 24 A-list stars to post about reading good books, to a tourism ambassador request from Fengdu County in Chongqing, hoping to use 3 of his portraits for publicity. Charity means no pay, Chu Zhi mused. He knew he had to accept a few. Celebrities needed charity activities to shape their image and give back to society. Fengdu County Tourism Bureau, World Book Day, and Guangdong's Wildlife Protection Advocacy Conference. He picked 3 from the pile and forwarded them to Old Qian. Why not Niu Jiangxue? Because yesterday was her birthday. Even though it was past midnight, a day off meant a full day off. Let Old Qian handle it for now. These people really think celebrity teams are stupid. Charity on their lips, business in their hearts, Chu Zhi scoffed. After wrapping up work, he washed up and checked his phone. A message from Disciple of the Big Cat. I'll be in Shanghai tomorrow. If you're free, 9, I'd love to treat you to dinner and introduce someone. Dinner's on me. I've lived in Shanghai long enough to host. Disciple of the Big Cat. Looking forward to it. That private kitchen in Changsha was delicious last time. Delicious? Could have fooled him. The guy had been frowning through the meal like it was some culinary atrocity. Chu Zhi didn't believe in pinning chats. He'd long since unpinned Bai Xia's. Where there's giving, there's taking. He sensed Bai Xia was about to ask for a favor. Finally, some normalcy. One-sided help always felt off. Guess I'll find out what Bai Xia really wants tomorrow. His schedule was packed, but he called Old Qian to clear his evening. Hosting dinner required at least 2 to 3 hours. Chu Zhi was in his career ascent. Busy, but still clocking 8 hours of sleep. A far cry from his predecessor, whom Kong Fei had milked dry, sleep-deprived, and overworked. Kaifeng's company is already a laughingstock in the industry. And Dahua's cash cow, Li Xingwei, just got his crown knocked off by me. Enough? Not quite. Truth was, Chu Zhi hadn't even flexed yet. Li Xingwei had walked into this one all on his own. His tarot cards claimed 1 a.m. was his luckiest hour. Chu Zhi wasn't superstitious. He just believed anything that favored him. Even those cheesy personality quizzes? If they flattered him, they were accurate. Currently, he had 15 personality coins, 8 originally, plus 7 from 2 recent achievements. Overcarb day x5, 4 coins. Barefaced in public x5, 3 coins. Attending events counted as public. Honestly, Chu Zhi wasn't exactly a personality star yet. Aside from the barefaced stunt, nothing else stood out. Soon, one more album to solidify my foundation, then I'll lean into the personality bit. He thought of Pu Shu, an iconoclast from his past life. Mid-recording, Pu had announced it was bedtime and left. No judgment, maybe his contract allowed it. But the public reaction was telling. Pu Shu lives the life we all dream of. This is so Pu Shu. Why? Because he was Pu Shu, the man behind those flowers. Life like summer flowers, white birch forest, an ordinary path. Talent earned indulgence. But first, you had to show that talent. Hope this draw lands me something special. He washed his hands with Diva hand soap, for luck. Vocal skills weren't built in a day. He wanted a shortcut. Coach, let me cheat. System bro, hit me with a draw. And auto-display the prize pool. Japanese language pack. English language pack. Title, Night King. Fireworks cool easily song pack. Album, U87. Album, custom pack. 2 language packs. System bro noticed my struggles with Japanese and English. So thoughtful. Chu Zhi gave a thumbs up. Never met a system as considerate as you. Well, he'd never met any system. Prizes breakdown. Language packs, self-explanatory. Night King, a legendary title. You're the baddest in the dark. At night, you exude conqueror's hockey. You are the night's sovereign. Weak-willed kneel before you. Okay, that's extra, but I want it. Fireworks cool easily, a classic Chinese-style ballad. Albums. Custom, Su Song's debut, featuring Rain on Qing Ming, a nostalgic favorite. Every track was a hit. U87, Eason Chan's magnum opus, including Overrated. Crowned 2005's top 5 must-buy Asian albums. Time to draw. Chu Zhi mumbled, "Hi, I'm V. This is my debut album, Custom. All songs written, composed, and arranged by me." As if reciting it boosted his odds. Copia. He wanted custom most. Eason's album was legendary, but those vocals? Eason Chan, Hong Kong's third-generation god of songs. His low-end control was insane, his mixed voice indistinguishable from his chest voice. Even covers by others rarely did justice. First draw, English language pack. Not bad. He soothed his disappointment. Better than Japanese. Gotta sing in English if I'm aiming for global pop king. The pack flooded his mind with 20-plus years of native English mastery. Slang, idioms, cultural nuance. He could now ace the caddy translation exam blindfolded. Maybe I'll take the caddy for fun. Wait, with this English level, could he publish Stray Birds overseas? Previously, he'd hesitated. Writing English poetry with shaky language skills was risky. Now, no issue. A college dropout becomes a world-renowned poet through self-study and life experience? What's more inspiring than that? Note, real-life example, Su Lizzie, the migrant worker poet, wrote raw, haunting verses before his tragic death at 24. After some research, he found no Western equivalent to China's poetry platforms. Guess he'd have to submit a full manuscript to publishers. Second draw. The prize pool looked even wilder this time. Number 89. Hitting the jackpot. Muscle King. Oddity. The miraculous bird of paradise. Title, Sun King. Song pack, Chow Chow. Song pack, Onion. Special reward, Farinelli's peak physical prowess, the legendary castrato. To be honest, aside from the 2 song packs, the rest of the prizes in this pool had a distinctly bizarre vibe. In the late Eastern Han, 3 kingdoms rose amidst endless war. How does the rest go again? Chu Zhi mused. Chow Chow might be dead, but the spirit of Chow Thief lived on. Speaking of which, after researching records of the 3 kingdoms, I realized Chow wasn't actually a married women connoisseur. He just liked pretty women. It just so happened that the pretty ones were often married. What's wrong with that? He glanced at the Muscle King description, a physique so exaggerated it would make every gym bro weep with envy. Hard pass. Chu Zhi's aesthetic didn't lean toward bodybuilder extremes. That was more of an American taste. Plus, he'd heard the saying, moderate fitness attracts the opposite sex. Extreme fitness attracts the same sex. No idea where it came from, but better safe than sorry. Sun King was the daytime counterpart to Night King, Same domineering aura, just active from sunrise to sunset. Why does a celebrity building system have such weird titles? Elegant Scholar and Smoke Summoner made some sense, but Night King and Sun King? What even were these? Then came the miraculous bird of paradise. Chu Zhi's face twisted into a "are you kidding me" expression. The bird of paradise wasn't a bird. It was the name of an orange tabby cat. Owning it granted a one-time death evasion, akin to a game's extra life. But unlike games, this worked on any fatal threat: cancer, accidents, stab wounds, you name it. The catch? The cat would die in your place. A serious question, Chu Zhi asked cautiously. With Night King and this bird of paradise, does this world have hidden superhumans or ancient cultivators? System: this parallel world has no supernatural forces. Good. As long as everyone else was normal, he could be the one with the cheat codes. Unlocking Despair's voice at 100% was already a form of psychological warfare. This thing is broken. It's like Zhuang Zhou bringing Purify. You literally can't die. His heart raced. More importantly, based on his observations, the top prizes in the blind box had higher drop rates. Unlike the flashy but useless special rewards. Let's go? Droll. In his excitement, he didn't even check the special reward details before selecting the box he felt was the bird of paradise. Opened. Special reward. Farinelli's peak physical prowess, the legendary castrato. Of course the system wouldn't give me what I wanted. Wait. I hit the jackpot. Sometimes, the universe blesses you when you least expect it. Who's Farinelli? The legendary castrato sounds odd. A name alongside Chopin, Beethoven, Vitas, and even Zhao Yuanren. After checking the details, Chu Zhi wished he were under the car, not in it. Farinelli, the world's greatest castrato singer. The pinnacle of bel canto technique and physical vocal prowess. To this day, no one in the West has matched his range or power. What's a castrato? A male singer castrated before puberty to preserve his prepubescent voice. Originating in Renaissance Italy, when women were banned from church choirs, castrati handled the high notes. Boys' voices would eventually break, unless they never went through puberty. Here's the science. Vocal pitch depends on vocal cord vibration frequency. Thinner, narrower chords, like women's, vibrate faster, enabling higher notes. That's why Zhang Yuxing's highs were godly. His vocal cords were short. He could hit E5 without strain, while others struggled with C4. Similarly, Zhou Shun's voice remained childlike because his vocal cords barely thickened during puberty. Puberty equals vocal cords lengthening / thickening equals goodbye high notes. Farinelli's story was brutal. His composer brother, obsessed with preserving his sibling's angelic voice and wanting a perfect singer for his compositions, allegedly castrated him during a high fever. The film Farinelli dramatizes his life. His voice combined a boy's impossible range with a crisp, luminous timbre and freakish lung capacity. At his peak, he could effortlessly hit high C's D, with power, richness, and metallic brilliance. This special reward gave Chu Zhi Farinelli's peak physiology, without the mutilation. Asterisk, the endowment includes 4 parts: insane lung capacity, terrifying range, a bright / resonant timbre, and supernatural vocal stamina. Even without inheriting his techniques, like 10-degree leaps or rapid vibrato, this is a grand prize. Asterisk, if Zhang Yuxing's highs were godlike, Farinelli's were divinity incarnate. Chu Zhi felt the changes instantly. His voice gained a crystalline clarity, his highs now ethereal. His original voice had been generic. Now, it was unique. And no, this didn't make him sound effeminate. Modern countertenors, like Francis Philippe Jarouski, sing in soprano ranges while being unmistakably masculine. My technique's still mediocre, but with this physiology, hitting 4th and 5th octave notes will be easy. Singing is all talent. Without it, even flawless technique only makes you good, e.g., Yoga Lin's artistry versus his limited range / breath support. Should I switch to opera? The prestige is higher. Then he remembered, adults don't choose. They take both. Keep the idle career, study bel canto on the side. Opera singers stomp pop vocalists. Imagine reversing that? Tantalizing. But both genres require training. Wait, learning talent is also talent, right? Farinelli mastered advanced techniques by 15 and outsang a trumpeter at 17. So my learning curve should be. Yes, the system confirmed. Holy shit. This is the joy of a special reward. My vocal talent is now maxed, especially for classical. He splurged 3 personality coins on miraculous golden throat lozenges, protects vocals from smoke, spice, cold, etc. Now, his 15-coin fortune dwindled to 2. Too excited to sleep, he spent the night in the studio. The talent was obvious. The next day, still buzzing, he shot 9 Weibo-worthy photos, took 15 portrait shots for 3 licensing deals, filmed an ad, gave a Guangming daily interview on the responsible celebrity in the new era, finalized a tourism promo for Fengdu County, his hometown, though he'd have skipped it if not for his grandfather's grave there. Mr. Chu, Guangming Daily's editor wants to dine with you. Possible, Neo Jiangxue asked, if our schedule allows. Chu Zhi realized he lacked official connections. By noon, lunch is on me, somewhere nice. He booked a famed Shanghai restaurant. No need, too extravagant. Fei Ge was about to order takeout. 9. You seem extra happy today? Old Qian probed. Just grateful for our teamwork. Chaotic, but efficient. Worth celebrating. He couldn't share the real reason, but joy was contagious. Neo Jiangxue almost declined. She was swamped with brand-building tasks. But Chu Zhi insisted. No takeout. You're all coming. Generous stars are trouble, she sighed, like a humble brag. Wait, has Chu's voice changed? Fei Ge frowned. It's better, right? It's always been pleasant, but today's next level. Wang Yuan agreed. Rare for her to side with Fei Ge. Since when do compliments come with free meals? Old Qian teased. He heard no difference. Laughing, the team headed to Zun Yan, a Jiangzhou cuisine spot in the tech district. Number 90. Miscalculation. Afternoon. The golden sun hung high in the sky, casting its gaze upon the world below, a rare sight after days of absence. In March, Shanghai's average temperature hovered around 12 to 13 degrees Celsius. The sudden return of sunshine seemed to amplify the frustration of drivers stuck in traffic, their honks and curses filling the air. Chu Zhi never expected to get caught in a traffic jam. It'll clear up soon. Usually, it takes about half an hour, said Xiao Zhu, his life assistant, worried that the artist might grow impatient. It's fine. We left plenty of buffer time, Chu Zhi reassured her. The spacious back seat of the nanny van felt oddly tense. Xiao Zhu fidgeted, her words stuck in her throat. Her cousin had begged her for Chu Zhi's autograph, and given how much he'd helped her in the past, she couldn't refuse. But asking for favors wasn't in her nature. Even in college, she preferred doing extra work over relying on others. Now, stuck in traffic, was the perfect opportunity. But Chu Zhi had closed his eyes to rest. Was he asleep? Speaking up might disturb him. Xiao Zhu, did you have something to tell me? Chu Zhi suddenly asked. Cough. Startled, she nodded. See, could I get your autograph? My cousin is a huge fan. He's in Orange Orchard Group 44. She mimicked her cousin's cringy catchphrase. My looks are second only to 9s in all of China. Your cousin is both confident and discerning. Chu Zhi chuckled. Pass me some paper and a pen. As a life assistant, Xiao Zhu always carried stationery. She pulled out a notepad and a gel pen from her Peppa Pig-themed crossbody bag. Don't you have something more formal, like a notebook? For signatures, Chu Zhi asked. Oh, the notepad is fine. But this is your first time asking me for an autograph, and it's for your cousin. It should be special. Chu Zhi smiled. What's his online nickname? Wan Bin. The Wan is the traditional character, she said. After checking the complex character on his phone, Chu Zhi wrote, Thank you for your support, Little Orange. To Wan Bin, whose looks are second only to mine. Is this okay? He asked, handing it back. More than okay. Xiao Zhu was touched. Despite her lowly position as a temp assistant, Chu Zhi had treated her request with sincerity, asking for details, choosing better paper. Her brief stints with other celebrities had shattered her idol fantasies. Many were two-faced off camera. But Chu Zhi? He was better in person. Most male fans were rare among top idols, but Chu Zhi had a solid following of guys. A few more hit albums, and he could cement their loyalty. While 5 male fans might not match 1 female fan's voting power, their devotion ran deep. Just look at Warcraft's box office. After 20 minutes, the traffic began crawling. 10 more minutes, And it cleared. No accident, no red light, just pure congestion. By 5:30 p.m., they arrived at Huang's crab specialty store near Xinhua Road, a spot Xiao Zhu had scouted after much research. You two can explore the area. No need to wait around, Chu Zhi told Xiao Zhu and Qiu before heading into order. For 3 people, 6 male crabs, 5.8 to 6.2 tails, steamed. 9 female crabs, 4.2 to 4.5 tails, drunken style. The decor was mid-tier, but prices weren't cheap. Each crab cost over 250 renminbi, totaling 3,700 for 15. Note: crab is cooling in TCM. Those with weak stomachs or cold feet in winter should avoid it. Half an hour later, his guests arrived. Su Shangbai looked unchanged from their last meeting. Navy blue suit with metal buttons, dark tones, paired with a brown spear collar shirt. No tie, just a collar chain. Same glasses, same elite aura. From his predecessor's memories, Chu Zhi recalled that Su Shangbai had always worn suits, even during Future Idol, just more casually. A man who lived in suits. Su Shangbai companion was a 50-something man in a black tracksuit with white stripes, a classic design. Long time no see, Dubai, Chu Zhi greeted. 9. Su nodded. Glad to see you haven't lost more weight. Chu Zhi ate like a horse daily. Without the no-gain weight loss pills, he'd have gained 10 pounds. Su Shangbai introduced the man. This is Director Tian from Southern Media Group, also Editor-in-Chief of Southern Metropolis Daily. This unassuming, non-balding man ran Southern Metropolis Daily, a top 10 circulation newspaper in China, dominant in the Pearl River Delta. Southern Media Group itself was a media behemoth. Your songs are good. Unlike today's nonsense. Can't understand a word, Tian said bluntly. Yao, editor of Mingpai magazine, keeps wanting to interview you. Probably a fan. Southern Media owned 11 publications, spanning politics, business, culture, and fashion. Mingpai was their luxury magazine, flashy but shallow. Over dinner, Tian's subtle disdain for celebrities, common among mainstream media, was palpable. Yet he deferred to Su, hinting that Su's influence went beyond mere wealth. Southern Media's chairman held deputy ministerial rank. Tian's respect suggested Su's family had serious clout. Plot twist: Su Shangbai hadn't brought Tian to ask for a favor. He was expanding Chu Zhi's connections. Tian even promised Southern Media wouldn't publish baseless gossip about him. Strangely, Su Shangbai seemed more concerned with Chu Zhi's physical health than his mental state. By meal's end, 2 crabs remained untouched. Out of habit, his predecessor hated waste. Chu Zhi asked to pack them. Tian left for Guangdong that night. Clearly, Su Shangbai had pulled strings to get him here. I'll drop you at your hotel, Chu Zhi offered. It's close. I'll walk, Su Shangbai said. Then I'll walk with you. The two strolled through Shanghai's bustling, yet oddly lonely streets. After a while, Chu Zhi spoke. Dubai, you've helped me so much, and I've done nothing in return. I feel guilty. Number 91. The reason? Chu Zhi's words carried an underlying question. Why was Shangbai going to such lengths to help him? Moreover, he had a bold speculation. Was it possible that the original host's soul had transmigrated into Shangbai's body? It didn't seem far-fetched and could explain why Shangbai was so wholeheartedly devoted to helping him. Helping ninth brother is actually helping myself. After a long silence, Su Shangbai finally spoke. So it is. Was this now an open and honest conversation with his landlord? Chu Zhi felt no fear. After all, he had paid his rent in full during the leasing period. As he listened attentively, Chu Zhi realized Shangbai didn't continue. They kept walking along the bustling night streets, and Chu Zhi shot him a puzzled look. Noticing his expression, Shangbai organized his thoughts and said, due to family reasons, participating in Future Star was the result of my greatest effort. Even if I hadn't been eliminated in the top 4, I would have withdrawn from the competition. Shangbai spoke with chilling calmness, as if discussing someone else's affairs. Oh, Chu Zhi followed up, do you really love singing? The acting beast himself had no musical dreams. To him, singing was just a professional skill. He couldn't understand those who would abandon a comfortable life for the sake of music. But understanding or not, despite his many flaws, Chu Zhi's greatest virtue was accepting people with different worldviews. Except for idiots who spouted nonsense like, the Chinese should reflect on themselves first regarding the Nanjing massacre. Those morons didn't even have a worldview. Love singing? Maybe. But the bigger reason was that I didn't want to join the family company. The scheming and politicking were exhausting. Xiangbai analyzed coldly. I wanted to escape my predetermined fate, but the effort I put into practicing during the show and the competitive mindset fostered an ambition in me to become a pop music king. That was also the origin of the ninth brother nickname. During the celebration banquet after the top 10 finalists of Future Star were decided, everyone present was in their early 20s, caught up in the moment, and thoroughly drunk. In their intoxicated state, they ranked themselves by age, much like college roommates. Chu Zhi was the second youngest, while Xiangbai was the youngest. Though they debuted from the same show, their career paths diverged. At best, the runner-up and third-place winners were third- or fourth-tier singers now, and most of them had lost contact. Currently, Xiangbai was the only one who still acknowledged the nickname. Ninth brother is the most successful among our batch, the one most likely to become a pop king. Xiangbai adjusted his glasses and continued, I don't want to see any obstacles on ninth brother's path to the throne, so I offer whatever help I can. Now Chu Zhi understood. It was like when someone couldn't achieve their own dreams, so they projected them onto someone else. Or more bluntly, it was like playing an idol-raising simulation game. As for Xiangbai's explanation, Chu Zhi only half believed it. But he didn't press further. Aside from ninth brother, I've also privately helped the other 8 finalists from Future Star. Xiangbai added, the funds came from my investments during university, but the results were poor. Damn, the rich really live in a different world, throwing money at problems without hesitation. Chu Zhi thought about hanging Xiangbai from a street lamp for wasting money like that. Why not just invest in an entertainment company and sign them properly? Especially Mr. Yulan. I privately arranged for a golden record producer to collaborate on his debut album, but the musical quality was terrible. Xiangbai said, Yulan, the third-place winner of Future Star that year. Based on their drunken ranking, Xiangbai should have called him third brother, but he didn't. Mind if I ask, what does your family business do? Chu Zhi asked curiously. You know golden record producers have connections with Southern Media Group. You could easily venture into the entertainment industry. The entertainment industry doesn't contribute much to national welfare. Xiangbai replied. For the first time, Chu Zhi felt his own pretentiousness paling in comparison. Xiangbai's tone was utterly matter-of-fact when he said those words. We're in the sugar business, not a big company. Xiangbai said, market cap is only about the same as Dahua's. We just have more dealings with officials, so I know some people. If ninth brother ever needs help in this area, feel free to call me. Don't think of it as trouble. Just take care of your health. Dahua's market value was entirely propped up by its celebrities, floating around 4 to 5 billion yuan on the A-share market. A sugar business with that valuation was not a big company. Chu Zhi couldn't help but feel like this was peak humble bragging. Sugar, huh? I actually have a bit of a sweet tooth. Chu Zhi remarked. I'll bring some for ninth brother next time. Xiangbai said. By the time they finished talking, they had reached the hotel. Chu Zhi watched Xiangbai enter before calling Xiao Zhu to arrange for the company car to pick him up. Humble bragging in front of ninth brother is surprisingly satisfying. Xiangbai couldn't help but smile after returning to his room. But he quickly composed himself and opened a folder on the desk. He still had work to do tonight. Guangxi Datong sugar wasn't just on the provincial government's radar. It was monitored at the national level. Every move had to be cautious. Vietnam's sugarcane industry was highly developed, and coincidentally, its third-largest sugar factory, Thanh Hoa Sugar, was facing financial difficulties. Xiangbai had drafted a proposal to acquire it via bank loans. However, after multiple discussions, the proposal was rejected. Xiangbai took off his glasses and rubbed his temples. My personal funds are too limited. Acquiring Thanh Hoa Sugar alone is far beyond my reach. In 2019, domestic sugar consumption was 15 million tons, but domestic production was only 10 million, with a self-sufficiency rate of about 70%. We still need to import 4 to 5 million tons. Xiangbai knew all too well that if Brazil or India faced issues, price inversion, import costs exceeding sales prices, could easily occur. His plan was to acquire Thanh Hoa Sugar and, combined with the domestic high-yield sugarcane base, stabilize the self-sufficiency rate at 80%. Children's right to eat sugar shouldn't be compromised. Xiangbai owned 4 mid-sized sugar factories in Brazil, but they were a drop in the bucket. Beyond that, the sugar industry faced an even greater threat: sky-high production costs. If not for protective tariffs, even industry leaders would collapse. Guangxi Datong Sugar was also under pressure to transition into starch sugar. As Xiangbai pondered deeply, Chu Zhi also came to a realization. I was really stupid. Xiangbai had been closely following the original host since the cyberbullying began. There's no way he could have been possessed by the original soul. Besides, if the original body had Xiangbai's logical thinking, he wouldn't have been screwed over by Kaifeng and Dahua in the first place. Chu Zhi often had moments like this, reflecting on past judgments with regret. Time flew quickly in the entertainment industry. Whoosh, a week passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Xia received one piece of good news and one piece of bad news. The bad news was that Dance in the Rain flopped hard. For a big IP adaptation, script changes angering book fans were one thing. But managing to make even the hired celebrities look bizarre? That was a feat both book fans and stans united in fury. It opened with a 3.4 on Dubon, with room to drop further. While high ratings on Dubon could be questionable, anything below 4 was guaranteed to be utter trash. The good news? Lin Xia's theme song, Heaven's Purity, blew up. As the saying goes, bad movies spawn divine songs. While Heaven's Purity wasn't divine, it was undeniably a hit, even rivaling Against the Light in popularity. But here's the kicker. Chu Zhi's viral ancient-style MV, which didn't quite match the lyrics of Like Smoke, had been tested by video creators with various songs, but none fit quite right. Yet, Heaven's Purity was a perfect match. Just like how Kiss Everywhere paired seamlessly with Hong Kong's 80s to 90s beauties, Heaven's Purity and the MV were a match made in heaven. The Rock soars 90,000 miles with the wind. Hello everyone, my nickname is Lin the Rock. Lin Xiao muttered to himself. Lin Xiao was being modest. To be precise, Heaven's Purity had reignited the popularity of the ancient-style MV, which had naturally cooled after a week. With Li Xingwei losing ground, Brother Xian, has our company made arrangements? Lin Xiao asked. All settled. Brother Xian smiled. Seeing his artist climb higher was a joy. During his lunch break, Lin Xia opened Bilibili, only to find his feed flooded with Chu Zhi-related recommendations. Number 92. Astonishing combat power. When will I ever get this kind of treatment? Lin Xia sighed. Chu Zhi's MV had earned a special title on Bilibili. Bilibili's premium ingredient. Truth be told, most A-list celebrities didn't care much about Bilibili. They might attend the New Year's Eve gala if invited, but opening an official Bilibili account? No thanks. Lin Xia, however, wasn't someone who started using Bilibili after becoming famous. He had been a lurker long before his rise to stardom. As long as you never spend them, your B-coins will only keep growing. Lin Xia's profound life philosophy. Bilibili was home to countless editing masters, some who adapted novels and comics into fan-made dramas, others who seamlessly swapped actors from different shows. The newly aired Dance in the Rain is like poison-laced garbage, but I disagree with claims about its plot being full of holes. Sure, it's heavily altered, but the overall structure follows the original novel. After some thought, the so-called toxic point everyone's complaining about is this. How could the Ling Palace's residents, faced with the protagonist's burly physique, not realize he's a man? Are they blind? The first 5 episodes revolve around this insultingly stupid mystery of who the male spirit in the palace is, sparking endless scheming. Lin Xia clicked on a roast video by a popular up named Meat Eating Bunny, known for their razor-sharp commentary. They were nearly a 1 million follower celebrity on the platform. For those who haven't read the novel, here's some context. In the original setting, the Spirit Clan is a race of ethereal beauty, essentially the Eastern equivalent of fantasy elves. The protagonist is an anomaly among them, a true spirit, a genderless being who can pass as stunningly beautiful in women's clothing. So of course the Spirit Clan couldn't tell. Let me fix this for you. The up then pulled up a screenshot from Chu Zhi's demonic transformation MV, a back view of his demonic form with the monstrous parts cropped out, then photoshopped a feminine hairstyle and a flowing dress onto it. See? If the male lead looked like this, wouldn't the plot suddenly make sense? Holy shit, Chu Zhi looks this good even in drag. Lin Xiao was stunned. As a seasoned industry insider, even with the up's crude editing skills, he was genuinely impressed by how effortlessly gorgeous Chu Zhi appeared. The comments section exploded. Saint of Vendetta. Before, I thought the Ling Palace's entire brain trust was mentally challenged. Even a 3-year-old could tell the difference between men and women. Now, totally justified. Who would doubt this goddess isn't female? Messi_Z. Billy's premium ingredient strikes again, saving another terrible show, lol. Yearning for Shang. Why couldn't they just cast Chu Zhi? Even with his resting bitch face acting, I'd take it. Regretful second chance. One edit, and the plot instantly becomes logical. Amazing. 2 days later, March 21st, the International Day for the Elimination of Racial Discrimination, commemorating those who died in the 1960s anti-apartheid protests in South Africa. This fact has no bearing on the events to follow. It's just here to show I did my homework. First, the small-scale drama, something only the little fruits, Chu Zhi's fandom, cared about. Chu Zhi's account posted a sponsored ad. Helen Keller Sunglasses, a new vision hashtag Helen Keller Sunglasses hashtag See the World with Chu Zhi. At Helen Keller Official. Video link. Simple enough. The previous ambassador's contract had expired, and Helen Keller's official Weibo immediately announced their new spokesperson, launching a giveaway. Follow, repost, and tag a friend for a chance to win Chu Zhi's autographed sunglasses, signature on the case. The autograph was genuine, part of the promotional obligations in his contract, though the company had paid an extra 150,000 yen for it. Within just half an hour, the post had over 10,000 comments. The official account, which previously had only tens of thousands of followers, skyrocketed to 170,000. Undeniable proof of Chu Zhi's influence. The Orange Orchard fandom group chats pinned an announcement. Ninth Brother's first endorsement. Sunglasses are something everyone uses when going out. If you can afford it, go for it. Note, Ninth Brother specifically said, no borrowing money or using Huawei. Dozens of group chats relayed the message. The no borrowing money part was added by Wei Tongzi herself. Chu Zhi never said it, but she wanted to avoid a repeat of the draining the pond to catch all fish scenario seen with other fandoms. Helen Keller's regular sunglasses retailed for around 300 to 400 yen, but the visual series, 3 models, endorsed by Chu Zhi were priced at 500 to 600 yen. The purchasing power of the fandom, working adults, mom fans, and even students with allowances, was terrifying. That very night, the visual series sold out across all 3 major e-commerce platforms, Tmall, JD.com, and Pinduoduo. Online stores hadn't stocked much initially, but anticipating the ambassador's debut, each platform had prepared over 8,000 units per model. Yet they were wiped out in under an hour. Emergency restocks from offline warehouses brought the total to 50,000 units across all platforms, all gone before 9 p.m. Fans who missed out resorted to buying the similar F30 model. Great idea, except the F30 wasn't even in bulk inventory, with only about 200 units per platform. Those lasted less than 10 minutes. Never underestimate fan power. Another celebrity, name withheld, once endorsed Zenith watches, a luxury brand, and their stock was cleared instantly post-announcement. The brand's marketing director went live in disbelief. While luxury goods are expensive, online stock is always limited. Still, the little fruit's impact dwarfed even that. For non-fans, endorsements work like this. If a brand hires their favorite star, they might not buy it. But if it's someone they dislike, they'll actively avoid it. Chu Zhi's biggest advantage. Exceptional public goodwill. Watsons and Armani, who hadn't even begun their campaigns yet, were thrilled. The little fruits had already demonstrated insane cohesion, but their commercial power was untested. Today's battle? The little fruits cemented their idol's reputation. But it wasn't over. If they were going to make a statement, they'd go big. Discussions flared in the Orange Orchard. Little fruits in Xiamen. I missed the online drop. Just checked. There's a physical store on the first floor of Xinhua Mall near me. Who's coming? Me? Let's go. Too far from Xinhua Mall for me. But there's one on Fisherman's Road. Charging in. Any little fruits in Guangqing? That's right. The fandom mobilized to raid offline stores. A few or a dozen fans teaming up per city. With dozens of group chats coordinating, physical stores. already drained by online restocks, were cleaned out in no time across multiple cities. Now, for the real drama. The operation to elevate Lin Xia had begun. Lin Xia's team deployed water armies disguised as loyal fans to post provocations. What? Lin Xia thinks he can climb over our brotherly. Dream on, not even in the next life. Such comments spread like wildfire into Lin Xia's super topic. Lin Xia's fans were baffled. Neither fan groups nor leaders had any clue what was happening. Everything had been fine moments ago. The Snow Pearls, Li Xingwei's fandom, still seething from their crushing defeat against the Little Fruits, saw an opportunity. If we can't beat the Orange Orchard, can't we at least trash Lin Xia's fans? What defines a top-tier idol? The apex of traffic stars isn't something any random newcomer can challenge. They charged in furiously. Fan leaders tried to intervene, urging investigation first, but the momentum was unstoppable. A starved camel is still bigger than a horse. Though Li Xingwei's latest album had alienated some fans, and Chu Zhi's visuals had lured others away, the remaining Snow Pearls obliterated Lin Xia's fandom. The moral of the story? Even if Lin Xia had one singer without interference, without a qualitative shift in his fandom's power, he'd never reach true top-tier status. After an entire afternoon of brutal beatdowns, the Snow Pearls finally asked, what exactly did Lin Xia's fans do wrong? The crime? Their song, Heaven's Purity, somehow ranked above Brother Li's lead single. Then they had the audacity to comment under Heaven's Purity. Feels like this song is better than LXW's new track. Why isn't it performing better? How dare they? Even bystanders and the Snow Pearls themselves were stunned. That's it. Every fandom believes their idol is the best. Heaven's Purity was Lin Xia's lead single. His fans were just hyping him up in their own space. Since when was that a crime? The Snow Pearls were policing harder than the Pacific Ocean's Coast Guard. Number 93. Send a pillow when you're sleepy. Lin Xia's fans were furious, being attacked out of nowhere, with their idol dragged into it. Who could tolerate that? They launched a fierce counterattack. Most Snow Pearls would never admit fault. The only time fangirls apologize is under very specific circumstances. On behalf of the irrational fans, I apologize. The behavior was indeed excessive, and I'm sorry. But it wasn't our fans who did it, so don't pin it on us. The emphasis? On behalf of, code for, I didn't do it. I'm just the noble peacemaker. The remaining Snow Pearls were exhausted. After consecutive setbacks, being despised by outsiders didn't matter to hardcore fans. External hostility couldn't break the group's cohesion as long as they kept defeating, or mass reporting, their enemies. The one thing they couldn't afford? Losing. And now, against Lin Xia's fans, the Snow Pearls had no fight left. They were about to lose. Losing to Chu Zhi's Little Fruits? Fine. But losing to Lin Xia? What kind of joke was that? The meticulously planned assault lasted 2 days, ending with Li Xingwei's top-tier status shattered. The big six top idols remained unchanged. Technically, Li wouldn't drop unless he stopped releasing music, endorsements, or concerts. But was that realistic? How else would he make money? By the next time his weakened fandom power became obvious, his name would quietly vanish from the list. Meanwhile, Lin Xia, having crushed him head-on, was poised to rise. This battle reshaped the idol hierarchy, sending the fandom world into chaos while onlookers feasted on drama. But inside the Orange Orchard? A completely different vibe. No one even discussed the Lilin War. Longing for the prince, but not daring to speak. Gone. They said restocking will take 3 days. I couldn't support Agio with his last album, so I thought I'd jump on this early. Joke's on me. Couldn't even buy one. White robe, sword in hand. Laughing so hard I'm not laughing. 3 days for restock? In Shanghai, it's a week. Clouds flow, light flits. Ha ha, this is too funny. Just saw Ninth Brothers post telling us to buy reasonably since sunglasses aren't edible. Meanwhile, I bought all 3 visual series models. Gonna rotate them. Unsurprisingly, this last comment drew collective fury. Countless Little Fruits had failed to snag even one pair, let alone all 3. Sis, where's your humanity? All brother this, sister that until it's time to buy, then it's every man for himself. Reminds me of that celebrity's iconic line. You'd be a great person if you had any humanity. Sisters are birds in the same forest, but when endorsements drop, they scatter like leaves. The little fruits were dead set on making their idol's first endorsement legendary. Not even Jesus could change their minds. Their combat power stunned not just other fandoms, but even talent agencies. These weren't just fans, they were a force of nature. For safety, Neo Jiangxue had prepared a risk button, a contingency plan in case fan support fell short. She never expected to use it. But having a plan and needing it were two different things. Do we have any internal promo plans for the sunglasses campaign? Chu Zhi asked carefully. No. We even asked fan leaders to discourage bulk buying. Neo Jiangxue sighed, equal parts amused and exasperated. But ninth brother, the little fruits numbers are too big. Even if just 1/3 bought a pair, it'd be insane. She didn't say the quiet part aloud. After the dream of the Red Chamber livestream, the fandom's loyalty had been forged into steel. Good. No internal pushing. Chu Zhi didn't want to drain the pond for one catch. He preferred sustainable draining. Don't worry, ninth brother. Our team won't make moves without discussing them first, Neo Jiangxue assured. Honestly, daily selfies to engage fans don't even feel like work now. Fans called his 9-grid selfies fan service, but Chu Zhi had grown used to it. He couldn't even gauge his true fan count anymore. The little fruits' data manipulation was too terrifying. They'd broken Guinness World Records, for crying out loud. No wonder so many young idols lost touch with reality. When you're adored by millions and bombarded with inflated stats, it's easy to believe the world revolves around you. Still not there. Chu Zhi shifted uncomfortably in his seat. His backside still ached from the flight, and now the bumpy ride to Sonya's shoot location wasn't helping. March in Sonya was already sweltering. Rolling down the window only blasted them with hot air, so he rolled it back up. Xiao Zhu, from now on, pack a lumbar pillow and seat cushion. Ninth brother gets sore on long trips, Neo Jiangxue instructed. The assistant nodded eagerly. She'd only brought a neck pillow this time. After Chu Zhi once complained of stiffness from napping upright on planes, she'd made it a habit. 5 minutes later, once the artist had rested, the agent finally brought up business. Ninth brother, Southern Music released the nominations for the Chinese Music Media Awards. We're up for Best Lyricist, Best Arrangement, Best Producer, and Best Composer, 4 technical categories. Neo Jiangxue scrolled through her packed iPad schedule. Only Best Recording is missing from the sweep. The big awards, Best Mandarin Song, Best Mandarin Album, Best Male/Female Singer, were reserved for veterans. Young artists need not apply. China's authoritative music awards followed a 3-1-4-2 hierarchy, 3 Tier 1 prizes for Tier 2. The Chinese Music Media Awards, founded by Southern News, were Tier 2. But don't underestimate them. To put it bluntly, neither in this world nor on Earth had any traffic idol ever won. Not Zhang Yixing, not Hua Qinyu, not even Kai Shuquan. Why? Because Southern media was the mainstream giant. Why would they fear offending traffic star? They're really giving face. Chu Zhi sensed this was his moment. His album's quality, plus Shangbai's earlier introduction to director Tian, had paved the way. Where Wu meets Chu, ambition soars. He could become the first award-winning top stream, solidifying his dual identity as idol and serious musician. Southern People Weekly also requested an exclusive cover feature. Neo Jiangxue added, her tone sharpening with importance. Their coverage index is 78.45. They're called China's Time magazine. Usually, they feature entrepreneurs or industry leaders. As far as I recall, the only idol ever on their cover was Shen Yun. That huge? Shen Yun's only standout trait among top stream was his CCTV connections. But upon probing, Chu Zhi learned the real reason. Shen Yun got the cover not for being a top stream, but because of who his father was. You want me to accept? Chu Zhi asked. Mainstream recognition is rare for idols. Southern People Weekly's influence factor ranks top 50 domestically, on par with core academic journals. If they're offering, we should take it. Chu Zhi knew Southern media had questionable editorial biases. But he nodded. Fine, let's do it. His real goal was people's daily endorsement. Why chase mainstream approval? Simple. He'd hit the ceiling in the flow world. Time to expand. Neo Jiangxue had the same idea. She'd been planning their next move when, like a pillow appearing just as you doze off, this ladder materialized. Number 94. A rare sight in the industry. At first glance, Helen Keller Eyewear might seem like a knockoff capitalizing on the famous blind author's name, but it's actually a domestic brand headquartered in Xiamen. This isn't surprising. Chinese brands have a history of naming quirks. For instance, Zhonghua toothpaste is leased by a British company, while Darky toothpaste, now rebranded as Darlie, remains a local brand. Businessmen have always had a knack for misaligned branding. President Wei. Secretary Zhang approached, reporting that all 3 models of the visual series were sold out across online flagship stores. Hearing this, President Wei was smug. Even though the proposal came from the marketing department, and it was their idea to raise prices despite opposition, he was the one who approved it. Contact the OEM. That was his only instruction. He didn't even let me finish speaking. What's there to be so proud of? Secretary Zhang internally scoffed, but kept a professional smile, remaining in place. President Wei, there's one more thing. Go on. Over 270 physical stores have filed complaints about insufficient stock of the visual series. Secretary Zhang added, we need to issue an official statement. A statement for what? President Wei almost blurted out, what's the damn point? But before the words left his mouth, he understood. Unlike online stores, physical retailers relied on local reputation. A single negative review on platforms like Dianping could be disastrous. Tell them to no, 270 stores is too many to handle individually. President Wei realized a unified response was necessary. Secretary Zhang continued, the situation is escalating. Our flagship boutiques have also submitted requests for urgent restocking. Helen Keller's offline stores fell into 2 categories: franchise stores, externally operated, and flagship boutiques, company-owned. The former complained to HQ when nearby warehouses ran dry, while the latter could only submit formal reports. A full-blown crisis. President Wei summarized. Basically, Secretary Zhang held back from mentioning smaller distributors also scrambling for stock. Helen Keller was established enough to be sold in chains like Baodao, Senya, and Bashi optical shops. Seriously? Chu Zhi's fans are insane. President Wei even wondered if the Star's company had bulk purchased the stock. But that was impossible. The offline stores were too scattered. For the first time, he truly grasped the power of a top-tier idol. Have the PR team draft a statement. I'll review it. As Secretary Zhang left the office, he marveled at Chu Zhi's influence. Their previous endorser had been a popular A-lister, but the sales surge back then was nothing compared to this complete sellout. Helen Keller Eyewear official announcement. Dear customers, we regret to inform you that due to overwhelming demand, all 3 visual series models are temporarily out of stock online and offline. Our warehouses have been drained dry. We never expected such enthusiasm. Production is now in overdrive, with restocks expected by March 27th. We sincerely apologize. Hashtag Helen Keller Eyewear sold out. For the fandom, this announcement was a badge of honor. The Orange Orchard celebrated wildly. An industry insider crunched the numbers. As flagship new releases, each visual series model likely had at least 80,000 units stocked nationwide. A complete sellout meant 240,000 sunglasses sold at an average of 550 yen each, roughly 132 million yen, is almost equal to $18.3 m in 2 days. Staggering. Helen Keller would never release exact figures, so estimates varied. But regardless, Chu Zhi had made his mark. Even Zaihongshu, Little Red Book, saw a flood of posts, fans proudly flaunting their purchases, saturating the platform with Chu Zhi-related content. Meanwhile, the man himself was in Lingshui, Sanya, shooting an Armani campaign at Perfume Bay's private beach. With a secured perimeter, privacy wasn't an issue. Exhausting. This director is incompetent. Chu Zhi sat down, accepting an iced lemon water and sandwich from Xiaozhu. He was starving. The director's poor scheduling had wasted hours on 6 simple shots. Just him walking and splashing in water. Compared to pros like Liao Dachong, this guy was 10 Guijingming's worse. 9. It's been 3.5 hours. We have the Zero.Infinity EDM festival at 2 p.m. We might not make it. Niu Jiangxue checked her watch. It was already 12:30 p.m. At this rate, they'd never finish in time. The festival, held at Haitang Square, was one of China's few major EDM events. The original host had been an EDM enthusiast, so Chu Zhi was making an appearance. We've overrun. Chu Zhi frowned. His contract stipulated a 2-hour shoot. Not only had they exceeded that, but he'd also cooperated fully. No diva behavior, just professionalism. Yet the delays weren't his fault. Ads don't require acting chops. He'd even asked the director what he wanted, only to be brushed off. I'll call Armani's PR manager. Niu Jiangxue reached for her phone. Wait. Chu Zhi stopped her. First, ask director he what exact effect he's aiming for. If he gives clear directions, we'll handle it without escalating. No need to make things harder for fellow workers. Niu Jiangxue hesitated. Director, he was clearly being difficult. Why give him chances? 9 is too kind for this cutthroat industry. Stepping away, she nearly dialed Armani's PR team behind Chu Zhi's back. But after a long pause, she decided to follow his wishes and approach Director He. Director He, 32, a graduate of UAUC, had worked at a top U.S. ad agency before getting his green card and transferring to Armani's China branch. He looked down on the backward local industry. We've spent hours on this. What exactly do you need? Niu Jiangxue kept her tone neutral. Aesthetic shots have no fixed standards. Director He's reply was calm but condescending. Mr. Chu doesn't understand composition or blocking. He should just follow directions. Niu Jiangxue's fist clenched. Without another word, she turned to leave. Tell Mr. Chu we're ready to resume. Relaying the exchange verbatim to Chu Zhi, she expected outrage. Instead, he simply nodded. I see. Director He is that rare breed. A genuine idiot in this industry. Chu Zhi stood. Give me Armani PR's contact. I'll handle this. Let the team be the bad guys. Niu Jiangxue assumed he'd complain. No. Chu Zhi's smile didn't reach his eyes. After wasting my time? This is personal. Number 95. Let me help you. Ready to continue, Director He? Chu Zhi approached with a smile. Director He eyed him skeptically. The agent had come over earlier. Clearly the artist wasn't happy, yet now he was all smiles. No issues. Let's begin, Mr. Chu. Director He remained expressionless, his tone flat. The crew reset the props. Cameras, lighting, everything back in position. Action. Another take. Director He wasn't targeting Chu Zhi specifically. They had no beef. He simply looked down on the entire local team. The photographer has no vision, just a glorified tripod. The lighting crew? Amateurs. Chinese have no artistic sensibility. He missed his days in the US, where creativity flowed freely. This arrogance was why he feared no conflict. Even if the ad department had got involved, so what? Creative differences happened. They'd just send another director. Check F. Director He was about to call cut again for lack of aesthetic, but Chu Zhi beat him to it. That take didn't work. Something's off. What do you think, Director He? Chu Zhi seized control. Caught off guard. Director He reluctantly agreed. It was subpar. We'll need another. He expected the star to ask, what's the standard? Instead, Chu Zhi pivoted. What's missing in your opinion? Your approach is unique. There must be unmet conditions, clearly not your fault. Chu Zhi's tone brooked no argument. A kindred spirit. With a proper American crew, they'd wrap this in an hour. Well, it's not unmet, just unprofessional. Director He demurred. Do enlighten me. Chu Zhi's gaze burned with curiosity. Ahem. Under that intense stare, disconcerting regardless of gender, Director He cracked. He ranted about shoddy props, incompetent photography, clueless lighting, then veered into how Chinese lacked innovation in advertising. All sotto voce, of course. I understand. Leave it to me. Chu Zhi suddenly pulled out his phone and dialed the Armani PR head, Mr. Gong, right in front of the stunned director. Mr. Gong, while I signed the contract, this campaign is a joint effort. Your team's incompetence is ruining our collaboration. On the other end, Gong was baffled. What did I do to deserve this? Mr. Chu, has there been an issue with our crew in Sanya? He ventured. The entire team is garbage, except Director He. He told me the photographer can't even frame a shot, the lighting is a disaster, and the prop standee looks like dog's hit. His exact words. Chu Zhi's voice carried. Is this how you treat a professional like him? 20 crew members simultaneously glared at Director He. Murderous intent doesn't need translation. The ad concept was simple. Chu Zhi walks on the beach, sweats, falls into the sea, melts into a standee, which then walks home and revives via Armani skincare. The prop master seethed. The standee was corporate mandated. My job is to keep it intact. Since when do I control the design? Even Gong was livid now. That bastard she, poisoning the well. He knew his elitist attitude, but tolerated it for passable work. But getting chewed out by a top star? Unacceptable. Mr. Chu, put me on speaker. I'll speak to Director He. Gong took a rage-suppressing breath.